products. I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Alongside RJ Choppy, we got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Chris Strong in for Pepe, Mike McCarthy for the final time this regular season, at least at 6:30. Getting emotional?
I like Mike. I'm not getting emotional because I'll be able to talk to him 20 times next year.
Oh.
And the year after that.
Oh.
Y'all are just that close.
It'd be like you and Banny.
That's right. That's right. Well, I have Banny's number. I don't have Mike's.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Mike hasn't thrown at that. I don't know if Mike's a golfer.
Let's talk about the Sugar Bowl and what happened yesterday in New Orleans with the postponement after the tragedy on Bourbon Street. You bet the under.
I bet the under. I bet it was Georgia -2. And then I went in the middle of the game at right at halftime, and I took Georgia +9.5 and on the money line. And that so I was 1-3 last night. It was a tough night. The under, I knew the under was going to play. It was that game was played to about a 17-10 score.
Yeah, you hit the under, and Bobby, you hit the winner in picking Notre Dame, I think, to eventually make it to the championship game. But obviously, you get this W yesterday over the Bulldogs.
Oh, yeah, and I get this W over the SEC is what I get. And RJ Choppy and that cult that you guys run over there. We are like, SEC football is just different. Really? Is it different? It doesn't seem that different as Texas is the only SEC team remaining, Chop. In the
That's
CFP.
true. They did play a FCS team to get there.
I mean, you do still qualify as the SEC.
Yeah, you do.
No.
Dumbass.
No,
Yeah,
we're bigger than the SEC. No, we are our own brand.
I see.
It's like the Cowboys being bigger than the NFL. That's what we are here in the SEC.
Talk about the game.
I mean, it's exactly on display what we talked about with Notre Dame all year. Like, defensively, they are incredibly impressive, and they can overwhelm you at times. And Marcus Freeman is fantastic coach. In fact, I think the thing that's interesting about Notre Dame is we talk about this at the NFL level a lot. I don't know that we always see on the college level like tactical advantages and different things like that. It's more just, all right, you've got a really good play caller overall, or you've got, these advantages here with your roster and different things like that. I think Marcus Freeman is a big time advantage on the sideline in terms of the way that he motivates and locks guys in. And
he was on special teams.
Yeah, and he's
now all I could think of was Bones Fossil,
right?
And our disasters during the year with what they did to Georgia, getting the automatic first down.
Well, they had that, that like you said, that first down. They were inside their own 10. They were inside their own 10-yard line when they did that one. But also, obviously the kick return, and when your kick returns, they're so difficult to gauge, right, when they're going to happen, because they never do happen. And that one especially, that wasn't a guy who just found a seam and ran. Like, he kind of weaved in the beginning of that, and then got away. But yeah, like this was a classic game of, Mike has always talked about these games come down to 4 plays. That truly was. You had a fumble in the red zone, you had a fumble inside your own 20, and a kick return. And there's 17 points at minimum, maybe 21 points, which And
a field goal after the 67-yard pass play that had number 39. I just went to Twitter and typed 39
Parker
search,
Jones or
and
Parker whatever.
Parker Jones, and damn, does he look like a Georgia kid. He's named, and he looks like a Georgia kid with that haircut, and he is trending all over the place, unfortunately for he and his family.
And this is a tough game for me to watch. These are probably the two schools I hate more than anything else. I hate Georgia. And I hate Notre Dame.
God, love the Notre Dame helmets though. The uniforms, they get me every.
They're good
time.
uniforms.
The helmet is so good.
It's their in-game like music. I love like their fight song is great, but
Ave
also
Maria and stuff like that.
They do not play Ave Maria during the game. Their traditions are awesome. It's a fun spot to go to when you go to a game up there. But yeah, this was like just a brutal game for me to watch.
But that was the 67-yarder. The kid interferes with the referee. They walk it back 15 yards. It was 0-0. The play would have ended at the 10-yard line. And then Nick Harris and others making fun of the commentators going, man, I feel bad for that kid. Number 39. Man, this is a tough thing. You don't want to go through it. Parker Jones, he's in dorm C. Like, basically outing and talking about every detail of his life. And then, as you said, the Georgia red zone fumble. 39 seconds left in the half. Notre Dame's up 6-3, strip sack, ball in the Georgia 13, next play touchdown, 13-3, and
then the opening kick to the second half. It's 20-3 at that point.
20-3, game over.
Yeah, and that was your game. You're cooked at that point.
It was an ugly game, I thought.
It was an ugly game. I mean, Notre Dame doesn't throw the ball well. They only threw for like 90 yards, but it was funny. Like there were some people out there that said Riley Leonard has to run for about 85 yards, and he ran for like 87. Right, he had to because that was his
3rd and 7 somersault.
His ability to run the ball that was their best offense.
I was talking to somebody yesterday after that game ended in NFL circles, and they were talking about Riley Leonard, and they were saying that Riley Leonard's not any sort of like big time pro prospect at all, but they're like, if you want somebody to just gut it out gamer type for these types of performances at college, Riley Leonard is perfect quarterback for you to have in terms of just being a field general and somebody that is going to give you every ounce of toughness that he can. And that's something where a couple different times last night, picking up big runs and big first downs. And he's somebody who gives them a little bit of a dynamic that some of the other teams don't have with the ability to run.
Perception is also an amazing thing. What I think this new format and tournament has done is benefit Ryan Day and Marcus Freeman greatly.
James Franklin
as well. But my point is, instead of just being thrown into a Final Four, the book on Notre Dame has been, you're not in a real conference. You just sneak your way in. You don't really belong. You get smacked in the first round. Well, now you got 2 rounds that you've won before you get to that Final Four.
Right.
And now, no matter what happens to Notre Dame, it feels like Marcus Freeman has done a tremendous job because of the first 2 rounds of winning, at least in my mind. Ryan Day, instead of being thrown into the Final Four, you lose your first game. Maybe Mike Vrabel's taking over there. They run you out. Now, Ryan Day is safe after the big-time win over Oregon. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Instead of that first loss in your first game, Final Four, the playoff has allowed, the longevity of the postseason tournament now to benefit you, depending on your situation.
Now you get a month of good vibes.
Yep.
You get a month of positive talking on social media, around the program. The program's excited. You could see it build, right? You could see it build week to week.
Sark.
Yeah, for sure. He wasn't in danger of going anywhere.
Yeah, and they had an easier draw, but it's like, okay, Sark may have the biggest question mark, I guess.
It's funny. It's like almost like,
not that he's going to go, but certainly Ryan Day, feels like I think they've accomplished more because of,
Well, they had more to lose.
Yeah.
They had more to lose, but also it's like Quinn's his arrow's going down.
Yeah.
The more they win,
Quinn's kind of holding you back.
The more down his arrow's going until he goes to Oregon next year for $6 million.
I mean, he did. At the end of that game, Quinn was huge.
Yes, he was.
But I mean, if you look at
back-to-back big plays,
you could make an argument that the people with the 3 biggest questions entering the CFP were Ryan Day, James Franklin / Drew Aller, and Quinn Ewers. And all three of those people with questions left are sitting in the semis right now. Like they all have gotten to this point where they get through here.
Yeah, but you're talking like, I resent the way you're talking about Quinn here to start off.
Why?
Because you're terrified of him too, and he's done nothing to settle the nerves of Longhorn fans. You're still terrified of him. And if there was a vote out there to start Arch Manning, a lot of Longhorn fans, probably the majority, would still go ahead and start him. So him being in this spot, I don't think has answered anything.
I mean, 4th and 13 didn't answer anything, and then that's right back.
And it didn't answer anything for you either.
No, it doesn't.
So stop acting like you're totally fine and cool. And
I'm not totally fine and cool.
Now you're giving Quinn Ewers a check mark. I'm not going to let you do that.
I know. I'm not totally fine and cool with Quinn Ewers. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that in general, the three people who have the biggest pressure on them entering this thing have stepped up in massive moments. All of them. Regardless of what you want to say, Quinn did step up.
Stepped up on a down. Good.
On back-to-back throws. What the hell are you talking about? There were 2 plays in a row that he stepped up.
Okay, well, then you support Quinn Ewers leading up to the
I will now just because of your attitude.
Wow, way to go. Cool. I'm going to be a backwards-ass troll guy
damn
instead
right.
of say my real
Texas
thoughts.
by 14 now.
All right, cool. Have fun in 20 minutes. 877-881-1053.
I'm going to have so much fun in 20 minutes.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. We have an inside report on what really happened with Zeke Elliott. Coaching rumors all over the place as well. And the big fella, Mike McCarthy, maybe for the final time ever with us in 20 minutes. Sean, RJ, and Bobby just getting started on The Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Eek.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Or was it Saffron Squad?
myhormonelevels.com to connect with a Biote provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Stars take over right off the draw. Shot, score, hits! And it's Dallas's turn to go back-to-back and back in front.
Victory Plus with the call. Chris Strong in for Pepe with his Dallas Stars sweater on.
Look at that.
And look at that little sneaky devil at the game last night. Peyton Russell. Not Chris. Pepe was there with the fiance. He didn't even tell us yesterday. Throughout the entire show, he was going to the game, did he?
He did not. He did not tell us. He didn't say anything. I didn't notice any commentary off air either.
Yeah.
Nothing.
It's fine. He probably recorded a lot of bits that he'll be bringing back Monday morning.
The Stars have now won 4 out of their last 5, and they leap over Colorado for the 3rd spot in the Central after a come-from-behind 4-2 win against Ottawa at the AAC.
Man, look, you had to beat Ottawa. You're a better team than Ottawa. I did not notice this little nugget that Spittle sent over, that they're the 3rd team to win 1,000 games this century.
Wow.
The Bruins and the Caps are the other ones. I did not know that. I would not have guessed that. I would not have guessed that they had been. I mean, they've been good for a long time, but I would not have guessed they were the 3rd winningest team this century from a win standpoint.
Hintz is on a roll as well. Had a 2-goal night. The hot streak continues. 4 goals in his last 5 games. Jason Robertson is equally as hot. He now has 23 points in his last 22 games, dating back to November 11th. Spits and Suds out with more of your hockey knowledge.
72% on the deserve to win meter. Four expected goals to 1.3.
Turn off his mic. Whenever Bobby talks hockey or about to talk hockey, turn off his mic, Chris.
Hates analytics. Dinosaur over here.
Go out with a bang.
Shaunosaurus.
Go out with a bang. Bobby, I'm going to send you into the weekend looking like Jay Leno. If you keep it up, you're going to look like Jay Leno with a missing fingernail.
What's going on with that, man?
More in the junk drawer and more on Zeke Elliott's exit, courtesy of Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, with the story.
Yeah, this is a story that Nick had dropped yesterday, and the vast majority of it is just general timeline overview of like, here's when Zeke got here. Here's how things kind of started to turn. A lot of the stuff that we knew already with the suspension and a lot of the disappointment with what his playing time was going to be or what his availability was going to be. But there was an interesting note here at the end of this where he says that a moment after the team's win in Carolina saw him try to crack a joke in the locker room with fellow teammates that was not well received, as one teammate walked away from him scoffing mid-sentence. The next week, he would see the field for a career-low 3 snaps and a big win over the Buccaneers. His confidants and supporters in the locker room were few, if any. His impact on the field was non-existent. It was clear that Elliott would not return in 2025. What we maybe didn't anticipate was how quick he would actually hit the door. And Zeke's whole presence in the locker room for a long time has been as the jokester. And I'm just the big kid in here. And if it had reached a point where he couldn't even get people to engage with him when he's trying to be lighthearted, it's like, man, that sounds like it had reached a point of just completely toxic. If teams are walking away from him and just kind of like, okay, dude, in the middle of him just trying to be Zeke.
So weird.
That's I think he walked into this locker room thinking he was going to be, I'm the elder wise man now.
I'm Udonis Haslam.
Yeah, and he walked in as just, you're any other dude. There's literally nothing here. You have no standing with this group of players.
That's a little odd.
1 year later.
1 year later. Now it's obviously there's turnover every year in the NFL, but it's not like nobody has heard of Zeke Elliott.
Parsons, Tank, Zach, Dak, CD,
right?
Jordan, plenty of guys in the locker room that you knew.
And every office, every locker room needs its court jester.
Yeah, I guess
you gotta have it.
Now it does have a tendency to kind of be drawn along offensive, defensive lines and locker rooms, and then even more like you're kind of potted up with the guys that you play with, like in your position group. And so, I mean, a lot of those guys we just named there about Jordan Lewis and Micah and Tank. It's like, okay, well, those are all guys on defense, so those aren't necessarily going to be in the same guys in the same meetings with him. But I mean, he sat in those rooms with Dowdle for a few years.
Yeah.
It's odd to see how he was not welcomed back the way he anticipated.
Mike McCarthy, a little reflective yesterday in asking his awareness level that this could be his last game coaching the Cowboys.
I'll be honest with you, I go to the stadium much earlier, at this time in my career than I used to, and I won a Super Bowl in that home locker room. At AT&T, so I have a very strong emotional attachment that it hits me every time I walk in there, every time I walk out. So I'm definitely aware of it, and but I know you got Zimmer up here. I am not. You're not getting me today. So, but no, I'm not thinking about it right now. But I'm definitely in tune with that.
This is the type of year, Choppy, when I get a little soft, I get a little sappy. And my feelings start breaking out when I hear these possible final press conferences. Today, Mike's going to join us in about 8 minutes, and just hearing the reflection and all the memories, I start softening up a little bit versus just who should be the head coach here. Now, who's going to be the quarterback Sunday? Bobby tipped us off to this a few days ago. Everyone has now gotten their reports on it. Cooper Rush gets $500K if he plays 55% of the team's snaps this year. Going into Sunday, he has played 52.5. So how's that going to work out math-wise, Bob?
64. If they play 64 snaps in this game, he would have to play all of them to reach 55% of the team's snaps this year. But that's somewhere in the range of generally where Dallas has played this year. There have been some games where they played as few as 60, so they could play in the whole game potentially and he not hit it. But if they play over 65, if they get into 70 snaps, then Rush playing almost 100% of those. 68, 69 of those, he's going to get to 55. And so that'll be something potentially that they're considering.
The only way, what you wrote in your email last night, Choppy, was you can't wait to see what teams are cheap. And I was trying to think of the scenarios where we could catch the Cowboys and be able to tell. And I think, because they have an out in playing Trey.
Of course they do.
Now, the counter back to that is you were eliminated before the Commander game. Why do you play Trey then? Why are you just playing him now? I think the only thing where the Cowboys could really screw this up and make themselves look bad and cheap just playing Cooper for 3 quarters
And then sitting them.
and then having Trey just
Yeah.
play 1 quarter. Even for maybe a second half, you can be like, we just wanted to get him a half.
Right.
And they could use that as their defense towards not paying Cooper a $500,000. But I want to ask Mike how he handles incentives and stuff. Does he get a sheet? And does he have to have a big sit down with the you-know-who's where they're like, hey, this doesn't need to happen?
The like the first game that they played post elimination, they had prepped Cooper to play all week because they were still alive. They didn't know until that afternoon.
True.
The last week, that was the week you could have gone to play Trey Lance.
Mike McCarthy for the final time this regular season, maybe for the final time ever with us, next on Sean and RJ.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've...
Uber Eats has low-fee products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Official home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan.
It is now time for the Mike McCarthy Show here on Sean and RJ. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and the Coach's Show is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys Commanders on this radio station, pregame starting at 9 a.m., kickoff with Brad and Babe at noon. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. How was vacation?
It sucked. I always tell fathers don't have kids or get a lot of nanny help, so don't have them till you're really rich. They've been sick for about a month, so it's been torture, Coach, but thank you for asking.
Oh, wow. Okay.
How many
good family time, huh?
Yeah. How many diapers did you change percentage-wise? Out of 10 diapers, did you change 2, 3? Were you just in the office a lot?
I'll just say this: I changed the diaper every opportunity I had, but I mean,
there were many.
That probably equated to what, 10%, 20%. And then I didn't have a problem with it, but yeah, I have a job that we work a lot.
Yeah. And then I got a youth sports problem. Choppy's all baseball dad here, and I don't want to sit outside at 8 a.m. in 100 degrees. And RJ says, no, that's the best part. And I know you love attending and participating in the youth sporting events around here, but the practice, the schedule, isn't it too much? They practice more than you guys do.
No, I think it's incredible. I mean, the youth sports are in Texas, especially Dallas. I'm so impressed with. No, I do love it. I love watching my kids practice. I love watching them play games. There's nothing like it.
All right, maybe I'll have a third one then. You talk.
Yeah, you need to come around.
My wife will send you a thank you card. Coach, a lot of there's the list of incentives is going around the league of what player can hit this and that. How do you approach that? Do you sit down and go, I'm going to get my guy this? Is it a front office discussion where sometimes maybe that type of payment doesn't want to be kicked out? How do you approach the whole incentive thing, if at all?
To be honest with you, the financial part of it is, I'm not really involved in that. I couldn't tell you with the contracts, the specifics of our players. I mean, usually when I'm asked to speak on it is something like today. But yeah, I'm not totally engaged with their incentives. But I mean, I am aware if Rico, looking to hit 1,000 yards, or CD hitting 1,000 yards. I mean, those things are definitely statistical goals, or because it's part of the analytics profiles that we get each and every week on our desk on Monday and Tuesdays.
Are you the one that delivers the Pro Bowl news first, or have these guys gotten that information? I saw a video of Eric DeCosta letting Derrick Henry know and stuff. Do you get that info first to deliver it to the guys? And if so, how much of a joy is it for them still?
I mean, every place is different. In the way it's done here, Jerry delivers the news, and then we follow up in the morning with the presentation and team meeting.
Mike McCarthy joined us here at 105 through the Fan. In a game like this where the standings don't matter, how do you judge and gauge and use players that normally don't get a lot of snaps and giving them snaps this week versus using the guys that got you to week 18 all year?
That's a great question. I think just like anything, practice does matter, and it's about creating opportunities because you go through the whole season, long before this point where you have players that are battling every week, and they're not on the 48, and that's tough for those guys each and every week. So it's not like you just have 48 players or 49 players each week that make it to participate in the game. So that matters. A great example of that would be Deuce Vaughn. I mean, Deuce is always battling to be up each week, and then situation usually comes down to special teams, but he practices. I mean, you can see he's improving. He's getting better and better. But you have that pretty much throughout your football team with your young players.
Coach, we in the media, we've probably asked you and Jerry dozens of times about Trey Lance. When's Trey Lance going to get a shot? Is that something where that question, though, even as a competitor, has ever been posed to you guys by Trey himself? Like, hey, am I going to get a shot to step in this week?
I think not as a direct, but I think just like anything, actions speak louder than words. And what I see in Trey every single day is he's always prepared. He prepares as if he is, going to get that opportunity. And your whole quarterback room has to prepare that way, and that's part of why it's structured the way it is, where everybody has a role in there throughout the week of preparation to make sure we're all engaged, because there's a lot that goes into game planning each week. No one has more responsibility than the quarterback position, and Trey is always prepared to be ready to go.
What's been different about Trey now versus when you first saw him walk on the field last year?
Oh, I just think, his fundamentals. I think clearly, everybody teaches a little different. How the footwork is tied to the perimeter routes. The command at the line of scrimmage. The communication network is different for every offense. So all those things. So he's improved in every area, and that's just a credit to his hard work. It's a credit to Scott Tolzien. These men put a lot of extra time. They're down on the Ford Center field here in about 15 minutes. Going through a pre practice before work. So there's a tremendous amount of time that's put into playing the quarterback position. And Trey and actually Will's down there. Will be down there also this morning. But these guys put a lot of extra time in.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Mike, I think it was actually Ted Thompson who had given an interview in the past and said, when you're looking at smaller school guys, for instance, on tape coming out in the draft, you need to see them walk on water because of the level of competition. You need to see them play above such a high level. When you're evaluating at practice and you're trying to determine a guy who competitively is going to take a starting job or anything like that, do you have to see them perform so high above in the practice setting, or is it just a straight, all right, this guy's been better than this guy, so he's going out there on the field?
Well, I think it's really a universal evaluation question. When you're watching anybody compete, who they're competing against is always part of the equation of putting a grade on somebody. That's always been the case. That's some of the best evaluations. And I know I've been experienced is you're watching another guy and you notice somebody else. I remember we were watching Derek Carr coming out a few years back, and then halfway through the tape, it's like, well, who the hell's the receiver? And it was Devontae Adams. So so you're always in tune with who they're playing with, who they're playing against. But yeah, definitely that's to me that's part of the evaluation formula.
Coach, we were looking at some of the analytical numbers about in recent weeks. For instance, against Tampa a couple weeks ago, you guys were running tighter formations than you had on average this year. There were more 4-receiver sets, I think, in that game than there had been in recent games. You started running Kevontae Turpin a little bit more inside than it looked like had been used this year. Was that is some of that stuff lately just been matchup dependent, or are you tweaking some things and saying, you know what, let's see if we can have some success with this and trying to figure out some stuff that might work heading into next year as well?
Couple things. Number one, you're always game planning against your opponent. The health of your offense and defense really factors in to that more than you would think. And just the things that you feel better about what each player can do and things you might want to stay away from. So there's just a lot of different variables in that. As far as Turpin, we've been running outside zones and edge plays with him, so that really hasn't. If he cuts it back in the inside, that really isn't an inside run. But so that's been the same. But we have always been conscientious of trying to get the ball distributed to the perimeter guys, and sometimes a player's opportunities based on game plan are going to be higher than higher 1 week to the next. And obviously with CD out, we're definitely looking for the other guys to take advantage of the opportunities because, CD was always our lead focal point as far as ball distribution. So, and the formations of, how we need to run the ball, how I like to run the ball. All those factor in how we line up each and every week.
Mike McCarthy brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company here on DFW Sports Station with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. I was thinking about this with Jaden Daniels, and we always talk about this time of year, the rookie wall. Is the rookie wall a thing? Is it more of a thing with a 17-game season? And how do you approach that if it is a thing, Coach?
Well, in Jaden's case, I hope it shows up this week. It wasn't in place against Atlanta. But no, that's real. I think that's things you watch on an individual basis. That's an important focal point, particularly for the assistant coaches and the support staff. That's part of that communication, staying engaged with your guys, and it's definitely something that I'm aware of from a big picture as far as scheduling. You have to factor in this, not as much for the rookies too, but it's this time of year and playing on Thanksgiving every year, and because December is always the point where you got to be really on top of the players' practice, their workload capacity and just the efficiency has to be the highest of the season. So all those things play into it, and the rookies have the biggest challenge because they've never been through the length of this season, and it's the longest year of their life. They play their senior year, prep for the combine, everything goes into that, and then they got to train a different way for that, and then the combine's over, and then they go right to a mini camp, and then so they're back into the football, and that leads all the way up into the training camp, and their training camp's longer than they've been accustomed to, and they play 20 games at least. So that's a tremendous threshold for rookies to get over in this league, and you have to be in tune with that.
How do you weigh your competitiveness versus your friendship with DQ with the playoff and postseason berth?
What do you mean?
You just outright joy for Coach Quinn making the postseason, or there's a little NFC East like, congratulations, man. Your competitiveness versus your friendship with Dan, and happy for him getting into the postseason.
Yeah, I think like anything, when it comes to competing, I'm looking forward to competing against Dan and his team, and but on a personal level, you're always happy for to see your friends do well. But I definitely want to make sure we're doing better than he is in the future. But I am happy for Dan.
Coach, you've said all year you're not going to discuss your contract situation. So instead of looking ahead to anything like that, just kind of reflective and looking back over the last 5 years. What has this 5 years been like for you in Dallas as a coach and as a family man, kind of, setting his family here in North Texas? What do you look back over the last 5 years and reflect on in Dallas?
It's been a great experience for our family. The start was different than anything, any of us could ever imagine, with the pandemic and, and the family not, being here the first, year or so. So it was a very tough start, to say the least, both personally and professionally. Just to, start a football program during that year, clearly, wasn't ideal, and it didn't go very well either. So, I'd say it was a rough start, but I felt like year two, we got the program, going in the right direction, and and have done a lot of good things, over the course of these 4 years. This year was, the challenges were high, and we didn't get through them to the point that put us in the playoffs. So that's a bit of a disappointment. But this has been a great experience for my family. My family really enjoys living here. I can't say enough about the North Dallas, the city of Dallas. PCA is a phenomenal school. I can't say enough about the culture that they have over there, and it's been an awesome experience for our family.
Is it about what you expected it was going to be? I mean, you can never really tell what a job is going to be like until you're in it. But I mean, the minutia that gets talked about here, is it about what you expected or more?
I mean, the radio shows are a pain in the ass. Other than that, it's about what I thought it'd be. But no, it's the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, it's one of a kind. I love coming to work every day, and I think it's doing this as long as I've done it. That's a gauge for me. If I don't jump out of bed, then it's time to maybe do something else. But I do. I love getting here. Love getting there early. I love the players, the coaches, and this is what it's all about. And for my family, the city. I've been to Dallas over the years, so I've always liked coming here, and I've been down here on a personal level, a lot of times, both Dallas and Austin. So, but living out here in the North Dallas has just been awesome. I don't know if this is such an incredible place to raise a family. So it's been an awesome experience for us.
Coach, we know you're all about championships. Do you just view it through that lens and deciding whether it was a success or not, or you allow the gray area to come in and you're like, no, didn't win a title so far, so not a success? How do you view it?
Well, definitely. I think you clearly, once you're able to, lift the Lombardi Trophy, there's really nothing else to do this for. In my opinion, that's my approach, and that's what makes me go every day. But I'm not ignorant to the fact of levels of success, because you have to achieve different levels of success, and what you learn through those experiences, there's different devils at every level, and that's why I think clearly handling success is the biggest challenge in our game. But yes, I mean, as we're sitting here today, this is not where we expected to be, but this is where we are. So there's a lot of value in going through the adversity that we have gone through, and it'll definitely pay forward, especially most importantly for the young players.
Well, look, on a personal level, just, for radio nerding out purposes, we thank you again. Definitely much more enjoyable than some of the past times we've done this throughout our 15 years with people. And we thank you for putting up with us with the ups and downs and all the difficult and hard questions and the personality that you gave us along with the story. So we appreciate that, Coach. Are we doing it again next year?
Yeah, I hope so. It'd be awesome. No, you guys are great, and I just want to wish everybody a Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Good luck on Sunday, man.
Thank you, man.
Mike
Bye-bye.
McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys.
I thought that was a pretty interesting last 3 or 4 minutes there.
Why?
He doesn't typically like to reflect a ton, and he's reflective. I don't know that tilts it either way. My thoughts on anything.
We would have to go back to maybe. Well, you know what? I don't think we talked to him after the Green Bay game, because that would have been the only other opportunity where we sense maybe he might not be here to hear the interview answers. Right. But I don't think we had that.
And every other year, even if
12
we did,
5.
Yeah, even if we did have it, he had a contract.
Yeah.
And the only other time where they were eliminated.
Um,
and I don't remember Jason's last one with us.
We didn't do one. We didn't do it because he was on Monday. We didn't do one that Monday. But like in 2020, it was his first year here. They were already eliminated, so we did elimination press conferences with or interviews. But there was no reflectiveness because it was year one. So it's just, I don't know. Like I would agree with. I don't know that it tilts it either way. But I think he's in a position now because they're eliminated. You can be more reflective.
Yeah, his willingness to reflect, though, and his willingness to talk about specifically, you heard him mention a ton there, and I know the original question asked it, but he kept circling back to his family and how they feel about Dallas and how they like it. And I thought it was interesting.
Does that make you think a certain way? Because my common sense would tell me that that's leading you to turn towards he may not be back more so than return.
That tells me, if anything, it might tell me just that he doesn't have security that he's staying. That he either doesn't think he's coming back or he genuinely doesn't know. And so he's in a period of just kind of reflection of what has this been like the last 5 years.
I ask you every day when you go over there and talk to people on the phone, what are you hearing? What are they thinking? What are you hearing? What are they thinking? And I hope you don't mind me saying this, and I don't think I'm outing anything. It feels like the people you speak with have the same exact question marks that we have.
Yeah. No, I mean,
a total unknown.
When you talk to people who are close to it and around it, they all are speaking with it's legitimately a coin flip. So the thought I think over there is either the Joneses literally have not made up their mind yet, or they have done such a good job of concealing it and keeping to themselves that they're not getting tipped off in any direction.
And then I think that's absolutely it. They really have done a great job. The organization that can't shut up has done a great job shutting up.
Yep.
Do you think Jerry knows what he's doing yet?
I was just wondering that.
Is that a literal question?
Stop. You know what I'm saying, dude.
So I started thinking about the Dak deal in the last 20 seconds and just how long it takes them to make up their mind. You should know by now. Mm-hmm. Now, maybe you knowing. All right, let me rephrase it. You should know on whether you think Mike is your guy or not. That may not mean that you know if Mike is staying or not based upon the market.
Right, Mike could get an offer from another job. It's all bets are off.
Oh, no, I'm just talking about them surveying the landscape and saying, Is that the answer? That guy, is he better? Is that the change we need? But Jerry and Steven should definitely know by now whether they should have made up their mind on Mike McCarthy. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have to have made up their mind. I still think
to bring him back.
Yeah, I still think through back channeling and everything, you should know. They should have tampering aside. They should have reached out to Belichick. They should have already reached out to Vrabel. They should have done their homework. They should have talked to the agents. They should have done that stuff already. If they haven't, by the letter of the law, right? And decency towards Mike, you don't want to get caught doing that. But they should absolutely know. But but it felt like they didn't know about Prescott twice. It felt like, well, we don't know if we've made up our mind yet. You've had the guy in the building. You've seen him at practice. You've seen him during the game. Yeah. It just feels like they take so long, Choppy, not just to do contracts, but to make up their mind. They're going to date you for 8 years before they drop on one knee. Not like Peyton 8 minutes.
They're on their own schedule, as Jerry would say.
Yeah.
I think they made their mind up on Dak long before they gave him the contract. They were just waiting because they can. It's a power move. I think it's a power move with them.
Do you think they're doing power move with Mike or?
No, I don't. I think they're just because here's the thing. When they moved on from Jason, they didn't announce it on Black Monday or Tuesday.
I don't know.
Wednesday,
did they ever even officially announce he's not coming back, or was it just like they hired Mike?
It was a report, right?
Very weird.
It was a report about 7 days later. It went a whole week. And the whole hiring cycle had been finished at that point.
I'm back to about 60% that he's not back. I'm swinging the other way now.
I was talking to people.
Bing bong.
I was talking to people on the beat yesterday, and they were saying the same sort of thing. Where it's like every other day, you ask me every other day, and I change my thought on whether I think he's coming back or not. Which is probably what Jerry wants. Jerry wants us all to be that confused.
Absolutely.
They've to me they made their mind up. But like you said, they like him. There's also things like they might offer him a low ball offer, right? They might want him back.
OC.
Yeah, they might want him back, but they want him back in certain circumstances.
What else is happening around the National Football League? Not just this weekend on the field, but all the other coaching and GM rumors out there. We'll get you what you need to know next.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ? And
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And, of course, last night we had some... No, actually yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
Did you love this yesterday afternoon, 3 o'clock?
I would have preferred it at like 5. 3 was a little early.
Okay.
I would have preferred it at like 5, but I'm not going to look whatever a gift horse is in the mouth.
The Fighting Irish move on over the Bulldogs.
Leonard on 3rd down and 7. Georgia needs a stop. He hurdles. Malachi Starks and has a first down.
Sean McDonough with the call on ESPN 20.
He's a beast.
He is a beast.
Oh, he's great.
And you've been tweeting this randomly. This is nerdy broadcaster stuff. It is amazing how just the same voice can fit in a different sport better than the other. Marv Albert was nothing as an NFL guy compared to NBA.
Right.
Yeah. Joe Tessitore, so much better, I think, in like boxing or fighting than he is in football. You may think he's better in college than pros.
I think he's better in college than the pro, for sure. His excitement, it's like you don't want too excited in the NFL.
Like McDonough as a Monday night guy just didn't feel as good as I loved him in baseball growing up. But baseball, college football for Sean McDonough.
Absolutely, totally agree. I think McDonough is phenomenal. There's like, you want a big game, give me Sean McDonough at the college game.
Herb Street for me. I don't like Herb Street on Thursday night football.
Much better in college.
Nothing compared to Saturday night with Fowler.
It's crazy.
Right?
It really is nuts how it works like that.
Yeah.
This is going to be something interesting to follow that you're not going to be able to get an answer to today. But you know how we talk about in Major League Baseball that the teams that have a bye, right? The teams that get the bye into the division series and don't play in the wild card round, they lose like 80% of the series. Well, teams that had a bye are 0-4 in the college playoff, and they were outscored 42-3 in the first quarter.
Wow. Rest versus rust.
So, look, these teams had about a month off. I mean, the last time Georgia played was the 5th, December 5th.
Yep.
The last time Oregon played, same day. The last time Boise played, right? Same time. Arizona State, same day.
Does that most apply to Oregon, though? Like because when you look at circumstances, obviously Carson Beck's out for Georgia. That's how they lost him, and then you've got the two others, Boise.
Hey, Carson,
and
try to show a little excitement. By the way,
there is. He can't.
Good gosh, your backup throws a touchdown, and your team scores. It makes it look like you're rooting against them. Smile, kid.
Yeah. Get that Romo look off your face when your backup scores.
He is. He's got eyes like I'm in a legalized state right now.
He's got Missouri eyes, if you know what I mean.
Sorry, go ahead.
Don't know.
Finish up your point. Meth.
Yeah, there you go. See, Sean.
All right, very nice.
Meth, Missouri. But back to the Oregon question and the starts.
Like, with Oregon, it plays. Georgia didn't, like you said, didn't have a quarterback. How is the game different if they had Carson Beck? But they were still rusty. The guy had 3. It's not like this was a 2-star recruit. It's a 5-star, 4-star, 5-star quarterback, depending on the publication you're using. He was a good player, or he's got value there. So all these teams, losing is not necessarily the end all be all for the stat for the stat, but the fact that you're outscored 42-3 in the first quarter, which is you're trying to get rid of the rust. I mean, I think that absolutely plays, and I don't know if they shrink the time off or not.
So now Notre Dame, Penn State, and then Ohio State, Texas.
Yep,
Final Four.
And Texas is now like a 6.5-point dog from what I've seen. It'll come back down, I think, a little bit. The hype of the Ohio State. I have not seen a line on Notre Dame, Penn State. I think Penn State, though, I know that Georgia's quarterback situation is a little bit weird. I think Penn State is doing jumping jacks. They're jumping around that they don't have to play Georgia. I don't think they want any part of Georgia's defense.
I don't think that Georgia kid, he's not a bum, though. He's got an arm.
Yeah.
He made a couple throws. I was like, all right, there's some zip on there. Not a total bum backup. We got some Longhorn Sun Devil fallout as Cam Skattebo reacted on social media. Someone posted a picture of him set up at a bar with friends, family, and this took me right to Nashville, Tennessee. Now that I am a Vanderbilt Commodore.
There you go. For now.
For now, yeah. Or NIL. This just looked like the setup that we had. We were staying in the Vanderbilt team hotel, and everyone just commiserates and talks right there in that lobby area.
It looked like it was the lobby bar.
Yeah, it was a lobby bar, and people are like, look, no wonder he's throwing up. That was my first thought. I was like, this guy looks like he could put down the college football kegger himself. Well, Cam had an explanation for the puking on the Dan Patrick Show.
Yeah, I think I was drinking a little too much water and Powerade. At the same time I think I ate something bad in the morning. I had a croissant breakfast sandwich, and I don't think it went down very well, and I wasn't feeling too good all the way leading up to the game. And until I threw up, I threw up and I felt like a completely different person. And after that throw up, the game switched for me and how I was playing. It was completely different for me. So it was nice. I looked down, took a deep breath, puked, took another deep breath, and then got back on the field and, played my game of football. So
the power of the puke, baby. Pull the trigger.
He's such a liar. There's no way.
He says, though,
he doesn't drink.
He says he doesn't drink. He wrote back to this Twitter photo. He wrote back to this Twitter photo. Dude's a clown. That was 8:30 p.m. I was with family. They were drinking alcohol. If you knew anything about me, I don't drink, but I'm sure you posted this because you couldn't get a picture or autograph. Man, some people just want the clout, and it's sickening.
Yeah, sickening. When was the last time bread made any of you sick? If you didn't have celiac, okay?
Bad egg.
Do you peel the little spot of mold off the bread if you find it? Like you got the final 2 pieces of bread for the sandwich, and there's a little blue mark.
It's penicillin. It's good for you.
Do you peel? You would burn down the Wonder Company.
Probably
if it was
would.
You wouldn't. No way you're peeling it off and eating it. Chop, do you do it?
I'm not eating the bread. I'm
You're not.
No.
That little piece of cheese on the corner. Oh, I'm ripping it off and moving
If it's
forward.
mold on the cheese, that might be a different story. Because
Okay.
cheese is supposed to get mold, right?
Well, not just like sit in your fridge and get moldy. No, not necessarily. But this is clearly a lie. This is clearly party too hard.
I have never heard the croissant made me sick. Maybe it was the ham on there. Maybe it was the sausage.
Yeah, the egg, the sausage, the ham, whatever, the bacon.
Or maybe the Jewel. Maybe the Jewel made him sick. Not the actual Jewel thing, but the hotel, the Jewel, or something like that. I'm not buying the story at all.
All right, let's go around the National Football League. The New York Jets are in all these headlines, Choppy, as they are interviewing Ron Rivera, interviewing Rex Ryan, and yesterday completed the GM interview of Louis Riddick, ESPN.
And they are going to do the most Jets thing of all time. They do not see any offensive candidates as standout. That's from Rich Cimini, and he's like the Todd Archery, right?
He's a good reporter
from for the ESPN from the Jets. They don't see any of the offensive candidates as standouts. I'm going to say that again. Ben Johnson is not a standout. Slowick, not a standout. Kubiak, not a standout.
Joe Brady.
They don't see any of these guys as standouts, so they're going to go the defensive coach route. And this is an organization who hasn't hired a defensive coach since Rich Kotite.
No way.
Offensive coach since Rich Kotite.
Wow.
You've had Mangini. You've had Rex. You've had
Saleh.
I mean, it's awful. It's an awful organization. They just don't hire any offensive coaches.
But Rex got his interview.
Ron Rivera got his interview. Vrabel's getting his interview today.
Vrabel's interviewing the Jets today?
Yep, that's the latest report is that Mike Vrabel will be interviewing the New York Jets today. So you might want to get on that, Cowboys, if you're interested.
Aaron Glenn is probably going to interview.
Albert Breer reports that Brian Flores, a name to watch for the Bears head coaching opening. Breer had Ben Johnson loving the Bears a long time ago. Flores was a Boston College teammate of Ryan Poles, the GM in 2003, and they have similar roots in the Belichick system. Then the big name. I had to question this because it came from one of the aggregators, but Tom Pelissero, and others are saying that Chucky is a name to watch during the upcoming cycle. Multiple teams have reportedly been doing extensive work on John Gruden.
Ooh.
Is that legit or agent leak?
No, I buy that.
There are certain teams
I think there's some people who I think there's some teams who defiantly would go, I thought John was a good coach, and he got railroaded. But let's talk to him. Let's give him a shot.
I think that Mark Davis would bring him back again.
Yeah.
If he could.
Look, I'll be honest.
Was he forced to get rid of him?
I think this team would be one of the teams that would be like, we'll talk to him. If their job came open, I think they would absolutely.
Why do you say that?
Because if anywhere, think about Jerry in general. Okay, it's an offensive coach. It's a Super Bowl winner. It's somebody who has coached recently and has been the only reason. But it wasn't like he was driven out of the league for performance. It was he was driven out of the league for something off the side. How much does Jerry love the redemption story? Jerry always tells us he's a man of redemption. And Jerry almost kind of defiantly like, ooh, you want to cause some buzz? You want to see what happens if I hire John Gruden here? an offensive mind who can work with Dak Prescott. Let's go.
And he was forced out.
Yeah, but
Mark Davis did not want to do that.
Right.
He was furious that he had to do it.
And I mean, look, there's I think Bobby's right for the Cowboys. Like Jerry can do whatever he wants. Like Jerry doesn't have to worry about perception because Jerry doesn't care about perception. Like he doesn't care. He believes all publicity is good publicity, so he can absolutely do this.
Yeah, this is one of like maybe 3 teams I think in the NFL that would think they could get away with hiring him.
So you buy it?
Yeah, I believe that there are teams that want to talk to him.
I don't think I could lose John Gruden off the Barstool content now. I'm enjoying it so much.
It's fantastic.
I have not consumed Barstool as much as when John Gruden is doing his stuff for them.
How much would you love it though if you got to interview Gruden on Friday?
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line. Drake May is expected to start for the Patriots against the Bills as we're looking at the number 1 pick. Carson Wentz is going to start for the Chiefs against the Broncos. The Broncos are still trying to get into the postseason, and the Miami Dolphins still have a shot to stay alive. It's not going to be Tua. It's going to be Huntley that's playing for them. So these are some of the playoff storylines.
So how many people? It's not just Mahomes sitting in Kansas City. It must be everybody too.
It's a 10. Denver's a 10.5.
I was gonna say
favorite.
if Denver's a 10.5 point favorite, which is the spread that I saw this morning. That's got to be there. No one's playing in that one. Yes, but come on, Carson Wentz. That's a former
Gutless.
borderline MVP.
Gutless.
Saquon Barkley went and made a couple of commercials. This is for some type of sleep aid in Unisom. And here's the Saquon commercial poking fun at the Giants owner who said he better not go to Philadelphia or I'll be losing some Z's.
I've heard you guys have some trouble sleeping lately. We got a big game coming up. You should rest up. Maybe try some Unisom. I don't need it, but you might. I'm going to sleep like a baby.
Okay, my first issue and question here is he's going, I don't need this product.
Yeah, I don't need it.
I was like, is that the wisest pitch, man? Is that the wisest endorsement? Now, they got millions and millions of views off this because of the trolling, but I was like, when's the last time someone's like, I don't use this, but you should use it? And then here's the second commercial Saquon cut.
I heard some of you were having trouble sleeping, so I wrote you a lullaby. Rockabye baby, awaken your bed as the thought of 2000 swirls in your head. It sure is tough to lose sleep over football. Not for me, though. Good night to you all.
There it is. Saquon getting a little bit. He's not going to get revenge in the form of the Eric Dickerson record, but he's getting his. My buddy yesterday texted me, you're sounding way too logical. You know, when's the last stupid take you had? You need to throw some stuff out there. Maybe this qualifies. The New York Giants still did the right thing. I am here to defend the New York Giants as the entire football world is laughing at them. We were wrong about Saquon's effectiveness. We were wrong about Derrick Henry, but I don't think we're wrong about the fit that Saquon would have been on the New York Giants this year. It's not like they didn't try to run him when he was busy getting hurt over the past few years, and he's 27. He'll be 28 in a month.
Is he going to rush for 2,000 yards with the Giants?
No.
No. Is he going to make the Giants a 13-win team?
No.
No. Was he going to take the Giants to the playoffs? Most likely no, because we've seen it before because he's tried before. He's much more valuable to Philadelphia than he is to the New York Football Giants, right? He's much more valuable. You want to.
They still made the right call.
Running backs and closers are very similar. You do not need a closer on a 100-loss team.
Yep.
You don't need a $15 million closer, and you don't need a $15 million running back on a bad football team. What is the Giants say they underestimated his leadership? Well, you had his leadership for 4 years.
Yep.
What did it get you?
Yep. Exactly.
Doesn't get you anything on a bad team.
All right. Bobby has just given me the hand signals as we were talking about the NFC East because we have a Mike McCarthy update from the NFL Insiders. We will bring it to you next during the commercial-free expressway right here on The Fan. But every single Friday, Mark, Scott, and Gene want me to tell you the same thing. They want you to have a happy and safe weekend. That comes from the Tolo team of attorneys at Frankel & Frank.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Final hour of the show. Bobby, what did you just see before we went to commercial break?
Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport have a fresh report up on the contract status of Mike McCarthy, which we've all been like, okay, season ends, and when the season ends, we're going to be in a position to know pretty quick if the Cowboys start interviewing candidates or how they're going to do this. Well, not so fast. Sources say Mike McCarthy's contract is set to expire on January 14th. Which is 9 days after the season ends for the Cowboys. That gives the Cowboys an exclusive negotiating window of a little over a week, according to NFL rules. Also serves as a soft deadline to strike a deal or potentially lose McCarthy to another job. There are 2 windows of time for McCarthy in Dallas. As soon as the regular season ends, other teams can request permission from the Cowboys to interview McCarthy for coaching positions, and Dallas can choose whether to permit him to interview or reject it. Once McCarthy's contract expires on the 14th, no permission is required, and he's free to interview in person with other teams and accept a job at any time.
Okay.
They will not do a damn thing they are going to take every last one of these next 11 days to do anything.
Yeah. They're going to drag this out, and they're not going to permit him to interview with another team. Which it's like, if they're not going to bring him back, just say you're not going to bring him back and let him interview. You know, like the whole waiting game.
Freeze him out.
Like,
if that's the case.
If that's the case, like, what does that do? Like, what does that get you?
Isn't it weird, though, that January 14th would be the expiration of the contract? What if the Cowboys What if the Cowboys went to the Super Bowl? We would have had a coach with an expiring deal.
So
weeks
it's like,
before the Super Bowl.
Players don't get paid for the playoffs; they get a stipend, right?
Well, the language of the contract, I'm sure, would say something like expires January 14th or 1 day past the end of the season, or something. I'm sure it's like whichever comes last, kind of thing.
I hate Tom Pelissero for probably getting the word from McCarthy. Hey, release this after my final interview on the radio. This came out 15 minutes ago instead of 1 hour ago when we could have asked Mike about it. So summarize this for us, Bobby. What does this mean? What should we take from this?
I mean, I would take from
What's
this.
surprising about it?
So everybody's assumption to this point, I think, has been that his contract was expiring on Monday or Tuesday, and that we would have some sort of movement, whether it be the Cowboys interviewing coaches or other teams approaching McCarthy for an interview or something that would be indicative of where are they heading. This right now means that we could still have that if Dallas grants permission to do certain things or if Dallas makes a decision on their own. But this right here says the Cowboys, and knowing the way that Jerry and the Cowboys have operated, if they so choose, they don't have to give us any indication on anything they're doing until at least a week and a half after the season ends. Which is probably what they'll do because that's how they operate.
They stay in the news,
and so we'll just be sitting here for 9 days.
Other people, unless you've already
got a handshake, unless you know you're going to keep Mike.
Yep.
You know, like the longer this thing drags out, the longer it goes. Let's say it goes to the 14th, and Vrabel's off the board, and this guy and that guy.
Better for Mike.
Or it's much better for Mike.
Or if we get to the 14th and Vrabel for some reason has not taken a job and Vrabel's just sitting there, it's like, okay, well, there's something potentially lingering there. All right. Vrabel would want this job, 100%. He would want the Cowboys job.
I think he would want it, but I don't think it's his first choice.
I think his first choice isn't going to come open. Ohio State's not going to fire Ryan Day.
New England.
I don't think New England's his first choice.
I mean, that's what the reports say.
That's Barstool. No,
I don't think it's Barstool.
Well, then cite me who said it.
I'm telling you, Mike Vrabel has told people for a year he would be interested in Dallas. Like this is
interested in it and not having it as like his number one is totally different.
Yeah, But would you rather have the Patriot job than this one?
If I'm Mike Vrabel,
you would
absolutely.
Just because
I know the organization.
Just you played there.
It's a more stable organization. It's a better organization.
Could have a better quarterback situation. Could.
You want to go somewhere where they ran out Belichick and fired a former player after 1 year rather than Dallas where they will hold on to Mike McCarthy for the entirety of his 5-year contract?
I'd rather be the guy to replace the guy. I'm sorry. I'd rather be the guy that replaces the guy that replaced the guy.
Don't you think a lot of people would probably vote New England as a better place to work?
Oh, no, not right now. No, I think a lot of people view New England as a ton of turmoil. New England's developing a reputation as use and abuse people without any loyalty.
Well, yeah, but
No, I mean that's. I'm just telling you, like around the league.
I know, but no one cried any tears for the Belichick departure and exit.
Sure, I don't mean just personal. I mean players too. Like for instance, for years, people leave New England and have just an absolutely bitter taste in their mouth about it, and that's consistently.
But was
been
that because of Bill?
No, a lot of times
Bill was the one like, all right, see you later, cutthroat,
sure,
bye bye.
In that sense
Where
too.
can we dump
But
your body?
A lot of people view Kraft as an extension of that, and Kraft being just as cutthroat and difficult, and it's just. They were working in tandem so often, and then when they weren't, it became cutthroat for Bill. But yeah, they have historically been used as or looked at as a team that uses players, uses coaches, and makes things difficult for them.
So you think this is a better job than there?
Yeah, and I think Vrabel would want this job over the Patriots.
877-881-1053. I am going to stamp that as a Bobby Belt report that Mike Vrabel would definitely be interested. As took a while to get it out of Bobby. We've been knowing it behind the scenes, but he finally came out and just said it. All right, we got Cowboys Commanders. We can pick the game if you want, whatever, 8 o'clock. But I think what's more interesting, RJ Choppy, end of the season, now stacking up the entire NFC East.
All right, so coach, GM, quarterback, ownership.
Okay.
Those are 4 categories. So we can rank these. You get 4 points for the number 1, and you get 1 point for being number 4, and then you guys can fill in the blank on what happens with number 2 and number 3.
So it's coach, GM, quarterback, and what?
Owner.
Coach, GM, quarterback, ownership.
Okay.
Love it.
So let's try and see where the Cowboys stack up in the NFC East.
Okay.
Ownership. You got Jerry, you got Lurie, you got Josh, and you got Mara.
You're not top 2.
No.
I'm going to put Josh and Lurie 1, 2. Oh, I guess we have to decide for the point system. Who's the best owner in the East, Bobby? I guess right now I'll say Lurie.
I agree. I think we have it all. I think you and I have it the same. I've got Philly.
So that means we have to give Philly 4 points?
Yeah.
Okay.
Philly and then Washington, and dead last to me is Mara.
Okay. I'll agree with that. So the Cowboys get 2 points. Cowboys have the third best ownership, we'll say, in the division.
Okay. I have Mara 4, Josh 3rd. I have Jerry first. Jerry's the best owner in the division. He's the worst GM, but he's the best owner.
The owner would be in charge of
the GM,
hiring the GM. So that would automatically.
Ownership to me is you're in charge of everything.
Why is he the best owner?
I mean, Jerry Stolz, the buck stops with him on everything. So he answers for all that.
Yeah, but don't listen to what Jerry says.
I mean, do you think that there's anything that doesn't end with Jerry's decision?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that don't end with Jerry's decision. Maybe not for the coach.
So why do you think he's the best owner?
I mean, they've the most consistent team for 20 years, right? There's nobody has been a more consistent, successful team for 20 years.
Okay.
They also, I mean, look, ownership is money is part of the ownership. Brand is a part of the ownership.
No doubt.
So, I mean, like he's going to be probably the worst GM of the bunch.
Okay.
All right, but I'm separating the two.
Do we definitively say they've been better over 20 years than the Eagles?
Philly?
I don't think so.
Well, Philadelphia has had rebuilds. Cowboys haven't had rebuilds.
The Eagles have finished with fewer than 7 wins twice in 20 years.
And the only time the Cowboys have done it is when their quarterback's gotten hurt.
But
and the
they have
Cowboys
a
have been to
title.
they've won a Super Bowl and they've lost a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but that's 2 years. I like for 20 years. I'm going back to 2004 here.
All right, they're his own ratings. Go ahead.
Next one. Coaching. You got Sirianni, you got Quinn, you got McCarthy, you got Daboll.
Well, I have to put Daboll last.
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear Bobby's 1, 2, 3 here. God, I can't give that douche the top credit in Philadelphia.
Number 4 is Dallas. Just kidding. Relax.
Are you going D?
I'm going Dan Quinn's number 1.
Oh.
I don't think that's controversial.
I don't think so either.
I think Dan Quinn's number 1. Sirianni 2. McCarthy, Daboll.
McCarthy's 3rd for you. Dan Quinn is 1 for me. Mike McCarthy is 2 for me. Sirianni is 3 for me, just because I believe McCarthy would have a more consistent culture than Sirianni. Sirianni may be a better X's and O's coach. I don't really know. But it's a roller coaster, like separations, Big Dom, all that stuff. So Sirianni, to me, I know it sounds crazy. I have him as number 3 in the division.
I changed my mind. I'm with you. I'll put McCarthy 2.
McCarthy, I put him as the second best coach behind Dan Quinn. What's Siri think?
Yeah, Siri. I don't know what Siri wanted to think there. You guys are nuts. Sirianni's easily the best coach. I'm
not going to insult it. I mean, his run of success, but you're putting aside the Eagles' success for the owner argument, but you're not doing it for the coach.
It's a smaller window. It's 3 years.
Okay.
I think Dan Quinn's a boob. I can't stand Dwayne. I'm so glad the Cowboys didn't hire him.
What?
I think he's an absolute boob.
Why?
I don't.
That feels like a take to have a take. I don't understand
because he has a backwards hat, Cowherd.
I mean, look. The head coach he dresses like a moron. He's not CEO-y, but he was a disaster in Atlanta.
A disaster. He should have won the Super Bowl.
Should have won the. What happened after that? They were a train wreck every year.
Okay.
I mean, they hung on too long there.
What about this first year here?
Great, because he got a quarterback.
Okay, well, he had a Hall of Fame in your mind guy in Matt Ryan.
Yeah, and they did well.
Okay.
And then the moment that Matt started his decline, Dan Quinn wasn't good enough to get him out of it.
All right, so what are your ratings? Dan's the worst?
No. Dayball's the worst.
Okay.
Then Dan, then Mike, and then Sirianni by a milli. Sirianni by more than what Texas should have beat Arizona State by.
Okay. And what besides Sirianni, or you just point to the records?
With Sirianni?
Yeah. What do you like?
Oh, I love his attitude. I love the culture he actually. I do love his culture.
Okay.
I love it. I love toxic.
I was going to say.
Yeah, I love
that's
that.
what that is.
Yeah, I love that. I absolutely love that. It's got such bad boy Piston vibes. I love it.
Oh my. NFC East rankings, the RJ Choppy scale, as only Ralph can do here on the Expressway.
Yeah, but Rick Mahorn didn't foul Bill Laimbeer all the time. That's where that's different.
Yeah, no, you're right.
All right.
General manager, you got Howie, You got Adam Peters in Washington. You got Jerry, and you got Joe Shane.
Howie's 1. Peters is 2. Again, this is very convenient to do after a first-year playoff thing, but I've heard plenty from the DC people about Peters. Jerry is 3, and Shane is 4.
I got the same, except flip Howie, that fraud, and make Adam Peters the number 1 GM in the division.
Why?
Because I believe in general the San Francisco team building philosophy and how it's worked out, and Peters comes from that, and it's already clicking into place in Washington. Whereas Howie, I think, makes so many different volumes of moves. Everybody was like, "Oh, Howie, that madman, he's done it again." And then when you go back and look back, about half the things that people are bitching about when Howie does them is like, "Why couldn't we do that?" They blow up in his face.
The Chris Ballard of the NFC.
They keep going forward.
Howie's best trait is that he will recognize an error and move on from it immediately. Like he did with Wentz, right? He recognized that there was a bad sign and moved on from it. I have the same as Sean. I got Philly 1, Washington 2, then the Cowboys and the Giants.
Ooh, I'm surprised that with the Cowboys' success and record and regular season wins, you have Jerry that low.
I don't like their team building philosophy. It's going to sound crazy. Their team building philosophy is just find the best player. Right? I just want good players. That's a great way to get to the postseason. It's a terrible way to try to win in a salary cap era because you've got to find players at positions that matter, right? And it doesn't matter whether the player's good at defensive tackle. It doesn't matter how good they are. Just find a league average guy, you'll be fine. So I don't care for their team building philosophy, even though they make the playoffs. And now you got quarterback. You got Hurts, Daniels, Dak, and Daniel Jones.
Well, Daniel Jones isn't even on their roster.
Well, true, but I don't know who else they had. They Drew Lock,
whoever the number 1 pick is.
Whoever the number, yeah.
The Giants are last.
Do that. Do pick, yeah.
I mean, you don't have to put the Giants last.
Yeah,
you could say they're going to have Cam Ward or Shador
last.
Okay,
all right. So you're putting the Giants last.
Oh gosh, who wants to go first? This is painful.
Dallas goes first.
Dallas has the best quarterback.
Yeah. It's for me, it's Dallas, Washington, Philly, Giants. Jaden Daniels is better than I thought he was going to be.
Yes, he is. The issue is that Washington has the cheat code right now. They're the only one in the division that has the cheat code. The Giants are about to have it.
The rookie contract.
And that is the rookie contract quarterback. That's an NFL cheat code.
Yeah, Daniel Jones was such a cheat code for the Giants. Like, if you're good,
they went to the playoffs. Like he's bad. And he was cheap enough that they still went to the postseason. Like, that's the cheat code, right? That's the cheat code that you're looking for.
They never were a contender, though.
They were never a contender, but like I'm saying is he was so cheap that you were able to get a good enough roster around him to make the playoffs.
What's your quarterback order?
I would put it as Philly, Washington, Dallas, and the Giants.
Oh, I like it. I will go Giants, worst situation. The second worst situation is Philadelphia. Then Jaden, second. Dak, 1 until he completely falls apart physically. So I'm going to go Dak, the best quarterback in the division. Watch the fan text blow up off this. 877-881-1053.
By the way, this is, even though Dak is number 1 in the division, that is definitely up for debate heading into next year, where you don't know how he's going to bounce back health-wise. Like if he gets hurt again, now you're talking about he's broken.
With my ratings, the Washington Commanders have the best situation in the NFC East. The Eagles have the second best. The Cowboys have the third best. And then the Giants are dead last in every single category. So it goes 13, 12, 11, and then 4 for me in my rankings. And I can't believe I somehow didn't have Philly come out on top of everything. 13, 12, 11, 4. Washington, Philly, Dallas, the Giants.
I got Washington with 14 points, Philly and Dallas tied with 11, and then the Giants with 4.
I have Philly with 15 running away. Cowboys with 11, Washington with 10, and then the Giants with, I guess, 4. They're so bad.
We all had 4. And they're the Pittsburgh,
I know,
Green Bay model.
I know.
The family.
They are.
The consistency.
They try to be
not
it.
Flash.
They've screwed it up. And this is this is where like
they're supposed to be the definition of stable.
The Giants back in like the late 70s, Pete Rozelle went up and said, "Fix your franchise. Like your franchise sucks. We need New York to be good." And they went and they hired George Young and they hired Bill Parcells. I don't see Goodell doing the same thing that Rozelle used to do to all the franchises. Fix your franchise. Roger doesn't do that. He doesn't care.
Tolo Chris said, no one in the National Football League. I'm glad you borrowed that point from me from a couple months ago.
Did you say that?
No, yeah, because Lombardi said that. I relayed it from the GM Shuffle. No one in the National Football League would take this. Tolo Chris. Sean and Bobby, terrible opinions from Barkley. No one in the NFL would take Dak over Daniels for now or the next few years. Look, I'm not.
It's the contract.
I'm not worried about the contract. I'm just trying to decide like next year if healthy. Obviously, for the future, I'm taking Jaden. And if you want to take Jaden next year, I'm not going to fight you on that. I don't feel great about my quarterback rankings. And you can make an argument for Hurts as well. The Hurts thing is just going back and forth on whether he can throw it well enough for me.
The thing with Jaden is, C.J. Stroud did have a little bit of a slump this year, sophomore slump.
Yeah,
a significant one.
Like it's totally plausible that happens to Jaden next year.
Of course,
and. The league adjusts, and now it's on you to adjust. This is going to happen to every player that isn't like Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Right? You're just going to have...
And Joey Gallo's career.
Although Patrick Mahomes was not great this year either. Missed out on the Pro Bowl.
All right. Very good exercise. Cowboys, Commanders, Sunday, 9 a.m. pregame kickoff at noon. Let's get to the junk.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin'! This is where we clean up everything from the holidays and the week here, Friday edition. Commercial-free Expressway on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. And we're going to start with Chris Strong in for Peyton Russell as old Spy Peyton, Spy Pate, went by and was snooping and being nosy and broke the news to us that Chris Strong is the next to leave 105.3 The Fan.
What?
Why? Where are you going?
We were always going to get... I knew we would always get 6 solid shows a year. Because Chris would step in and cover those 6 every time Peyton would miss because of a game.
What's happening?
I'm hitting the transfer portal to go to number 1, Eugene, Oregon, with my girlfriend. We're going 4 days. I'm born and
raised. You go for 4 days and you're quitting the Fan?
We're 4-day drive. 4-day drive all the way over, and
stop in Moab.
Stop in Moab, maybe stop in California somewhere.
What's in Oregon?
Oregon, well, a full-time gig, ideally, out there for
radio.
Me. I'm hoping for a radio gig. I don't have anything lined up yet over there, but
these kids.
But why are you?
So my girlfriend does have a full-time opportunity over there, so that's pretty great for us. And it's a region that we've loved growing up. So, yeah, making the move.
Are you from there?
No, I have family up in Washington State, but no one in Oregon. So,
have you gotten any feedback from Gavin Dawson yet about like the great places to do yoga or anything like that?
Yeah, I got good yoga places. The minor league hockey teams out there from Spitz, but yeah, I mean it's a big change for me. So, but we're living right across from the campus, right off Oregon, and so I was pretty bummed with Ohio State pulling through.
Do you have an umbrella?
I have multiple umbrellas.
I can tell you.
That's a man-car violation unless you're 60.
I can tell you, and I'm sure he was going to here shortly, but I can tell you, Chris, that this was very disappointing news to Sean Sharif.
Yeah. I don't compliment everyone who leaves here.
Especially now you're going to have Russ as the backup.
Be memorable.
Ross, I think.
It doesn't matter.
Nice. Be memorable, be nice. Oh, yeah, there's a little punk who came up to me, and I can't remember how it happened. We were at a bar, and I think I offered to buy the guy a drink, and I was like, you look familiar. Maybe he came up to me, and I was like, what's your name again? And then he wrote me this long, sad DM of, I had my feelings hurt. You didn't know who I was. I had to ask me even while you're buying me the drink. And I wrote back, well, the life lesson in this is you should be more memorable.
Be more memorable.
You know?
Yeah.
Be better.
If that means you got to get funky hairstyle,
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
A Reuben earring.
Yeah. A Reuben earring. Reuben's earring is amazing because he changes which one is the dangly one.
I know.
You never know which one's coming in.
That girlfriend shook his life up.
Oh, it did, man.
Damn, she shook him up.
Yeah, I think the mustache game is taking a big fall, though, at the station, if we're being real.
When are you leaving?
I'm leaving the 15th, so last day is the 12th. Got some weekend shows, got some TSN reports to do.
So what have you scouted in terms of like, is it radio first for you out there?
Radio first. So I've looked into Oregon athletics, and I'm big into running, which that's known for being a track
Prefontaine.
town. Steve Prefontaine.
Do they have sports talk stations out there?
They have on the AM side. They do for it's not an Odyssey station, but they do have a sports station as well.
All right, you applied. You try to.
Yeah, I've applied, but I'm looking more for a 9-to-5 or like full timer gig. So
how far from Portland is this?
It's 2 hours south. 2 hours south of Portland. So I'll be taking the Amtrak up. Love my trains. I'll take my trains up to Portland.
Well, look,
I love my trains too.
I thought you were very, very good at your job. Incredible attitude, positive 110% of the time. Always willing to learn. Upbeat attitude. Very good. Model employee, in my opinion. Whenever people like you leave, I do say it sucks for the company. Sometimes I want to blame the company. I can't this time. I blame your girlfriend. But if we had a lot more Chris Strongs, we'd be even better than we are.
Never rattled.
I'm gonna cut that.
Yeah, exactly. Send that to Oregon.
Send that to film night.
Never rattled. Doesn't get it. It's easy for guys to let problems stack up on top of problems because it can get overwhelming and never gets rattled. So. It sucks because I always felt like I knew that we would get something reliable a couple times, and now we're just going to have to rely on Peyton all the time.
That's why Peyton probably took off today. He's helping. People are expecting Bobby to help McCarthy pack. Peyton is at Chris's apartment packing his ass up.
This is by far the most impactful departure from the city of Dallas we're getting on January 15th is Chris Strong, for sure.
True. Yes. I mean, the last day on the fan could be the same as Mike McCarthy.
There we go.
All right, so Chris, we bid adieu. Well done.
Cheers.
And let Bobby know if you need anything else. 877-881-1053, the junk drawer here on 105 The Fan.
I found our next show bet payoff.
Oh, baby.
There is the most haunted hotel in the state of Texas is up for sale. And they do not currently allow you to stay there, but they do allow you to stay there if you're doing paranormal activity research.
Right? I can't imagine why their business model didn't work.
Yes.
You're not allowed to stay at the hotel.
Yes, the Old Park Hotel, built in 1886, the most haunted hotel in the state, and it's up for sale.
Where is it?
It's in Ballinger, which is like South Abilene, so it's a couple hours away. But it's this is the next show bet payoff.
Ooh, I say I'll do it.
Because you don't believe in ghosts.
I don't believe in ghosts.
You're like the judge in Ghostbusters 2.
But then I do believe, like, if you're in the house yourself and it's 10 p.m. and you hear anything,
right?
You might start like that San Francisco hotel. When I did go to the room after we went in that elevator, I was freaked out a little bit when I felt like my initials were carved into the elevator.
Yeah, they were. The inside of the elevator said Sean Sharif.
I think it was like SOS.
SOS or SS?
I don't remember.
I think it was.
But it was something where I was like, that's not common.
Yeah, especially because it was the same way he writes his S's on his signature.
Was that really that?
No, it wasn't.
Oh. It was something related to my name, and I'm like, that's not common.
That's not common. That's not common. It was very weird, that hotel.
You know what they do? They probably look at your name on the check-in sheet, and they go and carve it into the elevator before you go.
I'd tell myself that, too. That's
what I'll sign up for it. I'll sign up for the March Madness, next show bet payoff. We can do it.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that.
Okay. You're not scared of that stuff?
No, not really. It's never gotten to me like that. Like,
so do you believe in ghosts?
No.
And where do we stay in OKC?
I don't remember the name of the hotel, but it was right across the street from their arena, whatever it's called, whatever their arena is.
Yeah.
It was right across the street from it. It was like a haunted place.
All right. There it is. It's up for sale. Does it say the price, by the way?
I don't see the price.
Okay.
On here now.
All right. I found my new favorite athlete, Magnus Carlsen. Now, you're familiar with Magnus Carlsen. Do you know who this is? Nope. This is a real athlete.
It does sound like a weightlifter's name, Magnus Carlsen.
This is a mental athlete. Magnus Carlsen is the world's #1 chess player.
Oh, the jeans guy. This is the jeans guy.
This is me. This is my kind of dude. Magnus Carlsen shows up to a chess tournament. He is the world's #1 chess player. He is this this savant. He was this from a very young age, like Tiger Woods of chess, just brought up to be a chess player. Well, he is the chess grandmaster, and he was defending his title at the World Rapid and Blitz Chess Championships in New York when an incident occurred. Officials said Magnus Carlsen had broken the dress code regulations by wearing jeans. They asked him to change, but he refused. The governing body issued the reigning champion a $200 fine, and Carlsen, the world champion between 2013 and 2023, said he had a lunch meeting before the round and had to change quickly. He said, I put on a shirt, jacket, and honestly, I didn't even think about jeans, even changed my shoes. I didn't even think about it. First of all, I got, which is a fine. But he goes in there, he says he switches into jeans, and after they were being so petty about it, he's like, all right, well, I'm not changing. I'm just leaving.
That is so Bobby.
And he quits. I would absolutely
He quit the tournament?
Yeah, he quit. He left. He was like, all right, well, then I'm just not playing.
And what is the dress code supposed to be? Dress pants?
Yeah, you're supposed to wear slacks. And he was like, no, I'm wearing jeans. I got a sport coat on. I've got a button down. I came from lunch. I'm wearing jeans.
What's worse, that or the Wimbledon white?
Yeah, the Wimbledon white is...
Do you, respect it?
I guess I respect it. Yeah, you got a dress code, right? That country club has a dress code.
Okay.
It's like when I went to play congressional. Their rule is, gentlemen, remove your cover. That's what it says on the outside.
Remove your cover?
Your hat.
Oh, not your white mask like Augusta?
Yeah, you got to take your hat off when you enter.
No, they want you to keep the white mask on.
Yeah. When you enter the building, you got to take your hat off. Like, that's their rule.
Light your torch.
Yeah, that's God. That's their rule at congression. Take your hat off. So you got to adhere to it. So I respect that.
But I respect anybody who just blows off a dress code like that. As somebody who wore Converse and jeans and a polo to my brother's wedding.
Yeah, but you wear a formal
outfit
to the randoms.
Yeah.
Hey, don't make him call it again on you. She roasted you pretty good last time.
She did. Was that Cam?
Cat.
Not
Cam Scattaboo.
Formal. Man, you see, Will Chambers uses his tux like once a month.
God, he's so desperate. He's so desperate to wear that stupid tux. He's like cheesing. He's like, I'm going out for New Year's, and he's the only one wearing a tux.
He's the only one wearing a tux.
Well, man, you missed the.
He's gonna be buried in that thing.
You missed the greatest crosstalk since Alec telling us he was a drug courier.
Oh man,
when Sean sat here and just basically played psychologist with Will about why are you single? Why is no woman
he was
wifed
great
you
with
up
the answers.
yet? Yeah, he was very
That's the
introspective.
first thing Spittle sat me down. He said that was a great crosstalk.
Yeah, it was very personal.
It was very good. You think you have the GOAT? I have the GOAT.
Oh,
it is the Texas cheerleader who poisoned her rival's goat.
Oh, yeah.
The 17-year-old cutthroat psycho out of Austin, Aubrey Van Landingham. She was a cheerleader, president of the Futures Farmers of America, and apparently she was so competitive, she poisoned her rival's goat in order to go ahead and win her contest or be the queen of the goats.
Yeah.
You saw this?
Yeah, she tricked the goat, thinking she was gonna give the goat meal.
That was bad. That was just bad.
Facing the prospect of up to 2 years in prison if convicted of poisoning 6-month-old Willie twice over a 3-day period, she showed no remorse. She told the police, "I don't like cheaters." and all I can look at is I'm looking at this girl like the type of psycho attraction that people will have of that similar feeling, and she just like this little brunette who was like, "I don't care. It doesn't matter." She injected the farm animal with pesticide at the school's barn facility, leaving him bellowing in pain before dying in the 15-year-old owner's arms.
Twice in 3 days, which means she did it. And she was like,
she went back and injected.
This is not
again.
enough.
Yeah.
He needs another dose.
Yeah, she needs another dose of
he needs a booster.
They caught the Google search.
A booster.
How much bleach?
Take some of this Pfizer, Willie.
How much bleach kills a goat? And she named the goat Kelsey afterwards.
Oh my God!
If goats,
this goat won't die. Something's go to give.
RJ's not going to stop until we laugh.
Nope.
He's not going to laugh. Bobby's cough is acting up.
So this was it. What did he die of? Poisoning or myocarditis?
All right, that's enough.
She's gonna show up at America's Goat Talent.
It's good luck in Oregon. Good luck. You'll be leaving.
This happened around Christmas time. She's really humbug.
The 5 things RJ needs to see on Sunday, and all 5 are the same thing. Cowboys Commanders preview is only we can do it next on the Fan. And of course, I have to be.
Here we go again.
No. Can we get to different animal talk here with Hurtado? Of course, I would have Hurtado barbecue. I bet Brandon could cook this as well. HurtadoBBQ.com with the new location coming to downtown Dallas. They have the brand new one in Mansfield, mine in Arlington, and of course the spot in Fort Worth for the barbecue platter. It's too cold. We got the cold front coming. You don't need to be sitting outside messing with that wood and messing with all the temperatures. Stop by Hurtado. Let my guys Jay and Tolo Eric and get the best turkey in the Metroplex. Go ahead and get your monster dino beef ribs. And for the love of you.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
WSecurity.com.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Cowboys, Commanders, Sunday, 9 o'clock pregame, kickoff at noon. I think it's the first time, maybe ever, I've had a little bit of relief that a Cowboys season is going to end. I'm looking forward to the rest of the NFL games. Anyone else have that?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the playoffs
because I said this the other day when you were out. This feels like, for me, the longest Dallas Cowboys season that I can remember. Bobby said it felt short and quick. That's what she said. But the Cleveland game feels like 3 years ago.
Oh man, that's interesting. I think it's gone quick.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's gone. For me, it's felt it. Maybe I'm getting more into football, and you're leaving. You're on
I'm
the way
not
out.
leaving, but you're definitely getting more in.
Are you finally watching more football than
That's
Sean?
right, absolutely.
As much.
Yeah, I will say this. I've been really the last 2 or 3 weeks of the NFL season have feel like they've dragged on a little bit.
Yeah,
because college has been so important because of the playoff, and the NFL has put some real crap games out there. Even though they've been on like every damn day, it seems like the NFL has been on almost every night over the last 2 weeks. There's been some bad games.
Why did the NFL not flip Ravens, Browns, and Steelers, Bengals?
What do you mean?
Like, why not have Bengals and Steelers play earlier in the day before the Ravens play?
Because that will that determine the Bengals' outcome?
No, the
Bengals Steelers is Monday Night Football.
No, it's
no,
Saturday.
but Baltimore's not clinched the division yet.
Okay,
and so if Baltimore wins this game, they clinch the division, which means then Pittsburgh has nothing to play for. Cincinnati's still playing for something, but Pittsburgh has nothing to play for if Baltimore wins earlier in the day.
Oh, Bengals Steelers is like a Monday Night Football presentation. It's on Saturday night.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And so earlier in the day on Saturday, they'll already have Baltimore play.
I don't know if you can flex those. I think you can only flex Sunday night.
I would think the league could adjust times, though.
I don't know. Contact the league. Cowboys, Commanders.
I do have those connections.
No, you really don't.
Yeah, I think it has to be that they're going to be on the same network, right? They'll probably be on.
All right, Chop, let's get your preview for Sunday and the 5 things that you want to see.
All right, 5 things I want to see. 5 totally different things that I want to see. Number 1, I want to see Trey Lance. I want to see what he can do with players that are actually NFL caliber.
You want to see just how bad it can get.
Right. Number 2, I want to see Trey Lance.
By the way, when you hear McCarthy with us at 8:40, and we asked him about Trey Lance, it felt like he was searching for positives.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't it?
Yeah.
Am I the only one? It felt like he was, his fundamentals are better.
Yep.
Like he must be as bad as we saw in preseason and training camp.
Yep. So number 1, Trey Lance with players. Number 2, I want to see Trey Lance and what he has against players that are NFL caliber.
Oh!
Right? Preseason, those aren't NFL players. Those are practice squad guys. So Trey Lance with players, Trey Lance against players.
Probably 10 interceptions then.
Number 3, I want to see Trey Lance. I want to see if the 4th-round pick was a complete waste or a total waste.
Okay.
All right, which kind of waste was that 4th-round pick they gave for him? Number 4, I want to see Trey Lance. I want to see what Mike McCarthy could do to develop a young quarterback. That's what I really want to see. And then number 5.
I think we've seen it. He's not on the field.
I want to see no punts. I want to see no field goals. I want to see no extra points. I don't want Brandon Aubrey to dress. I don't want whoever the punter is to dress anger. Don't want him to dress either. Okay? I want to see just go for it. There's no point. If they go out there and they kick a field goal to cut it a 14 zip game to 14-3, I'm going to be like, come on, what are we doing out here? No punts, no field goals, no extra points. Just go.
Anything you want to preview? I have my big statement on the game, but you can do your Bobby film room preview of whatever you want first.
I mean,
what's Washington playing for?
Washington could go up a seed. Like, they can avoid playing Philadelphia is basically what they can do. And Joe Witt yesterday or 2 days ago was like, oh, we absolutely got something to play for. Which, I mean, gosh, that was his MO here in Dallas with people is like, oh, that's football guy, like Mr. like toughness, and let's, this is what we need, this is what we want. And so no surprise that he'd be talking that way. But
the spread right now is 6. Over under is 43.5.
That was 3 at the start, so it moved another 3 points after that. But I'm going to be interested to see if Cooper Rush plays just from the incentive standpoint, I will say I thought Mike McCarthy was good this morning. I don't know that I totally buy he didn't know that Cooper Rush maybe has an incentive that he's playing for.
Explain the incentives.
So if Cooper Rush basically plays, the Cowboys would need to play essentially 65 snaps in the game on Sunday. If they play 65 plays, Cooper Rush would need to play all of them to get to 55% of the snaps for the team this year. When he gets to 55%, he basically gets a $250,000 raise because he's already hit the $250,000 incentive for 45% of team playing time. He's got another one that if he plays 55% of the team snaps in the season, he gets $500,000. And that builds. That's not like $250 plus $500. And so it's an extra $250 that he could get. And if they don't let him out there to get it, that would be a little bit problematic. But do they want to see something with Trey Lance?
Let's predict the Trey Lance playing time. What are they going to do with it?
What's the score at halftime?
I don't know.
He plays
14-6, Washington.
He'll play 8 snaps.
I know they've genuinely.
Who will?
Trey.
Okay.
I know they've genuinely discussed it this week. Like they're genuinely internally trying to figure out if he was going to start this week. I'm going to go ahead and say he does start.
He starts.
That's my guess.
How much money has Cooper Rush made in his career?
That's a good question. I don't know, $8-9 million probably.
Because Cooper sounds like the kind of guy that, like, if he's made $10-15 million in his career, he might, and he's going to play next year. He strikes me as the kind of guy like they'd be like, dude, let him play. I'm going to get $250,000 anyway. My $500,000.
$9 million. He's made $9 million throughout his 7 years.
I can see him doing that.
I'll guess it's split in the first half, second half.
I could see Dallas, honestly.
Does it make them look really bad if Lance plays the second half and Rush doesn't hit the bonus?
Yes, I think so. So I think.
Now, what if Cooper comes out and says after the game, I told him to go put Trey and give him some playing time?
Sure, but I mean, I think they would have already had that established in their mind, and they don't want the optics of that, so they would just start Trey. And they'd say, you know what? There's not even a guarantee. There have been a couple times we only got 60 plays in this season, so there's no guarantee. We don't know. So I think that's how they would play it.
All right, I'm not going to pick a winner. I don't care. Well, I do care, but I don't care to analyze it and break it down.
I care. I'm not shaving my head.
Oh, well, that's what I'm about to get to, and I don't know if RJ Choppy's fully aware. I just want the Cowboys to lose. I want the Cowboys to lose for many reasons. Number one, for the draft pick. Tankathon has them at number 13 right now. They are tied with Indianapolis and Arizona with 7-9 records. Indianapolis picks 12, Cowboys 13, Arizona 14. I want the Cowboys to lose because of that. Number two, I want the Cowboys to lose because, RJ, just a refresher and a reminder, if the Cowboys lose, Bobby Belt has to shave his head bald live on the show.
What was the bet? 7-10?
I said they wouldn't win more than 7 games.
Which you really, I want to give you a little bit of a break on this because you, along with some people on G-Bag, I can't remember who exactly said what, for you to say that the season would be this bad, now you got the benefit of Dak getting hurt, but they sucked with Dak. You look really good from a Cowboy prediction standpoint because it's just very easy and chalky to say 10-11, 10-11, 10-11 wins, but someone on G-Bag went out of their way as well. So I dislike, but I also love that you're going to get punished if they end up losing. You didn't have to say that low of a win total. You could have given yourself like even another win and been right about predicting an under 500 season. But with a win, bald Bobby.
Okay. So they have to win.
Dallas has to win in order for me to shave my head.
Okay, so they get to 8 wins, Bobby shaves his head.
Yeah.
I get you.
So you're going to be pulling hard for the Cowboys on Sunday.
Well, yeah.
You would love that.
I also pulling hard because...
Oh, wait, that doesn't make sense in my list of reasons why I want the Cowboys to lose. So I need the Cowboys... Oh, man.
You win.
Is one of you going to do it, by the way, or are we going to bring somebody in here to shave my head?
Because if they pick 16th versus 12th, you're just paying Ashton Genty 4 slots lower of money.
I would still rather the Cowboys, even with Bobby's head getting bald, I would still rather the Cowboys lose the game. I want the draft pick because the third thing and the most important thing is leave no doubt and any excuse for Jerry and Steven to keep things the same. Not that this game is probably going to have any effect anyway, but if they somehow won 30-13 any little nugget, any little crumb that they could use to keep the culture in place, that is what I've been fighting against the most. Team Tank has not been number 1, number 2, number 3 about the draft pick. It has been about knowing that your way of doing things isn't good enough for a Super Bowl. Okay? The Metroplex has not, maybe the last month changed it with Bobby's rant. The Metroplex doesn't care about your 12-win seasons and your first-round playoff berth. No one cares. It doesn't mean anything. Maybe for you and your relevance and your merchandise and your ticket sales and your attendance, maybe it does. The fans don't care. And that is what I've been fighting against the most throughout the year. So I'll pick Washington, but I definitely want the Cowboys to lose. That's my number one thing.
Is there anything that can occur in this game on Sunday you think that impacts McCarthy's future?
Yeah, if they win 33-6.
Do you think that would sway Jerry if he's really on the fence?
I don't know if it sways. Like, it could have a potential impact. Like I said, if they haven't made their mind up, it's ridiculous. It's malpractice.
If he starts, let's consider this. He starts Trey Lance. Trey Lance goes out there and...
Who starts him, Jerry or Mike?
Mike. Okay. Mike starts Trey Lance. Let's say Trey Lance goes out here. They win the game 42-6.
Yeah.
Trey Lance goes 25 of 30, 415 yards and 5 touchdowns. It's like...
So we landed on the moon again.
Like you do something
Did
like
we land
that.
the first time?
All right.
In a Hollywood parking lot.
Why haven't we gone back?
When you watch, if you see him do something like that, would something that aggressive be enough to get into Jerry's head of like, oh my gosh, look what he developed Trey? Could he do something more? What else could he do with this offense? Maybe there is some hope here. Would it have to be something that extreme to maybe tilt it?
No.
I think, look,
because
I
that's not possible because Trey would have started, if they would have developed them, like he would have started these past
He's just a gamer, Sean. He's just a gamer.
Oh, lights came on.
He's just a gamer.
Yeah. Exactly the point, though, is that Jerry would go, man, we had seen him practice. This wasn't very good, and look what Mike got out of him here. What a game plan.
Yeah.
What a coach.
Good or bad, I don't think there's anything that impacts this week. I mean, and if it does, like, shame on them. Like, you've had 5 years to evaluate. It's the same thing with Dak. What are you looking for?
By the way, I will be paying attention to Commander safety Jeremy Reeves. After they clinched the playoffs and that Sunday night win over the Falcons, he dropped down and proposed to his girlfriend.
Oh, Aww. Yes.
Well, unfortunately for him, a woman came out of the woodwork. Her username on Twitter, only Kia, Kiaa.
Cooking with Kaya.
And she came out and said, oh, really? Really? Not the same man who was in my DMs trying to fly me out in blank. I think the blank not.
Party?
And she was showing some receipts on messing around on Jeremy Reeves. So he dropped down for the proposal and then supposed side piece. And this girl posts some. My gosh, my computer almost got a virus looking at this girl's Twitter.
So you said you were going to have an eye on him, or you were rooted against it. How did you set that up with Jeremy?
I'm going to be aware of him.
Oh, okay. So okay,
I'm not rooting for or against. I don't give a crap who he sleeps with. I don't care about their marriage or their happiness. I'm just aware of the name Jeremy Reeves, and I did not know the name before.
I did not know the name either.
All right, 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station, and then you on Kingsbury Watch?
I am on Kingsbury Watch, which, by the way, yesterday Caleb Williams was getting pressed a little hard. Like, how nice would it be to have Cliff Kingsbury, though, Caleb? He's like, yeah, look, he'd be a good coach. So people are trying to hit Caleb with the Cliff connection. But Cliff yesterday was talking to the Washington media and had a little bit of a funny moment. He was talking about a receiver, Olamide Zaccheaus, who goes by his initials, OZ. That's what he goes by, okay? Because that's easier. What'd you say?
Oz,
yeah. That's what Cliff Kingsbury thought.
And he's a guy that in training camp, I was blown away by just how talented he was inside, outside. I actually used to call him Oz for the first 2 months of knowing him, and nobody would tell me that his name wasn't Oz, even him. So one day, Gianni comes up and says, yo, dude, he really doesn't like Oz. I'm like, well, it literally says OZ. He's like, it's OZ. So it's the widest mistake ever. But he has forgiven me, and he's played really well. But great person, works really hard. It's cool to see him take advantage of his chances.
Cliff's so likable. I like Cliff.
Widest mistake ever.
Widest mistake ever. I would have thought Oz, too, if I saw it spelled like that.
He should have called him Ounce.
Mike McCarthy at 8:40 this morning. The Dallas Stars continue to get it done, and Bobby wraps up the entire year as only he can. Next on Sean and RJ.
Has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Stars take over right off the draw. Shot, score, hits! And it's Dallas's turn to go back-to-back and back in front.
A come-from-behind 4-2 win against Ottawa at the AAC on Victory Plus. Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Friday to y'all. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Stars have now won 4 out of their last 5, and they leap over Colorado for the 3rd spot in the Central. Hintz continues to be on fire. Robertson continues to be on fire as well. And the Stars homestand continues tomorrow night as they host Utah. Bobby, you're the hockey guy. Utah what?
Utah, it's actually, that's a trick question. It's UHC, the Utah Hockey Club, is what they go by.
Done.
I hope they settle.
Dear God, I was guessing.
I hope they settle on the name Yeti. Utah Yeti.
Okay.
I'm just glad that state of Arizona lost something after Cam Scattaboo. So I have a keen interest in them just from that perspective.
All right. We also have this to announce. The Rangers Winter Caravan Tour presented by Coca-Cola kicks off next Thursday evening in our 105 Through the Fan showroom downstairs. Tolo's stopping by. We're going to have free Whataburger for you to enjoy while it lasts. Ranger giveaways, and starting at 6:30, Marcus Semien in the house. Autographs from Semien. Cody Bradford is going to be here as well. Free autographs. And then the fellows will join Jared Sandler for the fans' 2025 debut of Rangers Hot Stove from 7 to 8 p.m. It's going down for the Tolos in the Performance Showroom. So Jared Sandler, I guess, going to be back from his big vacation.
Yeah, he's going to give me a little write-up because, he's in the Europes.
He's going to give you a write-up, or he's going to give it to Peyton to deliver to you?
Oh, yeah, he's going to Peyton deliver to me. But yeah, a little write-up of what to do when he goes to Italy. That's where we're going to go. We go to Europe.
All right, Mike McCarthy, maybe for the final time. Definitely for the final time this season, coming up at 8:40. Bobby, put a big fat bow on everything for us.
Yeah, let's hand out some end-of-the-year DFW Sports Awards. So I got several categories here. This is just going to relate to Dallas area sports. And I've got nominees, and I want you guys to go ahead and vote on the winners for several of these awards.
All right, sir.
So we're going to lead off. Coach/Exec of the Year nominee in Dallas sports. We have 4 nominees. Nico Harrison, Jason Kidd, Jim Nill, Pete DeBoer. So nothing to Rangers and Cowboys get shut out on this one. You can pick the Stars GM or coach or the Mavs GM or coach.
Oh, man, this is interesting because
really
I would have thought that Chris Young would have made it with his late surge.
No.
Surge.
Yeah.
They had a strong December with some of their
The
acquisitions.
end of the last Rangers regular season?
No, the late surge, like the free agent and rebuilding the team for this coming year. They had a great December.
That doesn't cover over the moves made to get the Mavs to the finals and to get the Stars to, that's not the same thing.
This is tough.
This is very, very difficult.
I could give it to any of the 3.
Absolutely. 4, really. Because you got DeBoer. DeBoer, Nill, Kidd, and Nico.
I'm not giving it to Kidd. Kidd's the one I eliminated. Nico, Pete, or Nill.
Yeah, so it's like, to me, I think it's much more difficult to build a hockey team than an NBA team. NBA, you get, if you hit on the superstar, you're like.
But who made the most? I think you got to give credit for the year. We can't say what they've been building, like for 2024.
Right. Yeah.
Who earns it? Nico, obviously, Kyrie, and then the
big Gafford trade, yeah.
The Gafford trade, and then obviously Nill made the Tanev trade last year.
Nill's won back-to-back GM of the Year awards.
And then DeBoer. A hell of a coaching job.
He's done a tremendous job. Oh, man, it's tough.
Who would you give it to, Bob?
I'm going to give it to Jim Nill.
Who would you give it to? You are wearing the Stars sweater, Chris, between DeBoer and Nill for last year.
Between DeBoer and Nill, I have to give it to DeBoer because, 3 seasons as the coach nearly now, and they still haven't lost 3 games in a row in regulation, which is just ridiculous.
I'm going to vote for who Chris said because it's Chris's final show with us.
There you go. Okay. All right. So, Chop, where's your vote?
I'm gonna I'm going to go with nil.
Okay, so we got a split award. Jim Nill and Pete DeBoer, the Dallas Stars, win that one. Okay, let's go Rookie of the Year. We got Derek Lively, Wyatt Langford, or Logan Stankoven. Stankassen.
Well, Langford is out. Well, he had
Langford
a late
closed
surge.
really strong.
Yeah. How are Stanky's, like, how is he doing production-wise, Chop? You have a feel for it? What do you think, Stankoven?
Stankoven's great, but I don't think he pairs up with the other two there.
All right.
In my opinion.
I will go. God, I love Lively so much. He's my favorite Dallas Maverick because of his personality. Wyatt did close. I'm going to go Lively. Lively is going to be my Rookie of the Year.
I'm going to vote Lively as well. What do you got, Chop?
I think Lively overall. The end of Wyatt's season was tremendous. He did his OPS plus was a 111, which is he was good. That's pretty good. He matters more to the Rangers' success long term, just because of the you're not a ball dominant player.
Yeah,
Lively's not a ball dominant player. He's more of a role guy. But right now it's Lively.
All right, and so what do you got, Chris? Is that a clean sweep 4-0?
That's a clean sweep. They couldn't have made it to the finals without Derek Lively, so that clears him over Langford.
Clean sweep. Couple more nominees here, or a couple more categories. Breakout Player of the Year nominees. We have Josh Smith from the Texas Rangers, Rico Dowdle from the Dallas Cowboys, Thomas Harley from the Stars, and then Cody Bradford from the Rangers.
Woo!
Oh, I think it's Harley.
Who would you vote, Chris?
Harley's a beast. I mean, he's the most reliable Stars defender next to Miro.
And he got trashed in 2023.
Yeah. He got trashed. I have to go with Dowdle, though, because he could have had 1,500 yards if they didn't give trash carries to Zeke.
There we go. Yeah.
Running backs at the start of the season.
Let it fly.
He could have had 1,500 very easily.
How did Josh Smith finish?
Pretty. Did he win the
he had cooled off, but he played
win
well.
the Silver Slugger?
Yeah, he did. But he had cooled off a little bit near the end of the year. But he overall hit better than I think they ever anticipated.
I'm gonna vote. I'll say Josh Smith.
I'm going to go just because I remember how much slander there was. Money Puck doesn't have numbers on this, but I remember how much slander there was on Thomas Harley, where it was just the dude. They were like, the dude can't play. And then last year, he became such a big part of it. So I'm going to go Thomas Harley. All right, last two categories here that we're going to get to. Quote of the year and athlete of the year. Which one would you like to start with, Sean?
Quote
of the year. All right, here I've got 7 nominees here. All right. We'll be all in. Jerry Jones. Talk about D's nuts. Trayvon Diggs. We was burned out. DeMarcus Lawrence. We're a damn good football team, Micah Parsons. Jalen is their best player, Jason Kidd, trying to troll the Celtics in the finals. Arguably the best offensive backcourt in the history of the NBA in Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. That from Stan Van Gundy. Or Luka Doncic to Rudy Gobert, you can't effing guard me.
All in.
All in is, I think this is the easy one.
All in will live in infamy.
That's going to be as big as any quote that we've had from Jerry.
It's absolutely all in. I think number two might be the you can't guard me.
Yep, that was a huge moment. All right, last one. Athlete of the year, Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, Micah Parsons, Corey Seager, or Miro Heiskanen.
It's not Micah. It's not Kyrie. We're counting Seager with the World Series appearance?
Nope. This was just how insane he played in general when he was healthy last year. Because this is just 24. I think it's Luka.
It's Luka or Miro.
Yeah. I'm not giving it to Corey.
I'm going to vote Luka. Got to the finals. Even if it ended poorly, he got to the finals and was dominant against the Timberwolves.
Well done, Bobby Roberto Bell, with the Sean and RJ Sports Awards for 2024. Did he just convince me to have a third child? And how emotional did Mike McCarthy get? And what could be our final interview with the head coach ever on the morning show. Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, previews the Commanders next.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Tree Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It is now time for the Mike McCarthy Show here on Sean and RJ. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and the Coach's Show is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys Commanders on this radio station. Pregame starting at 9 a.m. Kickoff with Brad and Babe at noon. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. How was vacation?
It sucked. I always tell fathers don't have kids or get a lot of nanny help, so don't have them till you're really rich. They've been sick for about a month, so it's been torture, Coach, but thank you for asking.
Oh, wow. Okay.
How many
good family time, huh?
Yeah. How many diapers did you change percentage-wise? Out of 10 diapers, did you change 2, 3? Were you just in the office a lot?
I'll just say this: I changed the diaper every opportunity I had, but I mean,
there were many.
That probably equated to what, 10%, 20%. And then I didn't have a problem with it, but yeah, I have a job that we work a lot.
Yeah. And then I got a youth sports problem. Choppy's all baseball dad here, and I don't want to sit outside at 8 a.m. in 100 degrees. And RJ says, no, that's the best part. And I know you love attending and participating in the youth sporting events around here, but the practice, the schedule, isn't it too much? They practice more than you guys do.
No, I think it's incredible. I mean, the youth sports are in Texas, especially Dallas. I'm so impressed with. No, I do love it. I love watching my kids practice. I love watching them play games. There's nothing like it.
All right, maybe I'll have a third one. Then you talk.
Yeah, you need to come around.
My wife will send you a thank you card. Coach, a lot of there's the list of incentives is going around the league of what player can hit this and that. How do you approach that? Do you sit down and go, I'm going to get my guy this? Is it a front office discussion where sometimes maybe that type of payment doesn't want to be kicked out? How do you approach the whole incentive thing, if at all?
To be honest with you, the financial part of it is, I'm not really involved in that. I couldn't tell you with, the contracts, the specifics of our players. I mean, usually when, I'm asked to speak on it is something like today. But, yeah, I'm not totally engaged with their incentives, but I mean, I am aware if Rico, looking to, hit 1,000 yards, or, CD hitting 1,000 yards. I mean, those things are definitely statistical goals, or because it's part of the analytics profiles that we get each and every week on our desk on Monday and Tuesdays.
Are you the one that delivers the Pro Bowl news first, or have these guys gotten that information? I saw a video of Eric DeCosta letting Derrick Henry know and stuff. Do you get that info first to deliver it to the guys? And if so, how much of a joy is it for them still?
I mean, every place is different. In the way it's done here, Jerry delivers the news, and then we follow up in the morning with the presentation and team meeting.
Mike McCarthy join us here, 105 through the Fan. In a game like this where the standings don't matter, how do you judge and gauge and use players that normally don't get a lot of snaps and giving them snaps this week versus using the guys that got you to Week 18 all year?
That's a great question. I think just like anything, practice does matter, and it's about creating opportunities because you go through the whole season, long before this point where you have players that are battling every week, and they're not on the 48, so and that's tough for those guys each and every week. So it's not like you just have 48 players or 49 players each week that make it to participate in the game. So that matters. A great example of that would be Deuce Vaughn. I mean, there's Deuce is always, battling to be up each week, and then situation usually it comes down to special teams, but he practices. I mean, you can see he's improving. He's getting better and better. But you have that pretty much throughout your football team with your young players.
Coach, we in the media, we've probably asked you and Jerry dozens of times about Trey Lance. When's Trey Lance going to get a shot? Is that something where that question, though, even as a competitor, has ever been posed to you guys by Trey himself? Like, hey, am I going to get a shot to step in this week?
I think not as a direct, but I think just like anything, actions speak louder than words. And what I see in Trey every single day is he's always prepared. He prepares as if he is, going to get that opportunity. And your whole quarterback room has to prepare that way, and that's part of why it's structured the way it is, where everybody has a role in there throughout the week of preparation to make sure we're all engaged, because there's a lot that goes into game planning each week. No one has more responsibility than the quarterback position, and Trey is always prepared to be ready to go.
What's been different about Trey now versus when you first saw him walk on the field last year?
Oh, I just think his fundamentals. I think clearly, everybody teaches a little different. How the footwork is tied to the perimeter routes. The command at the line of scrimmage. The communication network is different for every offense. So all those things. So he's improved in every area, and that's just a credit to his hard work. It's a credit to Scott Tolzien. These men put a lot of extra time. They're down on the Ford Center field here in about 15 minutes. Going through a pre practice before work. So there's a tremendous amount of time that's put into playing the quarterback position. And Trey and actually Will's down there. Will be down there also this morning. But these guys put a lot of extra time in.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Mike, I think it was actually Ted Thompson who had given an interview in the past and said, when you're looking at smaller school guys, for instance, on tape coming out in the draft, you need to see them walk on water because of the level of competition. You need to see them play above such a high level. When you're evaluating at practice and you're trying to determine a guy who competitively is going to take a starting job or anything like that, do you have to see them perform so high above in the practice setting, or is it just a straight, all right, this guy's been better than this guy, so he's going out there on the field?
Well, I think it's really a universal evaluation question. When you're watching anybody compete, who they're competing against is always part of the equation of putting a grade on somebody. That's always been the case. That's some of the best evaluations. And I know I've been experienced is you're watching another guy and you notice somebody else. I remember we were watching Derek Carr coming out a few years back, and then halfway through the tape, it's like, well, who the hell's the receiver? And it was Devontae Adams. So so you're always in tune with who they're playing with, who they're playing against. But yeah, definitely that's to me that's part of the evaluation formula.
Coach, we were looking at some of the analytical numbers about in recent weeks. For instance, against Tampa a couple weeks ago, you guys were running tighter formations than you had on average this year. There were more 4 receiver sets, I think, in that game than there had been in recent games. You started running Kevontae Turpin a little bit more inside than it looked like had been used this year. Was that is some of that stuff lately just been matchup dependent, or are you tweaking some things and saying, you know what, let's see if we can have some success with this and trying to figure out some stuff that might work heading into next year as well?
Couple things. Number one, you're always game planning against your opponent. The health of your offense and defense really factors in to that more than you would think. Just the things that you feel better about what each player can do and things you might want to stay away from. So there's just a lot of different variables in that. As far as Turpin, we've been running outside zones and edge plays with him, so that really hasn't. If he cuts it back in the inside, that really isn't an inside run. But so that's been the same. But we have always been conscientious of trying to get the ball distributed to the perimeter guys, and sometimes a player's opportunities based on game plan are going to be higher than higher one week to the next. And obviously with CD out, we're definitely looking for the other guys to take advantage of the opportunities because CD was always our lead focal point as far as ball distribution. So and the formations of how we need to run the ball, how I like to run the ball. All those factor in how we line up each and every week.
Mike McCarthy brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company here on DFW Sports Station with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. I was thinking about this with Jaden Daniels, and we always talk about this time of year, the rookie wall. Is the rookie wall a thing? Is it more of a thing with a 17-game season? And how do you approach that if it is a thing, Coach?
Well, in Jaden's case, I hope it shows up this week. It wasn't in place against Atlanta. But no, that's real. I think that's things you watch on an individual basis. That's an important focal point, particularly for the assistant coaches and the support staff. That's part of that communication, staying engaged with your guys, and it's definitely something that I'm aware of from a big picture as far as scheduling. You have to factor in this, not as much for the rookies too, but it's this time of year and playing on Thanksgiving every year, and because December is always the point where you got to be really on top of the players' practice, their workload capacity, and just the efficiency has to be the highest of the season. So yeah, all those things play into it, and the rookies have the biggest challenge because they've never been through the length of this season, and it's the longest year of their life. They played their senior year, prep for the combine, everything goes into that, and then they got to train a different way for that, and then the combine's over, and then they go right to a mini camp, and then so they're back into the football, and that leads all the way up into the training camp, and their training camp's longer than they've been accustomed to, and they play 20 games at least. So that's a tremendous threshold for rookies to get over in this league, and you have to be in tune with that.
How do you weigh your competitiveness versus your friendship with DQ with the playoff and postseason berth?
What do you mean?
You just outright joy for Coach Quinn making the postseason, or there's a little NFC East like, yeah, congratulations, man. Your competitiveness versus your friendship with Dan, and happy for him getting into the postseason.
Yeah, I think like anything, when it comes to competing, I'm looking forward to competing against Dan and his team, and but on a personal level, you're always happy for to see your friends do well. But I definitely want to make sure we're doing better than he is in the future. But I am happy for Dan.
Coach, you've said all year you're not going to discuss your contract situation. So instead of looking ahead to anything like that, just kind of reflective and looking back over the last 5 years. What has this 5 years been like for you in Dallas as a coach and as a family man, kind of, setting his family here in North Texas? What do you look back over the last 5 years and reflect on in Dallas?
It's been a great experience for our family. The start was different than anything, any of us could ever imagine, with the pandemic and, and the family not, being here the first, year or so. So it was a very tough start, to say the least, both personally and professionally. Just to, start a football program during that year, clearly, wasn't ideal, and it didn't go very well either. So, I'd say it was a rough start, but I felt like year two, we got the program, going in the right direction, and have done a lot of good things, over the course of these 4 years. This year was, the challenges were high, and we didn't get through them to the point that put us in the playoffs. So that's a bit of a disappointment, but this has been a great experience for my family. My family really enjoys living here. I can't say enough about the North Dallas, the city of Dallas. PCA is a phenomenal school. I can't say enough about the culture that they have over there, and it's been an awesome experience for our family.
Is it about what you expected it was going to be? I mean, you can never really tell what a job is going to be like until you're in it. But I mean, the minutia that gets talked about here, is it about what you expected or more?
I mean, the radio shows are a pain in the ass. Other than that, it's about what I thought it'd be. But no, it's the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, it's one of a kind. I love coming to work every day, and I think it's doing this as long as I've done it. That's a gauge for me. If I don't jump out of bed, then it's time to maybe do something else. But I do it. I love getting here. Love getting there early. I love the players, the coaches, and this is what it's all about. And for my family, this city, I've been to Dallas over the years, so I've always liked coming here, and I've been down here on a personal level, a lot of times, both Dallas and Austin. So, but living out here in the North Dallas has just been awesome. I don't know if this is such an incredible place to raise a family, so it's it's been an awesome experience for us.
Coach, we know you're all about, championships. Do you just view it through that lens and deciding whether it was a success or not, or you allow the gray area to come in and you're like, no, didn't win a title so far, so not a success? How do you view it?
Well, definitely. I think you clearly, once you're able to, lift the Lombardi Trophy, there's really nothing else to do this for. In my opinion, that's my approach, and that's what makes me go every day. But I'm not ignorant to the fact of levels of success, because you have to achieve different levels of success, and what you learn through those experiences, there's different devils at every level, and that's why I think clearly handling success is the biggest challenge in our game. But yes, I mean, as we're sitting here today, this is not where we expected to be, but this is where we are. So there's a lot of value in going through the adversity that we have gone through, and it'll definitely pay forward, especially most importantly for the young players.
Well, look, on a personal level, just, for radio nerding out purposes, we thank you again. Definitely much more enjoyable than some of the past times we've done this throughout our 15 years with people. And we thank you for putting up with us with the ups and downs and all the difficult and hard questions and the personality that you gave us along with the story. So we appreciate that, Coach. Are we doing it again next year?
Yeah, I hope so. It'll be awesome. No, you guys are great, and I just want to wish everybody a Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mike. Good luck on Sunday, man.
Thank you, man.
Did the Cowboys' next head coach just lose last night? RJ Choppy with a college football kegger. Final hour of the week is next on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Play fake. Runner to the end zone. Touchdown Irish. Bo Collins with the first touchdown of this game.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
One of those two voices is still alive, and that would be Ryan Day. The other one, Coach Google Me, obviously is not. But did the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys coach last night in a very uninspiring performance?
You can't even say that with a straight face.
Yeah, Jason Witten's season is over already.
Man, I went on DC radio yesterday.
Well.
And I brought up Jason Witten as this dark horse. They were floored. They didn't have words to say after. I was like, guys, he won back-to-back high school state championships. Don't knock that. And they're like, oh, we didn't know he was coaching high school. They were blown away and floored because I was talking about Bobby's love of Kingsbury. We kind of made fun of Bobby for a second.
Oh, okay.
And then I brought up
last 9 o'clock call you get from me, Sean.
and then you're dying to tell people anyway. And then I brought up Witten. They didn't even know what to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. But yeah, so look, there's been some rumblings that Kirby Smart is not that there's some people think that he wants to go to the NFL at some point. And the current landscape of the sport. So a couple of things that have happened this year and really last year too with the NIL is that Georgia and Alabama specifically had such an immense talent advantage pre-NIL and pre-portal because everybody wanted to play there.
Yep.
So when they got somebody hurt, their backups were just 5 stars. They just replaced them.
Yep.
And every year you go to the NFL draft and there was 5 to 6 to 8 players from each team in the first round. And now they're subjected to the same attrition and injuries that everyone else is. And if you notice what happened in the playoffs so far in these, I guess, 8 games that we've had, all right? Just go down the list. Riley Leonard is better quarterback than Tanner Rourke. Drew Aller's better than Jennings. Will Howard's better than Nico. Quinn is better than Klubnik. Quinn is better than Levitt. Howard's better than Gabriel.
By the way, ESPN disagreed about all that with Quinn. They didn't have Quinn in their top 50 players, but they had Klubnik and Levitt.
Which is insane. But you get what I'm saying here. Riley Leonard's better than Stockton. It's just like the NFL. The better quarterback has won all these games. And I wonder how long Kirby wants to stay around.
Well, it's amazing the seesaw of what the better job is. Because we went from National Football League prestige to college, work less hours, total control of your program. You're getting paid the same, if not more. And now we're back to National Football League is trending towards a better job because of Jim Larinaga the other day.
You got to work too much.
Jim Larinaga, and you got to deal with the BS. And people, you lose your power, you lose your control, you lose your stability, and you got to turn into an agent. You have to turn into a negotiating salesman and agent. It used to be just, hey, I got to convince you to come to my school. Now I got to sit down and negotiate contracts with you.
I have to recruit you, too. I've got to recruit you when you're already on my team.
These coaches got to talk to Drew Rosenhaus now in addition to everything.
Essentially, yeah, they do. And, now college football and college basketball is a 365-day-a-year job. In the NFL, you get a break. You get a break. Now, maybe in the middle of the year, you maybe work longer hours in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, Lincoln Riley said that's the one thing that looked most tempting to the NFL was just how the long hours. He said he's jealous of their work schedules because he doesn't get that benefit.
Right. But, Kirby's a defensive guy. He's not going to have some crazy offense. You see this at Georgia. Quarterback's a role player. I don't know how well he fits, in the NFL. You need to have a great quarterback to win in the NFL. But if you throw him into the pot and you're given a choice, Mike McCarthy or Kirby Smart, how are you choosing?
Yeah, Kirby.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not.
You could choose.
I'm not disagreeing.
You could choose the dead cold body of Vince Lombardi or Mike McCarthy, and Bobby's going to choose Vince Lombardi. But I can't allow you to continue with this topic too much any further. You're the first one to always say he's never going to hire someone with zero NFL pro experience. So this is a non-starter.
I totally agree.
We just used it for a tease to try to trick people to listen.
Absolutely.
Well, I like Kirby Smart.
But I do think Kirby is going to go to the NFL someday.
You do?
I do. I don't think he's going to. Obviously, I don't think it's going to be here. But I do think he's going to go to the. Someone's going to lure him.
Is Georgia usually viewed as like Dan Lanning has a gets detail credit and props for what he's doing at Oregon? Does Kirby get that at Georgia? Like
Kirby,
they're coached great.
Yeah, Kirby's considered an X's and O's genius on defense, and so that's where he gets. It's Saban was always like it's the program.
Yeah.
Lanning gets a lot of it's the program. Kirby's more. I mean, it's definitely program related, but Kirby's more considered just a really good schematic defensive guy.
I think Kirby seems like he's got that personality and that twang to be able to get along well with professional coaches. And you fear Belichick now. You fear Saban coming back and being too much of a hard ass. I don't have that same fear with Kirby.
Yeah, Kirby is. I mean, he's got that. He's got hard ass in him.
Yeah, he's got more hard ass than like Kingsbury. That's what I would worry about with like Cliff. Right. You know, Lincoln Riley, like too nice. Not hardcore enough, but I think Kirby's got that nice balance.
Are there any college coaches you look at, though, and go, blinking light, like I think that guy would succeed in the NFL?
I think Marcus Freeman would succeed in the NFL.
I didn't initially think Sark would. I think everything that Sark's done at Texas, I now think he could probably run an NFL team.
I think Shane Beamer would, too.
Shane Beamer?
Is he going to get in
he's
fights?
A psycho.
I know.
He's the next Eagles coach.
He's Dan Hurley.
He's the next Eagles coach.
And I say no to Sark because of our commercial break conversations.
That should mean definite.
Nope.
Oh my gosh, that means he's more prepared than anybody ever.
I think Lashley would succeed in the NFL too.
I actually think Lashley's got his current trajectory. I think absolutely.
I don't know. Obviously, Cignetti, absolutely not.
You know the name who comes up a lot with people who's just kind of under the radar, not as big. PJ Fleck gets talked about a lot.
I think he would too. He's a row the boat process guy. You got to be a process guy to succeed in the NFL. One thing that that this has been talked about.
By the way, let me play this clip real quick. We talk about that transition. Chris, this is going to be Harbaugh. And this ties into sitting players or not this NFL weekend. Harbaugh was on with Belichick and Jim Gray.
Well,
and listen to what they had to say about resting starters on the Let's Go.
You know, that's the thing that doesn't resonate right now is, play the backups. You know, like that what we're going to do? Dress 25 guys, for the game. So,
Jim, that's what some people I think have a hard time with is, well, don't play your starters. Yeah, I mean, you can only have 7 inactive guys. Who are they? And it's tough to go to your team and say, well, we're not going to play you guys over here, but the rest of you get out there. We don't really care about you. If you get hurt, that doesn't matter. But these 6 or 7 guys we're going to protect.
That's interesting because I didn't think they only have 7 guys you can't.
I know. That hit me yesterday. Yeah. I was like, oh, my gosh, that's it. You are limited.
You are limited, and it does send a bad message to those guys, like you don't care about them.
Yeah, but, I mean, come on. Let's live in the real world. Like Micah Parsons, if there's something on the line, Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott should not be playing.
Yeah, I mean, like you
get over it.
You have there's certain guys, especially you look at it's contract related. Like, look, guys, we got $100 million tied up in this guy, or $400 million, whatever the case may be.
I think it's way worse of a message when the same 4 or 5 of you go to every Duke basketball game. Keep your certain click.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that one.
Shots fired.
The pH balance of college football fans has been thrown off.
Laufenberg ain't coming on anymore this year, so I can make my Garrett shots.
For 100 years, college football was the best team in basically the best team all year is the national champion. And what we have seen in the past couple of weeks is the best team in the playoff is going to be the national champion. And that's very difficult to take for the old means, for the guys who, like me, I've been a college football fan forever. It's very hard to take that you could be the best team for 4 months, and now you have one bad day in the playoffs, and now you're out. And we've seen that. All the 4 teams with the bye lost.
Just ask all the fantasy football people in this building I played against.
The 4 teams that had a bye got outscored 42-3 in the first quarter.
Pay me, Alec.
Of their games.
You're the last one. Let's go.
Of their games. It's a different world. It is a completely different world in college football.
Are you complaining about it? Because you're usually regular season title guy.
I don't like
and I need you to follow up with a sentence that you would like to just get rid of the playoff. How would you? You want to go back to the old
the BCS?
The BCS.
Oh, the BCS
He's been arguing for it.
The BCS is great. Here's what I want to do. I want to go back to the computer model to seed.
To seed. Or you're not getting rid of the playoffs?
No, the playoffs fun.
Yeah,
playoffs fun. Playoffs great.
I don't want to throw this hot coffee on you.
Nothing's perfect. I'll deal with the outcome.
Because in college you can't really decide it. I mean, what sport can you really be like? Or you have to pick a sport with the most balanced schedule. Would it be basketball or baseball?
Baseball and basketball have the most balanced schedules.
Yeah.
That's it. They're the most
So
balanced.
those are the only ones where you can be like, all right, you're the champion.
Hockey too. They're very, very balanced.
You cannot in college.
No. It is what it is. Like, you're going to have to give up something good to get something better. You just are. That's what happened here. But they are going to fix the buys because that was a big thing. Also, by the way, of the 11 biggest blowouts in college playoff history, only 2 of them happened this year. We keep thinking that all these games are blowouts.
Yeah.
We've had this thing for over a decade. Only 2 of the 11 happened this year.
They are blowouts.
They are
though.
blowouts,
Like these
but
have
they've
been
always been
blowouts.
blowouts.
They haven't been like the worst games we've seen, but they are blowouts.
I know, but the blowouts, some of the blowouts have been happening from the lower seeds.
Yeah, no.
So the blowout factor should not matter unless you are just totally convinced that the seeding was screwed up to begin with.
It was. Yeah, because we do know two of the and one of them wasn't a blowout. The one that was the one where it's flipped with Texas and Arizona State, where Texas was considered, but like a Boise State, Penn State was considered the better team, even though the seeding wasn't right.
Right. So that the seeding's got to change.
So are you counting an upset should feel like an upset.
Right.
The
the
Penn
Arizona
State
State
winning is not an upset.
The Arizona State Texas game was the only game in this entire thing that felt like March Madness to me. Where,
how so?
Well, they were clearly an underdog, and it felt like everybody, as the game wore on, that everybody that wasn't a Texas fan was rooting for Arizona State.
When it was the only really competitive game we've gotten so far.
That's why.
Yeah. But,
you can't really have that feeling in the second half of Indiana getting smoked or SMU getting killed.
Yeah, because other team, people were rooting for SMU, people were rooting for Indiana, but as the game wore on and it was close and it was very Vermont versus Syracuse in the playoff, it felt okay. We got a little March Madness vibe here. Real quick,
and I especially rooted for ASU after those a-hole Longhorn fans ran their cocky, for reason mouths over being a rules official. Let's go, Ryan Day. My God, I love you, Ryan Day.
Real quick, let's go to the ReliaQuest Bowl, and this is Bobby's guy,
Scattaboo,
Jalen Milroe.
Oh,
he is being accused and suspected of tipping plays. How does this not picked up on? Saban easily would have picked up on this, right?
Yeah, I think teams know every single time Jalen Miller is going to throw the ball into the ground. I don't know if that's tipping plays.
No. So what it is the way he lines up. If you notice, on run plays...
No, we're not going to notice anymore.
Right. His feet are parallel before the snap. And on pass plays, his feet are staggered.
Yeah.
And that's something that, I don't know if you could tell if it's a different...
It was like that with Saban, or it started this year with DeBoer?
They noticed it here with DeBoer.
Well, DeBoer's not as detail-oriented.
Well, the big news, he declared.
Jihad declared, too.
Yes.
Jihad Campbell.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, Jalen Milroe declared. I don't know. I'm still wondering, is Quinn going to be the next quarterback at Oregon?
It's the second time since New Year's Jihad's been declared.
Wow.
He shouldn't have. Was stupid.
That's over the line.
That was Friday.
Too soon.
I thought just given the look, you were going to stop.
I was talking about Jihad Ward declaring he was leaving.
Yeah.
So Milroe projected to be? Don't say running back.
Oh.
What round quarterback?
Probably first.
First?
Back into the first.
Ooh.
That's the quarterback class.
Yeah.
And it's traits. Hurts was questionable about a late first, early second guy when he's coming out. He's in a similar spot that Hurts was.
You could, all right, better physical tools between, is Milroe and Richardson the same?
No, Richardson's better. Richardson's definitely a greater talent.
Who's the better thrower? Coming out. Was it Richardson?
Milroe's projection has looked better than Richardson's did. And so Richardson has better arm talent. Milroe looks like a better passer right now.
He's more polished.
but it's still not great.
College football kegger with Ralph James Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. One of the final 2 times this regular season, we catch up with Nick Eatman to preview the Commanders. And what is he hearing about Trey Lance and Mike McCarthy? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com after this.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Chris Strong, in for Peyton Russell, Sean Tree for RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Nick Eatman is joining us from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nicholas. How are you?
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Doing okay. You started off with a little chuckle there. Any reason? Any reason?
I miss my mom. I haven't seen her in a while and talked to her, and so when she says Nicholas, that's what it reminds me of.
I miss my mom too.
What's your middle name?
Shane.
Shane?
Did you say Shane? Shane.
Oh, Shane.
Shane.
Okay. Nicholas Shane Eatman. All right, that's a good one. I thought it was going Shane, Jane.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Didn't know.
Yeah. What are your storylines for this one, Nick?
Oh, man. I mean, no one even knows who the quarterback's going to be. Like, that's what's crazy about this game. What's Washington doing? How long are they going to play their guys? I mean, obviously, they need to play. I mean, I would play this thing if I was them all out, just because the difference between the 2 and the 3 seed in the NFC seems to be pretty, drastic. Mm-hmm. So I think they will play, but it's the storyline for this team, for the Cowboys is just what are they doing at quarterback? Is Trey Lance playing? Is he starting? Does Will Grier play at all? How are they doing this? Cooper Rush said it was business as usual yesterday, which doesn't sound like it. It doesn't seem that way. So, I think the big storyline is just the quarterback and what happens there and how does the offense look with whoever is playing.
Does Trey Lance get a quarter or more?
I would say more.
Okay.
I would say more than that. Yeah, I think he'll probably play. If I had to guess, and again, I should know more than I do on this, but they're trying to keep this pretty tight. I think he's going to play a significant amount.
All right, Nick. So heading into this game, McCarthy was kind of reflective yesterday and talking about how, that home locker room, he's always emotional walking into it, different things like that. Who are you most confident that this will be the last time they walk into the Cowboys home locker room this weekend?
Booth.
Is this here? I'll go to. Do you think this is the last game for Oso Odigizua?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he. I just can't see. It's Dorrance Armstrong's contract. It just keeps I know it's about $15 million. I think that the way that they structured it, it'll end up being about 11. But still, that type of deal and the production that he had, I just think that opens the door for a lot of these guys to make more money than the Cowboys can really, they can really pay for. So Osa is probably one. They're going to say the right things. They're going to want him back. I just can't see a scenario where that happens, really.
Who is this game? Because we already know where the standings are at. There's a lot of just developmental questions people have. Like, can you let Trey Lance out there to do some stuff? Who do you feel like this game is actually important for? Whether that be for their future or for their development or anything else. Who do you look at and say, this is an important game for them to be able to do something?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that they still want to give Deuce Vaughn a shot. And so I think personally that we've seen what he can do and can't do against, NFL players in regular season games. There's a narrative out there that he really hasn't given that chance. Well, if that's the case, this would be a game maybe that would happen. And so that, against a team with starters that are trying to play for something. So that would be one guy. Some of those receivers, something's going to happen here between Brooks and Flanoy and Mingo, going into next season. I think this would be a big chance for these guys to kind of show what they can do. And, maybe a guy like Austin Richards gets a chance to play some. And again, I don't think it's a make or break for some of these young guys, but it's like we're getting close to the offseason where we make decisions around here. And then let's see what, this is your last chance to do something before they make some of these decisions.
They've had their excuses. Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joined us here. They've had their excuses as to why they haven't been able to give Trey Lance an opportunity after they gave up a 4th-round pick from. What's been the reasonable excuse not to try to get Jonathan Mingo more acclimated?
I think they have. I just think he can't catch a pass. I mean, he can't
catch a pass?
A ball in his vicinity. I mean,
That's not much better.
I guarantee you, and I wasn't there for one practice, thankfully, but I guarantee you he got better passes thrown his way in Carolina than here. He just no pass is close to him, and I don't understand why that is. It's got to be some on him. It can't just be bad luck every time. But, he's diving, jumping around. He's gotten some opportunities to play some, but when he's open, when he's there, the ball just hasn't been there. So it's got to, again, if the Dak yard is open for business, he's got to be there this offseason. If that's a thing, we've seen guys really grow from that work with Dak, and I hope Mingo is a participant there.
More snaps, him or Trey?
In the game, snaps between Mingo or Trey, Lance?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, well, probably Mingo, because I would think whoever the quarterback is, he would be out there a lot. He should play a lot. I mean, he needs to play a lot in this game. They need to have some positive feeling about him moving into the off season, and because if it stands as it is right now, and that 4th round pick comes around, it's only going to get worse. So he's going to have to play some, and I think he needs to have a couple of big plays.
Has your McCarthy meter swayed since we last talked on Monday? And if so, where?
I'm just right down the center. I don't know. I'm at the situation where you could say this is what we're doing and why, and I could be like, got it, okay, understood. And then you could say the exact same thing on the other side, and I'd be like, got it. I see that point. Yeah, that makes sense. So I see both sides of this. I'm obviously not making the decision, so I could see them saying we want continuity. We're going to keep it going. When he's got a relatively healthy roster, this team can be successful. Let's keep this thing going. I could also see them saying, hey, the offense just hasn't been good enough. It's been stale. We need to have some different play calling in here one way or another. Let's change the voice. I could see both sides. I really could.
What has your audience called for, and who or what have they wanted over at DallasCowboys.com when it comes to the coach?
Every name you could imagine gets thrown out there. Again, I'm like, I got like a fly swatter at like the picnic. I'm swiping it away. Like, I can't talk about that. Nope. We're not talking about him. But they most of the fans, I think, just want to change. Now there are some that do support McCarthy. They think he's a good coach. They think that the continuity is good. It's I wouldn't say it's 50-50, but it's probably 60-40 on the fans that call into my show want a different coach. But it's about 60-40. It's not all now have another bad loss this week to finish the season and lose to Washington like that, it'll probably go even worse. But it's close to being down the middle.
All right, brother, we will wrap it up on Monday. Thank you, and enjoy the weekend.
All right, sounds good. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. You left Tank Lawrence off that list.
Yeah, I think that, who knows if he'll even be walking into the home locker room in this game. We haven't seen him really around the team at all.
He's out upstairs with Dak with 6 Dasanis and 8 Red Bulls.
No, I actually think I've seen him in the end zone suites at times. So he's been in suites with his family more than he's been on the sideline or anything else. In fact, I think I've seen him more at Cowboys Club in the evening a couple times, like with his family or whatever else, than I've seen him around the facility. I think it's pretty clear this is the end for DeMarcus Lawrence. And I think that he's at a point where done everything I can here. They've had a couple of different standoffs over time about whether he was going to come back. There was his contract situation in back-to-back off seasons. Then there was the restructure of his deal. There was the whole burned out thing that a lot of people, I think DeMarcus Lawrence felt like he got unfairly thrown under the bus for, where it's like, I'm trying to come up for an answer and I'm trying not to throw some people under the bus here. And so for me to be the one that got kind of pushed in front of it in the process,
retired thing,
where he said the whole little we was burned out thing. I think that he felt like I'm just trying to come up with an answer so that I don't throw some people under the bus who I think very easily could have been thrown under the bus here. And so I think that he felt like the last year or so hasn't been fair to him. And so, yeah,
He's had
I
some
think
Micah back and forths.
Yeah, I don't know that they were always on the best terms. I think that they probably butted heads a few times. And so that's something where I think he's probably ready to move on.
Anyone else? Any other names to throw out?
Yeah, I don't think I agree with Nick. I think this is probably it for Osa, just because
the money.
I think they'd like him back, but I think it's a money thing. I think there's a lot of speculation from people that he's going to end up back in a familiar spot, whether that's Quinn in Washington, Adden Dirty in Seattle. I think that there's a feeling that those could be spots that he ends up, but it's going to probably be out of their price range.
All right, Chop, I do not think that we have the music. Someone must have erased your degenerate music out of the system, but we can still get your selections to finish up a strong Friday.
All right, so we were 3-3 in the sport last week, which brings us to 90 and 59 for the year.
Wow.
4 selections. Don't worry, that's not sustainable. So we get a losing streak coming.
How does that compare to Sandler's picks? He stopped texting them to us.
Because he saw my record. He's like, I can't compete with that. I got Cincinnati -2 against Pittsburgh this week. I also like the under 48.
Okay.
All right.
Now, how dangerous is the final week to bet?
Very. That's why we're keeping it out. We're treading lightly here.
Yeah.
Then I also got Jets Miami under 39.
Okay.
All right.
No Tua.
No Tua.
Tua's a hip, by the way, not a head.
Yeah. And then finally, Detroit, Minnesota over 56.5. Big number. Detroit's defense, they can't stop anybody. In the last few weeks, Minnesota's defensive metrics are taking a little bit of a slide. So over 56.5 for that. Under 39 for Jets Miami. Under 39 Cincy Pittsburgh. Cincy -2.
All right, it's Friday, so you know that the KMC Masterpiece is at Buffalo Wild Wings. They have Jerry Jones at 10:30 today. Let's crosstalk with the fellas to close out the week right after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maiden?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece featuring the return of Corey Majors right here on DFW Sports Station. You guys are out on the road. Alec Medford is joining Corey. Where are you?
Guys, we are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson today.
Whoa.
And we already got the room started over here today. It is 12832 South Freeway. Come out and see us and take a load off. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I do have the Take a Load Off t-shirt on today, so we will be doing that as well. Let's take a load off, even without Mike Bassick in the house. And Sean, I want to show you something real quick, Sean, on the fan cam. This is
it Alex Venmo? Otherwise, I'm not interested.
Alex
Matt,
that's not possible.
Matt, would you mind come over here? I hope I'm not getting you in trouble or anything.
right.
Would you mind putting your arm in front of this? This is the coolest tattoo that I think I've seen in a long time. Right here it says "Not Dreaming," and it's in Rangers
Wow.
and I just love that he took what Eric Nadel said whenever the Rangers won the World Series, because winning championships is fun.
It is, and I think what he calls it is better than the tattoo itself. He calls it his champ stamp. So
I like it. It's
yeah,
good.
I think I like that better than the tattoo itself.
That is awesome. What's going on, fellas?
How many tattoos do you have, Medford?
I have 8.
Whoa.
He's got C3PO on his arm.
All right.
And then what else?
Can we see them all, or are there any hidden
Of course, I
ones?
wore long sleeves today, so I would have to go full no shirt 9. But I mean, I've got the forearm pretty much covered with 2. I've got the Samurai Code of Honor, which is 3 different tattoos on my inner bicep. I've got a Star Wars Sarlacc pit tattoo on the outer bicep, and then I've got one on my chest that's some song lyrics.
And nipple rings.
And that is not true.
How many tattoos are you willing to go up to?
There's no set number. The deal I made myself whenever I got my first one was I want to try to stick to only the right side of my body. I don't want to go too crazy. So,
definitely
the
go left.
leg is still in play, the back even. I'll go to the back. But outside of that, once the leg is covered up, I'm probably tapped out.
Now, are you regretting any of them? Do you rank them like Dion's children? Are you like, all right, that's the 6th, that's the 7th. This one's definitely my favorite, my top 2 and my bottom 2?
I don't regret any. That's the good thing. There's some that were definitely impulsive that probably required a little more thought. Like the Samurai Code of Honor was total impulse. It was before I worked here. I had a bad day at my old job, and I was like, screw it, I'm getting a tattoo to make myself feel better.
That doesn't feel like an impulse one.
That's very impulsive.
A whole code of honor.
Yeah.
Not like initials or anything.
That's very impulsive.
Exactly. It of course, I have a friend whose cousin owns a shop in Arlington. It was right down the street, and I was like, hey, are you busy? And he was like, no, what do you want? I was like, I'll tell you when I get there. But I would say my favorite one probably is the microphone tattoo on my forearm, just because
cool.
it was the most expensive by far, so I think I take more pride in that because of that. But
Let's see
the
it.
most detailed too.
It's the one that looks like C3PO. It doesn't look like a microphone.
It's not C3PO. It's really hard to
kind
show.
of
But
C3PO.
if I stand up, you can see it better. But basically, it's like an old timey
a
Bruce
face.
Buffer microphone.
Interesting.
And
Bruce
it's got
Buffer.
like a Phantom of the Opera mask. That's what I'm trying to get to. There we go.
Have you ever thought about what's the closest you've come to honoring a female with some of the ink?
Oh man.
Ooh.
Or never?
I mean, I do have a tattoo for my mom, so if
Okay,
that
wow.
counts. But
Would it be a wrestling female?
oh, I mean,
Are you a wrestling fan too?
Oh yes, huge. Yeah, I'll be at Monday Night Raw at the AAC January 20th. So yeah, come say hi if you're out there in Section 106. But,
Section what?
Section 106.
Oh, that producer's got to do.
Unbelievable.
106. He's got his new Equinox or whatever, but he can't pay me my fantasy football win.
Well, he doesn't have Venmo.
Sean, there's something called Afterpay.
He's banned.
And two, I just bought a car, so the pockets are very thin right now.
Car
it's a Blazer.
and tickets
it's a Blazer.
to WWE.
It's a Blazer that he got from Platinum Chevy.
Oh,
Yes,
how-
this is true.
How much does he owe you?
50.
Okay, well, he's going to owe you 30. I'm going to give your 20, Alec. I'm going to give your 20
Oh, yeah.
Look at
to
this.
Sean.
Yeah,
What 20?
I forgot about that. Thanks, Bob.
We had him play How Young is Alec Medford during Crosstalk when we found out he was a drug mule or whatever, and that's why he got banned from Venmo. And,
Are you banned from Venmo?
Yeah, I am.
For real?
Yeah.
He did.
he was a courier. Yeah, we talked about it on here.
Yeah, he was a courier for a money laundering scheme.
Allegedly.
Oh.
No, he's gone. You're fine. You can say it now.
Long story short, Sean, is somebody on the fan text tried to do like the reverse psychology research and tried to find who it was. This person did not go to my high school. I was just friends with him in high school, but he was super smart, right? Like valedictorian of his class at his school, and he hit me up my freshman year of college, and I had just started this job, so I was like, money's thin. And he texted me and he was like, I wrote a thesis paper for a dude getting his doctorate at SMU, like full elaborate story. Gave me his LinkedIn profile and everything. And he was like, he is sending me money for it because I don't do it for free. And I don't have Venmo, but I have Cash App. Can you take the Venmo money from him and Cash App it to me? And I was like, sure. It's going to be like a couple $100. Ended up being a few thousand, and I was like, something's up here. And I was like, if you let me keep $50, no, I'm kidding. He was like, he was like, keep 50 of it. I was like, okay. And I was like, do me a favor, don't ask me to do that again because I don't think you're telling the truth.
So why is Venmo banning you for that?
Large transaction.
Yeah, it was just a large transaction, and every time that I've tried to go back, I mean, it's been probably 2 or 3 years since I've tried to reactivate my account. So I could probably try it and see if it works again.
Yeah,
but,
please do.
2% standard is the fee
I bet
that
you
he
would
should
love
have
that,
gotten.
Sean. Yeah,
He should have gotten 2% of the money, not $50.
Yeah, but hey, when you're 18 and you're making what at the time like $10 an hour, $50 is $50. So
or however old you are now.
Oh yeah, what are you, 19?
Yeah, $50 is still $50 to me, Sean.
Corey, what's coming up on the program?
Guys, we do have Jerry Jones hopping on with us at 10:30 today. That will be our last conversation with him for the season. We do start the show off with, has college football playoff created more chaos or given you exactly what you wanted? We'll do that right out of the gate. And then we got more action going on with the combo platter. It's J.R.R. Tolkien Day. So give us your sports opinion and your favorite author. So we'll do that at 12:20 today.
How many authors can you name? I wonder.
Well, we're imbeciles. We're idiots.
We are.
We're not well read.
I know Dean Koontz. I know Michael Crichton.
Dave Brown.
He's not
Dan
here.
Brown.
He's not.
Dan Brown.
He's not here
Dave
right
Brown
now.
was the old Giants quarterback.
Yeah, he's not
from
here
the
right now. There's
90s.
no chance he's listening. Dean Koontz is in the next edition of How Young is Peyton Russell.
Who's read the most books here in the last 6 months? Who do you think? Chris Strong?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I was just looking up who the author was for Diary of a Wimpy Kid because that's the type of stuff I read
was gonna
growing
say,
up.
Chris strikes me as the type that he would be the one to set up one of those leave a book, take a book.
Oh, the Scholastic.
He would build one of those in a
We
true
have one of those
library
across
card
the
guy.
street from me. Yeah, there's one right across the street, that little library, and we have one of those, and it's all adult books. I don't know, there's no kid books in it. I'm like, why are there all adult
erotica?
books?
They just put those in the thing over there?
Oh my God, guys, I got a story.
Oh no.
Over the
erotica?
holiday, I was in my bedroom dying, and my my in-laws were in town, and my wife had a couple martinis.
Oh, baby.
I like the way this is going.
And so they the next day they referred to her as 2 Martini Mom. And so I walked out and to get like some water, and they're playing Cards Against Humanity. And it's my in-laws and her sister and brother-in-law, their kids, my kids. And I hear my mother-in-law explaining what erotica means to my middle son. And I was like, what is happening right now? And I just look at Adrian, and she's swirling that martini glass around, and I was like, okay, that's what's going on here. So that was a very awkward situation. So I just went back to bed. That was a bit.
Was it vodka or gin martini?
She's vodka. She was rolling through. I think that was some Dripping Springs is what we rocked with there because it's good vodka.
Corey, how are you approaching the Jerry questions today? I'm very interested to know this.
Well, you guys did a really good job of diving in on the Mike McCarthy stuff with him on Tuesday. So I think I don't have much on McCarthy. I want to know more about like personnel stuff, this offseason, their process behind the scenes and stuff like that. I do want to know, as y'all were discussing this morning, I do want to know a little bit about his interest maybe in John Gruden and him coming back to be a head coach in the NFL. So I have one of those lined up. But, even listening this morning with y'all with McCarthy, that was – I really like the way the end of that went. Bobby, you were right. That last few minutes was very interesting, the way he reflected on all that. I don't know if you're going to get that kind of reflection from Jerry Jones with McCarthy, but I do want to know a little more about the way he sees this team. I have one question I'm kind of interested in. If it is a copycat league, is there a team right now that he's interested in copying and mimicking? What team does he like out there? If he has no answer, then that's a problem.
Corey, do you have a very strong feeling as to what they're going to do with Mike?
I have been in the camp of him sticking around, but after that loss, that was pretty embarrassing against the Eagles, so that changed my mind. And if they beat Washington, then that'll change my mind again. So, no, but I've been more on the plus 50 side of him staying around, just because I don't know that I think Jerry really wants to go through that process of it all.
Yeah,
I'm surprised by how many people you talk to around the team that are just as like where we're at, where they're just like, I don't know. Either Jerry's doing a good job of concealing it, or they haven't made up their mind. None of us know.
The one thing they all are about. This team doesn't stop talking.
They are all and does that mean that they're being secretive? That mean I doubt it's more like they're keeping the best secret that they've ever kept, and it's more likely they haven't decided.
Which is insane.
It's really
it's ridiculous.
Because it tells you that they're deciding not necessarily on Mike, but on their options.
No.
Beyond who else is available? Like that's even worse.
Alec, do you have your big Jerry question loaded up to make national news?
I got to get First Take their content,
Okay.
I mean, I do want to know if McCarthy, if he does come back, if he's going to continue to call plays, or if they're going to have him address the offensive coordinator position in like a real way instead of bringing in a buddy that's going to sit there and help him draw up plays. I do, kind of to Choppy's point about the options, I do want to know if a lot of that decision is going to hinge on who is available. Because honestly, outside of your hotshot, offensive coordinators like the Ben Johnsons out there and stuff, maybe like Corey said, a John Gruden, who knows, like outside of some of those big fish names, who out there is really intriguing to a Jerry Jones who would probably want a household name?
Corey, where are you guys again with that standing ovation crowd already?
We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson, 12832 South Freeway. So come on out and see us today. This is our last, this is the final Friday football feast. It's going to be a nice one today. I like this Burleson group. They already got a great staff. They're all friendly and fun. So be prepared to have some fun with them. Be prepared to take a load off all day long. That's the plan. Because Kevin's not around for us to not take a load off.
All 4 hours.
Yeah, so we just take loads off the entire day.
Loads on loads.
All the loads.
Monster.
So many loads off.
Have a great show. Everyone have a great weekend. The KMC Masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Alec Medford. We got Ruben Portillo hanging out with us today as well. And Kevin Walker back in the studio. And our family, the Tolos that have been with us. A lot of the people that are here today, Alec, have made every single one of these. Some of them have only made a few, all right? And you know what? We don't not love you as much, but, maybe just a little bit less. I'm just saying. But these guys that have been with us every single day really appreciate it. And the people that are coming out today for the first time, we really appreciate y'all making it to Burleson today. Burleson, 12832 South Freeway. Come on out and see us today at Buffalo Wild Wings and get your wing action on. We do have Jerry Jones coming up here at 10:30, so we'll have a chat with him, which means we do Jerry Clock. That's what we call it, Alec, where we do a couple quick segments and then get into 30 minutes of Jerry Jones if he wants to talk for 30 minutes.
It's so nice to be on the opposite side of Jerry Clock. Oh, my gosh, as the producer, is so stressful.
You got to do a lot of math, right?
Yes, there's a lot of math, and then there's the plus minus of if he's going to call in on time, because sometimes he's got a lot to say, so he decides to call it 26.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, there's 4 minutes of commercials I got to make up.
So good luck, Kevin Walker. We got a lot of faith in you today, man.
We do.
We got a lot of faith. All right, so the question I got for everybody right now is, the college football playoff created more chaos for you, or is it giving you exactly what you wanted, giving you exactly what you needed, what you expected out of this? Because I'm a little perplexed by the way that it's landed, but I also look at a lot of teams and I go, no, that's what I expected from the teams, but it's just been the games and the way they've gone that's been a little confusing to me, Alec.
It's been really confusing, but in a fun manner, especially like talking about 2 days ago. With the Texas-Arizona State game. Like, the Vegas line is set where it is for a reason. I did not expect it to be that competitive in the fourth quarter, and we talked about it for pretty much a week leading up, saying, sounds about right. Sounds about right. This is what we're going to see. We got the total opposite. You have every team that got a first-round bye getting bounced, which is hilarious to me, and I love that kind of chaos, but at the same time, I feel like I've gotten everything I expected outside of maybe that Texas game a couple days ago. I expected there to be some ugly first-round matchups, even some ugly second-round matchups, and here we are. Pretty much every team that I expected to be in the Final Four in the bracket, they are making it there, and we're going to have some really fun games to round this thing out like we usually do most years in the past, maybe 5 years of the 4-team format. We've gotten some pretty competitive matchups, at least in the championship. So now that we're getting to the part where we're seeing the teams that we expected to make it this far, I think I've gotten everything I expected. Is it everything I wanted? No. I want every game to be decided by 3 points or less.
Yeah.
That's the football sicko in me. If not, then I want it to be won by 45 points. No in between. I don't want any kind of 10-point win, 14-point win. I want it to be one extreme end or the other. Of course, I didn't get that, but I wasn't expecting that this year. But you're getting some fun performances. Like Boise State probably played a little bit better than I expected, and
really?
I actually enjoyed myself watching that game, fully knowing they were going to lose that game. But I still enjoyed what I saw, and you get to watch, some draft prospects, including a dude named Genty. So that's always a plus, too. But I feel like I've gotten everything I've expected.
Do you have a little checklist of prospects that you're trying to watch for the draft, that you're like, okay, these are the guys that I'm very interested in seeing how they play at this level? Because that was something that McCarthy was discussing this morning. I always think that it's in the NCAA tournament, you'll see a guy that just pops up out of nowhere, and you're like, where did this guy come from? And then you're like, his draft stock just went sky high. And I wonder how much the college football playoff changes some of these guys' draft stock, because you're seeing them at a different level. When the game's this tight, McCarthy's talking about it this morning, you're watching a guy, and you're very interested in what he's doing, and then you see one of his teammates. They were watching Derek Carr, and they found Devontae Adams. And he's like, hold on, I kind of like this guy, like this receiver. And so I do wonder how many people are watching with their checklists, and if people make moves, or they're like, no, what I saw during the regular season the last couple of years, that's what that player really is.
And it's a good point, because the level of competition changing definitely brings out the best in some people that maybe you didn't expect to be interested in. And, for me, I am looking at some of the higher-end prospects in this game, seeing how they handle the pressure, like a Kelvin Banks from Texas. The hilarious part of setting up that 4th and 13 is that he false started. to add 5 more yards onto that. So, you see some of that stuff, and you're just like, the one guy you expect to not make the mistake makes the mistake, but then the rest of the game he's pretty much perfect. So you see stuff like that. You're definitely trying to look for some guys that might be in the back end of the draft, good value at some positions of need, because you talk about best player available on the first day, but outside of that, what are some guys that could fill some voids? Maybe I'm looking for a guy that could stop a run here and there out of the Texas defensive front, because they're so good. Penn State, maybe I'm looking at some of their guys. Ohio State is a offense machine.
Best
they are
team
a
money can
factory,
buy.
absolutely, and literally now, because they can legally do it. But they are an offensive talent factory. So I'm looking at a guy that maybe might not be getting his name called as much, but I'm like, he's a freak athlete. I'd like to have him on my team, get him coached up right. So absolutely, there are some guys I'm taking note of.
I will say I was very surprised by the way that last night's game, or yesterday's game, ended. Very weird start time, but obviously different circumstances there. But the way that game turned out, and now you're starting to get that question a lot more, and I know Kirby Smart got that question last night, and it is these teams that had a week off or had extra time off, did they suffer from having that time off? In the NFL, we look at that and say, man, you need that bye week. You need to be the top team, because more often than not, it says that you're going to continue to move on. And here in college football, they're like, oh man, that was a problem for them, and I don't understand that. But this being the first year of it, I wonder if coaches look back at the way they prepped each week and take it and say, you know what, I'm gonna treat each week like it's a week leading into the game, as opposed to maybe I gave them a little more rest or whatever it was. But I'm very interested in how people are going about that right now. Do you think it was the too much time off, or you just think those other opponents were better?
I think in this case it was the better team won. It was interesting to me too, because I feel like the whole time off argument doesn't really work for me for Georgia, because you have a quarterback that's still trying to learn how to play in this system because he hasn't done it all year. So you give him essentially a month to try to figure this thing out. I'm thinking that's a good thing.
Yes.
I know it's not live game reps, because you can't replicate that in any way, shape, or form, but I'm saying Georgia is locked and loaded, because they have a chance to actually show that they've got depth, they've got organizational depth with this unit, and I really expected a little bit more. I expected more than 10 points, I can tell you that, but I didn't want to put too much pressure on the quarterback. I didn't think he played horrible. I really did. I thought he played a pretty solid game, but all things considered, I think that's a game that Georgia needs to win. And again, the better team wins here, and I will say I kind of bashed them yesterday. Notre Dame impressed me.
They did.
They really did, and I love everything about that offense, because it is so unconventional. Their coaching style in general is unconventional, and
that line right there, Alec, I really like a lot. The whole way that Freeman coaches the team. Even like you said with the punt play, the way that they went about that, and you're like, hold on, they have that. It's that Belichickian kind of thing where you're like, hey, I'm looking for a little loophole or something that's going to throw off the rhythm of everybody.
Yeah,
and give us a little bit of a new rhythm and a new life, and that was a play right there that gave them the opportunity to continue driving to put that game away. So I like what you're saying there about his coaching style.
For the first time in a long time, I felt like Kirby Smart got fully outcoached.
Yeah.
For 4 quarters, like fully outcoached. I think he gets outsmarted here and there. Every coach does. We talk about how in 2025 now, coaches are still messing up end-of-game clock situations and stuff. Everybody has their imperfections, but for the first time in a long time, I think for 4 quarters, he got outcoached.
Yeah, the other thing, too, is like where Texas lands on this. I feel like there's this natural pulling for Texas. As an OU fan, I'm like, okay, OU had a down year, but UT definitely there are some UT fans here. UT definitely has given me this, hey, man, they are very good at things. They also are very capable of just falling apart and just watching themselves roll down the hill over and over and over, and then getting lucky at the end that it didn't turn out that way. Man, that overtime was phenomenal for them. What a way for them to finish that. But for the game to go that way, I'd have so much wariness in picking them because I just don't know what I'm going to get, like you said, for 4 full quarters with that team.
Yeah, they find the most difficult and strange ways to win football games, and it seems like by design at most points because Steve Sarkisian is so calm, so cool, so collected. He's given Bert Auburn the TED Talk of his life during that timeout, and he goes out there and misses the kick. And it's like, well, what else can I do? This guy, he's our most successful kicker in program history, and I just gave him a TED Talk here during a 30-second TV timeout, and it didn't work. So they find the most unconventional, weird ways to win, and as a college football fan, it's very fun. Is it a formula for sustained success? I don't know, but it's almost like I say with Dan Campbell. It seems like they prove me wrong every single time. I doubt it, so I'm gonna shut up and listen.
One of the, and I know it was taken over by Nate Eovaldi, but Derek Holland pitched one of the greatest World Series games we've ever seen. And in that speech that Ron Washington gave him before the game, he slapped him in the face a couple times and said a bunch of cuss words that Derek nor Ron Washington would repeat. And I wonder if that's the way you do the speech, as opposed to being like, look, you've been this great all year. We got faith in you. You know, like, hey, it's going to be fine. I wonder if you just kind of need to slap him in the face a little bit and be like, all right, now get out there and go kick some ass. Maybe that's the way to do it. We're the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Burleson's Buffalo Wild Wings. Come on out and see us today. Coming up next, the Mavs are at it tonight, but the Stars, they got a win last night. We'll dig into it next in the
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at Cars for Kids, and it's also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for contract wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Stars take over right off the draw. Shot, score, hits! And it's Dallas's turn to go back-to-back and back in front.
Man, what a nice way to get that one going right there for the Stars. Rope Hintz, 2 goals for the second time in his last 8 games. Team high 18 goals. Stars take down Ottawa 4-2 last night, and that's a nice one right there, because I would like to say that Ottawa is kind of a middling team like where the Stars are, but the Stars are a much better team than Ottawa. Like, Ottawa has a record that's kind of similar, but the Stars are clearly a better offensive team, and they poured it on last night. And you know what? Defensively, they did some great work, too, because Ottawa's 13 shots that they took last night, fewest that the Stars' opponent have given up, or the opponents for the Stars have had since Phoenix. November 9th of 2006, the Coyotes were held to 13 shots in a 1-0 Dallas win. And so, like, that's a wild number right there. So to see that's a pretty cool one right there. Dallas's penalty kill, they didn't allow a shot on goal during a 6-on-4 Senators power play in closing minutes. That was a key moment right there for the Stars. Also, though, I wanted to let everybody know, we'll get into some more Stars action here in just a second. We got something going on here at 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers Winter Caravan Tour. This is presented by Coca-Cola. It kicks off next Thursday evening. In our fan showroom. That's at our building, downstairs in the showroom. Tolos are going to stop by. You're welcome to come on in and see what's going on. They're going to have free Whataburger while supplies last. Awesome Rangers giveaways starting at 6:30 p.m. I do believe that's a p.m. thing.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus Semien, along with Cody Bradford and Matt Festa. So you're going to have Marcus Semien there and our friend Cody Bradford. Get ready to autograph for everybody. Free autographs, and then the guys are going to be joined. They're going to join Jared Sandler for the fans' 2025 debut of Rangers Hot Stove from 7 to 8, so that'll be on the station. That's a massive night for Tolos next Thursday. Our performance showroom, autographs beginning at 6:30. No sign up, just get here early. It's one of the many ways that we want to thank you for being the best listeners in DFW. So continue to celebrate the Rangers. As I was hearing Bobby this morning, and he was doing his yearly awards, and he left on the GM coaching. He had Nico, he had Nil, and then he had DeBoer, and he had Jason Kidd. So he had all of them. He left the Rangers and Cowboys off because of the way that the seasons went. But when Choppy brought up, but what about the surge that Chris Young had at the end of the year here? And I was like, yeah, man, that's a pretty significant move, getting Jock Peterson and all the moves that he made here at the end of it. This is nice. I mean, even what they did with their front office a little bit, to leave him off I thought was a little wild, but we get to celebrate a little more as we get this thing rolling. Rangers fan event next Thursday at our fan showroom. Yeah, are you missing Rangers baseball right now? Are you ready for spring training to get rolling?
It feels like with each move that Chris Young makes, I get more and more excited. I'm like, can we just get a little bit closer? It's only January 3rd. What are we doing here? Like, after G-Bag's interview with Jock Peterson, I was like, I want to see this dude in a Rangers uniform taking real at-bats right now, right here, right now. He's in my top 3 favorite players on the team already, just because of his Whataburger order. And he's like, don't let the kid get a milkshake, man. Don't let the kid get a milkshake. He's just like all of us. He's just a dude. But
yeah, he's fun.
I'm excited, man. I'm so excited.
I'm looking forward to talking to him. I think there's some other personal things that I'd really like to get to know about Jock Peterson when we get out to spring training. So I'm really looking forward to that. That's the team, though, right there, that they still have some work to do. We're looking forward to that. But the Stars last night, Rope Hintz, man, this dude, I saw somebody last night, and I wish I could remember who it was, but they kind of compared, and they sent it to Choppy and Bobby and Sean, and they compared Hintz to Corey Seager. And I was like, I don't think that that's exactly the same, but let's kind of discuss that a little bit and try and see if we can figure something out there. when it comes to Seager, it's just I know I'm going to get a violent at bat, and he's just going to destroy the baseball. And with Hintz, I always know the speed is there first. Like that's the first thing I think of with him and his ability to score. Do you see any other connections that would kind of lead you to that? Because Seager had such great success with the Dodgers early that like it always he goes to another level for me because of World Series MVP so early in his career.
Yeah, I think it's not exactly linear like you said, because there needs to be some of those career accolades, but hopefully this is the year that we can start adding on to that resume. But when I think of both of them, you kind of hinted at where I go to make that connection: aggression. And in the form of baseball for Corey Seager, it's that first pitch swinging almost every single time. Like you said, violent at bats. For Roope Hintz, it's exactly what you said. It's speed. The way he gets up and down the ice, and it seems like he's one step ahead of everybody else. And he's got more time to process. He's got more time to kind of design his play because he's just quicker than everybody else. And it's not just the skate speed, it's the mentals. Like it seems like he takes the game as serious as Corey Seager does. I don't know if he carries a tripod with his phone on it around like Corey Seager does to study his at-bat.
in a mirror.
Exactly. I don't know if he's miming his shot or his skates, but I do think he is that meticulous. I do think he is that dedicated, and I do think he's that borderline obsessed with what he does, because it seems like everything is so perfect. It seems like everything is so effortless, and everything is so calculated whenever he does get up and down the ice. It's so quick that you're like, oh, it seems like he's just going to fly into the boards, and we're going to have to see what kind of car crash happens there. But it's like, no, there's purpose behind every movement, and that's what I think about when I think of Corey Seager too.
With last night's win, I like this stat a lot. The Stars become the third team to win 1,000 games in the 21st century, according to NHL stats. The others are the Bruins and the Capitals. So I don't know if you're like, hey, that's great company, or if you're just like, man, this is great for the Stars, because like to have that many wins, no championship. We talk about that with the Cowboys, and you're like, big deal.
Yeah.
But whenever it's the Stars, they're competing in those cups. They're in deep in the playoffs every year. They give you that opportunity. With the Cowboys, it's always like, oh, we had a first round exit, or first time they got on the field. Maybe they had to bye. Whatever it was an exit after that. And that's been the big complaint there with the Stars. You're like, no, man, they're right there. When you talk about hanging around the rim, they're literally right there on the cusp of it all the time. And what I love the most about what they do is they have their core. They have young, fresh faces that they're constantly adding to the mix. They're growing players all the time. And then you add to that, when they need a player in free agency, they'll go get it. They don't, and they don't say, hey, we're going to wait till all free agency is done and then scrape off the bottom of the barrel. They say, you know what, we're going to go get something impactful that we need on this team right now. And they don't hold on to something too long. Even with Pavelski, may they are missing that personality in that room with some of these young players and with even some of the veterans. But it's not like they're saying to themselves, hey, that player helped us get over the top last year. They knew he was limited there.
We really need to do a better job just as a collective DFW sports fan base of holding Jim Nill and his scouting staff to the same regard that we do Will McClay and the Cowboys, because like you said, they have the perfect complementary balance of youth versus experience. Been there, done that, skins on the wall versus athletes that are coming in fresh and they are learning on the fly, but they are doing great things at a rapid rate. Their scouting, their talent development, as you mentioned, is just incredible, and I don't think we give them enough love just as a collective whole.
Mavs need to get back in the winning ways tonight against the Cavaliers. 3-game losing streak right now. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll talk a little more about it later on this afternoon. And then Tovash texted in and said, I see CeeDee Lamb and Roope Hintz is more of a combination there. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's talk with the GM and owner of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in...
Uber Eats has lower food products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Alec Medford, and we do have Jerry Jones on with us right now, brought to you by Ford. Ford is the best in Texas. Jerry, how are you doing today, good sir?
Well, I'm doing fine, and as we go into this new year, let's do a good job out here when we get those Commanders.
Absolutely, absolutely, Jerry. Is this one of those seasons that you look back on and you go, I just like to forget about this one? Or is there something that you look at and you go, I really need to draw from this?
Well, every season, of course, not to be trite, but is made up of numerous experiences. And, boy, that's just part of the journey. And I can look back on some things that are memorable to me in seasons that had all kinds of things happen. But I look at it a little more narrow, or I drill down a little more. And a season to me is a little too broad. I really still focus on the game, like I'm into this weekend against the Washington Commanders. And I want to beat these guys this weekend. Important to us to beat them. And so I look at it more like that. I actually look at it more during the month or during the week. I look at more of it on a day-to-day basis rather than a broad sweep. Because those years go by. If you start putting it in concept of seasons and years, that goes by too quick. That's too fast for me.
Your team did get 5 Pro Bowl players in. Does it ever get old bringing those guys into the office? We heard McCarthy say that you get the opportunity to tell those guys first. Does that ever get old talking to them and seeing their faces?
Not at all. I'll tell you this. When I see a name out beside Pro Bowl, a little bit the same way, their plays flash up in my mind. I see Turpin making the plays that helped him attain this honor. And the same way with Smith and Tyler and those guys. So it's kind of a little bit the same philosophy. I just think of the individual plays, when they've made outstanding plays, had outstanding games. we've had a chance to review them over and over again, and we see how they've made the kind of plays that made them get the Pro Bowl. So all of that is good, and I obviously am glad to have them in every one of them's case about what they mean for our future.
Jerry, outside of a win this weekend, is there anything that perhaps the coaching staff could do to leave a lasting impression on you, on the players, with one game left and it being well documented that the coaching staff is on a set of expiring deals?
Well, we all want to win, and we want to have the last game of the year with a win. And so that's important. But, no, the hay's in the barn, really, as far as our staff is concerned and the qualities of each of the coaches and of what they have brought to the table, where they are in their careers, the circumstances, what we dealt with this year on a coach-by-position basis. And so, no, I don't think that something that would happen out here Sunday would impact where we're going to be as we go forward.
Well, to add to that, Jerry, whenever the season ends, after the Cowboys take down the Commanders on Sunday, whenever the season's over, what is that process like? What do you do from the end of that game until the start of the next season that you're like, this is what we have to do? Can you explain how that process goes for you and your guys?
Really, no, I wouldn't explain it, but I would tell you that if that's not the first time when the morning comes the day after we play Washington that we start thinking about the things we're going to decide on. That's a long time in the making. You want process. Process is a lot of these coaches out there we've been with 5 years or more. And so there's a lot of water under the bridge that is good stuff, really good stuff. And so it is there, and I wouldn't call it a process. I'm very familiar with these coaches, very familiar with them, and I'm sure appreciative of what they have done and done well. Very familiar when something didn't go right for us as a team or them in their position or their area of responsibility. I'm very versed in that and can sit down without anything in front of me and take any coach and make about a list as long as you want to of pluses and minuses.
What did this team show you this year that, like, a trait about the team in general that makes you say, I want to invest more in that particular team trait? Well, what is it that you're like, that's what we do well, I want to invest more into that?
Yeah. I like the way that we brought along young players. We were forced to because of our injury situation. But I like the way that we have coached up and got young players ready to be playing next year and into the future. And so to me, that's an integral part of being a coach. It's important to me. Sometimes coaches do have a shorter view as to their position with the team. I once had a great coach tell me that no coach really thinks beyond 5 years. Well, I think longer than 5. And so with that in mind, but it's the right combination. I'm where I should be and they're where they should be. And it's more of a now thing relative to coaching than the long-range picture. But that's what I'm paid to do.
Jerry Jones joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And speaking of getting guys ready to play, you've had a lot of glowing things to say about Mike Zimmer and what he's done in recent weeks. Do you think Zimmer will have the opportunity to be a head coach in the NFL again?
I think it's possible. Yes, I do think it's possible. And because he's got really an outstanding resume relative to his head coaching experience. But more important, Mike Zimmer, without being trite, Mike Zimmer is very unique. And, boy, here he is accomplished, tremendous experience. You know, Mike is a coach's son, and so he grew up in coaching. And he's had the experience with a lot of players. He's enjoyed really outstanding success. And I'll tell you this right now, from being around him, there's no question he's got that fire in his tank. And so it's really then you can't be around Mike Zimmer and not understand his road and how he got there, both professionally as well as in his personal life. And anybody that's dealt with that, like he has, some of the tragedies that he's experienced. And yet there he is coaching young men and looking for the best in them and putting it out there for them to get if they'll take it. And all of those things, it's great to know. It's great to have been a part of Mike Zimmer.
You're absolutely dead on with that, Jerry. In the small time I've been able to be around him, all those things, you nailed it right there. There are reports that John Gruden is looking to throw his hat back in the ring, the head coaching ring. What are your thoughts on John Gruden?
I don't have. I just don't have any comment there at all.
Okay.
And seriously, one way or the other, John is a friend. And but let's leave it at that.
All right, that sounds good. Now, people do say that this is a copycat league. We've heard that for many years. You see something that works, you go, hey, we want to kind of simulate that. We want to mimic that just a little bit. What teams around the NFL do you look at and say, that would be nice if we could mimic a little bit of what they're doing?
Well, I'll just start at the ones that are in the top seeds in their divisions. And they've been able to, in varying ways, they've been able to get to that spot as we get down near the end of this season. They've been able to get that spot, and you cannot help but look for the things that they've done right and look at how they have handled their challenges. Every team has had challenges. And you can't help but look at that Kansas City bunch up there and admire what they're doing and look at them. That goes with it. On the other hand, I'll be very candid with you. Some of the best things that I've seen done in the NFL were when you went against the grain. And you say, well, this thing is really working. It's copycat. It's mobile quarterbacks. It's any number of things. It's fast, small linebackers, those kinds of things, as opposed to the bigger guys that help with your run stopping more, all of those kinds of things. And so you really can catch the league. As a general rule, you can catch an opportunity sometime. I'll never forget Chan Gailey told me, if you'll go get me this particular quarterback. He was a great option quarterback in college. And he said, if you'll go get me that guy right there, I'll win a championship here before the rest of the NFL knows what happened. And he was really right. And so that's the kind of thing. I'm trying to make a point here that it's just as fertile ground to be looking for ways to go in the different direction as to what is trending, the opposite of copycat. Go in that way because there are more players available. There's more opportunity when you're going against what is in vogue.
I mean, heck, Jerry Jones made his career off being a trailblazer when it came to what the rest of the NFL was doing. When is the plan for Cooper Rush to start on Sunday?
You know, we're for obviously, if you will, competitive reasons. We're basically not saying until game day.
I know that there's been some discussion on what his bonuses, his incentives could do if he plays a certain amount of snaps. Does that ever play into decisions for guys being on the field? Who makes that decision? Does an agent pick up the phone and say, "Hey, by the way, my guy needs to hit this," and you're like, "All right, we got this"? How does that work?
No, it doesn't work that way, I'll tell you. It's usually a look at the past and see where they are. My understanding is that he's done well with his bonus so far this year. Now, he just by the nature of things, his bonus was structured that if something went awry with Dak, then he would have a better opportunity to create a bonus situation. Those are all team. That's for the team. Those are for the team. Those are to create the ability to get players and get them in position. And so usually I've never minded paying a bonus out because that meant the team was doing better or doing well because they were making a contribution that was possibly thought about when they made their contract, and it's come about. But that's the look at bonuses is always, in my experience, total hindsight and never as you would look forward on a game-to-game basis.
Jerry, as you're going through the process of deciding what's next for your coaching staff, is it a little bit frustrating to see Dan Quinn and Kellen Moore having their success within the same division?
Well, it is not frustrating. It's not frustrating. It's just, you're maybe proud but jealous. And know them both, know them that they're outstanding coaches. Kellen, I'll never forget when Mike McCarthy came in, one of the things that he said excited him the most was having Kellen Moore here. So we understand that both those coaches are top coaches, and it's just there's a little bit of both. You think of them when you mention their names. I see them personally, but I'm sure proud of their overall success for that team. And that team's had a great year. But, I'll tell you this, Washington I'm talking about because we got to play them this weekend. That's why it'd be so important to get them beat out here Sunday.
Yeah, and when you talk about Washington, Jerry, like they did turn things around pretty quickly this year with Dan Quinn and then obviously getting the quarterback. Does it make you feel like we're just a couple of moves away? Were they just a quarterback away, or was there something else that Dan Quinn brought to that team?
Well, I would give Dan Quinn every ounce of credibility you can for what they're doing, and he deserves all of it. And the obvious is the obvious. They're an inspired group. Now they've got a great ownership group. They are really driven. They've got their aspirations are to be at the top of the mountain, so to speak. And so that's a great situation up there. And plus, that team represents the nation's capital, the capital of the United States, and the Washington team of our country. So I think it's one of the potentially outstanding franchises in sports, and these guys will be able to get the most out of it.
And Jerry, Washington did get very lucky with Dan Quinn kind of sitting there waiting for him last offseason. And there was a lot of coaching carousel movement ahead of them. A lot of teams had already made their decisions. How much of your decision regarding Mike McCarthy's future involves who is available as a replacement?
Really, in this case, I can speak specifically, not a lot. So, but that is a big key. You're right, but in this particular case, that's not a big factor.
And I know, Jerry, you said you look at bigger years than maybe the 5 years for most of those coaches, the way they see things, and it is different for you. But in this 5-year span that Mike McCarthy's been here, what's been the biggest change you've seen from maybe what the organization looked like before to what it is now, and over that time while he's done this job?
Well, we've had 3 outstanding seasons, 12-win seasons. And those are good, to say, be tried about it. They are good. And you get those, you hang around the rim like that, and you will generally have a real chance to step on up there and get the big one. It's unfortunate that we didn't last year. It's unfortunate we didn't this year. So it doesn't take me, it doesn't have any effort on my part to look and see the positives of what we've had as a team under Mike McCarthy.
And we did have a Tolo that's out here with us. That's one of our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners. He's out here today at Buffalo Wild Wings. We're hanging out, having a good time. And he's a big UT fan, and he asked us to ask you, will Bevo be allowed out on the stadium for the Cotton Bowl game?
I can't answer that. And, I really don't know.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll keep everybody in suspense there.
I really don't. I'm not for sure if there's restrictions on that one at all. But, boy, I've seen that Bevo so many times in my life. And, of course, I say this with all the affinity in the world, but the 3 times that I got a chance to be on the field playing the University of Texas, they were number 1 in the nation 2 of those 3 times when we went up against them. And so, boy, that respect goes a long way back. And I've had a grandson that just left down there as a player and had a great experience while he was at Texas. So bottom line is this, we're glad to have those Texas Longhorns in that stadium.
Well, Jerry, this is about I think this is the 6th year that I've been able to do this. My co-host Kevin's sick. He's out today. Mike's out on vacation, but it's my 6th year to be able to do this show with you, and it's always been a lot of fun. There have been some tense moments, and there's also been a lot of fun moments, and we really appreciate it this year. I know this wasn't an easy one for both sides of it. It was a tough season, but we're looking forward to taking the Commanders down and then getting back into it next season. Jerry, thanks a lot.
Listen, guys, I have enjoyed you and particularly enjoyed you this year, and I mean it.
All right, Jerry, you have a good one, man. Take care.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
There he goes, Jerry Jones, owner and GM for the Dallas Cowboys right here on 105.3 The Fan. There was I didn't get any real recollection on it either. I'm still back and forth on that. When it comes to the coach, when it comes to where he's going to be. How did you feel on that one?
I was hoping that I could get him on. You got him on one of those where he's like, I can't say much, but here's what I would say. I was hoping to try to get him on a couple of those, which I thought he gave some good insight on Mike Zimmer because he's talked a lot about him and the job he's done recently, and it's pointed to all signs to me that he's coming back. I don't know about McCarthy, but
when y'all discussed Zimmer and his conversation this week with the media, did y'all discuss that as what I was reading from it? It felt like Zimmer was saying, I'm gonna look at it at the end of the year, and he almost sounded exhausted.
Yeah.
But, did y'all feel that same way, or was there another feel that you got from that?
No, I felt the same way. It was kind of eye-opening, if we're being totally honest. I didn't expect that from a guy who had taken some time off, like Jerry said, had some personal stuff going on. He needed to step away for a little bit. I was expecting some rejuvenation and everything, but like you said, the grind of being a football coach, you never really know from the outside looking in what it's like, the daily life, and how they're just in their office all day long. McCarthy's talked about it a little bit with Sean and RJ, but we really don't know what the grind is like, and I think Mike Zimmer might have kind of forgot. And those couple years away, I mean, we can even joke about it when we take a week off of work. It's that first day back, you're like, I forgot how amazing it was to just sit on the couch. That first day back of work, you go home, you lay down in bed, you're like, oh, I miss this so much. Maybe Mike Zimmer, after this Commanders game, kind of sits down with his family and he's like, I miss this. I forgot what it was like because I've been gone for months.
Yeah, I know that line that he said about, particularly for his son, I know that sticks out. When you're trying to, we got family members that are getting ready to retire, all right? And they're like, what do I do after retirement? And, they keep hearing the stories of, I had a friend that retired, and 3 days later he passed away. And you're just like, that's not gonna be me, and that's not the plan and everything. But then you get out there and you're like, hey, I need there's something to be said about a man and having a mission. And when he's pursuing a mission, when he's going after something, it makes him feel better. It makes him more attractive. It just gives you this kind of like, I'm doing something today. You wake up, you put on the uniform, and you go after it. And I wonder how much that affected Mike Zimmer this year, where it was kind of ramping into it. But then at the same time, you're teaching. And with some of the teams that he's had, they've already been educated. You know, they knew what they were supposed to do. They were ready to go. This team was not. They had one player that knew what his role was. That was Eric Kendricks. And the rest of it kind of had to learn, and by the end of the year, they've learned enough. Now, what you saw against Philadelphia, that didn't make you feel very good at all, because it goes, oh, that's how far the talent is away from that. But it did look like they were starting to get there. So I would like to see that opportunity. I know Kevin feels like he's kind of lost touch with what the NFL, the current day NFL is, but I saw a lot of things within his system that reminded me of like why toughness in this league is so important.
I think the head coach has lost more touch.
You think so?
With the current NFL than the defensive coordinator. I really do. Because you see, you asked him about the copycat league. You see a lot of teams running that same defensive idea that Mike Zimmer essentially grandfathered in the NFL, the whole idea of simulated pressures and everything. That is a Mike Zimmer brainchild. And you're seeing that even in the college football ranks. It's reverberating throughout football. So, it's all about adaptation. I don't think that anything he's doing is wrong. He just needs to apply it to current means of talent, personnel, and matchups against said talent and personnel. Sometimes it doesn't work against today's athletes, like when he first started coaching, it's not the son of a coal miner anymore. It's these guys that have been, 6'5", 250 pounds since they were 15 years old. So there's a lot more that goes into scheming against some of these offenses.
Dude, you aren't lying about that. My kid's in middle school football, and I'm like, that kid's bigger than me. And I'm a big man. And I'm like, that kid's bigger than me, and he's going to be in high school next year.
And imagine me. I'm not a big man. And when I see these, 17-year-olds that are out there, I'm calling, private school football this season, and the star wide receiver is 6'6", and I'm just like, he's 17.
Yeah, man.
What?
It is wild. It is wild. All right, coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, let's talk with our friend Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com next on The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
What is Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Berries.
Saffron what?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd.
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Major alongside Alec Medford. We're having a good time in Burleson at Buffalo Wild Wings. Want to see you here while we're out here today. We got some Cowboys merch to give away. We also do have Shout Out Friday. Text in your shout outs If you got some other games going on that you're interested in, text in and let us know about that one for sure. But right now, it is time to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, how are we doing today, good sir?
I'm just fine. Gosh, you guys are on a road trip, aren't you?
Yeah, this is the final Friday football feast of the season. So we will wrap this one up and then hope that we can get back at it next year again, Mickey. It's been a lot of
good.
fun.
Yeah,
we got a lot of Tolos that love getting out here, and they're all ready to hear you too. So that's nice, huh?
Well, then let's go.
Jerry was very adamant this morning about he wants to win this game against Washington. What do you think is the biggest factor in getting a win over Washington? Because I think this is a team that really does want to win also this week.
No, I think you're right. I think it's the whole thing's a matter of who's playing, how guys prepared. Because once you play, you're going to give everything you got, right? But the question is, did you prepare well this week? And then the other consideration is, what does Washington want to do? Are they gonna rest guys? Knowing that even if they win to move up a spot, they need the Bears to beat the Packers in Green Bay. I don't know what the percentages of that are, but they can't be very high, right? Mm-hmm. So I just wonder how Washington's gonna treat the game.
Yeah, I have this strong sense that they're going to want to definitely come across with that win. We were just talking about Mike Zimmer a few minutes ago and what he had discussed earlier this week.
Right.
And I was kind of curious after what we heard from Jerry. Like every time Jerry talked about Mike Zimmer this year, it was just glowing. And I know a lot of that, Mickey, has to do with the relationship, the time that they've had a relationship together. But what has been a huge difference you've seen with Mike Zimmer this year from maybe years in past?
Well, I think I like the way he started off when he talked about it the season, saying that when he got here, he wasn't ready to reinvent the wheel and just make a dramatic change in a defense that had played somewhat well the previous season. So he said he tried to blend what he wanted to do with what was going on the previous couple of years under Dan Quinn, and it sounded like he regretted that. And then as the season moved along, he kind of implemented his plan more than trying to blend something, and it looked like it started to work a little bit better during that streak when they won 4 of the 5 games going into the Philadelphia game. And it's really hard to judge when you look at what he was up against in that Philadelphia game. You realize they've started 7 different guys at cornerback. And
wow.
Yeah, 7. Think about it. We were sitting here, during the middle part of the season saying, wow, they've been playing without their top 4 defensive ends. Well, he ended up playing with 7 different cornerbacks, and now 1, 2, 3 of them are injured reserve, and Deron Bland spent the first 10 games of the season on PUP. So, it's really hard to, I think, evaluate, not only him, but the head coach on just what took place this year and why. We were talking the other day about the potentially the 14 teams in the playoffs. No one's going in there with a backup quarterback. And no one had to play 9 games with a backup quarterback, right? So health has just sort of affected this season, more than I think anybody wants to accept. I'm sure the coaching staff understands it, but I'm not sure everybody else does.
Speaking of quarterbacks, Mickey, Jerry gave us the ultimate competitive advantage of not revealing who was starting at quarterback this Sunday. Do you have any read on that? And if not, is there any reason to play Cooper Rush at this point outside of his incentive that he might be able to hit if he plays most of the game?
Yeah, and even if he doesn't, you can always, do a kind of a brother-in-law thing and say, hey, we'll take care of you. We understand you would have earned that, and you can use that as part of your negotiation going forward for next year. Because those incentives aren't paid until the next salary cap season. So you can just say, okay, you earned the first $250,000, because I think the first clause was 40% of the snaps, and right now he's at 52, and the second clause is 55%. So obviously, if they were playing for something, he would have earned that. So you could always do that and just kind of give him an elbow and say, don't worry about it. We'll put it in the negotiation going forward. Or, and if he doesn't want to do that, then they could say, well, okay, then you don't get it. I don't think that should be part of the decision on if they start Trey Lance in the game. Because I'm thinking if they start him, Will Greer's the backup, right?
Ooh, I didn't. Why would you say that?
I mean, you're going to bring in Coop to kind of save the day or something?
Yeah, sorry, my brain was a little. That makes a lot of sense. To have Will Greer
and you give Will Greer a little pat on the back, because you can elevate him off the practice squad instead of making whatever the weekly thing is when you're on the practice squad, probably around, I don't know, $1,500, whatever it is, no more than $2,000. You can get him the, whatever minimum is on his contract, and say, okay, we appreciate you. We're going to keep you around next year, and so here's a little bump in salary. So I could see that going. I see no reason not to start Trey Lance, right? I mean, just, he's been a good soldier. Give him a shot, and with the understanding that he hasn't started an NFL game since week 2 of the 2022 season in San Francisco. So, I think you give him a look. I don't see any reason not to.
Do you have the feeling like that with any other players on this team that you're like, I'd like to see them get a look, or is it more just like, no, let's just wrap this one up? Where are you feeling on that?
I mean, at some point, you'll probably let Rico play a little bit, but throw Deuce Vaughn out there. Let's see him get more than a carry here or a snap there. Well, give him a couple series, see what he can do. Now that Zeke's not there, you're going to need another running back to lean on. I don't know, obviously they haven't thought much of Delvin Cook at this point. So,
True.
No sense looking at that, and you just give a guy that's another guy that's, practiced and played hard when you've asked him to, and give him a longer look. So I could see that. But Corey, after that, they're kind of playing all those guys already.
Yes.
I don't know that there's anybody there sitting, you go, oh, I got to see this guy. The only other thing I could see is maybe you tell Tyler Smith, hey, good job, go ahead and take a break, and we'll play Hoffman and T.J. Bass at the guard positions. I could see that happening. But other than that, Chuma Doga's been on the injury report all week, so Guyton's probably going to have to play. So yeah, I could see something like that. But again, if you're going to give Trey Lance a chance to play, you don't want him out there with a bunch of backups on the offensive line. Now, saying all this, we still don't know how Washington's going to treat the game, right?
Yeah, I do know Lattimore is being ruled out for the hamstring. So
yeah, he's been out, though, hasn't he?
A consistent thing.
And how much are they going to play Jaden Daniels,
Right.
And why? Because think about it this way. They're the 7th seed, right? So even if they win, they need they need the Bears to beat Green Bay and Green Bay to move to the 6th seed. So who would you rather play in the first round? The number 2 seed, Philadelphia, or the loser of Minnesota, Detroit?
Ooh, actually, man, that's a really, all three of those are tough options there, Mickey.
Right?
That's
I'd kind of rather play Philadelphia.
Well, familiarity with Washington for sure, considering what they've gone through this year. So
right?
That makes sense. Yeah.
And and who knows how well Hurts is at this point after suffering the concussion. And if you're just comparing quarterbacks, those other quarterbacks are playing pretty darn well. But again, then if you should survive, then you got to play one of those two teams in the next round, right? So I don't know if there's any way to look at it other than how much Dan Quinn would value rest for his team going into the playoffs.
Now, Jerry Jones did answer Alex's question by saying, regarding what Sunday's outcome could help decide, he said, no, the hay's in the barn.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anything that they do on Sunday impacting his decisions. If the decision's kind of already made there, then, Mickey, which way do you lean on where this coaching staff? Is it a coaching staff search this offseason, or is it coaching bring back?
Yeah, and evidently he's got to a week from Tuesday to decide on that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's got to give teams permission to talk to Mike if they so ask. So, and he does have a relationship with New Orleans, right?
That's true.
Mickey Loomis, he was the coordinator there, 4 or 5 years in New Orleans. So, I don't know. I just think he's leaning to bringing them back. And then it'll be interesting to see what he does with the staff, because the staff is basically under the same circumstances. Their contract expires 14 days after, or somewhere in there, 9 days after the last game. So, maybe he brings them back and says, okay, but we need to make this position staff change or this one. It'd be interesting to see, because, look, unless he's got somebody in his back pocket that he wants to hire for a head coach, what are you going to do?
Very valid question.
Because you're starting from scratch if you bring in a new guy. And you're starting probably with a new offense also.
Sounds like they like coach philosophy. They like the way that he manages the business. Maybe they don't love the way the play calling went this year. Maybe
okay, but again, remember,
he's the play caller.
You basically had 7 Pro Bowlers missing significant number of games. It's not just guys; it's the Pro Bowlers, and it's your quarterback. And so now, how do you factor that into the evaluation? It's not his fault that they're hurt. He does a better job than anybody I've seen come through here trying to take care of the players from a health standpoint. Making sure they're not over practicing them, kind of changing up the days, how many times, they put the pad. Well, there's a rule on how many times you put the pads on, but, how hard he practices, when he brings them in, when he tries to get them off the feet. And I think the players appreciate that. But, when you're out there and you don't have DeMarcus Lawrence and, you don't have all these guys that, no more Trayvon Diggs, it's difficult out there. You didn't have Sam Williams the whole season. Zach Martin out now. What is this going to be, 5-6 games he's missing? And he played through an injury, so he didn't play the level he normally plays at. So there's a lot, I think, other factors other than, play calling, right? Because the year before, they led the league in points scored. So he didn't get dumb overnight.
Mickey, it is that time, as Kevin always
please.
Oh,
yes.
And it's the final one of the season.
You got to tell me what Washington is doing. Are they trying to win or not?
They're trying to win with Marcus Mariota, Mickey.
There you go. They're trying to win with a backup.
Well, then I'm going to take Trey Lance and the Cowboys.
All right. Do you have a number though? Is Trey Lance
I have
putting up
no
42?
idea. Yeah, I have. I mean, is he going to play his guy? I mean, you saw their injury report. All the guys that got rested the first day.
Oh,
there
yeah,
must have been
nuts.
a dozen of them. It seemed like.
Yeah. When Terry McLaurin was off, I was like, oh man. That is a chaos one that they got built for.
This
Sunday.
is one of those. If you bet on this game, you're crazy.
It's like betting on a preseason
Yes,
game.
exactly.
About to do it just because you said that, Nick.
Yeah, right.
Thanks
Okay,
for your
let
time
me
today,
know how
Mickey.
it turns out and how many points you get, too, by the way.
Awful.
We will check back in with you on Monday for the last one of this season, good sir.
Okay, I'll be here.
There he goes, Mickey Spagnuolo from DallasCowboys.com. We'll get back with him Monday, and then that'll be it for the season unless we need to talk to him, unless there's something important we just got to talk
Like a
with
new
him
head
about.
coach.
But coming up next is time for Forgiveness Friday. Saquon Barkley, Travis Kelce, do any of these guys deserve forgiveness? Next on The Fan.
Commercial-free K&C? Delicious! Spend your lunchtime commercial-free. Afternoons beginning at 12:20.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krld-fm. Also brought to you by the Frankles. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Alec Medford. Ruben Portillo is looking at the Buffalo Wild Wings menu right now. trying to figure out what burger he wants. Is it the burger or is it wing? Are you going after some wings? He wants some wings. I will tell you, though, this is a fantastic burger. If you're like, you know what, I got to try that burger that Corey's been talking about, you should do it today at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson while we are out here. I do want to say it is Shout Out Friday, so if you want to get your shout outs in right now, 877-881-1053, you can text those in, and we'll get to them. But here's the shout out from the napkin. This is super special shout out to the best Rocket League player I've ever seen and best teammate to ever live, Caitlin. Win or lose, I love playing beside you. My time with you counts more than you know. You're remarkable, wonderful, and I appreciate everything about you. Cheers to you on this day that's new. You are everything and more. That's from Ricardo. And then there is a math equation that I don't know, Alex. So if you're gonna,
I'm not good at math either, so I'm just gonna show
help with the math equation because it says E equals MC squared pi. I believe
I like pi.
It equals. I love pi. Pi is fantastic. So if you want to get your shout-outs in right now, 877-881-1053. Who said what kind of pie? Was that you or Kevin Walker back in the studio?
That was me under my breath.
Okay.
Yeah. I wasn't proud of it. That's why.
I mean, I'll go with it's the buttercream pies. Those are the ones that get me the most. For
so
sure.
good, but such a wrong answer. The only right answer was my peanut butter pie.
Oh, the peanut butter pie is You know what, dude? Sorry, you're gonna have to forgive me. My brain's been a little off over the last.
It is Friday.
Weeks. It is
very,
Friday.
Very fitting.
And it is time for Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Text in anything you need to be forgiven for. Maybe it's something that you've done this week, or maybe it's something that you plan on doing next week. Go ahead and get your forgiveness in right now. And, Alec, I would like to ask for forgiveness for not recommending your peanut butter pie first and foremost.
I will always grant you forgiveness, Corey, because you are a lot nicer to me when it comes to food than Kevin Hageland, than Mike Bassick. So since they are not here to represent themselves, I'm just going to say I will forgive you for anything and everything.
One of my favorite moments that we've ever had with when we've been on the road is very early on. For some reason, I don't know why, Spittle felt like he had to come out while we were in Arizona one year and be with our show, and he needed to monitor us. That's what I'm going to call it. Is he was monitoring?
He's chaperone. Yeah.
I think mostly it's because Colby was with us for the first time ever.
That makes sense.
And so he was like, I got to keep an eye on these guys. So we get out there and everything, and we're sitting down, and the boss spends, I don't know, man, he spends about 45 minutes working on dinner, and he made a huge pile of nachos. And when I say a huge pile, I mean a tray that was as big as a pizza dish, and it stacked about a foot high.
Yeah, man.
And it was chicken nachos with onions and everything, and I was like, man, this is phenomenal. And when I saw him cutting onions, I was like, well, Kevin's never eating that. It was my first thought, but I was like, well, I'll just let him live out life and see how it goes. And so then whenever the food, like the boss comes out and he's like, all right, guys, the nachos are ready. And I was like, awesome. And I just took a spatula and just took a huge, and I was like, this is great. And I'm just, And then I see Kevin stand up, and he walks over and he looks at the nachos, and he gets real close. And he looks at them for a second, and then he stands up and he kind of looks up at out the window, and he walks over and grabs a plate. And then he grabs a loaf of bread, and he grabs peanut butter and jelly, and he grabs turkey and cheese, and he makes 2 sandwiches. He makes a peanut butter jelly, and he makes a turkey and cheese sandwich, and he sits down and eats his sandwich without ever saying a word. And Gavin looks at me, and he's like, hey, is there something wrong with the nachos? And I was like, well, there's onions in it for one. And he was like, why wouldn't he just tell me that? And I was like, I don't know, man. That's something you're going to have to talk about with Kevin. Hey. So, yes, that palate of a 4-year-old, that is how Kevin does not like your peanut butter pie.
I mean, not everybody can be like Phil Simms and love his onions. Man.
Onions. Oh, I love onions. And oranges. Oh, it's got great stuff. If y'all haven't heard that commercial, it's our favorite to make fun of around here. From the 817, shout out to my wife for giving me the most perfect first son a guy could ask for. Wouldn't want to do life with anyone else. Truly a rich and blessed man. That is awesome right there. Shout out from another napkin. From the 832, Amanda, my loving wife for 22 years. Couldn't be the person I am without you. You're my forever and always. Love, Donald. He didn't say love, Donald. I added that to it, but I don't think he's going to.
You're getting him some brownie points.
Yeah,
look at that.
Yeah. From the 682, I forgive my dad for turning me into an alcoholic.
I was not ready for that. was not ready for
I
that.
got questions about that.
Yeah, me too.
So my question is, like, is it the genetics that you're blaming, or is it like, was there a specific traumatic incident that caused that? So that's the one I want to ask about there, because I just would like to know.
Or maybe they hang out a lot, and their like preferred method of bonding is having a couple brews.
Yeah, let's drink it. Let's drink a beer together.
Yeah.
From Tolo Vader on the Twitch, Toloing from Snowy, Ohio. Shout out to all the Tolos. Happy New Year. Pitchers and catchers report before we even know it.
It's true.
And then from the 469, please forgive me for telling people I haven't seen them since last year. That is a joke that my son Carter is running around our house right now too. He walked in the other day and he goes, "Dad, we got to get rid of that queso in the garage." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And he was like, "We got to get rid of it. It's been in the fridge since last year." And I was like, "Oh my gosh." I wanted to hate it, but because of how much we throw that Kevin's way, I mean,
yeah.
And you know what? Now it's going to feel like even longer since we've seen Kevin whenever he's finally back, too.
Yeah, this extended vacation is definitely it's going to induce some jokes. And I mean, I missed an opportunity. I haven't seen you since last year, man.
I know.
It's been a while. Good to see you. I'm glad you made it out here in one piece.
From the 682, shout out Bleed Blue fam. Was a great fantasy season from Sacco to number one. Told you last year was a fluke. Never again. Peace be on to you, brothers. So we appreciate that from the 682. Let's dive into some Forgiveness Friday, and we'll start things off with Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley, he has a new ad, and evidently John Mara, when he was asked when they were moving on from Saquon Barkley, he said, "I'll have a tough time sleeping if Saquon goes to Philadelphia," during their Hard Knocks episode. Yep. And he said that, and I think that they've had a hard time sleeping this year. Saquon Barkley's been fantastic throughout this season. Well, Saquon Barkley put a new ad together with Unisom, and this is what it sounded like a little bit.
Having trouble sleeping, so I wrote you a lullaby. Rockabye baby, awaken your bed. As the thought of 2000 swirls in your head. It sure is tough to lose sleep over football. Not for me, though. Good night to you all.
And that is some master trolling right there from Saquon Barkley. I wonder if that was him or if they presented it to him and they were like, "Hey, we think this would be funny."
Yeah.
Either way, good job, Saquon Barkley.
Either way, he has to sign off on it and be like, "Yeah, like I'll sit there and read that."
The words do have to come out of his mouth.
Exactly. So I give him all the flowers for that, and I hate that he's in the still in the division, but. Man, watching him this season has been so fun, and to cap it off with an ultimate troll job like that, because the Giants are an abysmal franchise, and it's so fun to dunk on them. That was beautiful. That was masterful. Great job to Saquon and company for making that happen. And the reason I'm okay with them taking it a step further like that is because the Giants were just cheap. It's not like they couldn't afford him. They could. They quite literally chose a quarterback that is no longer on their team other than him. So
I do wonder if he would have had this special of a season with the Giants.
No, not
kind of
at
like
all.
Derrick Henry wouldn't have had this. I don't think he would have had this special season with the Cowboys.
Not at all.
But you're right. Like, that was a dude that you drafted for the reason of he's the star to build around, and they decided not to. Should Travis Kelce and or Caitlin Clark be given forgiveness? This is Caitlin Clark on the New Heights podcast talking about her favorite Chief.
You said your brother's favorite player was Tony Gonzalez. Who's your favorite player, or is?
Oh, is? I mean, obviously Travis is up there.
I made it.
But I'm obviously a big Patrick fan too.
How can you not be?
Like the both of you, you're pretty great.
I'm here.
So that's Travis Kelce at the end doing the Kermit voice.
I'm here.
I'm here. Throwing that out there. Should he get forgiveness for throwing that voice out there? Should Caitlin Clark be forgiven for saying that Travis is her favorite over Patrick Mahomes?
Caitlin, I say yes, because she can do no wrong in my mind.
Oh, really?
Well, Ruben just handed me some breaking news. Hold on just a second. We asked Jerry Jones, would Bevo be at the Cotton Bowl? According to the Texas football Twitter page, he is in. He will be at AT&T Stadium.
There it is. Bevo is going to be out there at AT&T Stadium for the big game. So congratulations to everybody that was concerned about that. I wonder if Jerry picked up the phone right after he was done with us and was like, guys, we need Bevo at that field.
I mean, he did that with Sean and RJ at the trade deadline. He was like, yeah, I'm working on a deal right now for a receiver. Hangs up with them 5 minutes later. The deal is official. He has that kind of pull. I'm sure somebody heard that and said, hey, can we get this worked out now? And they got it worked out.
If it wasn't for the KNC masterpiece, we might not have had Bevo on the sidelines.
Thank you very much.
We are the Bevo show of record.
We got our UT listener here. He's wearing his Take a Load Off shirt today.
Wonder if Bevo's going to take a load off.
That was his question for sure. Oh, man, hold on. Did this post got removed? Oh, my gosh. All right, so have you seen the picture of Cam Scadaboo that's been floating around?
I don't think so.
A dude posted a picture, and I don't have it anymore because it looks like he's taken it down, that said that it was a picture of Scadaboo, and he had his back to the bar, and it looked like a hotel lobby. And there were a bunch of people standing around drinking, and the guy said something along the lines of, hey, no wonder we didn't lose, or we didn't win. This guy's out partying late and everything. And Scadaboo comes back and said, dude is a clown. That was at 8:30 p.m., and I was with family. Yes, they were drinking alcohol, and if you know anything about me, I don't drink. But I'm sure you posted it to get clout. It's pretty sickening. And I appreciate Cam Scadaboo pointing out, hey, that's not me. And I know on Dan Patrick's show he was like, look, I may have had a bad sandwich or something, and he was like, I was chugging Powerade and water at the same time. That's why I threw up. But will you forgive the guy that took the picture and was like, maybe this is the reason y'all lost, party guy?
No, never. I hate when people, they chase that moment, especially if said person pays for the check mark on Twitter so they can make money off of the impressions thereafter. It's like that's really lame. And two, the guy's already dealing with losing a really close and tough game. So you can imagine, and he said he was there with his family. So it's like, can the guy not just enjoy one heck of a season that he had, capping it off, heading it off into the sunset, hopefully a Dallas Cowboy, and, enjoy himself after a tough season and a game where, you mentioned it, he wasn't having a great day. He had a great day on the field, but on the sideline, he wasn't having a good time.
He was the MVP on the field.
Exactly. If not for anything he did on the field, because of that. He's my spirit animal because of that.
He's
because
a beast.
That takes me back to my track days where I would do the same exact thing and then go run the 300 hurdles and act like nothing happened. I hated it.
We got from the 575, shout out to my beautiful, actually they said beautiful 2 times. That's double beautiful wife, Hannah. It's her birthday Sunday. Thank her so much she brings out the best of me. Love giving her living life with her. That's from Daniel. And then shout out to my brother Trace, who's driving around all day. Thanks for always putting up with me, bro. Nice to hear, man. Nice to hear that you are loving your brother out there. That's okay, right, to say it that way? You love your brother.
We don't
That's
live
a good
in
thing.
Alabama.
You love your brother. And then from the 817, shout out Friday. Shout out to my ex. See you in court. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for some gridiron gravy. History on the way this Sunday next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation,
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Burleson's Buffalo Wild Wings. You want to come join us today? You can come be part of this crew right here. It is 12832 South Freeway. Would love to see you out here in Burleson today, getting some ice-cold beers. I know some people have been drinking since 9 o'clock this morning, and some people can start drinking a little later if they would like to. We do have another shout-out, big shout-out from another napkin. Shout-out to my lovely wife, Tatum, for putting up with me. There's a lot of guys that feel like their significant others just put up with them. And that's a good thing, man. If you got one like that'll just put up with you. Trust
I feel
me.
like everybody in my life just puts up with me, and I appreciate that.
I won't disagree with that. All right, right now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your house? God, I love that part. That's awesome. Guys, if you are planning on starting Tua in your fantasy league, I would probably make other plans. Tyler Huntley is set to start another game for the Dolphins. Mike McDaniel said, we'll approach it like Snoop starting. It looks like that the way that I approached the week was probably smart. I see it as unlikely that Tua will see any action, understanding he's dealing with that hip injury. It's got to be so frustrating to be Mike McDaniel, have really good offensive plays, in the bag, and you're like, okay, but my quarterback's Tua. And I just know that I might be missing him for 8 games a year. It might be 8, it might be 10, it might be more, but it's not going to be less most of the time because Tua, whatever it is with his body, this is a hip injury, which that was his problem whenever he came out of college, and then he's had the concussion problem since then. That's just got to be a really frustrating thing.
And as the head coach, even more so, because you're not the one that inked him to the long-term deal.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Mike McDaniel lays his head on his pillow every night and says, I wish I had a different quarterback. He probably loves Tua, and he's openly expressed that. But at some point, you got to be like, man, the front office needs to help me out here. It's not just the quarterback. It's with, all 53 on the active roster. But that's got to be really frustrating, like you said, knowing that I'm going to be without him at some point this year. Roll the dice and flip the coin whenever that's going to be. We have no idea. And, Basic's making the same point about Dak. He's saying, you want your backup quarterback to come in with the expectation that I'm probably going to play for an IR stint. I'm probably going to play 4 games, if not more. And that's been the case with a lot of these marquee quarterbacks. Justin Herbert has had his issues, staying on the field, not so much this year, but in the years past. You've seen that with some of the other guys, too, with some of the big names. Like, you're lucky if you're Buffalo that Josh Allen hasn't had too many of those situations. But some of these quarterbacks on longer-term deals have found themselves, landing on IR for even if it's the bare minimum 4 games. So that's almost like a job requirement for the backup now. You're not just the clipboard holder. If you're on a contending team, there's a chance you're going to have to play, if not for a Week 18 non-important game.
Well, and for an important game the way that Romo's backup had to do most of the time. That's how Dak Prescott got his career. You had Brad Johnson whenever you had Pinky incident. You had Kyle Orton, who was playing in very big games late in the season there, too. Was it Green Bay, I believe? He was trying to get that 3rd and 1 with a pass, and they didn't get it. And, so the end of Romo's career consisted of a lot of that, too. It's definitely frustrating for fans, for sure. But you're right. Making sure you have a quality backup so that the season's not lost in these situations is important. A lot of these guys are like, hey, what's something that looks kind of like our quarterback that can do some things?
Yeah.
Or a lot of guys are just like, let's throw a running quarterback in as the backup and just let him go.
Exactly. The Ravens did that with Snoop Huntley. They literally said, can we find another dual-threat quarterback that we can kind of get educated throughout the season? And lo and behold, they actually needed him for a few games, and they won a few games with him. So you've seen that model before, and it's kind of odd that that's become more of a talking point. Heck, we've been talking about it for most of the season now, it feels like, with the Cowboys because of Trey Lance, and the athlete that he is. The backup quarterback has become a very big talking point for a lot of people.
After Sunday's game, Mike McCarthy pretty much doesn't really have a lot of work to do unless he's coming back for sure. But he's still going to be working for the Cowboys for another 9 days. This was reported that his contract expires on January 14th. Under the NFL's tampering policy, a head coach cannot talk to other teams until his contract expires. However, after the season's ended, his current team has the power to say, yes, you can talk. They can give permission or to give general permission to the coach to talk to other teams or say, hey, no, you can't talk to our coach. The threshold question is whether the Cowboys will play like hardball with McCarthy and they're going to force him to wait till the January 14th to do interviews with other teams. They could hold firm simply because Jerry Jones might prefer to, do what he does with the news cycle. When Mickey was talking about that earlier, I was like, yeah, but there's no way. Jerry Jones wants headlines.
Yeah.
He will go, what's the best way for me to hold on to this? So that wait, that period, it could freeze him out. It could freeze McCarthy out of being able to interview for jobs and then put him in a bad position. I don't know that they would want to do that to him, but I do know that they do like the headlines. And again, after all of our discussions this morning, I still don't have a complete consensus yet.
I wonder if the headlines that they allow, that they create on their own, is letting McCarthy talk to other teams just to drum up interest, just to get people talking about, they're actively letting him think about a future beyond Dallas, beyond the Cowboys. And if he does, like Mickey threw out, there's a very strong connection between him and New Orleans and the Saints because of the GM Mickey Loomis out there. Maybe they say, I've heard a lot about Aaron Glenn for the Saints. I still think that's the guy for them, but maybe they say, look, we've got to interview at least 4 or 5 people. Let's talk to McCarthy. Let's see what a vision would look like with him. Maybe we're not super serious about it, but let's talk to him and see. Let's ask permission just to have a conversation. And maybe Jerry and Steven say, sure, you can talk to him and see what happens. And it's almost like the Lamar Jackson transition tag situation there, the non-exclusive franchise tag, where it's like, we're going to let other people come to us and say how interested the league is in him and what the market is for him, and then we'll make our final decision.
Yeah, maybe that's the way they do it. Sunday night's regular season finale carries a lot of importance as it pertains to the NFC North title and playoff seeding. In fact, it might be the most significant regular season game in NFL history, and here's why. The 28 combined wins between the Vikings and Lions are the most shared by 2 teams in a regular season matchup in NFL history. The best was 25, and it was the Patriots and Giants in 2007, and that was also tied with 2005 Colts and Seahawks, according to NFL research. The 272nd and final regular season of the game, or of 2024, is going to be 2 teams with 14-plus wins, and only the 6th such game, including the 5 such playoff matchups. So you're going to have playoff matchup. You're also going to have the potential for, or you're going to have the most wins between 2 teams. I'm excited about this game. There aren't a lot of them that I'm really jacked about, but this one in particular, we'll talk a little more at noon about this. This in particular does have a lot of juice going into it on Sunday night, so that's going to be one that you're going to keep an eye on. The coaching search at New York Jets did have Ron Rivera finishing up his yesterday. I know Louis Riddick is another name that's been thrown into that ring. Have you heard any other names for the Jets job?
I did see that today Mike Vrabel will be interviewing with the Jets, and it's intriguing because, 1, I don't know how bad he would want that job, but 2, this is going to be the start of the Mike Vrabel cycle. I think outside of Ben Johnson, he's going to be the name that everybody's talking about, and every fandom that has an open head coaching spot is going to say, that's our guy. That's our guy, because he's the true leader of men. He's a great defensive play caller, and he's the former player. That seems to be the new mold in the NFL, is going after the former players or the guys that have just, at least been a part of it, been immersed in it. You saw it in Houston with DeMeco Ryans, and you're seeing it in other places as well, where if you can get that guy that knows what it's like to be in a locker room that's won, in a locker room that's struggled, in a locker room that's been mediocre, that's been average, that's been there, done that in any kind of situation, and that can connect with his players, you're going to see a lot of kind of interest building up for those guys. Ben Johnson, obviously being the genius he is on offense, is going to get most of the conversation, but he gets the almost the luxury of being super picky with where he's going to go, because he's got a great gig right now that I'm sure is paying him rather a lot. Kind of like how Jerry kept on giving Dan Quinn pay raises to keep staying here. Guarantee you the Lions are like, we'll up it to whatever we have to keep you around here. We'll give you, bottom tier head coach money to call plays for us just because we want to keep you around. You saw him do that last year where he was literally getting on a plane to go talk to Washington, and then he was like, no, I'm good. I think I'm going to stay here.
From the 940 00. Shout out to my new friend Flip I met on New Year's Eve. Also loves the KNC Masterpiece. Shout out to both of you. And then somebody said, which restaurant are you guys at? We're at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson today, so come see us. And come see all the Tolos that you want to be out here with as well. And from the 469, shout out to my babe, Linda, who fractured her back 2 weeks ago before Christmas. She's a warrior. Good God, fracturing backbones and stuff like that. Not
doesn't
fun
sound fun at all.
At all. There was one other note. Oh, here it is. This is that I wanted to get to. The Thursday Night Football averaged over 14 million viewers this year, which is quality stuff.
Yeah.
The average last year was 11.86 million viewers. I'm sorry. 2023 was 11.86, and 2024 was 13.2, and that even counted the terrible, awful Bears-Seahawks game that went into it that people were like, why am I still watching this?
Yeah.
But congratulations to them. I think I was already on my way to the hospital around the time that game wrapped up.
There was never a better time to go to the hospital. There's never a good time to go, but if you were watching that football game, you may as well go for fun.
They were like, hey, my body was like, hey, look, you're putting us through this. Can you stop? And we got to go to the ER right now. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, of all the NFL games this weekend, which one captures your hearts and minds the most? We'll do it next on The Fan.
If you're laughing,
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
They're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Alec Medford. Ruben Portillo is walking around with a menu so everybody can order. He wants to make sure everybody at Buffalo Wild Wings gets their order in today. That's what Ruben does. He takes care of people and their tummies. If you are out there right now and you want to text into the show and you're like, I can't make it to Burleson's Buffalo Wild Wings, but I want to be part of the show right now, go ahead and do that. If you're on your way, don't forget to sign up. They do have Cowboys ticket giveaway and Cowboys merchandise as well, so they're looking forward to that. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're having some fun out here right now. We're talking some sports with everybody after in between breaks and everything, so it's a lot of fun there. But Alec, it is time to hit the, hey man, what's the game that has your mind, body, and soul today? Because there are some that I'm very intrigued by and some that I could totally do without. So Sunday might be a very weird day for me. But for you, where are you locking it in this weekend?
I mean, obviously, I'm listening on 105.3 The Fan to the most generational quarterback matchup ever. It's going to be one of Cooper Rush and Trey Lance versus Marcus Mariota, more than likely. That's going to be amazing, right? No, absolutely not.
Wow.
Honestly, probably, I'd say halfway because I want to see Kevin Hagelin's heart get broken. But Bengals and Steelers.
Interesting.
I'm intrigued to see what happens there tomorrow at 7 o'clock because I still have no idea what to make of either team. And I know that there's playoff implications in this game as well. But I think it's going to be fun to just see the discourse immediately after the game for both teams' head coaches. Because I think Zach Taylor might be on his 9th life with the Bengals because of some in-game decision-making that has been kind of wonky, but at the same time, he's helping Joe Burrow. You know, if they had even one game over 500 to their name, he would be in the MVP conversation for this season. And then same for the Steelers. It seems like no matter what good Mike Tomlin does, the entire fan base wants him out. So if it ends up being really ugly against Cincinnati, then I think the conversations surrounding him are going to be really ugly. Is he going to go anywhere? Absolutely not. But I just want to see everybody kind of lose their minds for an off season, and I'm here for the chaos. So I think it's going to be fun.
We do have a Steelers fan in the house right now, and he is vehemently the right word, furious with you. So he's outraged by everything that you said about the Steelers.
I've done that a lot this week.
I'm totally with you on every single thing that you said there. So I got your back, Alec.
Let's go.
But I'm fascinated by that game too because the Bengals are a wild story. Nobody really expected the Steelers to be good this year. Like
Nope.
You knew that the Steelers were going to give you. They got really strong defense, but you were like, what? It's a coin flip on their quarterback. And the fact that they've been able to have the record that they do with whatever their quarterback situation is just kind of continues to lend itself to the quality head coaching that is Mike Tomlin, the quality organization that is the Steelers. But, man, when it comes to the Bengals, I'm just such a fan of their receiver group. And Joe Burrow has already said, hey, if you're playing fantasy football, you might want to go ahead and start Jamar Chase. I want to make sure that dude gets the triple crown for receiving, and that would be pretty awesome to see too. It's a special season from Joe Burrow. That's a game for sure on Saturday night that I think you're going to want to be locked in on for sure. Now, I do know that there are some college games in action today. 3 p.m. You do have UNT and Texas State. They're going at it. We got another Minnesota versus Virginia Tech. Those are going on today. That's 6:30 today on ESPN for both of those games. So that's nice to see. I think for me for this weekend, it's going to be Sunday night's game.
Yep.
And I still think it's wild how they close out the playoffs or the regular season on a Saturday and Sunday. I still think that's kind of a wild thing.
Yeah.
But having the Vikings and Lions in that 7:20 game, and that is a deciding game for playoff seeding. Like that's both of them two really good teams. I didn't want to believe the Vikings this year, and it's not because I think the Vikings are bad. I just didn't believe in Sam Darnold, and he has shown me all season long that he's a little bit grittier than I expected him to be. Whenever I was watching him at USC, I was like, all right, he's a dude who's not surrounded by the greatest talent. That's what whenever he was in college, I was like, he's not surrounded by the greatest talent. But even still, he will fumble away something. You know, there was always this, oh, man, he'd throw an interception at the wrong time or whatever it was. And then when he got to the Jets, I was like, well, that's just a lost cause. You know, you get to a bad place, He doesn't have good coaching. He's not necessarily a great player. He goes and then goes to Carolina. I'm like, that's the worst place he could have gone. Like, just landing in Carolina, another bad spot. But then he picks up with San Francisco, and he learns how to play the quarterback position. And that was a smart decision. I don't know if it was like him going, you know what, I need to go get a better education somewhere. But when he lands there with San Francisco, that's a great thing for him. And then getting Coach Kevin O'Connell up in Minnesota, perfect combination. Got the one of the best receivers in the game in Justin Jefferson. That's always nice too. This combination though of what their defense is doing with the boogeyman, against this Lions team, that's what's going to make this game a lot of fun on Sunday.
And I like that you brought up, one, the development of Sam Darnold, but two, the head coach that helped get him there, and Kevin O'Connell, because as one does whenever you're bored at night waiting for your sheets to dry, you go on TikTok and you start scrolling, and I saw a post from the NFL, and it was actually like a sounds from the sideline kind of bit for the Vikings, and it was, I want to say it was their last game against the Lions where it was really close at the end. Sam Darnold was out there off of a TV timeout, so they had a little bit of extra time to talk to each other, and Kevin O'Connell gets in his helmet, and he was like, hey man, you're doing great. Like, you're killing it right now. He used a lot of words I can't use on the radio, but he was like, you're doing a great job. Just keep control. He's like, I want you to go in this huddle before I tell you the play call and tell the guys, lock in. We got this. We are okay. He was like, and keep telling yourself that you are bleeping killing it. And I was like, that's the kind of coach that guys like Sam Darnold need. And that's why Kirk Cousins, before the Achilles injury, it's why he looks so good.
Yes.
And you guys have talked about it at length in the quarterback series where, he needs guys like Kirk Cousins and even Sam Darnold need to be reminded of how good they are. And they need to be reminded that they are doing a good job. They need that pat on the back that you hear about, that some coaches say, some of these guys need to be loved a little bit more. We've heard about it even like with the Cowboys with Mozzie Smith. Once he started getting loved a little bit more and they were kind of taking care of him to a bigger extent, then you started to see his play progress, and you saw him put the weight back on that he lost, and he's got a different demeanor to him. So the Vikings have all the right tools, and the fact that in 2025 now, one of these teams is going to end the season with 15 wins with Jared Goff and Sam Darnold as the starting quarterbacks. If you told me that 3 years ago, I would have said, hey, if that's like a crazy bet in Vegas, you can get like plus 5,000 odds on that, go for it. Sure, put $10 on it. And I would have laughed at you, kind of like Mickey laughed at me for wanting to put money on the Cowboys game this Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, and, quite honestly, with Jared Goff, I loved him coming out of the draft, but I always knew, because that was the Dak draft, I was like, he's too high up for the Cowboys. He's going to be gone before the Cowboys get a chance to get him. But I said, when it comes to 20-yard throws, I thought he was the most accurate quarterback coming out from that group. And over time, it's proven that he did need a little bit of that, you're the guy. But he did a little bit of it himself. Whenever he got to Detroit, the first season he went through it, and he was kind of like, meh. But then in that next offseason, when everybody was doing their training camp stuff, they were like, all right, we're going to give you some rest. And he was like, no, I need to be in the huddle with these guys. I need to gain their respect. If I'm going to be a leader of this team, I need to show why I'm the leader. And I don't know how much of that was Dan Campbell sitting in with him and talking to him about leadership, or if it was just him in the offseason going, look, I can do all these other things, but this is something I need to work on. Whatever it was, it's worked out for him, and he's got a bunch of dogs around him. And that's the other thing, too. Whenever you have a team that has a St. Brown, a dude who is mentally like, I'm going to be better than you no matter what. I might be a little smaller than you, but I'm going to take you down. He's that kind of mentality.
Yeah.
And then you add the toughness that their offensive line has. You get a really good team. I do have concerns still about their health overall.
Absolutely,
on the defensive side of the ball, but
they were so beat up to the fact where I don't know if anybody else out there had this 877-881-1053 when you were growing up. In kindergarten or first grade, we had book buddies.
Okay.
And it was just fourth grade students that would come in. I think it was like every Friday at the end of class, and they would read a book to us. My book buddy, when I was in kindergarten, is playing defensive tackle for the Lions now. and he's bounced around. It's not an indictment on him at all, but he's been a practice squad guy on the Seahawks roster. They had to sign him from the practice squad and bring him over because they have had so many injuries on that defensive line, and now he's actually getting a chance to play meaningful snaps in a playoff run for the Detroit Lions when he probably thought he was going to be on the Seahawks roster all year. He gets poached, and now he's playing meaningful football at a premier position in that Aaron Glenn defense.
The other game that I think there's two other games I find really interesting this weekend. Chiefs-Broncos might look like a what are you talking about game, but the Broncos are treating this like their Super Bowl because they know they have to win. Cortland Sutton's already come out and said, look, man, I don't give an S who's on the other side. We're playing the way that we play. They need this win in order to make some things happen to look pretty good here. And I'm very interested to see if the Chiefs are one of those like, you know what, we're going to take some extra time off. I'm always fascinated by the teams that say we're going to take a week off at the end of the season, but also have a week off during the playoffs. But in order to have Mahomes' ankle and maybe completely healthy, that might be a nice idea there. But this Broncos team, I think, has really surprised a lot of people. Surprised me. I thought that Bo Nix looked better in preseason. I was talking about him a lot during preseason. I was like, man, he's really grasping the Sean Payton offense. He understands what he's supposed to do, and I knew their defense was good. I just didn't expect their offense to be able to be as good as it has been. But I'm very interested to see what this game turns out this week as well.
It's going to be weird because Carson Wentz versus Bo Nix, again, not on my bingo card, for any season ever. But, one, you mentioned Cortland Sutton. He is 82 receiving yards away from maxing out his receiving yards bonus.
Oh, nice.
This season, so he'll get $2 million. So you can expect that Bo Nix is going to try to feed him. But on top of that, Denver has blown my expectations out of the water in pretty much every way possible. That defense has been so good for them. A bunch of guys that, honestly, the casual football fan has never heard of coming out to play. Guys like Cody Barton have been really good for them, but their offense, you mentioned Bo Nix in the Sean Payton system. I've said for a while now that Sean Payton was one of the most, if not the most overrated head coach in the NFL once Drew Brees kind of started showing his age a little bit. But I think he found his perfect pairing. Yeah. Bo Nix is crazy enough to work with Sean Payton.
And he can run, which is a little like what he liked with Taysom Hill. And so he doesn't have to replace his quarterback with Taysom Hill and take the arm part away from it.
Exactly. He doesn't have to burn a roster spot on some sort of, phantom utility guy that you have to give a phantom $140 million contract or whatever it was to keep him on the roster and give him $1 million void years on top of that. But the way that roster was constructed going into the season scared me. I didn't think it was talented enough, kind of like we talked about with the Cowboys in a lot of different positions. Just didn't think they were good enough. They have played so well.
The last game that I'm pretty interested in is Buccaneers Saints. Baker Mayfield, his whole story arc here is pretty interesting, and to see them maybe slip in, get something here at the end would be pretty cool to cap that off, because when he was at OU, I wasn't a huge fan of his. Then he goes to Cleveland, and I just felt he got, again, as the number one overall pick does, probably got shafted there. Got given a raw deal. But he found his way around and finally, again, goes to McVay, learns how to play quarterback, and then lands on the team with the Buccaneers. And was like, all right, I see the game differently. It's finally clicked for him. But, man, when it comes to Mike Evans, I just think dude's so underappreciated. I want to continue watching as much Mike Evans as I can.
Yeah, he's one of the best that I've ever gotten to see. He's so wickedly consistent, and he goes about the game the right way too. Like, he's got to be the head coach's dream number one receiver, star player in general. The guy that he's going to win his matchup 9 times out of 10, if not 10 out of 10. And he's going to say all the right things, do all the right things, because there was a period in time where I was clamoring for him to take the Damian Lillard approach and say, stop being humble, guys. Stop being, I want to win for this city. Go get you a ring. They will honor your request for what you have done for that city, and there will be a dozen contenders or wannabe contenders that would give up a lot to have you on their team. Kansas City Chiefs, Buffalo Bills, who went out and got Amari Cooper at the deadline this year. Like, there's plenty of teams that would have made sense, but he saw it through. They got Tom Brady. He gets a Super Bowl. They bring in Baker Mayfield immediately after, and he's on the cusp of throwing for 40 touchdowns this year. He's already surpassed that all-purpose touchdowns.
You talking about incentives for Cortland Sutton just a few minutes ago. Mike Evans also has an incentive. He'll get an additional $3 million if he gets 85 more yards and 5 more catches. So he wants to get that cash that check there. Jamar Chase, I do believe that if he does get that Triple Crown, that's not necessarily an incentive. That's just incentive to go out there and play awesome. Geno Smith, he could earn an extra $6 million if he gets $2 million apiece for the top numbers in his career, along with if he gets 10 wins. So if he gets his 10th win, he gets 186 more yards and keep his completion percentage high enough, he could get an extra $6 million. So this game would be one of those like Ted Williams type games where he's like, I have met my numbers. Please take me out of this, maybe. I don't know exactly how that's going to land.
Shout
up
out Cam Ward.
Yeah, and then Tony Pollard. Congratulations to him. He needs 83 more yards to go over 1,100 for the year, and that would get him an extra $250,000. So congratulations to Tony Pollard. Hopefully he can square that away. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the Combo Platter. Yes, it is weird. It is J.R.R. Tolkien Day. So give us your sports opinion and your favorite author. And then we'll also have AM on the FM next on The Fan.
Hey there, folks. I want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel and Frankel. Look, if you or a loved one, somebody you know, unfortunately gets in a car or truck wreck, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in DFW, that is Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel and Frankel. You can give them a call at 817 or 214-333-3333. Why would you do that? Well, they understand the enemy. That's the insurance company. They may not want to totally say it like that, but that is exactly what I think. Plus, they're trusted by the DFW. They've been doing this here in the Metroplex for more than 25 years. They put the client first, and there's no risk. You get a free consultation, which means you're not going to pay anything until they win your case. Think about the confidence from the Frankels that comes along with that guarantee. So if you or a loved one has been in an accident, go to frankelfirm.com or pick up that phone and call the Frankels at 817 or 214-333-3333. That's Frankel and Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids, no matter.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mobile V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like,
Your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
They're going to have free Whataburger for everybody to enjoy while it lasts. Awesome Rangers giveaways, and it starts at 6:30. Actually, at 6:30 is when they will start autographs from Marcus Semien, Cody Bradford, and Matt Festa. So you'll have a big-time name, Marcus Semien and Cody Bradford getting after it there. Free autographs, and then the guys are going to hang out with Jared Sandler on the fans' 2025 debut of Rangers Hot Stove. That'll be from 7 to 8 p.m., So huge night for Tolos next Thursday in our performance showroom. That's 4131 North Central Expressway. 75204 is the zip code on that one if you ever need it. But it is one of the many ways that we get to thank the best listeners in DFW for being awesome like you are. If you're a big-time Rangers fan, you do not want to miss this. So come on out and enjoy your time with that. Now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for the combo platter. And there have already been some texts, which I really appreciate. They already rolled some in. I can't read that one, so I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to roll that one out there. From the 682, Cowboys will win the Super Bowl next year, and my favorite author is Todd McFarlane. Here's the thing. I don't know all the authors, so I'm going to have to go look up some of these authors.
How dare you?
I know one of them that somebody texted in. All right, Todd McFarlane, or McFarlane, looks like he's involved with Venom. Yeah, Canadian, amazing Spider-Man creator. Yeah, so there you go. He's got Spawn. He's got some of that action going on. So that's comic books or graphic novels, as some people like to call them. Are you a comic book reader, Alec?
I was more so when I was a kid. I definitely collected them, went to the local comic book stores all the time. I want to get back into that because when we were out at Buffalo Wild Wings in Left Bank last week, after the show, like 10 minutes down the street, there's a fully Star Wars-themed toy store. And every time I go there, they have a bunch of, like, graded comics. And I'm like, what is stopping me from getting, like, 3 of these and starting a collection right here, right now? What is stopping me? Absolutely nothing. And have I done it yet? No, I haven't. But one of these days I will. I used to be huge on that stuff. So that's a good vote right there because I need to get back into that.
I was always a big X-Men Wolverine reader when I was younger, but I was a big Superman fan. I never got into Batman like everybody else.
Me neither.
I enjoyed Batman. I liked their movies and I liked the cartoons. I just never was a reader of the comic books, but I was always a Wolverine guy. From the 214, it's Jagon and Terrell. My Broncos get in the playoffs with a win. That's what they're looking forward to. That is their prediction. And their favorite author, Ernest Hemingway, Old Man in the Sea, For Whom the Bell Tolls. All those Farewell to Arms. Yeah, Ernest Hemingway, dude could drink and also write. He really enjoyed both of those.
What a guy.
From the 930, this is from Timothy Zahn. Mahomes is the best player, but was not a Pro Bowl snub for this year. You can't just say snub. You have to remove someone. Timothy Zahn, I'm sorry, is their favorite author. But yeah, I agree. He's not a snub. He wasn't the best quarterback in that group this year. I mean, his team had the best record, but he did not put forth the best quarterbacking out there for Pro Bowl purposes.
And you know what I totally forgot about, and it makes me hate the Pro Bowl even more, is that it is similar to other pro leagues where that stuff can actually help them trigger more money in their contracts for rookies. On rookie deals, I know that for the fifth-year option, there's an escalator for if you make the Pro Bowl a certain amount of times. So there's some certain guys like forgetting his name, the corner for the Kansas City Chiefs that never gets enough love. He's on a rookie deal, and he has never made a Pro Bowl. But if he were to make a Pro Bowl, his fifth-year option, each time he makes it goes up like $3 million.
Oh, wow.
So these guys actually have incentive to get voted in by the people, which makes me hate even more the fact that it is a popularity vote.
Yeah, I guess I would, if I'm a player and I know that the popularity vote's a thing, I'm doing something to ensure that I'm in front of the eye more often.
It's McDuffie, the corner.
Yeah. Oh yeah, McDuffie, Trent McDuffie. If I'm one of those guys, I'm treating it like a campaign for the presidency. You know,
Yeah.
I'm saying, hey, I want to go visit, I want to go tour, I want to see people, I want them to know who my name is. Get me on TV on Fox. You know,
Yeah.
get me on TV on all these big time games. I want to be the pregame interview so that people know. Just like Jordan Lewis winning his award yesterday with the media. Jordan Lewis has been the same dude since he got here.
Sure.
Nothing changed this year from last year. It's just that this year he was asked to step up a little more in the conversation.
Yeah.
And he, I love what he said yesterday. Man, listen, I don't think you're going to find a bigger Jordan Lewis fan than me. Maybe Jordan Lewis, all right? Other than that, it's me. And he's not one of those guys that's like, I'm a big fan of me. That's just not his personality.
Yeah.
But I just love the way he attacks the game. He's had some tough times injury-wise, but he battled through it. The way he plays, the way he looks at it, the way he sees it, I just love it so much. So, like, that him getting that award, big deal. But again, he might not have gotten that had he not been in the face of the media so much this year. So if I'm those guys, and that's a rookie thing, right? That's a rookie mistake probably.
Yeah.
I should have probably invested a little more myself.
Sure, and there's a lot of teams that do a really good job on social media of promoting that stuff too, like the Chargers. I will forever say that they have the best social media team in pro sports. I don't care what it is. They do the goofiest bits and stuff, but they get their players in front of so many people's faces that they just become fans of the player for the goofy stuff they do off the field.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a huge Justin Herbert guy just because of the antics off the field with the social media team, where he's just so reserved and so short with them, and it's a bit. Like, it's a total gimmick. Like, he's not that quiet in real life, but he's just so short with them and everything. And then all they have to do at the end is put hashtag Pro Bowl vote Justin Herbert. Like, that's all they have to do, and people are like, that's my kind of guy right there.
Exactly. Just find out what niche it is for you, man. Whatever it is that fits, for sure. Do you have your combo platter set up? I know. Look, what'd you get, by the way, over there from Buffalo Wild Wings today?
Got me some boneless lemon pepper wings because, I would go bone in. That's my typical forte. But, trying to do the radio thing at the same time, I was going for convenience to where I can try to, eliminate half of them during one break, and the next break eliminate the other half and the rest of the fries, and then I'm set for the rest of the show.
And now you're learning that ordering around noon is a bad idea because we got the expressway and there's 40 minutes of uninterrupted sports talk while your food's just sitting there wanting to be eaten.
I'm a Friday football feast noob. I'm a rookie. This is only my second time ever. I'm still learning the tricks of the trade. I should have asked you for all your advice and all of your experience. You're a seasoned veteran, second season doing this now. So
order early is always my suggestion.
I should have done that. But my combo platter for today, sports opinion. I think because of how weirdly he navigated some of our questions, I don't think Mike McCarthy's coaching this team next season.
Really?
I don't.
Wow.
I've stood firm on this. I've said it on our program. I've said it on other programs in other states and other cities that I've been firm at 5% that Mike McCarthy's coming back. And that's just based off of the way that Jerry's answering our own questions, the way he's answered other people's questions, and the way that, you've seen some of the other media members even kind of react to some of this stuff. Like, I was amazed after his Tuesday interview with the morning show that a lot of the Cowboys media locally seemed to think that was like a kiss of death. And I was like, I didn't take much from that. And they're like, that kind of pushed me closer to I'm like, huh. And a lot of those people have been around Jerry way longer than I have. So I'm like, y'all can probably read the keys better than I can. So I'm going to say that I don't think he's coaching this team based off of his interview with us this morning.
Wow. That's it didn't sway me much either way this time around, just because I've kind of been, like I've said, the entire time I've been like, all right, I feel like he's going to be back, because I just don't think that Jerry wants to go through the entire process of it. I really don't think he wants to go through that. I think he feels like this is a quality coach. We don't have any real conflicts with each other than this was a bad season and it was his last season and we needed his best effort. Now, did they give him the best tools for it? if he moves on from Mike McCarthy, in my mind, it's two things. One, I'm admitting that I didn't give him enough. Two, he didn't get us to where we said we were going to go, and that was beyond into the NFC Championship game at least. Those are the two factors that I think stand out there for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to bring him back. There's a lot of reasons to let him walk because of the microscope that this team is under, and the expectation versus the reality doesn't always match up. And like you said, I agree with you that I don't think Jerry wants to go through that again, but he tells us every now and then when things aren't going right, he's the one. Yeah, he says, hey, I don't got a lot of time to figure this thing out. So he'll be the first one to tell us that randomly on a whim, and we're like, oh yeah, like the mortality of it comes into where he says, I can't afford to run it back and get the same result. I need to try to make change, even if it might not be the best option out there. And that's why when I asked him if the available options outside of McCarthy alter that decision-making process, and he just straight up said no. To me, that wasn't a resignation that we're keeping the coach because of the options. That was I'm either okay with the options or I don't care about the list of options out there. It's time to make a change.
Yeah, those were two solid questions there, man.
Thanks, man.
What about your books? You about your author guy? Who's your writer?
I hope this isn't a cop-out because he's not like a legit, like,
Mickey
real
Spagnola.
author. Yeah, Mickey Spagnola.
Makes sense,
of course,
man.
Yeah.
He's
Love
a
his
good writer.
articles on Cowboys.com. But no, for me, it was because I haven't done too much reading of a physical book here recently, but during the pandemic, I read a ton of books because there wasn't much else to do. And that was also a time where, like, I had lost my mom and everything, so, like, there was a lot of learning to be done on my end. Tony Dungy, he wrote a devotional book. Coming from somebody who, doesn't do a whole lot of religious reading, more just practicing, not a lot of reading of it. A friend recommended it to me and said, you're a sports guy, and I don't even watch sports, but Tony knows his stuff when it comes to this stuff. And it just kind of kept me going through the pandemic and stuff. And I keep that book actually in the backseat of my car.
Oh, yeah.
Just in case, in the morning. After that drive to work, you're like, not really feeling it today. Even though it's a few years old and I've already read it probably 2 or 3 times, I'll flip to whatever the date is in that book and I'll read whatever the prompt he wrote is for that. And some days, more than others, I need it. Sometimes I'm just like, you know what, having a good day. I want to read it. I want to see what he had to say to be thankful for today. But Tony Dungy, I've had the chance to talk to him once. Sweetest man ever. He's a true man of faith and everything, and it's a book I've been meaning to recommend to Bassick too. But man, he knows how to make you feel a lot better about your situations. When you think you've hit rock bottom, he's like, nope, there's a million other ways you could be doing worse. So I really like stuff like that. And then outside of that, I'm a big autobiography guy, whether it's entertainment, sports. I just love when people who have accomplished a lot and seen a lot of things sit down and detail it a lot. Like, I really want like a refreshed, like a Eric Nadel experience. I want I want CA to write a book. Like, I want to be able to read some of those stories and be able to go back to some of those things. But one of my favorite autobiographies ever was by Joe Buck. Detailing the battle of people just labeling him as Nepo Baby and having to make his own voice and make his own name, even though his last name is already synonymous to a lot of great moments in sports history. The way that he details that, and he's open and honest about, I needed to get hair plugs. That's how he starts off. Yeah, he starts off with that.
Yeah.
Like, he addresses the rumor right off the rip at the beginning of his latest book. He's like, yeah, I had to go get hair plugs because I look in the mirror and I hate what I see sometimes. I am super self-conscious, yes. So now I'm addicted to just looking refreshed and looking clean. And he's like, I sit next to a Hall of Famer that, he's aged very well too, so I got to match his aesthetic too. So I love stuff like that, just really detailed stories.
That is wonderful. When I was growing up, it was always biographies was what I would grab. But it was like Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, Earl Campbell. I wanted to know their stories of who they were, and I continued to gravitate towards stuff like that. Autobiographies are a great way to hear what their voice has to say, though, for sure. For me, this might be hot take guy, all right?
Oh, no.
But sports opinion, I don't think the Mavs are going to win another game until Luka comes back. Now, listen, that's just because they're just not playing well right now. All right, like tonight, I'll do a qualifier. if they win tonight, they could change my mind, all right, about what I just said. Maybe I'll admit
Riding
that I
the
was
fence,
wrong.
I see.
Yeah, but no, man, the team just doesn't. It isn't swinging the right way at the moment. I'm sure it'll fix itself pretty quickly. Kyrie can get things turned around pretty quickly, but health is going to be a thing. Mike gets really concerned about this. I'm not so much. I think Jason Kidd sees this as the playoff and championship run is a grind. And I think that Mike gets caught up a lot of times in you need to be the best during the regular season, whereas they're like, well, championships define us. And championships are really what's going to define Luka's career. Not so much, I mean, MVPs might, but the championships are going to be the thing. And I think Jason Kidd plays this as you're going to have a couple weeks where this guy gets some rest, a couple weeks where this guy gets some rest, but throughout the season, this load management idea is really to make sure and ensure the last 20 games of the year we ramp up to the playoffs, and then we take that playoff grind and we fight and battle through that. That's what I really think this is all about. So again, it might have been a hot take guy, but Luka is a huge factor in what they're doing, and the opponents they've lost to, I didn't foresee some of these losses along the way. My author is Stephen King. Now, Colby introduced me to Stephen King a long time ago when we were working nights, and he was reading the Dark Tower series. And since then, my son I bought him the entire Dark Tower series, and on his own, he bought The Stand and It, which those books are as thick as this baseball card album that we have in front of us already.
Yeah.
But when I ran through the Dark Tower series, that was the only series of books, which I've read plenty, but the only series of books that had me going, I can't wait to get to the next one. And I can't wait to get to the next one. And every time I would get done with it, I would immediately go to the library, because I was like, I'm not buying these books, but I'll get them from the library. I have a library card. So I went and I would get them from the library and I would read them as fast as I could. And then I finally got to the end. And when I closed the book, I laughed at myself and said, you son of a bee, Stephen King. I thought it was a wonderful series. And then everything I've read, like it made me, like, I missed the town.
Yeah.
You know, the way he built this town, every time I would get done with the book for whatever I was reading for that day, I would think about the town that they were in and what they're doing, you know, and I was like, that's a really weird thing, but that's what he captivated me in that way. So Stephen King's done that. And then Shel Silverstein, because look, man, books are great. Poems are a lot of fun, especially if you can write them the way he does. So I always love me some Shel Silverstein to go along with it. And then somebody said they forgot about Dr. Seuss. Jagon said, don't forget about Dr. Seuss. Plenty of text coming in right now for the combo platter. But it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to turn it over to Alec Medford for AM on the FM. Oh, does he have it? Does Kevin Walker have?
Hold on. I'm on it.
Oh, here we go, Kevin Walker. This is your chance.
This is your true test.
Best of luck to you as you find out what this button does on the Fan.
At Buffalo Wild Wings.
At Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. And if you want me to give you the address and location another time, it is 12832 South Freeway in Burleson at Buffalo Wild Wings. Kevin Walker, how are we looking back there?
Right now.
Not so good, it sounds like.
I tried to time it up.
Alec, go ahead and take it away, man.
There it goes.
Do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it.
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
There's a lot of people here at Buffalo Wild Wings that can't touch the dial because they're here taking a load off with us. I know Bassick isn't here to do Mike Likes It, but if you feel the urge to take a load off, please do. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line, or you can just pull up out here in Burleson and come tell me your answers in person, as Corey's actively taking a load off. You can see it on the fan cam. I don't know if that's illegal. But Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well for the question of the day. It's hard to follow up a great combo platter like that got a lot of people to think, got me to think, because I haven't thought about authors in a while. So I'm going to make it a lot easier of a question because my brain can only handle so much. We'll get to that here in just a second, and we're going to run some sound for you too. Charles Barkley continues to be a national treasure. You're going to hear from him dunking all over J.J. Redick. here in just a moment. But the question of the day is going to be based off of tomorrow's holiday. According to National Day Calendar, of course, I cannot confirm nor deny that these are real holidays, but nationaldaycalendar.com says that they are. So I'm going to assume that they are. And if you look at tomorrow's national holiday, since, it's a weekend, so we won't be here. Tomorrow is National Play Outside Day. That's the first Saturday of every month. So, and that's news to me. So, I'm going to ask everybody out there, all the Tolos, 877-881-1053, what is your favorite outdoor activity that you like to do to perhaps take a load off, if you will? Because for me, there's a few different things. I'm very much an outdoorsy guy, unless it's like wintertime, like now, and it's cold. I'm scared of the cold. I hate it. Just make up your mind. Yeah, like you can't be sunny and 30 degrees outside. That feels criminal.
That is Texas.
Yeah, that feels wrong. And I've been living here all 23 years of my life, and I still am not used to it.
Next week's about to scare your whole life, then, huh?
Yeah. I saw some of the graphics from the different news outlets, and I saw Dan Brunoff sending us those emails saying,
Sunny
"Hey,
and 20 degrees."
Yeah, like what was it? Like Sunday, it's going to be like it starts off 60 degrees is the high, and then Monday it's going to be like a low of in the 20s. It's like, what are we doing? So I'm not looking forward to that, and that's when we got to go back to work. So not looking forward to that, but it is the life we chose, as Jerry Jones said to us a few weeks ago. So I like to run, distance runner. That's a way that I take a load off mentally, because it's just a great release. Ruben can attest to that too. A little after we met and started working together, he got into the runner's life and realized how much of a release that is. Like, it's great whenever you have like a tough day at work or something, or you got some pent up, aggression. You're just, bad week. You go out and run as hard as you can, and then you look at your watch and see the time you did it in. You get that runner's high. There's people that have combated me on the fan text saying it's not a real thing.
It is real.
It is very real.
Yeah,
it is 100% real. But even if you don't necessarily do as good as you hoped, you're just like, I finished the job.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I completed my goal for the day. It's the same as like going to the gym. Whenever you have a good lift, it's just like, I did what I set out to do, and I'm proud of myself for that. Outside of that, I love going on walks at sunset. Like, that's my favorite part, because I live over by Jopol Lake, so I get some really incredible sunsets out there in Grand Prairie. Oh my gosh, like a couple of nights ago, I was coming home, picked up some dinner for the family. I was crossing over the bridge on Lake Ridge Parkway over by where Prairie Lights is every year for Christmas, and it looked like a movie scene out in the water. It was just beautiful. I was like, I could get used to this. I could stay here the rest of my life, and I would be so happy. So any kind of sunset, sunrise viewing, I like to send Kevin Hagelin pictures of it, because he knows that those are the best thing ever, and he enjoys getting sent those. So while he's out, tweet him those sunrise and sunset pictures. He's a big fan of those, Corey. He's a really big fan of those. So
the one of the times when I was younger, I got mad at Adrian, and we weren't married yet. We were just dating, but I was so mad at her. That I'd had a dream that we were running at White Rock Lake, and that I pushed her down a hill and she rolled off into the ocean. Or it was a lake, but the ocean. All rivers meet the ocean. And so like that had happened in my mind. But it was a couple days later, I did go to White Rock Lake, and I was so mad I just took off running. And I got halfway around the lake, and I finally stopped. And I was running just as hard as I could.
Yeah.
And got stopped, and I was like, whew, all right. And I looked across the lake, and I could see my truck, and I was like, oh, crap. I can either turn back around and go the other way, or just keep going. And so I just decided to run the rest of the way around the lake that day, and I was like, that was a huge accomplishment.
Yeah.
That's a big time. I think it was like 14 miles or something like that. And I was like, I'd never done anything like that in my life. But you're right, man. You get to find some places where you can go to see some great scenery. That's why I love our trips out to Oxnard. Oxnard has some gorgeous beach views, some other areas that are great. Arizona does too. We've been really lucky to experience some of those. And I think it's a great way to see a city. You want to go navigate a city and learn a little more about it. When you travel there, go run around a little bit, and you'll find something out.
that was my favorite
I'm
part.
more of a walker now, but
yeah, I mean, when it's cold outside, I'm more of a walker too, and people will fight me on that too, because I'm still asthmatic, even though I run a lot. You know, that doesn't go away.
That's not fun.
And the cold air gets very hard to breathe sometimes, so it makes me uncomfortable. And I say it all the time. Call me crazy. I would rather run when it's 99 degrees outside versus when it is 40. Like, that's how much I disdain the cold. It's not great. But from the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text on your favorite outdoor activity. But let's see. from the 972, grilling and drinking.
That's it right there.
That's it. When you roll out either the smoker, the grill, or the Blackstone, and you're cooking up some good stuff, man, there's nothing like it, especially during the summer. Like 4th of July, we always do like a big feast at the Medford household where the Blackstone's involved, the smoker's involved for a brisket of some sort, and the grill is being used for something. Like all three things are being used at once, and it's like a big juggling act. It's amazing.
I heard Sean one day, because I am a Tolo, I listen to the station all the time, but I heard Sean one day say, maybe it was Choppy that said, your happy place is. But Sean was like, yeah, my happy place is my backyard. When I'm outside in my backyard in the pool, smoking, something on the egg or the trigger or whatever, that's where I'm at my happiest. And when I heard that, I was like, that's me. I feel the same way. But I didn't have a pool. And I was like, so we had 2 kiddie pools. And I'm not lying. When I was a kid, I loved being in those pools.
Yeah.
And so I had 2 kiddie pools that I filled up like during COVID. And, that's where I would spend all my days. When I wasn't working, I would go hang out in that little pool. And so when we moved and found a new house, I was like, I need a pool. I just need a place where I can go relax, and do that part of life. And then that was, I had a big green egg. So I enjoy that process of being out in the water. Even if the whole family's inside the house, I'll be hanging out in the pool, and then I'll hop up and go check the brisket or whatever we got cooking. But that is my favorite outdoor activity right there, is being by the pool and taking care of something on the grill.
Man, I know why Sean's backyard is his happy place. Is because it probably costed 3 times my net worth.
Thing is amazing.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Except for the part where he German suplexes me into his pool because I didn't get in fast enough.
I'm sure there was no vodka involved in that.
Yeah, maybe just some frozen margaritas.
Yeah.
That might have been the case there. I did see. There was a really interesting one that I just lost. I will find it. Here it is. From the 561, scuba diving is my passion. Over 80 dives completed, max depth of 132 feet this past May at the Sea Tiger wreck.
Whoa.
That's a flex.
I had a friend who his whole family was scuba divers, and they would have to do tests at White Rock, I believe they said one day.
Yeah.
I was like, how are you doing it in that thing? I think your body's going to melt. But they would have to swim squares, and they would have to swim these little perimeters, and that was part of their test. It was wild to see that. But scuba diving, I love swimming. I don't know how I feel about being that deep underwater, though.
Yeah.
That feels so deep to me. That's never mind.
That scares me, and go ahead and mark that.
Yep.
That scares me too. The idea of being so far underwater, especially after what happened when a bunch of rich people got on something that probably wasn't safe and didn't make it back up. That happens on occasion too. The idea of pressure being built up on you in that manner is terrifying to me. It's like your body is not made to handle those things. That's why we walk on dry land.
Mm-hmm.
We don't live underwater. We are not Atlanteans. This is human nature. We are made to be here in a Buffalo Wild Wings taking a load off. That's what we're meant to be doing. Before we get out of here, I do want to run this because I saw JJ Redick say this a while ago. He made comments about inside the NBA's coverage of the league itself, and he said they're part of the problem with the NBA because they don't take the game seriously, and he basically said it's an entertainment act, and he was like, people like that and those people getting the TV time and doing what they do with it is not conducive for what the NBA is trying to do in terms of growing the sport. Well, they were running a highlight package that had nothing to do with the Lakers, but they got brought up, and Charles Barkley decided to go nuclear.
Was he just talking about folks on TV? He said something about we're the reason people ain't watching this crappy product we got. I said, JJ. Yeah, us, like we out there jacking up 100 threes a night. JJ, I don't know Jason Monroe. I don't know who that is, but JJ, you come for the king, you better not miss. 'Cause I can get you, brother, because I got your Lakers games. You can't hide them flaws they got. You just a dead man walking. They got rid of Frank Vogel, who did a good job. They got rid of Darvin Ham, who did a good job. But you came out there thinking you were going to change things with that same ugly girl you went on the date with. 64-51 was your halftime score. As we get back to the highlights, and Rudy Gobert. He came in there thinking, I can make this thing work. Hell, you can. 77-71. Put the makeup on that pig. Man, the Lakers are pigs. The Lakers stink, man. Oh, man, okay. Come on, man. Tatum, by the way.
Yeah, he said you can put some makeup on that ugly pig, and it's still going to be an ugly pig. But he said, you come for the king, you best not miss.
Man,
amazing.
I love a good The Wire drop like that from Omar. That's always nice. But the that whole, like, I understand what he's saying. Somebody last night, though, they used this. I love it. It's one of my favorite new things. Somebody posted that the streaming services lost like 23% viewing this year.
Huh.
And then somebody quote tweeted it and said, these streaming services are shooting too many threes. And that just cracked me up because everything can just be blamed on shooting too many threes now.
Yeah. We broke down the math of it earlier this week when you were out. Will and Mike had the numbers on it that, like, the analytics guys kind of figured out the league, right? They said if you shoot a certain percentage from three, you're not going to lose any kind of game. And the streaming services said, yeah, us too. And look what happened. You don't get to own any of this content, but you're still going to watch it. Nope, it's going down.
They'll get you. That is great stuff. AM on the FM right there. That's Alec Medford out here at Buffalo Wild Wings, handling up as he has done for the past 2 weeks, doing wonderful work, ladies and gentlemen. He's also about to give away a bunch of stuff and eat his food at the same time, so good luck to him on that. Coming up next, we'll dive into the C block just a little bit. There's been some chaos at the Majors house, and I just wanted to kind of give you an update on what's been going on around here next on the Fan.
The boys wrap up the season by hosting Washington at AT&T Stadium this week. Our fan coverage starts at 9 Sunday morning with the Cavaliers kickoff at noon on your official home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversations on the Fan's KNC Masterpiece. Always on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We all knew NIL and the transfer portal would transform college football, but maybe not this fast. The sport was dominated by Alabama and Georgia for nearly a decade. Now both have taken a major step back. It's a whole new ball game. Yes, we have blue bloods in the Final Four, but they're no longer those two SEC powerhouses. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to HIMSS.com/joy. That's HIMSS.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hey, Buffalo Wild Wings has been awesome to us, and it's been awesome to the Tolos that have been able to make it out and enjoy this Friday football feast adventure we've been having for the last 2 years now. And we want to make sure that everybody gets out to Buffalo Wild Wings and says, you know what, thank you back to them. The staff here is phenomenal. They're always friendly, always taking care of us and making sure we got some mouth-watering wings. And we also have some ice-cold beers in our hands while we're out here having a good time. Today we're at the Burleson location. This is the last one of the season for us, but we're looking forward to making more memories with all the Tolos out here as we continue to do this. So from 10 to 2, we're here. We got one more hour left at this location in Burleson. But you know what? Buffalo Wild Wings is always available to you. You won't miss any action. Wall-to-wall TVs, it's right there. It's not just a sports bar, it's the sports bar, the place you want to be if you're going to watch the big game. Plus, you got a bunch of playoff action coming your way this weekend. You want to make sure you are packed into a Buffalo Wild Wings with all your friends. Juicy wings, ice-cold brews, Buffalo Wild Wings is where you want to be. $4 ice-cold Miller Lights and Coors Lights for you. Go ahead and order those up right now. So join us right now at Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll see you here.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 469.
Here in Fort Worth, and I don't know how to say this. I've had this coffee before. It's phenomenal. But I don't. Is it Cajamarca? Whatever. You can figure it out. You'll figure that out there. But yeah, man, that's some awesome coffee right there.
I will not attempt.
Coffee roasters in. What did you say? I
will not attempt.
You're not a coffee guy?
Oh no, I am a coffee guy. I will not attempt to say it on the radio because I've probably embarrassed myself enough.
I already did, so that's okay. All right, so I did want to roll through this real quick before kind of giving y'all an update on kind of what's been going on around my world. It's been chaos. Some of its highs and some of its lows. We'll see how that goes. But Bill Barnwell, did y'all do this yesterday? Bill Barnwell put his list out of the 50 best players in every position.
No,
okay.
we did not.
Bill Barnwell he basically said, hey, here's who I would take for every single spot on the roster. So he did a 50-man All-Pro or Pro Bowl thing basically. And for quarterback, he rolled out Josh Allen, with Lamar Jackson being the second team guy. Running back, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry at number 2. I don't want to really dive into the ones and twos and upset about anything here. That's not where I'm going.
Yeah.
But I want y'all to pay attention to what I'm saying. Wide receiver, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown. And second team would be Terry McLaurin, CeeDee Lamb, and Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas was phenomenal this year, by the way.
He
I was
was.
looking at numbers, and I was like, Jerry Jeudy made the Pro Bowl, and it just didn't click for me. I was like, there's more rookies I would have taken over Jerry Jeudy's season this year. George Kittle and Brock Bowers, Tristan Wirfs, Penei Sewell, Garrett Bowles, Lane Johnson, Joe Thuney, Quentin Nelson. The trend you're seeing on this, though, there was one Cowboy, one singular Cowboy listed on the entire thing, and that was CeeDee Lamb on a second-team wide receivers roster. Even Micah Parsons was considered at edge rusher, was considered in that spot, but didn't make this team, and I think it was mostly because of injury there. But for this team, everything, there was one other one, way down at the very bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're thinking Brandon Aubrey. He was on the second team to Chris Boswell.
I quit. I'll see you guys next season.
It was Kavontae Turpin was the only starter for the entire, and that's your punt returner. And that's where the conversation of is your roster good enough really has to be something that you have to look at as the GM and owner and say, am I just saying I like my guys? Am I just saying I'm sticking to my budget? Or is my roster really good enough? And when it comes to what these lists have looked like this year, you've had sporadic, yes, this guy, that guy. And I know the All-Pro or the Pro Bowl teams this year, you got 5 guys in. But those guys, and I know they were missing a bunch of dudes for a big part of the season, but the rest of your roster didn't even sniff any of this stuff. And that's where you're like, man, there are other rosters that have 7, 8, 9 people that are all right there on the cusp of it and really could make a play for it. Whenever you're like the Panthers or whenever you're one of those teams that's not good, then you're going, oh, man, I had one guy and it was a special teams player that was a starter. That's where the Cowboys are right now. They really have to take a long look at what their roster was this year and say, okay, did we do enough last year? No, we didn't. Did we grow enough? Because the guys that Jerry keeps pushing us is, look, we did a great job of growing players this year. Did you? Are you you really think Guyton is ready to go out there and be your starting left tackle next year? Or do you think, man, we got a lot of work to do with that guy?
And even last week, out in Left Bank in Fort Worth at Buffalo Wild Wings, me and CA, we talked to Jerry, and I asked him about that similar construct with the offensive lineman and Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe in specific, and he straight up said, I didn't think I was going to get this out of him, but he was like, I was out in front of my skates on those two. Like, pinning that kind of expectation on 2 rookies, and especially Tyler Guyton, who you knew was rough around the edges. Incredible athlete, and probably is, if I had to make any kind of bold prediction, I think he is going to be really, really good for a really, really long time because he does have the unteachable traits. He needs to be taught the teachable stuff, which he clearly hasn't caught on to yet, which is fine because he's being asked to play a premier position on that offensive line right off the rip on a team that is almost forced to contend every single year, whether they're ready for it or not.
Yeah.
And you talk about Cooper Beebe as well. The most important position for my money outside of left tackle is that center to quarterback exchange. You're asking a lot there from a rookie, from a guy that didn't play center most of his time in college. So there's a lot of...
And he's very in charge of what happens on the guys on either side of him.
Yeah, making checks
right
at the line. Yeah, getting everybody in the right pass protection setting, identifying the mic, identifying blitzes, all of that stuff. You're asking guys who have not played in the league to do a lot of things. And on top of that, you kind of start to notice that you said the guys that Jerry was pushing onto us. Think of years past. Like, who was his sweetheart on the team for the past probably 2 seasons? Dorrance Armstrong. He really pushed, which he's having a good year over in Washington, but is he a household name?
Great
no.
backup.
Yeah, great backup. But is he an all-pro player? No. Will he ever be? Probably not. But they keep telling us, oh, man, these guys are really, really good because they're forced to play in big-time moments when they probably aren't made for the moment.
Yeah, and they might not be there right now. They might not ever be to that point. But, they got lucky with a Micah Parsons to be as talented as he was his rookie season and be that standout. And they've hit on a lot of first-round guys that have been plug and play.
Yeah.
And except, Mozzie's one of those rare, Taco's one of those rare things. And everybody's like, well, they're from Michigan. And, okay, whatever, but, like, they just didn't have what it took to be, I'm walking into the NFL and I'm being that dude.
Yeah.
And so now here the Cowboys are. They've been banking and holding a lot of credibility with the fan base because they've been able to hit that. And then it didn't hit this year, and now we're all kind of like, okay, what are you going to do about it? And Jerry's answer has been draft more. That's been the basic answer is we're going to continue to draft. And it's frustrating because you're like, well, you might fail there. And Jerry's probably sitting back going, but we've been so successful at other times. That's probably what he's thinking. But, man, it's just watching other teams that have they're good at the draft part. They're good at the free agency part. They're good at building from within and all those things, and that's how they're able to build their team. And I want the Cowboys to be good in all those aspects. All right, so I wanted to kind of update. Alec, you pretty much know all of the story here, but there has been a lot going on at the house lately. Now, a couple weeks ago, I dipped out of the show a little early because I'd gotten a phone call that my grandfather was taken to the ER, and for 2 days he had not opened his eyes. He went under some medication, and then he was just not responding to anything. And so I was kind of panicking about that because this is a man who's, aside from my dad, raised me. He's taught me everything I know, and he's one of the most consistent men I know. And granted, both he and my grandmother are 90 years old. They've lived very full lives. But, I think it's just the separation part of it always kind of gets to you when it gets to this point, this stage in life. So when I heard that, I immediately left, went to see him at the hospital. They were like, he hasn't talked, he hasn't recognized anything, he's not moving. And I walk in and I start talking, and immediately his eyes open and he starts talking to me. And I was like, holy crap, and everybody's like of but as soon as he heard my voice, now his back and forth, not so great. You could still tell he's under a lot of medication, and it just hadn't gotten out of his system. Right now, he's at an assisted living center, and he is, kind of living his life there. Now, at the same time that happened, my grandmother was taken to the ER, and that's when they found out she has cancer on her spleen. And again, 90-year-old woman, but she also was the woman that helped raise me too. Whenever I graduated high school, my parents divorced, and I didn't really have a place to live because both my parents were kind of like, well, you need to get out on your own. I was like, I'm 17. My grandparents gave me some time to live with them, and they were just wonderful people. Well, the other day, I got a chance to talk to her and maybe say my last goodbyes because the doctor said it's no more than 2 weeks. It could be less, but it might not be more than 2. And she hadn't said a word all day. She hadn't moved. She hadn't opened her eyes all day. And I leaned in and gave her a kiss and just told her, Grandma, if this is the last time we talk, I couldn't have asked for a better grandmother than you. And she lifted her head up and gave me a kiss. And it just destroyed me, for one, because she's such a wonderful woman. And she just said that I was the best grandson, and I really appreciated that. Then it was last week, Alec, you and me and Chris Arnold were working together. We had our little Christmas break. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to go back to work. Well, the whole time during the Christmas break, my stomach was feeling weird. I was having a pain in my side. I think I told you at one point, I said, Alec, you might need to carry the expressway because I might need to go to the restroom. And you and CA were like, don't worry about it. And I walked off and I said, I think I'm dying. And you said, no, you're not. You're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Well, it was Thursday night after Christmas. I wasn't feeling well. I had to go to the ER. And they are currently still trying to evaluate and figure out what exactly I'm dealing with. But basically all indications are it's something with either my pancreas, my liver, my intestines, my kidneys. So it could be any of or my gallbladder. The ER sent me home saying that I needed to have my gallbladder removed last week. So that was a little bit of a chaotic situation to kind of deal with. Since I've gone to doctors and specialists since then, they're like, no, it's actually a little more of this, a little more of that. I just got a bunch of blood work back, and after the show, I'll find out more about that. Before I do that, though, on my drive home, I'm driving out to see my grandfather, and my mom asked me to talk to him and ask him if he would like to go visit my grandmother and potentially say goodbye to her. That's going to be a very tough thing today because there are a couple right there that whenever they pass, whenever one of them passes, the other one will go within minutes. It'll be a shake in the force. You know, it's one of those things where they've been that connected. Robert Earl Keen has a song, and one of the lines in the song is just like that old whooping crane. He has one wife for all his life, and when she dies, he'll do the same. And I've always looked at them as the epitome of that line from that song. And I'm just really looking, I'm looking to try and figure out how to say this gently, but also just get the message across to them, because I don't think there is a real gentle way to do it. And then last night, I woke up around 3 in the morning because yesterday, Lucy, my daughter, she's 11. She's having some other stuff done with braces. She had 6 teeth removed. She had 2 wisdom teeth, 2 baby teeth, and 2 molars uncovered. And all day yesterday, we couldn't get the bleeding to stop on one of the sides of her mouth, so it just was bleeding all day long. And then right before bed, I don't know, I have no clue how tea bags work, but they were like, yeah, get a Lipton iced tea bag and put it in there, and it'll stop the bleeding. I was like, how does this even work? This doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
But we did that, and then right before she went to bed, the bleeding had stopped. So she did wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and she got sick from the medicine that we gave her. But here we are today. Whenever I left, she said she was feeling a lot better, and her brother bought her some Starbucks. So that was really cool of her. But yeah, I was just trying to this break. I had plans for vacation and stuff. I was in bed most of the last week, just kind of dealing with what I'm dealing with right now, and hopefully we can figure it out. But man, it's been a wild last 2 weeks. But again, with my grandparents, it's one of the most beautiful love stories I've ever seen. I don't think anybody in my family is still together except for them. All these aunts and uncles have been divorced, and my mom and dad divorced. My grandparents is this just really cool. They work well together. So I'm hoping the best for them tonight as I get the chance to talk to him. Maybe I can take him over there. I just wanted to share that. Look, man, sometimes we peel back this curtain, have conversations with the Tolos. One of the greatest moments in my life was when Lucy initially went through her situation when she was first born. I didn't know how to talk about it, and we were a weekend show, and Kevin said, I think you should just say something about it. And so I talked about it on air, and so many Tolos reached out from there. And that was when I learned we were more than just a sports station, and we are actually part of people's lives. And y'all are part of our life, too. So that part of exchanging that information back and forth, letting y'all know what's going on with us. That way if you're out there and you're like, holy crap, Corey, I didn't realize that. Yeah, it's been a wild 2 weeks, but we're going to get back in action. And then we got Super Bowl coming up, and we got spring training coming up, and we'll get back into hoping we get a World Series on the way, and then the draft and all that. So thank you so much for anybody that's already texted in. I really appreciate that very much. But I just wanted to kind of give a little update on what's going here. And somebody says that the tannic acid in the tea is how that happens. So thank you, dentist. Who texted that in. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's dive into a little bit of Mavs offseason grades, but we got Masterpiece of the Week on the way next on The Fan.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is sponsored by Cars for Kids. Donate today at Cars for Kids, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate all the messages. Appreciate the people that reached out. Really thankful. I know people say this all the time, and it's a real interesting conversation when it comes to mental health. Whenever people are like, "Well, like there are so many other people worse off than you," and that doesn't help, sometimes.
Yeah.
And a lot of times I do use that where it helps keep me motivated in things. And I know my situation, even all the stuff I just have going through. Probably still like somebody else is dealing with a lot worse out there, and I think all the Tolos are in unison on that. We hope the best for anybody that's dealing with something tough, especially around this time of year. I know this time of year can be very tough on a lot of people. So if you need some help, reach out. Do that part of it. That's part for you. We do have a shout out to my wonderful daughter Ellie from the 940. Ellie Grace, today is her second birthday. Mom and Dad love you.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to give a shout out to this Bears fan we have here. His name's Mark, and he goes to school out here in Burleson.
Look at that.
And his dad is a Bears fan, and therefore he unfortunately had to be a Bears fan too.
Oh man.
But he's still a cool kid. Y'all did a great job. This is a good kid right here. So nice work raising this one here. And it's going to be a tough while.
Yeah.
Caleb will eventually come around, but their quarterback curse. That's just the way that it is in Chicago. But it's going to be a fun. Hey, at least you get DJ Moore, and you got Rome Odunze. You got some really talented players up there.
And Ben Johnson next year.
Yeah, maybe Ben Johnson is the head coach next year. So, but yeah, man, this is one of the things we love about being out at Buffalo Wild Wings. We get to have these conversations with Tolos, get to meet people, and we love and enjoy all this stuff. So come on out and enjoy your time with us. I wanted to hit this real quick because there's some Mavs game going on tonight. Mavs getting back in action. And I saw this on ESPN. I don't know if y'all have discussed this at all, but they did grade some of the offseason moves. Have you seen the grades of the offseason moves?
I have not.
Okay.
Inform me.
You're looking at it right now over my shoulder, so now you're seeing it for the first time. I like this. Klay Thompson's sign and trade to the Mavs. ESPN gave it a original grade of a B-. And I think the original grade was obviously because he physically didn't look like the same Klay Thompson. Their new grade is now a B+. So it moved up from like an 80 to an 89. Or maybe an 84 to an 86. Who knows exactly where they land on this. But here's what they say. They said so far, swapping in Thompson for Derek Jones Jr. in the Mavs starting five that reached the finals last season worked out exactly the way that they hoped. With improved shooting from Luka and Kyrie, the Mavs are scoring at a top 5 rate on per possession basis. And then on the defensive side, P.J. Washington and their rim protectors are handling the heavy load for that. Everybody wants them to take a load off, but it's basketball season. Their lineups with 4 players on the court have outscored opponents by more than 10 points per possession for 100 possessions, and that rank in the 72nd percentile defensively league-wide per cleaning glass. So they're really good at that. Thompson has willingly accepted a smaller role on offense alongside Kyrie and Luka, and that's doing well for him. They want him to build on his December shooting. 50% overall, 47% from 3. They want him to get better at that, and that's how they think that he can get an A. But he needs to find his groove off the dribble from deep, a scenario in which he shot just 16% from 3, 6 for 36 off the dribble. So far, I guess my question for you was, how have you liked the Klay Thompson addition this year?
I've liked it because I personally tried to keep my expectations as far away from the moon as I could. I think a lot of people did expect, just because, household name, one of the best three-point shooters of all time is coming to town, that you were going to get like an instant offensive impact, and there was a lot to be said about his defense in the past, being more towards the premier side. I thought that you were going to get an aging Klay Thompson that was definitely, as they kind of indicated in that piece, was going to allow some freer shooting for some other guys like a Kyrie Irving, like a Luka, and even in some of those non-Luka minutes that you're seeing a heavy dose of now. But when he's healthy, you're seeing like the Jaden Hardys rotating in, where they are getting more easy looks, they're getting more open looks, and they're getting more rhythm looks. And speaking of rhythm, that's where Klay Thompson has been great. They mentioned off the dribble. That's the one knock I'll give him, is that I do want to see a lot more like shot creation from him. It doesn't have to be to the level of a Kyrie or a Luka, but you don't see that a lot. It's a lot of spot up stuff. It's a lot of rhythm, one dribble, step over, 3 from the corner pocket, and everything's fine. From there, I like that. Like, his catch and shoot is still there for me. Though it can be streaky, I still see the same Klay Thompson that I saw at Golden State. Outside of that, I think he just needs to be consistent. I don't need mega scoring nights from him. I don't need him to go out there and have 1 million steals in a game. I just want him to continue to fit in the flow of the offense, which at first, at the beginning of the season, it was like one game on, one game off. It seemed like they were really, really working together at first, and then especially on back-to-backs. If he's playing a back-to-back, it seemed like that second game there was always something that was coming up, and it was just an off night for him. But I think that ESPN piece hit the nail on the head. That off the dribble, let's see a little bit more. I don't need vintage Klay Thompson. I just need Klay Thompson. If I can get him off the dribble to look like he used to some capacity, then I think it's an A.
Yeah, that's the. I think my only hope and expectation is kind of what I'm getting from him, and that is when you have guys like Derrick Jones Jr., Reggie Bullock, Dorian Finney-Smith. I don't like to use the word pedigree because a long time ago, Atolo yelled at me and he was like, "Pedigree's not what you're saying." I was like, all right, so I'll just use it as learned behavior.
It's a dog food.
Klay Thompson's learned behavior is championship basketball. He understands the proper plays to make. Can his body physically do all those things? We're seeing kind of where his limitations are, but it's the calm presence that I feel like he brings to the court that I like the most, because it was guys like Derrick Jones Jr. that were like, I either go dunk it or I don't know exactly what to do. Klay kind of knows what to do on the defensive end. He knows how to get in the way and be a problem. So he might not be the athletic freak that some of those guys were, but he fits in the role so well because of what he knows he can do. And that's what I was hoping to get from him. And you can't get that from a guy that doesn't have rings. You can't get that from a guy that's just kind of like, he's like, I've played in the league, but I've never been a star. And this dude has been a star. He knows what it's like to be at that level. So having that trade, the sign and trade to get him, I think has been a productive effort to go after that title. Again, it's going to be later in the season before I think we get the real fruits of all that.
Yeah.
Tonight, you do have the Mavericks against the Cavaliers. They are at home. Cavaliers are a hot team this year. And it's going to be a battle back and forth in that one. Looking forward to seeing how that one goes tonight. All right, right now though, and Kevin Walker, this is your new chance to shine. As we discussed moments ago, to never let that happen again. We'll see if it happens. It is time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, we are doing good, my man.
Just taking a load off, Kevin.
You know what? Sorry for butchering AM on the FM. Never will happen again.
Sounds like it was on purpose. I mean, I think he was like, you know what?
I got nothing against Alex.
I think he didn't want to push the button.
Oh.
Because
didn't want you to get your shine on.
Yeah, you see what happens when you push the button.
Don't
push that button.
Definitely nothing against Alex. So, but without any further ado, we got some Will Chambers, some Sean and RJ, or some from Sean and RJ and Bobby. And then we got Alec and Blake filling in from this week. Who do we want to start with?
Alec, you've been here more than me this week, so I'm going to let you decide.
Huh.
Yeah, Corey doesn't have to worry about getting made fun of this week.
Yeah, that's not fair. What are we doing
This
here?
is one of the one times that it's ever happened.
We always pick on people who are not here, so I'm not picking myself.
Okay.
We are going to start. Give me Bobby, because I know he said some odd things during crosstalk.
Yeah, Bobby never says odd things, right?
Yeah,
And then he pulled it out, put it on the table, and said, "That's how."
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Bobby Belt.
Jeez. What was he? That was crosstalk yesterday. I'm trying to remember what.
And
the
see, when it
context
comes
was.
to Bobby, I don't think he was talking about anything else.
That's
it feels
probably
like
fair.
Because there are a lot of times where you'll see texts that are like, "How did y'all let Bobby say that?"
There were some things he said in yesterday's crosstalk that I was actually scared to play. So I thought about texting those timestamps to Kevin, but I was like, no, because then he'll get in trouble for playing that, and then I'll feel bad. You know what he was talking about? It was Lyndon B. Johnson. It was a story about his presidency.
Oh my gosh.
That's what it was. He said there was a big disagreement, and he kicked everyone out of the room except for the person that was disagreeing with him. And he basically said, "You know why I'm right? That's why."
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's how.
That's how.
Weird. But he did have those recordings of him saying, "Hey, I need a little more space in the inseam."
Yeah.
So
I mean, hey, his last name fits too.
Yes, it does.
All right, let's stick with people who aren't here. Let's go over to Sean talking about one of the G-Bag guys.
Do with
It
that.
looks like Chia follow from the waist down.
Okay. All right. So, what
do we think we're talking about there?
I remember the exact context.
Was that Sharif?
That was Sean.
How does he know what Chiafalo looks like from the waist down?
I want to know too. I mean, I have no idea what they do on their weekends together.
Follow from the
but
waist down.
Yeah, from the waist down. What he was talking about there was Blake was in with me yesterday, and he showed up in like the baggiest outfit ever, a super oversized hoodie and a bunch of sweats. And RJ was like, but look at the drip of Blake here, you know? And he was like, he looks like Chiafalo from the waist down. And we're all like, what does that mean?
I don't know either. I will tell you this. My oldest is, he's wearing baggy pants.
It's
like really baggy. Yeah, and my middle kid is like, now I need baggy pants.
Oh,
and
no.
Kevin Walker just said that it's an in style again. I'm like, what's happened?
Not for me.
Why are we regressing to this?
I'm wearing joggers right now because like I don't like all the movement, you know? I like feeling nice and cozy.
Yeah, my little brother is all about the baggy clothes, and I remember when guys were trying to get 5-inch shorts. So
I still wear those during the summer, so I can't knock those.
And lastly, let's get to Blake. You know, you can always find a good clip of Blake just saying absolutely anything, and let's go over to this one.
I can't last 5 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, man, I'm sorry about that.
He just got a girlfriend too. This is not good.
Oh yeah, well, unless maybe that's the reason why. She was like, you know what, you don't need to waste a lot of time here. You know, sometimes we're just trying to get to food. Have you ever abided by the do that first and then go out and stuff? Have you heard about this? Do that first. And then instead of like wasting, like, because nobody wants to go eat a bunch of like catfish and then go home and then try and do that, right? Because your stomach's all, you know.
Yeah.
And so they're saying just instead do it before you go out, and then you can just enjoy the rest of the night.
But it's just like swimming. Can't you just wait a little bit? Like, isn't the drive home enough? Like, get a stick of gum, call it a day. Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm not speaking from experience or anything, but like I figured it should be. I think that's fine.
What is
I've
your
never heard that.
experience there, Alec? You want to speak more about that?
I mean, I already had to tell
With our friend
why
Mark
I'm
sitting here.
No, I've already had to speak on why I'm banned from Venmo.
Oh, yeah, that was a wild
You want my
story.
love life now? It's not a fun story, I'll tell you that.
All right, what would you like to? Oh, did you have another one?
I was gonna play. Can I get one more Blake, and then I got to get one from Alec because Alec was on. Alec had a couple of good ones this week. Blake had a compliment for someone, I think.
I think you're large.
And then
He's not talking about
trying
me.
to figure out clothing sizes, I presume. Because he's talking about the shirt I got you. Maybe the shirt I got you was
Yeah,
too big.
it was a large. That's what it was,
large.
but it fit. So
And then Alec,
Don't
we
like
can't do this without bragging on you a little bit.
I want it in my mouth.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, what is your favorite food?
honestly, it's probably chicken.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Absolutely.
That's the way to go, man.
Yeah. I'm not just saying that because we're here. Like this is the go-to spot for me, like for any kind of big sporting event. So yeah, I've even ordered takeout from B-Dubs numerous times. That used to be my my Super Bowl tradition. Was me and my dad would go pick some up every single year in high school. I think that was our big thing. Was we would order way too much. And the fridge would just be stuffed full of the black and yellow boxes for like 3 days. And we're like, why do we do this every single year? We know we aren't going to finish the job, but we still do it every single year, and it's great.
From the 214, it's better that way because then you can just come home and go to bed. From the 214,
That's
Mr.
lame.
Do That First here, it makes every night out so much better. And then from Black and Gold, he said, how about pregame and postgame for the day?
I like
So
Black and Gold B.
There are a lot of options out there. Yeah, two's better than one. All right, Alec, what are you voting for here?
I'm going to vote for Bobby talking about Lyndon B's Johnson.
Mm-hmm. And I will also, I'm going to go ahead and shut this one down. It is Bobby and his recommendation for LBJ.
That's how.
Mm-hmm. That's
Man,
how.
that
is how it's done. That's Masterpiece of the Week, ladies and gentlemen. And we have been the KNC Masterpiece. We're about to roll things over with the G-Bag Nation as we chit-chat with those fellas next on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and the upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and Alec is currently guarding with his life the entry box for all the giveaways. We still have a few to give away before we turn things over to the G-Bag Nation. We'll do that right after this segment, but right now, brought to you by B&M Leasing. It is our crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation. Fellas, how are we doing today?
Excellent, Majors. How the heck are you?
Man, I'm making it right now. Can you do me a favor, Dawson, and just can you tell me, do we have the full G-Bag Nation with us today?
We do. Everybody is in attendance. I do want to salute you, Majors. That was a very heartfelt discussion you had earlier.
Appreciate that, man.
You took us on a journey and a ride, and, man, I just feel for everything you have going on this afternoon, brother. If there's anything we can do, just let us know.
I thank you very much. It's been a little bit chaotic, as I told Spittle this morning. I was like, I think I need a vacation from my vacation. It's been a lot of extra work that we've been rocking out there, but we'll make it, man. You know, we've been through some tough times. We all have. I think every single one of us has gone through something tough. It's really awesome, though, to have family like you guys, family like the G-Bag Nation, family like Sean and RJ and the KNC Masterpiece, and what we have at the station, because everybody's so supportive and strong. A lot of people that if you're out there listening right now, this is a group of awesome dudes. We've been very lucky to work with them, travel with them, get to know them on a friendly basis as well as being able to work with them. So you guys, thank you so much. Because I listen too. When I'm driving around, I'm listening to you guys. Y'all are cracking me up. Y'all are fighting each other, and I enjoy that stuff too. So from this morning when Jerry hopped on with us, did y'all happen to get an opportunity to hear Jerry talk? Did y'all glean anything from what Jerry said about McCarthy and the coaching staff this morning?
It made me lean more towards, I think McCarthy's going to be back. Just the way that Jerry was talking, it just doesn't seem like he's talking about a guy that he's prepared to move on from. Now that could be Jerry just talking, and maybe he wants to let him down easy. Might not even fire him, as Brian suggested last night. Might just let the contract run out and let him figure out when he should leave the building himself. So, if the Jason Garrett ending was any indication, maybe that's how we'll go about it. But I just feel like Jerry has a strong appreciation for, how those middle 3 years went.
Thinking he's coming back. That's kind of what my initial vibe was. But that can change in an hour. Heck, it can change when we talked to Steven at 5 o'clock today. But my feeling was, especially if Sunday has no impact on this, I kind of think maybe they're looking at just running this thing back, but who the heck knows?
I kind of feel like that Mike McCarthy needs to show Jerry that there's interest other than the Cowboys in him.
Interesting.
And I think that's something that be very mindful of what we're going to start to see from Tom Pelissero and guys like that, maybe Jay Glazer. There's going to be a campaign that's going to push the narrative that Mike McCarthy as an offensive coach has options. And because there's a lot of defensive coaches that are out there right now hunting these jobs. So I would be very, very, one thing I learned about working with Jerry is if he feels like that he has competition for you, he will make sure that he brings you back. He's done this with Will McClay. He's done this with others. It's the minute that you start to show that, or somebody else shows interest in you, that's when Jerry and Steven get off their ass and think about getting stuff done. And
I'm right there with you, Broadus.
Get ready. I think this weekend we're going to start to, like I say, the Tom Pelisseros, the Jay Glazers, the folks that move the needle when it comes to information. I think that we're going to see a little Mike McCarthy's got option campaigns. We've already seen a little bit of it here the last couple of days.
And you already saw it with Rappaport this morning. He put out a piece about what the options are, and he's the one that kind of put out nationally the story that, the 14th is when everybody's deals are going to expire with the staff. And he kind of snuck it in there in the last paragraph saying, hey, keep an eye on the New Orleans Saints. The GM has a good relationship with them there.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
You're already starting to see those seeds get planted. And whenever Jerry was kind of firm saying, the hay's in the barn and he already knows what he knows, I'm thinking that until somebody proves that Mike McCarthy is a commodity, and like you're saying, Broadus, not a lot of offensive minds out there this cycle. So once that gets proven, I think you see the gears start to turn. But right now, the way you haven't seen too much yet, I'm still at like a 5% that he comes back.
And I wonder with that, some of the other things, do y'all feel like nationally McCarthy has more love than he does here locally? Like the Dallas fans just didn't get to see the benefit of having Mike McCarthy?
I think Mike McCarthy's done a really good job behind the scenes, making himself available to these national media members.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a group of them that are very grateful that they have access to the head coach of the team that everybody cares about. So their stories look good. Their stories are well thought out. Their information's, where it needs to be. So, yeah, I think the respect with the national media is really, really high. I think the guys and gals that cover this team respect Mike. I don't really know if they think that Mike is the best guy for this job.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it's also interesting to get that kind of a personal relationship with them is a little bit different. Sean and RJ do a great job every Friday. They've built rapport with him over the last few years, growing that.
Yeah, Bobby was right, though, this morning. Usually you can't get reflective Mike.
Right.
And Bobby asked the question, and there's clear tension between Bobby and Mike McCarthy. Clear tension to the point where, I think if Bobby sets foot in the Star, that is immediately like there's a scanner that goes off, get him out of here, now he's like on high alert, for the thing. But yeah, I think that to me that with Mike, they got him to reflect. They got him to kind of talk about his family and what it's meant to be here for him. But listen, if it doesn't work out here, Mike will just pack up the guys and gals and head back to Wisconsin if he has to, and make life there.
I did want to also commend y'all. Great stuff with Jock Peterson earlier in the week.
He's a lot of fun.
That was a great interview. I really enjoyed that a lot. Hopefully we get to catch up with him when we all head out to spring training too, man.
Good dude.
What do you guys have coming up on the showgram today?
Pure Gold, as always, Majors, thanks for asking. We will have Stephen Jones coming up at 5 o'clock. Nick Harris is going to join us at 3:20. And, of course, it's a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday, so we'll be cracking them there at quitting time.
Really looking forward to it, guys. Y'all have a fantastic day. I'll be listening, driving home from Burleson. Really looking forward to hearing it, and we will check in with you guys on Monday.
Love you.
There they go. They are the G-Bag Nation. One final shout-out here. This is from another napkin. Kevin, get better, and we hope you come back ASAP. Okay. Let's do this again next year. This is the beginning of something special. Dan, Steve, Zach, Guy, Allison, Beth, Ryan, Tate, my grandma, Sharon, and I are behind you guys. Thank you, KNC Masterpiece, for everything. You guys are the best. Every journey is worth it, and I'm thankful for it all. Izzy, Abby, and Harley, I love you. Caitlin, you're amazing. And best believe this isn't the end. Tolo on. That is from Ricardo. Thank you so much. This has been an awesome tour that we've been able to do at Buffalo Wild Wings. Thanks to Miller Lite for getting us out here every single week for this. It's been a blast seeing y'all's faces, getting to see everybody, and getting to give all this stuff away, too, and take a load off together.
Oh, yes.
We will be back on Monday. You got the G-Bag Nation up next. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation here on a Football Friday with you on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. Fixing to go 5 hours flawless once again. It is a Mavs game night, so that'll be fun. Hopefully they can inspire some confidence here playing without Luka, maybe without B.J. Washington, but of course it's a Football Friday. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You do have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm going to talk plenty of football with you, but it's going to be a big night for the Rangers and the Fan next Thursday here downstairs in our showroom. Free Whataburger as the Rangers Winter Caravan gets underway in the Hot Stove Show with Jared Sandler. But Marcus Simeon's going to be down there signing autographs along with Cody Bradford at 6:30 next Thursday. Free autographs, and then the Hot Stove Show there 7 to 8 with Sam. So it'll be an enchanted evening down there. The Rangers vibes will be flowing here. That's downstairs in our performance showroom here at your home of the 2023 World Series champs.
That is amazing. I mean, I cannot believe that it's already that time again. Baseball time in Texas. Get that Bradford autograph if you can. That thing's going to be going up in value this year.
It's going to be hot.
Cody Bradford is a stud, maybe the most underrated pitcher in all Major League Baseball. Obviously, Simeon, that's a prime autograph. But, boys, I mean, we were just over a month away now. We're going to be hanging out in Surprise, Arizona for some Rangers baseball. Go home, Dodgers. Go home, Dodgers.
Yeah, can't wait, man. Right around the corner. I feel like it's going to be a big bounce back year for Simeon. Guys like that, you think, 33, 34 years old might be slowing down. No. That's not how it goes for elite level performers like that. Maybe they need an adjustment, but the adjustment will be made, and glory will resume. I wouldn't mind seeing him as a bit more of a DH option, though. Maybe it's just whatever it takes to be at your best. Jerry Jones on the Fan this morning said this week's game won't impact the coaching decision. Said the hay is in the barn as far as the qualities of the coaches and what they have brought to the table. And it's not really a process from here to go through evaluating everything because there is so much history here. He knows, he says there's so much water under the bridge, but it's good water. I guess they could move on. I expect if I had to choose one way or another, they will bring back Mike. I mean, he's a winner, and he makes things easy on Jerry. Jerry's got to, train a coach and not totally neuter him, but just kind of, get the scissors out and snip at him a couple of times. And then the coach kind of falls in line. And that's why Jason Garrett got to do 10 years here. Sure. And Jason Garrett never had the kind of success that Mike McCarthy did, Brian.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. And, we'll see how this really all plays out. We're all kind of, I know that talking to the guys and gals over that cover the team, the beat writers, they're all kind of, they think it's a coin flip. They're there every single day. And, the Cowboys have done really a very good job of kind of masking this. If they're talking to Don Yee, I haven't heard any word about that. As far as, are they reaching out? Are they negotiating behind the scenes? Really haven't heard anything like that at all. I do believe, though, like I said earlier with you guys, you're going to start to hear more and more positivity about Mike McCarthy having other opportunities. And I do think that I think that's strategic in a way to maybe feel like that Jerry and Steven need to get off their ass if they want to get this done.
Well, yeah. I mean, with the season ending, I would want clarity if I'm Mike. I'm like, tell me one way or another.
They won't. They'll sit there.
Because I do think there's going to be enough interest in him from one team or another. Now, should they have interest, that's up for you to decide.
Exactly.
But he produced a lot of top 5 offenses here with the Cowboys. And, you're going to get the accountability, the culture, the professionalism. And while it lacks imagination, he's clearly doing some things right. And I could see that being being very attractive for a lot of these owners around the league.
Yeah, if they and you might be right about this, Dawson. I mean, Jerry has to coach these coaches on how they operate. I think Mike McCarthy, he's grateful to have the job. He took the job under a very difficult situation with the pandemic.
Yeah.
Like anybody wanted to do that. We were all kind of going in 1,000 different ways. He did get his program, implemented. Other things that, that he probably needed to do better. Absolutely. The playoff stuff is for real. They haven't had success in that, and that's legitimate. But, working for Jerry Jones it can be very challenging. And, I think Mike realizes where he's at with that. I don't think Jerry can lowball him with this situation. I don't think Jerry can come in and say, okay, we'll just give you a couple of years and let's go to work.
No.
I don't, I think Mike's a little bit smarter than that. And like I said, I think he's got a really good agent in Don Yee. And, Don has done deals for Sean Payton, got him back in the league, got Jim Harbaugh back in the league. This guy's got some clout when it comes to moving his guys around and getting to where he needs to be. So, Mike needs to play with any kind of leverage that he can have, but I believe he's going to force the Joneses to have to make a decision. I don't think there's anybody waiting around, for 2 weeks and then, all of a sudden we've, Mike.
Well, his contract's not up until the 14th.
Right.
So he's got 11 days. So they can milk this into next week. He doesn't get to wake up on Monday morning and go field interviews from other people.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of that.
Yeah, but the Joneses have to be worried about Don going out and lining stuff up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a lot of back channeling going on in the National Football League.
Yeah.
There's a lot of teams that are like, hey, listen, what's the situation with Mike? What are you going to do with the Cowboys? You going to resign? Don might be telling them, hey, I haven't heard from them yet. I haven't heard from the Cowboys.
A lot of things will start moving between next Monday and, conference championship weekend.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the only way this really ends up going sideways is if, for whatever reason, the Cowboys have the self-awareness to understand, okay, we like Mike for certain reasons, but the offense isn't one of them.
Right.
And I wonder if they'll be sturdy on, hey, you can come back, Mike, but we're going to need a revamped offense. So. And perhaps he would say thank you, but no thank you.
Yeah.
Especially if he's got another offer, like if the Bears stuff's real, or New Orleans, or whatever one of these other teams that he's been linked with.
Yeah, New Orleans will be a player in this, I believe.
Absolutely.
I think New Orleans will be.
It would be so ideal if he would want to come back but not be the offensive coordinator and play caller. I mean, that I think that's ideal because I'm conflicted on this. I want more offensive creativity, but I also think there's a much better chance you end up with somebody who's going to take you further from your chances of winning a Super Bowl.
What if Zimmer doesn't want to come back? Doesn't it make bringing McCarthy back even less of a good option? Because right now you want to bring McCarthy back for continuity, right?
Yeah.
But if Zimmer doesn't want to come back and you got to change the defense anyways, that'd be even more reason to be like, man, let's do a whole bunch of different stuff here.
If Mike comes back, we've heard about Mike and his concern for his assistants. He might insist that Al Harris get this job now.
Yeah.
That might be, but then you got guys like Bob Saleh out there. Is he going to get an opportunity to coach one of these teams? Maybe he'll see this as an opportunity. The last couple of guys that have, been here, it seems like have gotten, you look at Dan Quinn and maybe, hell, if there's an opening here at head coach, Mike Zimmer might have a shot at this job too.
Yeah.
So the last two guys that have had defensive coordinator titles here could be, guys that 1 year and next they're head coaches again.
Well, the end of the Cowboys season is coming on Sunday, so this is going to be, a conversation in a different light, different context when we resume it on Monday. Hasn't been often for the last 20 years where a Cowboys team is eliminated before the final game. I can think of 2010 and 2015 and 2020, but they've done a nice job of stretching this out. It is miserable. It's kind of depressing to be going into the final weekend with no hope of a magic carpet ride, especially because of the 3 12-win seasons that Mike produced. And, I think Jerry values that a lot. I think, he for right or wrong, and I don't think this is a valid thought anymore when it comes to trying to win the Super Bowl. You hang around the rim of, being a playoff team, and eventually you have a really good chance of getting through. I don't think that is as good of an idea for team building as maybe it was in the NFL in the 2000s decade. The game of of team building has evolved significantly since then, and teams are just building teams that will smash you. If you're just trying to get in the tournament and get lucky, you will get smashed by one of the two best teams in your conference.
Yeah, and this type of season is the worst type of season because they could have leaned into the disasters that were obvious, and you would at least have the hope of being eliminated now, and probably weeks ago you would have the hope of what this offseason has to come. There's going to be a lot of new. We're not even going to talk about if McCarthy's coming back because he's not, and you're picking in the top 5. But now you're sitting here, no postseason, and you're just picking middle of the pack, 13th, 14th. It's the worst place to find yourself.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. Like mediocrity can, really put you on a hamster wheel to nowhere.
Kind of sums up the last 30 years of Dallas Cowboys football right there.
It does. Yeah, that was well said. I think the Commanders do win this game and win it big. I don't know what the score is going to be. Something like 35-13 sounds about right, though. I don't think Parsons is going to play. I do think Trey Lance is going to play. I think the coaches are going to say, let's evaluate Lance as a passer instead of a runner. The Cowboys would never tank a full season, but I think what we're seeing here is they're at least going to make some smart business decisions about where their draft pick needs to be to give themselves the best chance of finding an impact player. So I think you can at least take a little bit of comfort in that. If Washington's trying to win, this has got to be a 20-point game at least.
Yeah, I mean, Jerry came out and he's trying to win himself.
Yeah, he's trying to speak that into existence.
He's trying to kind of figure out. So if the mandate from the owner general managers to try and win, I think the Commanders are a better team right now. One of the things though it's interesting is though that Cooper Rush played one of his absolute best games of the season against the Commanders.
He did.
When you look at with his completion percentage, the way that Dallas ran the football. I mean, they put the Commanders in some harm's way with the Cowboys with the way their offense was. And so with no CeeDee Lamb, that'll be difficult to do, but at least Cooper Rush, I mean, if you want to hang your hat on something, I mean, he was outstanding against the Commanders the last time they played.
It is weird because they've been like, Rush is our guy. We're trying to win games. And then today, Jerry's, for competitive reasons, I'm not going to say for sure who's starting. So you're probably going to see some Trey Lance, or else why would they not just say, hey, we're playing Cooper Rush again and keep the status quo?
Well, I think they're playing Cooper Rush as long as they have a chance to win the game. And then if it gets out of hand, like you're talking about, Dawson, where it's a 20-point game or whatever.
But then why won't they say that Cooper's going to start the game? They don't even want to say that right now.
I think Cooper Rush is going to start this game.
I was wondering why Jerry said that, like what was in his head when he was like, well, for competitive reasons, I won't say who the starting quarterback is. There's just no way you can justify it. Maybe he wants everybody to play, and he's disappointed that members of his organization have managed to talk in Steve and Mike to, hey, let's sit down CeeDee Lamb, let's sit down Micah Parsons. We actually have a chance to win these next two games, not make the playoffs and end up picking 19th, Dad. Okay? And he's out here saying, well, I'd love to play to win. And I believe that's how Jerry would take it, but he's not always the final decision maker.
Well, or he's trying to encourage the crowd to show up.
Yes.
Hey, I don't want to tank this home game.
Yes.
And not have a bunch of
always taking care of the sponsors. With his words, he's always selling. So yeah, you have pregame with Chiafalo and Broadus on Sunday afternoon, and then Wolchuk and Broadus and everybody will have the postgame. Notre Dame over Georgia last night as the show ended. One of the biggest takeaways is just how much of an impact transfer portal guys had. Half dozen of them making major impacts on the game, of course, led by the quarterback Riley Leonard, who had been at Duke. But you had big plays all over the field. When I got home and watched the replays of it and the breakdowns, this guy's from this school, this guy's from that school, it's like, holy crap, you cannot win unless you're dominating this portal.
Yeah, and Notre Dame, and you were always thinking like, man, how can Notre Dame get transfer portal guys? Well, they've done some things with admissions, and they've also come with NIL money.
There you go.
And so they realize that they have to be able to compete. They have to be able to bring money, and they have.
Did you get another email from Brian Kelly after that game? Is he asking for more money this morning?
Yeah, he always reminds me he needs more money.
I'm sure after that one it was the biggest of reminders.
I don't delete the emails. I mean, I read them and I see what he's pushing there.
$1 million, please, Brian. Come on.
He's not wrong though. All these programs, if you're from a big time school or a school that plays football, and your school asks you for money, you got to give what you can, but. Because that's the only way nowadays to compete. You can, you're talking about, $5 million for players, upwards to $30 million for a roster. Look at Ohio State. Ohio State might be the favorite to win this thing. All of it.
You know what I'd do if I were you? I would get some alumni together and start like a Department of University Efficiency and say, okay, you guys want $10 million.
Yeah.
Let's open up your books and see how many people are on salary inside this athletic department that have no freaking business drawing this kind of cash out of us.
You could see, though, by what you're paying for on every Saturday night when you watch your team play.
Yeah.
You're like, wow, it's kind of like watching your pro team play.
Well,
we really spent money on this guy, you know.
But they're putting it on you because they don't want to trim it all. Like I've talked with women's soccer coaches who are not getting money at all. They have access to private planes and staffs of like 40 people. They're sitting around here like having the time of their lives doing pro sports, and then they're turning around and asking you to pay for the players and saying this is why we can't win. You won't pay the players.
Yeah,
fire 80% of the people in the athletic department. What are these people doing
What are
here?
they doing?
Yeah.
I feel.
What do you need? You need coaches. You need video department.
Yeah,
you need a training
Your
staff.
organization's terrible.
Yeah. I feel obligated to pay for all the fat.
Yeah,
I do.
He doesn't want to trim it.
I don't want to trim
Keep that
the fat. Yeah, keep the fat.
Wow,
the flavor.
That's the abusive relationship I'm talking about here.
I've lived it for far too long.
Notre Dame.
Hey, 2019, I was in a national championship game.
They give us
that long ago.
They give us so much entertainment and value in our lives. You know, why not? Why not?
No, you're not wrong, Dawson. I just can't bring myself to want to fire people.
It reminds me of the kid that we had at University of Tennessee like a decade ago. You remember the story where the football player like robbed him, pointed a gun at him, beat the crap out of him, and he refused to press charges because he wanted to win the game on Saturday.
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
College football
get out there.
We'll worry about this on Sunday.
Rabid bunch.
I kind of feel like I've been robbed and beat up, and I still want us
the way she goes.
Still want us to win on Saturday.
All right, no, I hear you, man. I do anything for my sports teams too. G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. NFL True or Fart coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
We got some bold predictions for Week 18. You true or you farting on this? That's next.
products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Come.
Here we go, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 7.5 minutes. It's time now for Wolchuk to give us an edition of NFL True or Fart.
Thank you very much. Yes, we got some bold predictions for Week 18, the big finale to the NFL season. Take it away, Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Oh, my goodness. Let's start in the AFC. We got Broncos, Dolphins, Bengals. They're all fighting to get that last wild card spot. Carson Wentz is getting the start for Kansas City. Eric Chiafalo, Carson Wentz, and the Chiefs are going to keep the Broncos out of the postseason.
I believe the Broncos are like 11-point favorites in this game. The Chiefs are going all in on resting their dudes. It's not just Pat Mahomes for Carson Wentz. I think they're going to be doing a lot of that kind of stuff. So
2-week rest, huh?
Travis Kelce,
yeah,
Chris
they're leading
Jones,
into all the rest. Yes,
not going to be playing.
Wow.
So I would guess Sean Payton and that defense are going to be able to get it done. So I will fart.
You're going to fart.
I'm going to fart.
Okay.
Yeah, that's football flatulence. Wolchuk.
It's a fart.
Yep.
I mean, Carson
Wentz.
He came into that one game, whatever it was. Maybe it was when Mahomes hurt the ankle, and he came in and his first drop back was just staring around.
Chaotic.
Going, I have no idea what to do, and then he just scrambles for half a yard.
Like, what about the pressure on Bo Nix in this situation? Winning in all the marbles.
Bo Nix has no pressure.
It's an all the
pressure
marbles
on Sean
game.
Payton.
Just don't screw it up, man. Your defense is going to go win you this football game.
Pressure
like they
on
have all
Sean
season.
Payton to beat a team that's giving it up. So, man, I'm going to say it's a fart, though. I think the Broncos win.
Yeah. Denver's been close to beating them.
They have been.
Maybe they even did beat them
did
last year. Yeah.
They did. Yeah, I'll go for
got their number
as well.
Like we all went fart on Notre Dame winning that game yesterday.
Which means Carson Wentz and the Chiefs are going to get the win tomorrow. All right, let's go to Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield, Brian Broaddus, and of course, if the Bucs win, they're in. They are champions of the NFC South. But Baker, he's not only going to lead the Bucs to victory, he's going to toss a record-setting 5 touchdowns for a second game in a row.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to say fart on the 5 touchdowns, but I do think the Buccaneers do. They play the Saints, right?
Yeah.
Saints have got the U-Haul, in the parking lot, engines running. They're done. This Tampa goes on.
It's a perfect situation for a quarterback like Baker Mayfield, who doesn't have it together enough to go actually win massive games. But at home, Week 18, must-win situation against a sorry outfit like the Saints. He's going to spike that field at the end of the game. He's
going to crush
flag.
it.
Yeah, he's going to plant the flag.
Yeah, they got the Mike Evans numbers to hit, and he's going to be passionate about hitting that. That's a 13.5 point spread right there with the Bucs
we got
in favor.
Spencer Rattler playing quarterback for the Saints.
Spencer Rattler over there. Maybe he throws a couple of touchdowns, keeps this thing a little closer. I don't know.
Throws a couple of touchdowns to the Buccaneers.
He'll throw a couple of interceptions in there. Kind of a Jameis-like stat line possibly for Spencer. But hey, maybe Mike Evans catches 5 touchdowns himself.
Yeah. I'm farting on the 5 touchdowns, but the Bucs are going to win that football game. Interesting about the Bucs, though, how many teams have they beaten this year that have a 500 record or better?
0.
But man, have they been close. I mean, if anybody gets the missed it by that much.
One of those teams where if you take away the scoreboard, you're kind of like,
Wasn't there a 2-point conversion that Todd Bowles
Kansas City
should have gone for? There?
Yeah, they go to overtime, they lose.
And then we all saw Baker Mayfield's reaction when the coin went in the air and came down, and Mahomes called the right. And in overtime, he called heads, and then Baker Mayfield was like, "Oh, damn, he got
knew.
the ball.
He knew what it was.
He knew it was over."
This is a sneaky hot seat game for Todd Bowles. I mean, God help you if you lose this game, miss the playoffs. Liam Cohen, young OC, he's probably getting the promotion.
Oh,
you're the head man now.
That's got to be a ball sacking then that you just got with the Bucs, because they beat the Lions week 2.
They did.
They did beat the Lions.
Bucs have not beat a team over 500.
They did. They went to Detroit.
Except for the Lions and the Eagles.
They did beat the Eagles as well.
That was a ball sacking.
Had to have been. But since the Eagles game, they have not.
Since the Eagles game,
they have not.
Thank you for saving me.
So I got you, buddy. That's having my teammates back right there. All right, seamless transition.
Although New Orleans was over 500 at the time they played them.
Damn it, Gavin. We're just going to dump that, Lucius.
I think they've only beaten 500 or better teams.
Yeah, that's all it is.
That was actually what I read.
All right, I think we're all true or fart. Jaden Daniels is going to beat the Cowboys in the final minute of the game. This is going to come down to the final minute. Jaden Daniels is going to go on the drive, and they're going to end up getting the victory to improve their playoff
Total
season.
flatulence.
Game in hand?
Yeah, the game will not be in question any later than 10 minutes to go in the first half.
Are you making a prediction we'll see Marcus Mariota?
Yeah.
Mop-up duty?
Sure.
Get Mariota versus Lance in the fourth quarter?
Mariota versus Lance would be fun. How many rushing yards do you think we get there between the two of them combined? Just in a fourth quarter.
Probably.
Lance could go on a 30-yard run himself.
Has the Buccaneers beat anybody over 500 this year?
Yeah, they have.
I think it's all they've done.
I think all they do is just beat 500 teams and they lose.
Did we establish they have beaten somebody?
Yeah, they have. They've beaten a couple.
Multiple.
I just want to make sure that
a handful.
Maybe several.
As
Maybe
funny
several.
as it would be to watch Washington lose this game, I think the only thing Mike McCarthy could do to anger people enough in that building to make his ass grass quickly would be to go win it.
Go full Lovie Smith on this thing.
You cannot win this game. You know,
Make it happen.
You're the Cowboys? Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
it
I
would
didn't
be
think they were
inexcusable.
winning the first game in Washington, and they found a way to get it done.
But you take Micah Parsons out of this game, Jaden Daniels is going to look not only like the Rookie of the Year, he'll look like the MVP.
They really Zimmer did a
kind of
great
has.
job of confusing him that last time out.
They did a very good job
They
against him
really
until the
did.
final minute, really, where he threw that crazy bomb to Terry McLaurin.
Yeah.
And we thought all of a sudden, oh my gosh, is this? Are we about to witness a loss here?
But was that in the midst of Jaden Daniels not doing as much running at the time?
Yeah, he was still had nursing the ribs.
he
like
was
the other
running
night
in the
versus
game.
the Falcons.
He had a couple of runs in the game against Dallas, and he stopped running.
Yeah, but
Is
that
what
was
happened. There were a couple of times where he had some good runs and then shut it down.
All right, last one here. True or fart? Gavin, Drake May and the Patriots are going to upset the Bills to cost themselves the first overall pick. This really is going full Lovie Smith here.
Now, are the Bills playing for something?
Bills are playing for seeding.
I thought they were locked in at 2.
Are they locked in at
They're
2?
going to be locked in. Josh Allen will start, but he'll probably
Allen's
only
starting,
play
We don't
a
have a-
quarter or a half, perhaps. He's trying to keep his consecutive start streak
Oh,
alive.
Oh,
I'll buy that. Yeah. I think the Patriots have something. You know, watching in on them, the quarterback is something I could see that happening.
Now, May is questionable. If he doesn't play, who
Oh, yeah.
knows? But I'm going to say fart. I think the Bills will still get the win there. Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, and I think even the Patriots have, I know May, it looks like he's going to be playing, which I think is foolish on their part, but they have, like Christian Gonzalez is not going to be playing. They have some studs that are not going to be
out.
Yeah.
Well, it is time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has a Friday edition. Your G-Bag of the day.
Well, we got a lot of weird playoff things. Somebody's got to win. Somebody's got to lose. We got another.
Somebody needs to tie.
Craziness.
Oh, yeah, on a Friday. First Friday of the year, we made it, baby.
Here we go.
Yeah, we made it. All right, our winner so far is Trap House Sports.
Yeah.
If you're familiar with Trap House Sports, he does some diss tracks and everything. Disgruntled Cowboy fan, you may know him as. Out here. I believe this is day 2 for my man, right?
Day 2.
Yeah.
Day 2.
Looking for 2.
All right, this is some Cowboys game film breakdown of Eagles versus the Cowboys, and he's just going to walk you through what he sees.
Yeah, man, another week of Cowboys football, man. This right here. This, can't even get my words together, bro. I'm just so flabbergasted. What the Hey, bro, what's wrong with Kenny Pickett? He acoustic? What was this? What the flying was that? He got thrown by his own ball. Ball through him. I never seen it before. It was the worst thing Kenny Pickett or any NFL player has ever done, ever. Turns right around and start dotting us up, bro. I'm devastated. Can't stand it, bro. Why are we even out there? You just out there bullshit. You ain't out there playing for real. You just out there getting paid. Ain't nobody really out there playing for real. Not even Cooper Rush. He out there throwing up punts for the other team. Threw up a punt. He threw up straight belt the ass, man. Belt we was getting whooped. We got a whooping fresh out the shower whooping. We hit our report card from our mama. That's the kind of whooping we got. Talk back to the teacher. That's the kind of whooping we got. Devontae Smith, little ass out there doing us bad. Kenny Pickett got hurt. They put the third string in. Guess what he do? Dots us up. He out there getting laced by the third string guy. We getting laced by the
Yes, dude.
That is awesome.
That's really good. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff, bro. Pretty good, man. Friday, first Friday of 2025. I was feeling this one all day, y'all. This is usually a Saturday song. After you done clean the car and everything, you roll through the old neighborhood. That's what you usually do. But I'm feeling it on a Friday. All right. Number 2 on our list. It's a gym bro that confronts a stinky guy at the gym.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, I've seen that a few times. Not the confrontation, but I've seen the stinky guy at the gym a few times. It's amazing, too. Like, wow, you in here cutting up, cuz.
Yeah.
You are tearing up.
Are these your normal days and times? Because I'm looking to avoid you.
Yeah. You have no concern for anybody else in this place.
Yeah.
Check this out.
Bro, do you realize you smell like absolute shit? Do you realize you smell like absolute shit?
Yeah.
You wear deodorant? Yeah. You shower? Yeah. You reek, bro. Like really bad. I think everyone else at the gym knows too, man. I'm just letting you know, bro. It's terrible.
I mean, what a hero.
Absolute S, bro. Yeah, man.
Dang.
Yeah, he did a damn thing right there.
Round of applause.
For everybody else.
I always wonder, like, what's wife or significant other thinking here? Like, because the combination of the BO and then that bad, like, laundry smell where your clothes are all mildewy.
Oh,
like, how the people that live around you just accept that as your normal smell.
Yeah.
That's fascinating to me.
Yeah, you force that polo shirt that you've been wanting to wear. You force it through the wash.
Yeah.
And it sits in there too long.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
you try
fall
to dry
asleep.
it anyway.
Yeah.
And you wear it. You're like, man, what is that weird smell out here? Is that me?
Yep.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. You put your shirt up to your nose, like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Crap. I got to go to the gym and get a T-shirt out of my locker. I can't wear this.
It will sneak up on you.
Yeah, this is something else. All right, this is not one, but former NFL footballer Mark Schlereth joins the G-Bag Nation once a week to give his take on the NFL weekend.
Yeah.
He takes a shot at Micah Parsons.
Stink.
Yeah. You know, Micah Parsons had that, if you take the scoreboard away, it was pretty good out there, really, if you take the scoreboard away. Stink couldn't help but take a little shot on his way out the door about that.
I just want to thank you for being a great guest all year, Stink. Really appreciate you.
I appreciate it, man. You guys are the best. Take care. And, hey, you're only 5 plays away from winning that game.
Hey, without the scoreboard, Stink, we were right there.
Right there, Stink.
That may be the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It's gonna be a touchdown.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
5 plays away.
That's only because he hadn't heard that the Bucs hadn't beaten anybody over 500 this year.
Yeah.
That's when I think maybe Mike is going to turn into one hell of a athlete broadcaster.
Yeah.
Like, is he trolling everybody with that? Is he going home being like, man, you see what I said out there today?
I mean, if you take the points away, we play pretty good, man. Take the points away. I'll show you the clips. All right, now this went viral already, but I feel it's just apropos since it's the beginning of the year, and this year started off with a bang already. It started off on Demon Time. If you're paying attention, this year is not playing. There's a Dallas Uber driver that was reunited with his old friend that he hasn't seen in 20 years. And I feel like it's just a good little old clip just to get us in a good mood.
How's it going, John?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Man, I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm good, man. Just trying to keep it warm.
Right? It's that wind chill today that gets you.
Yeah, that wind. That's what's up.
The sun makes it seem like it's warmer than it is.
Yeah.
busy this morning? Yes, sir. Always on Friday. All over the place.
What's your name, man?
My name's Danny.
Man, I know you. You don't know me?
Man, yeah.
Man, I know you.
Gavin, what the F, man?
We had one like that a couple of weeks ago, right? Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was outside of a job or something like that, a bus stop or something like that. I love it. A fun reunion. Uber driver and his passenger have a history. Mark Schlereth with a shot at Micah Parsons. Jim Bro confronting Stinky Guy, or Trap House Sports disgruntled Cowboys fan. Looking for a two-time status here today. I'm voting for the Jim Bro. Chief, how about you?
Give me Schlereth.
Lucius?
Trap House.
We're tied at 1. Wolchuk.
Jim Bro.
Brian?
Vote for it, Trap House.
We're tied at 2. Jump onto @GBagNation. We'll create a little Insta poll there on X, @GBagNation. You can follow us all when you get there. All of our handles are in the bio. So we'll announce the winner on the other side. Just be a little bit of a 5-minute poll. And then we're getting into what, Chief?
We got biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here in the Nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Have a big old football Friday here for you. Talking basketball coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll do a rim session. Nick Harris, Star Telegram's coming up at 3:20. Here's the Chief.
All right, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Well, we have to start with the first G-Bag Nation ball sacking of 2025. It only took 2 shows.
Got him.
But there I am stepping in it once again. Had the resolution and everything. No more perpetuating ball sacks. And here I am doing just that 48 hours later. Now, I DM'd you guys the original sacking so you guys can see. It's just a Baker Mayfield meme that reads in bold letters, Bucks have not beat a team over 500. And then in very, very, very extremely fine print, you'll see in parentheses, except Lions, Commanders, and Eagles. And then Walchuk added too, and they beat the Chargers as well.
Yeah. So they just messed up the fine print.
I mean, just
half their wins, essentially.
That is the ultimate troll job.
Oh, my gosh. By the way, salute to disgruntled Cowboys fan. He won G-Bag of the day in the poll on @G-Bag Nation, 71 to 29% against the Gym Bro.
Hey, well deserved.
Pretty popular.
He took
rant
belt
there.
to ass right there.
Yeah, he really did. Big L to Parker Jones, the walk-on player for the Bulldogs. He's getting all of the exact things that you don't want to get on the internet right now, but he's being blamed for something that was far bigger than him. Georgia sucked yesterday. And they couldn't move the ball. They couldn't tackle. They had no idea what was going on. Kirby Smart was being outcoached. And this poor kid, Parker Jones, is the one that's taking the biggest L of all. So salute to Parker Jones and Godspeed, my friend. I know it's loud out there. It's noisy. That's a shut off the phone day. That might be a launch the phone and computer, desktop and all, into the nearest body of water and just start walking.
Yeah.
And then just see where your day goes after that.
I'd say the rest of your life at that point, it's probably a good time for a pivot.
Might go full Forrest Gump on that thing and just never stop.
Transfer.
I think I would transfer.
Yeah, I think I would too.
I think I'd leave Athens.
Coward's way out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think
just own it.
Cal Berkeley's looking at me right now.
Go focus.
Get out of the conference.
Go focus on your academics,
Utah,
man.
BYU, somebody.
Just isn't worth it.
Check all their schedule agreements for the next 4 years. Make sure you're not going back.
Make sure you're not making any trips back to Athens.
What if he had a full turn and it's a comeback story of the ages and he becomes a get-back coach for the Strong
Georgia
or something?
Trust me, you don't want to end up like me. All right, you don't want to be the next Parker Jones.
I'm the horror story. I'm the what not to do. But now this is what
Get
to
back,
do.
get back.
I'm the man.
The camera was following him too.
Oh,
Late night.
ESPN did him no favors yesterday.
I mean,
because for the rest of the game, every time I turned over in studio to glance at the screen, there was Parker Jones with the saddest face you've ever seen. I'm like, dude, I would just go to the locker room.
He was back there by the Gatorade cups. I mean, he was.
Yeah.
I mean, he went from being like on the field interfering into like.
Might as well have been sent to the bleachers.
I think I would just walk straight off the field.
Yeah.
I think I'd go and just start packing my gear.
Just leave.
Catch the Louis.
Not as boisterous as Antonio Brown taking the shirt off and letting everybody know, just secretly sneaking back into the bowels
Louis
of the
Armstrong.
stadium.
I'd just take an Uber to Louis Armstrong Airport,
Never
fly
to be
somewhere,
seen again.
never come back.
Hey, big dub to Oreo lovers. This is exciting. How about Oreo re-releasing the Oreo flavored Oreo? What does that mean? The cream filling is cookies and cream.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So it's
Cookies
just
and
like
cream Oreos.
as soon as you can't get enough Oreo, they put more Oreo into the cream and ignite the single greatest Oreo of all time. I'm assuming this is a double stuff situation.
It's one of the loaded ones, actually, from what I'm seeing here. Maybe they have different kinds.
We have to check everything Chief doing today. Is that what we're doing?
That's giant.
Well, yes.
That's
please.
We're just living in this
that might
day
be
and
too
age.
much.
Fact check me on anything that comes out of my mouth today.
Oreo stuffed Oreo.
You typing it in?
It is the loaded. You're right.
In fact,
Dawson.
it was
It's the bigger, like the mega stuff ones.
Oreo
Yeah.
loaded. This looks like a thick one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This is.
This is definitely double stuffed, maybe even mega stuffed.
I would call that
I'm
a
willing to try it.
collective dub.
Is there a
Yeah.
mega stuffed Oreo?
There's a mega stuff now.
Is there really?
Yeah.
I'm working to confirm that.
It's $4.88 at Walmart.
I'm not too sure.
I've loved Oreos for a long time. I've never had one of the different ones that have been better than the original.
No, I'm with you. I don't
Other
really
than just
like
the stuff factor, right?
Yeah,
The
right.
double stuff.
Yeah, the double stuff.
different-
Yeah.
the icing,
Yeah.
right? The different icing they'll put in there. It's like the
Yeah.
birthday cake, and it's not good.
No,
The mint, not good.
Doing too much?
I mean, like the Halloween colored ones or the Christmas colored ones, those are fine because it's the same thing, just with different dye.
Right.
But a lot of these, I did like the churro one, and the golden thin is very nice, by the way, if you're interested.
But they're
Golden
all
Thins.
fighting for second.
They are. Yep.
Well, assuming I'm not getting ball sacked on this one, big dub for Texas fans and lovers of Bevo. Looks like he's going to be making an appearance at AT&T Stadium for Texas and Ohio State.
Not a ball sacking. This is confirmed.
Okay.
Do they have enough room for him?
Yeah, I saw him out
dude.
there last year for the Big 12 title game.
Okay.
So they definitely have a spot where they can put him.
He takes up a lot of room.
He does. He's a big man.
So I guess Bennett and them aren't going to bring the cannon. The cannon's probably out of the mix.
Sark asking Longhorn Nation to show out in Arlington. Do you think they will? Ohio State travels well.
Yeah,
I think this could still be a battle.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm expecting this to be almost like a Texas OU game, to be honest with you.
Well, they
I
got
hope so,
15,000 seats apiece, both schools. Texas is already
They're
sold them
gone.
out.
They're gone.
Yeah.
Ohio-
This is going to be a hot ticket. man.
Ohio State's traveling straight over from the Rose Bowl. They're coming from Pasadena to stop off here.
Bennett said him and his buddies are doing the shirtless defense. Everybody's painting, and he's going to be the D.
I don't know, man.
I
don't
thought
know.
you confirmed that. I thought he was doing the rabbit face painting. He's the D in defense.
I told you
and all of his shirtless buddies are gonna
everybody
be-
wants to come back as Bennett in their second life because
Yeah.
he's skiing right now for 5 days and he's going to come back for the game.
Gosh, dude.
Man, these kids and their Christmas breaks, they just go on forever.
No,
Forever.
trust me. Yeah.
Well,
Never
a
stops.
big dub to the 254 getting promoted to supervisor this week.
Huh.
Congratulations, 254.
Come supervise our content.
Level up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need a
Called going on salary and working 90 hours a week.
Yeah. No days off.
No day by day. Day by day. 229, biggest dub is that my youngest daughter, who has been estranged from my side of the family, came back into the fold last weekend.
Whoa,
Congratulations,
I'd like to hear the
229.
story about that.
Yeah,
These
that's
reunions. This is beautiful.
I love that, man. I love that. That's huge.
You spend all the family inheritance coming back.
Prodigal daughter.
Can I get a
Why are you
check?
asking her back, Dad? You know she spent all the money.
He notes that his biggest L, though, is that
Son,
he's
get the calf.
a longtime Cowboys fans. All right, let's get to some others here. Big dub, too. Do you guys know who Emma Roberts is?
Yes,
She's an
Julia
actress.
Roberts' niece.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
She is Julia Roberts' niece, and
cool.
she was in the American Horror Story franchise, other films and shows.
Wow, sounds like Wolchuk's quite a fan. Never heard of her. I know who this gal is.
You know who she
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
We going full on A-lister with this one, or is this?
You know, I think she's
She's Emma
teetering.
Roberts' kid. I mean,
I think at one
she's Julia Roberts' kid.
At one point, she
Gotta
might
be
have been. I don't think she's quite A-list now.
Right.
But I could be wrong.
Well, she's having a great day because she pulled a rare Jackson Holiday Baltimore Orioles rookie card, 1 of 1.
Oh, like
bro.
she needs this.
I know. I'm like,
are you kidding me?
Are you a base? She's I guess a huge baseball fan.
Slapping the
or
base.
Card collector, whatever it is. But congratulations to Emma Roberts
She pulled
getting
the
the
1
1
of 1.
How does that happen?
Yeah, man.
Some people are just blessed.
Yes.
Like Bennett brought us.
Yeah. Like Bennett brought
I
us.
swear, come back as him. You got it made.
Sounds like a nepotism to me.
Speaking of blessed, did you guys see the 6'11" monster tennis player Riley Opelka becoming the first American to beat Novak Djokovic in nearly a decade?
Wow, getting it done.
Okay, Novak Djokovic retired, Eric. This is definitely a ball sack. I'm just kidding. That's not true.
No, I was.
Nadal retired, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Different tennis player. But I thought maybe I could get you.
You can. At this point, I'm very vulnerable.
Seems like a pretty big advantage to be super tall in tennis.
6'11".
absolutely.
This dude's got great hair, great beard as well. Like this
Nationality?
dude is checking all. He's American.
Oh,
He does. He looks
I'm
like
sorry, I
the
didn't
Forrest
know that.
Gump that
He's
have been
American,
running.
Brian.
did you say American?
He did.
Yes.
My apologies.
The first American to beat
Okay,
Djokovic
you're right. You said it. I'm sorry.
in nearly a decade. It's okay.
I wanted to play the other tall American dude. There's like another 6'7".
I'm trying to remember.
John
his
Eisner?
name. Yeah, Eisner.
yeah.
And he's got the stamina of a monster. I remember like a decade ago, he went on like a 3-day match with this one dude.
Yeah,
The British guy.
Yeah,
Yes.
Andy something.
Yes.
Yeah. I remember I was watching that match too. Australian Open.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was dating a girl who was a big tennis family.
too.
And so, are you serious?
There
I'm
you
like,
go. Now
I'm like,
you're
okay,
tennis
I guess
guys.
I'll lock in on this. It ended up being a great experience.
Let's get the
hell of a 48 hours.
two tallest tennis players going at it in a match.
I wonder
think
who
it'd
would
be cool.
be the tallest. Let's look.
John Eisner's like 6'7", I believe.
This dude's 6'11". So
Okay,
if
that's what
anybody,
I'm
would you have
saying.
any 7-foot tennis players?
Yeah.
Because this dude's on the brink.
Dirk.
I bet Wemby would crush you.
Yeah, well, pickleballer. 817, biggest dub, promoted a national sales manager. Biggest L, my transmission just blew in my truck.
Okay,
The
bye,
Wolchuk
day.
special. Hey,
Yeah.
Ice Auto, my friend, 817. Ice Auto,
Yeah,
Mike
go see
Osmond.
Mike. But gosh, that's several $1,000s.
Ice baby.
It looks like Riley at 6'11". Next closest guy, Christopher Eubanks at 6'7". So that would be our tall off right there. 6'7" versus
What happened
6'11".
to Eisner? I thought John Eisner was a 6'7" guy.
Not seeing Eisner listed
Did
here.
he retire?
Possible.
He might be playing pro beach volleyball. Those dudes, that's what they do.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Not really. I just do it.
Yeah, you're right. I was trying to just be a good
Yeah,
teammate.
retired in
Trying to be-
23.
Did he?
940, biggest
Was
dub.
it-
Wife is now pregnant with baby number. Dose.
Oh, dude, nice.
And the number is coming. Is that the same area code as Wolchuk's wife's? Wolchuk, is she breaking news right now?
No.
You sure about that?
I can't be sure about that.
I'm ball
But
sacking
I
ya.
don't think that that's happening yet.
That would be a great way for her to do it, though. Maya, if you're listening, next
That
time
would
you
be-
guys go on a cruise and Wolchuk gets that sexy streak going again, all right? You just break that news right here on the fan text, baby.
right at the beginning of May, right after the draft.
Oh, no, we got another transmission in a van in the 214. Sorry about you.
What is up with these
is an L.
transmissions?
Scooby-Doo
Yeah.
van. Got to watch out.
I'm telling you, man, $3,000 later, it is not fun.
A big L2, all involved here. This is Floyd Mayweather and all of his employees at the Mayweather Boxing and Fitness in Los
I
Angeles.
thought they were the Mayweather Moving Company.
They're claiming that they haven't been paid in weeks, and so now they're revolting, and they are doing protesting outside the facility.
They're going to fight him?
Holding up signs. They're not going to fight him.
Yeah. What about Floyd?
Go get him, Jim.
They're holding up signs that read, "The money team has no money," and hard work, dedication, and then what? Question mark.
Did his strip club close down?
The girl collection?
Yeah.
That thing's still on fire.
Is it?
Because he doesn't have to pay anybody. The clients pay the,
I think they make minimum wage at those things.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, I think they do. I think they get
About
paid
time.
minimum wage.
Yeah, but those tips have got to be fat.
Biggest
What?
dub to
What'd
the
you
whole
say?
world this week, though. Biggest dub of the week is going to go to Eric Dickerson.
Yeah, he won.
Yeah,
he won.
shout out to Eric.
He remains a legend.
Yeah, he gets to keep that very
You know,
close.
And a name on the tip of everybody's
Dawson,
tongue.
I'd like to make a proposal that every week we talk about the NFL rushing record at least once.
I hear you, man.
I would too.
It's iconic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about time we get on board with what the rest of the country's doing,
Yeah,
talking about that at every turn, every opportunity.
Dawson, do you see the interest we have
Turn around.
around?
Holy crap, there's a
I want to
sign.
make sure
Hey.
the show sheet that once a week we talk about Eric Dickerson. I might have to go back and break down a game, every game, week by week, and how he did it.
There you go.
And how it'll never get
Then
broken.
you can finally honor the guy. You're doing all this lip service about how honoring it is and how much you care about it, but you
Dawson,
don't. This will be the first time that you finally
I'd like to
actually
make a proposal. I really don't care what Eric's saying right now. I think we need to talk about it every week.
I love it, man. I think this debate is classic.
I love it, man. You're exhausted, Broadus. Shut up.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram, coming up 3:20. NFL News of the Day is next. Will Chuck, what do we got?
All right, we got the latest coaching rumors. We're actually all going to get on the same page for these playoff scenarios. And should this playoff rule be changed? That's next.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're an hour from a rim session, talking Mavs basketball with you tonight as they get set to host the Cavaliers. We have NFL News Today here coming up in just a second, and Nick Harris is going to answer our Cowboys questions coming up at 3:20. Right smack dab in the middle of that break, it sounded like a motorcycle was flying down 75, but then upon further review, I think it was a jet that went overhead.
It was.
And it was freaking cooking. Did you hear that over there?
You know what it might have been? Right down the street, we got North Texas, Texas State.
That's right.
At Ford
it was a flyover.
So
there
it was
we
the
go.
flyover, right?
Good point.
Wayne Green about to spank the Bobcats here.
It sounded like it was to our left, but it probably was to our right.
Who knows,
The stadium,
man?
That makes sense.
That thing was humming. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe that's what that was, but I put it out on X. Did anybody else hear that? I mean, we could get some more details on it.
Wooly's right. We got football getting ready to start here with
Ka,
Wayne Green.
baby, ka!
All right. Speaking of Wooly Bully, here he is with your NFL News Today. Take it away, Wolchuk.
Okie dokie. It looks like Nick Sirianni, job not safe. Reports are from Jeremy Fowler and company that depending on what goes on in the playoffs, Nick Sirianni's head coaching job could be in jeopardy. If they were to lose in the first round, bye-bye Nick Sirianni.
Bye-bye.
Buying this?
Ball sack.
You think it's ball sacking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, like we were talking, like Eric always, every time we have Merrill Reese on, asks is Nick Sirianni, but he's going to give you the Nick safe thing.
Yes, because that's the rational thing to do, but in no way is anything that happens in Philadelphia when it comes to knee-jerk stuff going to be rational. I think it's very much so on the table. If they S the bed,
I think you're right.
There's definitely a world where Sirianni gets bleep canned.
All right. I like what you're saying there.
What, out wild card round, bleep canned?
Yeah, like
Sirianni?
first round exit.
Well, that would be that'd be a 2-7 loss right there.
Which, hey, it happened to the Cowboys last year, and the 7th seed's going to be good in the NFC. I mean, it could be Washington.
Or it could be the Packers,
Green Bay.
Green Bay.
Here's my thought:
Again.
is I would have fired him last year, considering how bad it went, and then with a month to go in the season, everything happening with the quarterback and AJ Brown, I thought, wow, but they got to like something about him, and the results kind of speak for themselves. With as much turnover as they've had, they had the pass rush and the offensive line was Kelsey, totally remade their defense, found a way to get it done offensively. I would just look at that as a one-game, misfortune. But everything that's gone on with Sirianni, on the outside is obnoxious. I couldn't imagine working with him or trusting him to lead other men. And I think a lot of the toxic stuff that surfaces is a result of his lack of wisdom and guidance.
Yeah, and he's getting in fights on the sideline, with players, to your point. I mean, there is a lot of dysfunction, and a great text from the 469. Like, they did get rid of Doug Peterson after they won a Super Bowl pretty quick after.
That's a pretty good job, 469.
And that is one thing that I do, and I hate the Eagles, but the way that they're not going to settle. If they did it at quarterback with Carson Wentz, they moved right on. And then at head coach Doug Peterson, they're like, this isn't working. Let's get a new guy. For Sirianni,
coordinators, they moved on.
Coordinators after a year, right? Like Nick Sirianni, if you're one and done here, I know you've done a lot of winning, but if it's not good enough, we're moving on. Where the Cowboys are going to kind of live in this limbo for 5 to 10 years, and hey, continuity, guys. Yeah. Let's just keep this thing familiar and comfortable, and eventually keep hanging around that rim. Boom, ball's going to fall on in. Well, it hasn't been falling in for 3 damn decades now, guys. Come on, make some changes.
It's flawed. I opened up the window, so hopefully Carter Freeman doesn't mind it too much with the sun coming in. I heard something else out there, you know? I saw on the text people heard a jet down in Lancaster about 5 minutes ago, and I
think Woolie's on to something with this game kicking
Yeah, but
off.
we're far away from the national anthem right now, aren't we?
No, but it happened like when you probably heard it.
Oh, okay. So the game's kicking off now.
I think the national anthem. I think we got the national anthem.
Yeah, our buddy Richie from Ennis is he works off Greenville and Walnut Hill, 4th floor of the hospital with a window view, and it was 4 fighter jets.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Wish we could have seen it.
Okay, we just got the official injury report. Cowboys, Commanders. Out is...
wish we were broadcasting this game.
North Texas Mean Green. I know. It would have been awesome. I had tickets to go to this one. I missed it.
Beautiful day out there.
We also, North Texas, we're missing all of our good dudes. Like Chandler Morris didn't play, and Sheffield's
starting a freshman
out.
dude, right?
We are, yeah. We're starting a true freshman. It's his first ever starts. We'll see how this one goes. I mean, Texas State's an up-and-coming program, so I'm hopeful we just don't get embarrassed. We're looking for our first bowl win since 2013.
And if you're making your way to the stadium and you're a little bit late getting in, keep your eyes peeled for the Martin House Brewing guys. They're just handing out the best beers in the Metroplex for free as you walk in.
So. For free?
I would never make it in the stadium. Just standing by,
just swimming in the
kinda,
Dr. Bob.
You're drinking and you're kind of walking around like, oh, are these samples?
Hey, guys, that Roadhouse coffee, if you don't mind, bring some over to the station here. I'd like to get my hands on some of that Roadhouse coffee. One will do you good. One will do you good. I learned that
What
the hard
you're thinking
way.
and what you're drinking, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I probably couldn't do that. I don't think I'd be able to drive home if I had one of those. Chumed Doga, Mozzie Smith, Nick Vigil, Donovan Wilson, all questionable for your Dallas Cowboys. Micah Parsons is going to be good to go. He's looking to hit double-digit sacks against the Commanders. And look, he needs to keep that going. I mean, every single season he's been in the league, he's hit double digits. Marshawn Lattimore's out, though. He's still nursing a hamstring injury after that big trade.
Has he played like 2 games for them, I believe?
Yeah, and I think this is probably like precautionary. They want to make sure he's ready to go for the wild card round. But yes, he has not been available. Tyler Biotish is also doubtful for this game. Cornelius Lucas is doubtful for this game as well. So they're dealing with some offensive line injuries, are the Commanders. Okay, Jets today are interviewing Mike Vrabel for their head coaching job. I don't know what they're really going to do, if they're going to make that move. I don't know if Vrabel, if I'm Mike Vrabel, there's probably better options than the Jets for me. It seems like everybody wants you.
I think Vrabel's
I'm going to punt on that one.
He's just trying to tick off Robert Kraft and the Patriots. Like, hey man, if you don't want me, I could be right here in your division.
I love
making your
that
life
because
hell.
they had the chance to hire him last year, and then instead they didn't. They went with Gerard Mayo, his former. I don't know if they even played together there in New England, but certainly both former Patriots. Looks like Shane Steichen is unlikely to be fired by the Colts after they're missing the playoffs. But there was an Athletic article that came out yesterday.
So Bob Irsay, they've got him away from the meds?
I don't know, because you got a player that's talking about what's going on in Indianapolis, and it's not good. Quote, there's no vision from the top down, from the front office to the coaches to the players. No one is ever on the same page, and every year at the end, we're sitting here losing. If you look at the best teams in the league, they all have a vision, and they commit to it. The Chiefs keep winning because they have a vision. The Lions turn things around because they have a vision. There's no vision here. I often wonder that about the team in Frisco. Is there a vision? Is there a plan? I think it's very reactionary.
I think FC Dallas is more about their finances than there are about the...
FC Dallas is for sure. I like where you're going there. But, man, I don't know if the Cowboys have much vision at times. But I can see that when it comes to the Colts. And then the stuff with Anthony Richardson, you brought up the back injury that he's dealing with. So he's now out. He's not going to play the season finale.
He was crawling around on all fours at his own house because he couldn't stand up because his 23-year-old back hurts so bad.
It sounds chronic. And where he ranks this year among all quarterbacks, completion percentage, passer rating, touchdown to interception rate, all last, and then EPA per drop back, which is expected points added, second to last.
Chief, you wearing that one? Is that the one you're wearing in Scouting World? Richardson?
Yeah, I mean, among a handful of others.
I mean, like, that's
sure.
my Joey Harrington, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we knew the boomer bust factor. It was like, this guy, you're gonna draft him, and if he sucks, you're gonna be picking back in the top 5 again.
He
has the super alien chance to do something here that most can't. In the AFC, you're living in a world with Burrow and Mahomes and Allen, and you're gonna need an alien type dude. So, but he
took off 2 or 3 weeks ago and had a touchdown where it's just like I could see where you would want to try to make it happen still.
Yeah, I mean,
if Chris Ballard's going to keep his job in Indy for this stuff.
It doesn't sound like it, dude.
It just doesn't
No, I think they're going to have to clean house there. I mean, maybe you give it another year. And look, if Shane Steichen became available and you were looking for a new play caller, I'd absolutely be interested there as an offensive coordinator. What he did with the Eagles was very, very impressive, and they missed him greatly last year. You saw that at times.
I mean, he made Gardner Minshew look really dang good last year.
He absolutely did. Yeah, I mean, and that's a team. I mean, I thought Anthony Richardson, that was a good pairing, but clearly Anthony Richardson, I mean, the second he tapped out, you're in the red zone, it's a third down. I'm like, that dude's done.
Yeah.
He's done. But at that same token, you look at what Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield are doing. First pair of ex-teammates ever with 35 or more passing touchdowns for new teams in the same year. Maybe there is something in the NFL where we look at these young quarterbacks and their failures and we give up on them a little too quickly. But Anthony Richardson, maybe he's a bad example of this. But there is something to be said about some of these guys that struggle early on. They find a new home somewhere else, and they're able to really revitalize their careers. Those are 2 great examples. I know we talked about Geno. Like, maybe he's not great in Seattle, but he certainly had a nice bounce back to his career in Seattle, taking them to the postseason, having some really good moments. So it is. I mean, maybe we do. It's all about, it's results-oriented. It's what have you done for me lately, and we want instant gratification. But at quarterback, some of these guys, we probably do pull the trigger a little too quickly. But it's hard not to in the NFL because, like you said, You got a GM now. Is he going to get fired or not, right? And so you make a bad pick. You don't have 5 years to wait around on a guy to come along.
No.
That's just the world we're living in.
No, I think I would rather move along after 2 years, though, than sit around and think, is this guy going to be the next Kurt Warner or Sam Darnold? I think at least 80% of the dudes that don't have it by end of year 2, and I'm probably still being generously low on that number.
Let's get to the Lions. Vikings, big game. Okay, this is probably the best game of the weekend. It's historic. Most wins combined in the season finale between two teams ever. First 14-win wildcard team in history. The loser will be. Here was Amon-Ra St. Brown. He wants to change this rule in the postseason. Do we agree?
The rule should be changed. Obviously, if you win a division, you should obviously make a playoff spot. But having a 14-win team, having to go on the road is kind of crazy. But I guess I don't make the rules, so hopefully we can get a win and get home field advantage. But whatever happens, we both have a spot in the playoffs, so we might see each other again after this game.
Should they move to the NBA, where you're just basically seeding based on records? Or, as St. Brown said, look, yeah, you should get rewarded for winning your division. But then you've got a 14-win team that's going to be the 5 seed and going on the road in the first round. I do feel like we're having this conversation more often than not over the last decade here when it comes to the NFL. Like, we've had some 7-9 division winners, and we're like, should you get a home game for doing that? Do you think the NFL should switch this?
I think they should just say, if you win the division, you're in, but you don't get home field advantage. I think that would be an easy fix for it. I also feel like we need significant schedule redoing as far as playing every team in your conference. It just seems you're at 17 games. Maybe you're going to 18 games. Let's play everybody once, in our own conference and have a much better, comparison of, who you played. And maybe when you go to 18 games, you have, 3 against your division twice, right? But you're playing everybody in your conference still.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a way that they could tighten it up. But, I do love the idea that right now you have the Lions and the Vikings playing in a meaningful game. If they both knew they were going to have a home field playoff game next week, they'd both just be punting on it and gearing up for the postseason. And Week 18 would be borderline rendered useless. Like, that's the game.
No, I like that. I didn't think about that angle on it.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic one on Sunday night.
It's probably all a formula for ratings in meaningful games in the regular season as much as possible.
Okay, would you rather have In-N-Out or Five Guys? This went down on the sideline for the Chargers.
I'd rather have Five Guys, but the price dictates things.
Okay,
so I have In-N-Out way more often.
Your coach is going to pay for 100 burgers. Here was the exchange on the Chargers sideline on Sunday.
In-N-Out or Five Guys?
Five Guys.
Five Guys. 100 burgers. Cajun fries or normal fries? Whatever you want.
Yeah, surprises.
Surprises.
He's trying to save money now. We can't let him off like that. In-N-Out, he got to pay that money.
So, yes, they go with the 100 burgers from Five Guys, and today their offensive line coach paid up. He had a buffet line of 100 Five Guys burgers and the Cajun fries, and everybody on the team is just running in, grabbing their burgers. But what would you choose? I know Whataburger's not a part of this, because that would be the winner for us. It always is. But if it's just Five Guys or In-N-Out,
Five Guys.
I think I agree.
In-N-Out.
You're going In-N-Out?
Yeah.
I'm going In-N-Out as well. I just don't get the Five Guys thing. I think there's a lot of criticism for the In-N-Out fry, and I get that, but I don't think the Five Guys fry is that good either. You got a lot of potato peel on there.
There's something
there's
think
some
about,
sogginess going on
with
it for sure.
But like half the bag is fries. It's like
there's something cool about their packaging. You eat with your eyes first.
Oh yes. What do you think, Lucius? Because I know, we've talked about this. You like Five Guys, but I think you and I both agree the burger can be kind of small.
Yeah, I'll do Five Guys over In-N-Out for sure.
I'm with you.
Yeah, tell them toast that bun a little bit for me. Throw some bacon on there.
Ooh, toasty toast.
Yeah, I do not like the fries though.
At Five Guys?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're punting on the fries.
I don't eat a lot of fries.
We're punting on them. Miami's in a do or die, must win or go home game, and it's going to be Tyler Huntley who's going to be starting in place of Tua.
Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, he's got a hip issue.
I think both these teams, like Cincinnati and Miami. Now Cincinnati's going to play on Saturday, and they've got a tough one against Pittsburgh. But you're looking at what the Chiefs are doing and probably thinking Denver's going to get in and we're screwed regardless. But if you're Miami, this is heartbreaking that your season's now relying on Tyler Huntley.
You made your bed, man. You saddled
Hasn't it been
up to
that way the last 3 years? and it had always been named backup dude.
Yeah, I mean,
for
Skylar Thompson
Miami.
had to start a playoff game for
It
him
seems
a
like
couple
every
years ago.
time they get an opportunity, it's, hey, let's go to like a massively cold game and let's play with a backup dude. You know, that's Miami Dolphin
true.
football.
No, that's true. And then the expensiveness of these playoff, or not, it's a playoff game basically, but $485 is the current get-in price for Lions and Vikings. Second most expensive Lions game ever. I don't know what the first one was, but I'd like to find out. Maybe that NFC Championship game they played in, like in the early 90s. They played in one and they hosted one with Barry. But I don't know. Second most expensive ever.
It had to be
$485
last year's
in.
playoff game, considering inflation. I mean, in the 90s, you were probably getting in for 20
they
or
got,
5.
it
was their
Rams
first
and
home
Bucs.
playoff
Rams
game,
and Bucs
yeah,
at home.
yeah,
Maybe it
yeah,
was that
yeah.
Stafford too.
Yeah,
That probably was it. The
yeah,
wild card game. That's a good call there.
Well, thank you. Well, Chuck, NFL News Today in the books most every day at 3 o'clock here on The Fan. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, answers our Cowboys questions coming up next here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here we go. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It is a proper football Friday. Mavs game night, though. They've dropped 3 in a row. And, we're wondering, what can this team get done without Luke as they get set to host the Cavaliers, one of the better teams in the East. But it's time to talk Cowboys here with Nick Harris of the Star-Telegram. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. And a good afternoon, Nick. How the heck are you?
Hey, doing well, fellas. How are y'all?
Doing well. I do feel like this is a must-lose game for the Cowboys, and I'm a little concerned that appears Micah Parsons is going to play.
Yeah, he will. He's at 9.5 sacks. He's got to chase those double digits. But, he's chasing All-Pro nomination, too, if he can sneak in there.
How much do you get the feeling that winning is a big emphasis going into this game inside that locker room?
Yeah, I don't know how much necessarily is winning. I mean, you ask anybody in there, of course, they would like to come out with a win on Sunday. But it sounds like there's a big emphasis on playing young talent, and that young talent trying to get ample opportunity to show what they got. There's going to be a point in this offseason where these decision makers look up, they look around, and they're trying to make decisions on personnel, and they go, "Man, I really wish we could play a game right now." Well, this is their opportunity to do that, and I think they're going to try to make the most of it.
The Zeke stuff, I'm curious because you had your article. How surprised were you in regards to him being released, and was this something that Zeke and his agent were actually thinking that a playoff team was going to scoop him up?
Yeah, I was saying maybe USL playoff team, but yeah, it was interesting. It doesn't necessarily surprise me. The timing was weird, but it doesn't necessarily surprise me that he wanted to go ahead and find a contender. It makes sense on paper. He was not getting a ton of action. He wasn't getting a lot of snaps. He only had 3 snaps in that win against Tampa Bay. And, it wasn't like his usage since that incident ahead of the Atlanta game had really inspired confidence for anybody. So it made sense. And this was a conclusion that I think everybody understood was coming. They were not going to bring him back in 2025. And so it made sense for both parties to allow this to happen.
Even his jokes weren't landing anymore, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Now, do you know the contents of that particular joke, Nick?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on that part in the story. It involves, personal things with other players I didn't feel like getting involved with, but it was something that was not well received by a couple of players in that locker room after that win in Carolina. And, I think that was a good microcosm of the support in the locker room that he had lost going up to that point, and then certainly thereafter. I mean, you look at a guy like Dak Prescott, who was, his friend coming into the league, was excited he came back. Whenever he left and went on IR, there weren't a lot of guys around in that locker room that had a great relationship with Zeke the first time around. And, as time went on and he started phasing himself out of meetings and wasn't as active at practice, he spends a lot of time in rehab on his own. It just always felt like Zeke was on his own in 2024. And I think that was a good example of that even in like an upbeat moment after a win in Carolina, he's trying to make a joke and it doesn't quite land well. And I think it was just a good microcosm of the emotions around Zeke Elliott and the feelings around Zeke Elliott at that point.
I think that particular nugget and all the insights that you've brought on this particular story, Nick, are what set you apart, my friend. That is fantastic work on your reporting right there. Thank you for it. I find it extremely interesting. You did the legwork. You figured it out. Nobody else has it. You're a badass and we love you.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Well done, Nick. Nick Harris joining us, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Make sure you read all those articles that Nick Harris is putting out there on the Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
You always get my click, Nick.
Okay, when it comes to the locker room, though, everyone's kind of said the right thing publicly about Mike McCarthy, including the quarterback. Do you think that that's accurate in how they feel? Is there really a groundswell of support for Mike to come back next year?
There's no way to know what's being said behind closed doors, whether it be from the quarterback or the star defensive player or whoever else that supports Mike McCarthy. I think they do make the right comments about Mike because I think there's a certain way you could go about it if you did not want Mike McCarthy to be back as a player. You could be like, you know what? Yeah, he's had 3 12-5 seasons. You just talk factually. And you'd be like, yeah, and the offense looked good when Dak was here. But some of these guys are like, hey, we want to win for him. He's good for us. He's a player's coach. He allows us to do our job when we speak up about it. He works with us. So I think there's a lot of things being said about Mike that really do feel genuine, but I truly do feel like at the end of the day, we do not know 100% what will be said behind closed doors. I'm not 100% sure that the opinion of certain players on the team will be valued behind closed doors, just because I think this is a big organizational decision that starts with two people up top, and that's Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones. I feel like they will make the decision based on what they have, based on what they know, and everybody will have to adapt to that.
Hey, Nick, you guys had a chance to visit with Mike Zimmer, though, and I was just curious of where you're at with his potential decision here. Do you feel like that he wants to come back, or is this something that that he's tired and just he was doing Jerry and Steven a favor and now is ready to move on?
I don't think it was necessarily as much of a Jerry and Steven favor as much as it was a favor for Mike Zimmer, and an opportunity for both of them to kind of find each other in those moments. Because Mike Zimmer, he said in his very opening press conference, I need the game of football back in my life. He had been dealing with tragedy the last couple of years, and he needed this game back for his son Adam. And speaking in his final press conference of the season this past Monday, to me it felt like him walking off. It felt like the final time we would see Mike Zimmer, just with the way he was speaking whenever he found out mid-press conference that it would be his last press conference. And he spoke a little bit more holistically and a little bit more looking back than he did before he found that little nugget out. I think the decision ultimately falls on Mike Zimmer first, and if he wants to be back, then the decision falls on Jerry and Stephen Jones. If they do not go out, let's say that they move on from McCarthy, if they do not go out and get a defensive-minded head coach, then I would be surprised if Mike Zimmer is not the choice to be back if he wants to be back. I think that's the biggest caveat in this whole ordeal, though.
Nick, what was it that he didn't do early in this season that he wishes that he would have done?
Yeah, so he broke that down a little bit in saying that he was like, look, this is a defense over the course of the last 3 years was, really productive. It took the ball away. It was good in pass defense. It was good rushing the passer. He didn't want to tinker too much with what was already in place. And you think about all the times that he has stepped into a position, whether it be as defensive coordinator or as head coach in Minnesota, he's kind of had to rehaul a group. This is kind of his first time taking over a group that was already good. They did the job with this defense and coaching it. And so in the beginning, he said he mixed in his philosophy, he mixed in his thinking, whereas he should have just come in and done a clean slate. And he calls that the biggest regret that he had from this past season, is not being, quote, a little bit more hard-headed early on, whether that be in training camp or in the early weeks of the season. Because I think we can all say, anybody who's watched any of the games, any of the fans listening on here on The Fan, anybody could say that early in the season compared to late in the season, this Mike Zimmer defense looks completely different. And when you factor in what Mike Zimmer had to say on Monday about, I did some things early on that I wouldn't necessarily do again, it makes a lot of sense, because it felt like whenever Mike Zimmer started to use those double mug linebacker looks a lot, whenever they started to attack pressure with from the secondary with guys like Donovan Wilson, Jordan Lewis, whenever granted the corner situation has been all over the place, but even the corner looks have been a little bit different. We saw Deron Bland travel with A.J. Brown last week. That's something we haven't seen. And I think whenever he started getting a little bit more comfortable and calling what he has gotten used to calling over the course of his career, we started to see that defense improve.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram with you on The Fan. Who are the young players that are going to get an opportunity that you'd love to see, flash a little bit on Sunday?
Yeah, I would love to see Austin Richards on the offensive line. I think that's an interesting piece that they can work with moving forward, not only at the tackle position, but I think he's got some guard flexibility as well. I would like to see what he could provide potentially to that offensive front. I'd like to see Marshawn Kneeland in a situational pass rush role, just to see what he can do in getting after the quarterback. Since his return from that knee issue, he's been playing on a lot of rundowns, but I'd like to see him get some pass rush opportunities. The linebacking core and the cornerback position, that's just a situation of playing guys that are healthy right now. So I feel like we will be able to see guys at the safety position. I'd like to see Wanye Thomas get some love. I would like to see what he could do getting worked into the mix. I've stood on the table before and saying that I think he could be a pretty damn good safety in this league given the opportunity. And then on the other side of the ball, again, receiver, it's just kind of playing whoever's available to you. I mentioned on the break on Cowboys.com this morning that I would like to see Jalen Cropper elevated this week just to see what he could provide. Just because he was so good in training camp. He was so good in the preseason. You know, throw a couple targets his way, see what he can do. But I think there's potential at almost all positions. You can look at Deuce Vaughn at running back. Hey, go ahead and make him active this week since Zeke is out of the equation. There's some options there.
When it comes to Trey Lance, I think they've been very outspoken about Cooper Rush is starting, and then today Jerry didn't want to comment for competitive reasons. Do you think that's an indication we're going to see some Trey Lance? Because I know you had the Cooper Rush snaps and how close he is to getting that bonus.
Yeah, so if Cooper Rush plays 65 out of 65 snaps on Sunday, which that's the amount of offensive snaps that they have averaged since Cooper Rush has taken over as starting quarterback, then he will barely hit the $500,000 incentive in his contract that says that if he plays the 55% amount of snaps, then he gets that money. So that has to be factored in, I would assume. But if he came in a little bit short, I'm sure there is still a way the team and the organization, it's been done before in the league, around the league, where if those incentives come just a hair short, that they'll still be able to be paid out. But I expect to see some Trey Lance in this game just with how hushed they've been this week about it. I don't feel like there would be any other reason to be hush unless Trey Lance was getting factored in, whether it just be red zone packages or third down situations, whatever, or running down situations. I think we'll see some Trey Lance, but I think it's still going to be majority Cooper Rush.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram, thank you so much for your work this season. Enjoy your football weekend, sir. Salute to you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys.
Cheers. The Rangers Winter Caravan Tour presented by Coca-Cola kicks off next Thursday in our fan showroom downstairs here at 75 and Fitzhugh. It's free. Just get here early. Marcus Semien will be signing autographs starting at 6:30, and Sands has your Rangers hot stove debut from 7 to 8. Massive night for Tolos. That's next Thursday, and the autographs will start at 6:30. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we need to take a look at this Commanders defense. We'll do it one final time next.
All right, but let's talk Trajan West.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it?
Chevrolet in Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Okay, and thanks to Reliant Air Conditioning for sponsoring Krusty's Corner, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. That's what you get over there with those guys at Reliant. And let's get some Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. As you mentioned, thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this one. This final time we'll rally for a report on a Cowboy opponent, unfortunately, but here we are. The thing with the Commanders is that when you watched their defense, and this is what was really amazing to me. I went back and I was watching the game against the Cowboys, and this was one of the better games when you start to talk about with the Cowboys offensive line. And they only allowed, the Cowboys offensive line against this group only allowed 6 pressures on 32 drop back passes. And, you know, it was pretty clear that they had a pretty good handle on Fowler, Armstrong. They got hurt a little bit with Frankie Luva, and then, you know, with their linebacking core and how they are able to run and create pressure. But this was a good day for the Cowboys. I felt like offensively. If you go back and look at it, though, because I was curious, I'm like, man, the Commanders just not getting any pressure. And there's the last couple of games I've watched where they didn't get much pressure on Atlanta either this last game. And those two games were for the Commanders when it came to the lowest number of pressures that they had this season. They allowed 6 pressures against the Cowboys, or the Cowboys allowed 6 pressures against them, and so did the Falcons. So that was the lowest that they've had this season.
I'm wondering if Penix is one of those get the ball out super quick kind of guys.
It did look that way.
He was trying, like he was not holding the football. And this was a game too where if you go back and watch Cooper Rush play, he was well under the 2.5 threshold in a lot of teams. This is one of the quicker games that he had. But this was also in this last game. This was against the Commanders. For Rush, it was the second most completed passes he's had, or the Commanders have given up this season. So his work in that game was pretty impressive with his accuracy and then, getting the ball to where it needed to be, and his receivers doing a good job. But, yeah, they gave up 24 – the Commanders gave up 24 completions, against the Cowboys then. And we talk about the offensive line and this stuff. The Cowboys in that game also averaged 7.9 yards a play. Whew. And that might be the most all year. Yeah. That was the fifth most, though, that the Commanders have given up this season. So they've had some issues, but 7.9, the Cowboys, that's pretty damn good for them for really what we've seen. And what's also funny too is that the Commanders, they only rushed 9 times in this game, and that was the 5th fewest blitzes they'd had this season. So do you feel like that maybe that they'll come after rush in this game?
Yes. I think so. Now, I know we were worried about their ability to just get home without the pressure, and maybe
they're a 4-man rush.
Yeah, because we were thinking okay, Fowler and Armstrong, like these former Cowboys, they're going to be licking their chops. They're going to be playing with a chip on their shoulder. And the Cowboys did a really good job outside. It might have been the first or second series. I think Dorrance blew up one of those runs. Like it might have been a jet sweep or something like that. But otherwise, Fowler was non-existent in that game. So I think absolutely, if they look at the tape like you did, which I know they did, they're going to want to go ahead and definitely pressure a little bit more.
Yeah, I can't imagine coming into a game against Cooper Rush and having our plan be to not do whatever it takes to pressure him.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if they don't blitz Rush, and because he's had his share of problems against some man coverage stuff and some blitzes all year.
Dan Quinn can come up with some counterintuitive type of game plans, as we saw last year in the playoffs. That can
he might not want to show very much either, though, going into the next game, whoever they play. He might not want to. He might want to hold some of those blitzes back. I know he's trying to win the game. I was curious too, is because the Cowboys, the way the route running was in this football game, they took advantage of this Commander secondary. I went back and looked at something I said that because the metrics showed it. 63% of the Cowboys' routes were open. This has been the highest percentage that the Commanders have allowed all year long. So 63%, we have tight window, and then you have open and then wide open. Another 25% of the Cowboys' routes were considered wide open in this game.
I think that gets shut down without Lamb, doesn't it?
I'd be interested because they took advantage. They took advantage of the linebackers in this game.
Didn't the tight ends have big it was Ned Ferguson, and Scooney, and
Jeremy Chin had
Spanford had a couple catches.
Yeah, Jeremy Chin, the safety, had some. I think he gave up 3 plays for 61 yards and a touchdown. So they play a lot of single high look, and that Chin got exposed for some of the plays, some of the pass plays.
Never expose your chin.
Never expose your chin. No. It's a bad idea.
No.
But it's funny because, again, the metrics showed this too when you're watching the tape. Cowboys averaged almost 4 yards of target separation. This is the third most the Commanders allowed. The Cowboys were, when you look at how the game on tape played and then the metrics of it, it was even more of an ass kick. And then, the score, unfortunately, they gave up the plays at the end on defense, stuff like that. But the Cowboys did have some success throwing the football against these guys. Separation, guys open, pass protection. I don't know. Can they rally and do this again?
I think so. I think that's something we learned against Tampa Bay as well. Like if your pass defense is bad, but you're stout against the run, I thought it would slit the Cowboys' offense's throat with Cooper Rush, but he was able to exploit both those teams.
Yeah.
But man, without Lamb, that challenge becomes great. Now the Eagles' defense, like what you saw last week, of course, is a multiple levels up from what the Commanders got running out there for sure.
Right.
But, man, without Lamb, it felt like nothing could get going.
Pretty good chance, though. I just don't know if you're going to have to score a ton of points. You get a defensive play, a special teams play.
Well, that's how they won the game.
If Micah Parsons plays the whole game, then I could see him being disruptive enough to really slow down the Washington offense and present this scenario where the Cowboys move themselves right out of the top half of the first round. The ultimate nightmare.
Washington might be playing with a backup center. Biotish is doubtful.
Yeah. He's
that's what they might want to pick up Zeke for, actually.
Well, that's but see, that's what we were talking about too, because where did Micah have some advantage? They Nick Allegretti and those guys and Biotish playing him as that 3 technique.
Yeah.
played him inside, and it was one-on-one, and they couldn't block him, is what they couldn't do. Now, I'll say this, though. In the last time that these two teams met, we mentioned about the offensive line, and I was looking at something because of the defensive tackles, because the Commanders are really, really big on four-man rush. That's Dan Quinn did that when he was here. That four-man rush. I mean, they're at 73%. That's third most in the league when it comes to three-man rush. So, but the Cowboys gave up no sacks against a four-man rush in this last game. So, but Payne, the defensive tackle for them, this you could tell on tape. He was the player that was doubled the most in this game. 8 of the 21 pass rushes he had, they let everybody else single. I mean, even Armstrong, Fowler, they let everybody play one-on-one. Who they were worried about in that last game was Payne. And, but 8 of his 21 pass rushes, he was doubled. So that's kind of, and neither, on that whole note, Fowler and Armstrong, neither had a sack in the game. I mean, so that's the big thing right there. You're going to have to deal with Wagner, and I mentioned Luvo in the run game. Both those.
Is Allen playing? Is Jonathan Allen back?
Jonathan Allen's
played
back
last week, right?
Yeah, he's back. He's back. Their
That's
tackle,
a pain in the butt.
Yeah, it's a pain. Their tackles are really, really good. But I do worry about Payne, because he is a big dude, and he had some moments where it was pretty close to them having some problems, even doubling him. But Wagner and Luvu as the linebackers, if Dallas is going to try and run the ball, these guys are going to be your primary guys to make tackles. Both of them had 5 just run tackles in that game, and you got guys that had tackles for losses. That's where Frankie Luvu is a big player. Is this a game where you kind of look at Jonathan Mingo and you go ahead and just try and load it up and see what he's got?
Yeah.
Just go ahead and just say, like they, just like last week when they targeted Cooks, we're saying, God, they're throwing the ball to Cooks too much. Is this a game where you just load up? If the Commanders are going to play 7 yards cushion, which they do, they're going to play off you. And this where you just go and just say, let's take the big body guy and see if we could get like 8 targets to him in the first half.
Especially if you want to start off with a slant like they did with Cooks. Like, I'd much rather that ball be going to Jonathan Mingo and that big bod.
As a guy that desperately wants to see the Cowboys lose, I love that idea. Let's go 15, 16 targets. I'm sure he'll catch 3 or 4 of them.
Okay.
And the game will go along just as planned.
Yeah. I just, there's certain things that you like, okay, give me an idea of a player, and I know I'm with you on the loss stuff. I get it. I don't want to be picking 15th or 17th or something like that. But give me a player that needs to have the type of game going into next year to kind of that guy needs to be, have some positive momentum. And don't worry about the wins or loss, but just a guy that needs to have some positive momentum going. I think Guyton was my guy.
100%.
Oh, yeah,
Guyton was my guy.
He would have to be at the top.
Just to have some positive, but I'll let you guys pick a guy if you like.
I was going to go with Mozzie Smith, continuing with that trend of him performing well against the division. Could we have his best game of the year?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
you, Chief?
that was the name that I was thinking of as well. And Mozzie has struggled over these last couple of weeks versus better competition, Bucks and Eagles. So you'd like to see him end the season on a good note. And this is the type of team, especially if Biotish is going to be out, that you should find success in.
I'd like to see the 2023 version of Jake Ferguson. I'd like to see him go out on a high. I mean, I think that all the young guys we can point to, but Jake Ferguson might be the most disappointing player this year for me. I really thought he was going to take that next step.
Oh, we all did.
And it just hasn't been there. So I'd love to see more of that yak, get a big play, especially like if we're talking about Spanford and Schoonmaker were having success.
Mm-hmm.
Ferguson really doesn't have an excuse here. I need Fergie to show out on Sunday.
Yeah, I just feel like the Guyton needs some type of momentum.
I'm with you.
That somebody can say, hey, listen, it ended well, but man, you've got to be a better pro. You got to work at this. You got to do this, kind of maybe play well, but also be able to say, okay, if you want to continue to ride the bench, well, just keep doing what you're doing. But if you want to be a starter, this is what you have to do in the NFL. I think he needs one of those games.
And that he would get that, you think, from playing well, the confidence?
I think the confidence, I think just going into the offseason, he goes out there and flops around and doesn't play, and maybe he plays a series or two, gives up a bunch of pressures or a sack. That's not going to do any. That's
a guy that needs to be playing every snap of the game.
I agree.
Like, we don't need to see a single second of Chuma Edoga, man.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, all that experience, all those moments. I mean, even if you're getting whooped, oftentimes that can be the fuel for your work in the off season.
Yeah.
Maybe if you don't play, you're walking off the field blaming the coaches. But if you go out there and get crushed, I mean, instantly you got to become a lunch pail guy to make it a career, not be a first round bust. Thank you so much, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Basketball up next, Chief.
Yeah, let's crank open a rim sesh. We got your Mavs preview for tonight's game versus the Cavs. Charles Barkley ripping J.J. Redick, and trouble in South Beach next in the nation.
Isn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got Wolchuk's Top 10 420 coming up here in about 20 minutes. Steve Jones coming up in 1 hour. We'll chat with Steve here on a Football Friday, see what he thinks about the team as they get set to visit the Commanders on Sunday afternoon. Time now to talk some hoop, though. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that Friday snoozer. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain. Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when the Mavericks get to go toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in basketball without their best player, Luka Doncic. Oh, and by the way, Najee Marshall. And possibly, yes, oh, by the way, P.J. Washington. And you can throw in a Maxi Kleba as well, just for some funsies.
On.
So we got questionable for Washington and Kleba. We'll see if those guys play tonight. But the Cavs, 5-1 in their last 6 versus the Mavericks. One of the best teams in the sport. They've lost 4 teams all year.
Wow.
Maybe, arguably the best team in the league at this point. I don't know how many people are actually thinking they will go all the way with it in the East, but
great regular season team.
Yeah, no doubt about it, dude. No doubt about it. And their offensive firepower is real, and since Luka's gone down, the Mavericks' offensive firepower is not quite that. 106 points per game is what they're averaging. You're going to need 120 to beat this team easily. So how does that happen? I don't know. You're going to need a monster Kyrie, Clay combo. Somebody's going to have to get super, super hot here. And because, between Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland, like those two guys right there they're going to put some pressure on you. Now they are going to be without, I believe, their best on-ball defender, which is certainly good news. But they play quite a bit of zone as well. So Isaac Okoro is their best on-ball defender. So that'll make things a little bit easier for Kyrie, but you're going to have to knock down shots because Kenny Atkinson will just be like, all right, let's go zone on this thing, and let's see if these dudes can knock it down. And you just hope they can tonight.
I do feel like they have enough firepower that if they have a great offensive game that they can get things done. But if you're talking about Washington being out, Kleba being out against one of the better offensive teams, you're just going to have to make shots. Maybe it's a Jaden Hardy 25-point game or Grimes and Marshall score 20.
Yeah.
You have plenty of guys that can step up, and that's why I'm trying not to hit the panic button too much as long as Washington doesn't miss too many more games.
I'm with you on that. And Najee with the suspension, I think missing him was big. But, yeah, it's probably going to have to be another Kyrie. I'm putting the team on my back. I'm going for 40+. Because I still like Cleveland's been unbelievable this year. Are they a team that I'm still, I think they can actually be Boston in the postseason in the East? No. But, golly, Evan Mobley, what he's been doing. Obviously, you mentioned Donovan Mitchell. We know. But this is a tough challenge without your horses here for the Mavs.
And a good big. This is a great night for Lively and Gafford to do their thing against Jared Allen. Really good center.
Yeah, it's going to be all hands on deck tonight if you want to beat this basketball team. Man, they were 18th offensively last year, the Cavs were. Now they're number 1. Wow. So gonna need to bring that O tonight, and hopefully we'll see some shots fall. But I do think overall, the idea that P.J. Washington is already listed as questionable, that's a good sign, because when I heard sprained knee for PJ, I'm thinking, is this going to be multiple weeks now? Is this another one of our better players that is going to be out for a while? But if he's questionable for even tonight's game, then I think that bodes well for him moving forward here. But I don't know if we can expect to have him tonight.
Yeah, I checked, and they don't have a coach on a leash, so this could be maybe a little bit better tonight.
Did you guys see that? The Doug Christie stuff? The interim coach now in Sacramento that you just lost to?
What Doug Christie stuff?
Doug Christie, the old photos that surfaced
him
from
and the missus
years
get led
ago
around
where
the leash.
He's crawling on all fours in public spaces, tied to a leash, and his significant other, wife or whatever, clearly in dominatrix gear.
I had never seen those videos.
Just a still shot is all we got.
Yeah.
If you got the videos, Broadus wants to see them.
We got beat by that guy the other night. Yeah,
the guy. You got to see this photo.
We got beat by the guy on the leash. So they don't have one on their staff. So
if you just type in Doug Christie on Twitter right now, I guarantee you it'll be one of the first things.
Doug Christie on a leash. Some guys are into that submissive kind of lifestyle.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable, man.
Yeah, some people are into this.
This isn't AI at all?
No. This is like 1990s photo.
Why isn't it coming up for me? Do I need to hit the media tab or something like that? I don't know. But
just DM it to him, Wolchuk.
we heard during their playing career how like controlling and possessive that she was.
Yeah, very.
You know.
Okay, so this was we were trying to decide like, is this Doug Christie's bit or is this his wife's bit?
It might be
just
both of theirs. They
line?
might be in their comfort zone, but
Did he get in a fight because of her during a game?
she got into a she
That's
she
what
actually
happens.
joined the fray.
Like it with the Lakers Kings deal. Yeah, that was like.
Don't think there's any photos of Kenny Atkinson all fours with a leash tied
That's about
around
to
his
say
neck.
we might be. I don't think we're in trouble though. We might
you might need
we
to
might be able to
Google.
win this game. We don't have a coach on a leash.
All right, let's go around the rest of the rim here. We start in Miami with Jimmy Butler last night. This went super viral, and we've heard for at least a month now. Shams been reporting Jimmy Butler unhappy in Miami, wants to get out of there, doesn't like the way he's being used, and all these different things. So after the game last night, where he only took 6 shot attempts, he was asked in the presser. This is basically the entirety of his post-game press conference last night. Jimmy Butler, take it away.
Jimmy, how would you describe how you felt about your performance and focus tonight?
I felt great. I feel like I was focused. I feel like I did my job, or what at least my job is now.
When you say what your job is now, we're sort of not used to see you standing in the corner for extended periods like that. Is that a change in the team approach that has cast you that way? And for you to be your best version of yourself, can that be your role and you thrive to the best of your ability?
It can be my role here. But I mean, that's not what I'm used to being. I haven't been that since, I don't know, my first, second, third year in the league, where I just went out there and played defense. But I competed, I guarded, I try not to let my man score. But that's what I'm doing now.
Well, Coach was in here saying he wants to get you more on the point and get you more activated. So is that something that you're amenable to? And is that something that might be necessary to get you back closer to the top of your game and your form?
That ain't gonna fix it.
What will fix it? What do you want to see happen to fix it?
I want to see me get my joy back from playing basketball. And wherever that may be, we'll find out here pretty soon. But I want to get my joy back. I'm happy here, you know, off the court.
Oh.
But I want to be back to somewhat dominant. I want to hoop, and I want to help this team win. Right now, I'm not doing that.
Can you get your joy back here on the court?
Probably not.
Probably not.
And that's how the presser went. So,
Is this like a 2-man interview? Is this what that was all about? Was that his locker?
Sound like just a couple of guys there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like is he
firing
just
questions
hanging outside?
at a presser.
Started making trouble in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
You know,
wow.
and he's indicated, according to Wendy and Shams, that he's open to playing anywhere other than Miami.
Yeah.
That's where he's at now.
Okay, well, he doesn't want to go to Charlotte. There's probably a bunch of places we could name here.
Anywhere other than Miami.
And probably
Golden
Minnesota
State's-
as well.
Golden State's the favorite.
That would be interesting. You know, I don't know if that is going to make them any better. Do you think at 35 years old, his game has slowed down to a place that the Miami Heat have no other choice but to change his role? Or do you think that his desire to leave has reduced his game to a point where they're just looking for, you know, making the best out of the situation?
I think from the way he paints the picture, it starts with his role starting to be diminished, and then he becomes unhappy. And Pat Riley has kind of lashed out a little bit in the media since the offseason of like basically just shut up and play.
Yeah.
And I don't think that has sat well with him either. So all of those things are combined. And yeah, he's at a point now where on any given night he can look like the old version of himself, but then you're not going to get that version for a while because he just can't bounce back the same way.
Pat Riley is not going to cater to superstars.
No.
And we found that out with LeBron James. It was unbelievable when we found out the backstory of everything that went into that. But I just wonder if at 35 years old, this is a situation like when Jimmy left Minnesota 5, 6, 7 years or so ago, and he had plenty in the tank, but he had definitely decided, I don't like you guys anymore. I don't want to play for you anymore. So he was kind of protesting it through his performances.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're seeing some of that right now. He's leaning into just lackadaisical offense. Like, okay, if you just want to put me in the corner, then this is what you're going to get. I'll kind of pout a little bit. But defensively, he's obviously still taking some pride in that.
I mean, for a championship team, I would be open-minded to it if I have aspirations and we need a guy, especially if you don't have to play him every night to make the playoffs. You know, if you can get him fresh to the playoffs and you have other stars on your team, I think Jimmy Butler could be a huge piece of a chance. Not Golden State, though. Golden State's too far away.
Yeah, and he's got a player option for next year at almost $53 million. So if you're trading for him, you have to assume he's going to opt into that. There's no way he's going to opt out of guaranteed $53 million because he ain't touching that with a new contract.
I feel like you're doing Miami a favor by taking that off their books and allowing them to get a start on a rebuild. If I'm giving them expiring contracts and guys that can't play, but they get to move on, maybe one first-round pick, I think, gets the deal done as far as actual value.
Yeah, well, now you've undercut the team's ability to get the most for you because now you've just thrown the temper tantrum and everybody knows you want to be out of there. So every team's going to be like, well, I mean, this is a ticking time bomb, Miami. If you want to get rid of them, this is the best we got. Like Golden State right now doesn't want to give up on Kuminga. And apparently that's what's holding up Jimmy Butler, maybe already having been traded there. Maybe they'll acquiesce as we get closer to the deadline if they feel more desperate. But as it stands right now, why would they just be quick to be like, sure, we'll give you one of our better young pieces that has a little bit of a future here. So I don't know, but that's definitely an interesting situation to monitor as it
I
stands
definitely don't
right
think
now.
there's something to be done with the Mavs.
No, I don't.
Just financially, it makes zero sense.
It's impossible to get there, really, without giving up somebody that's probably a more impactful player.
Potentially his future teammate, Steph Curry last night, 30 points, 10 assists, 8 of 8 from downtown.
Oh, it was something. I watched a lot of that game. He banked one in. He banked his 7th one in and called it.
Oh, my gosh, dude.
I can't believe he's still making three-point history. Like, you'd think that he'd already checked off all the boxes in his career.
Yeah, first time to be perfect with that number of attempts from three. Has the most 30-point games by a guard after turning 35 in NBA history. Passes Michael Jordan. You still have LeBron ahead of him, Karl Malone, and one other big that is still ahead of him in that category. But from a guard standpoint, he surpassed Michael Jordan there. Have 2 more clips to play. Let's play Anthony Edwards here. He's frustrated with the offense there in Minnesota. He's getting double-teamed a bunch. Nobody has respect for anybody else on that team, so they're just double-teaming him. He's forced to pass, but he doesn't like that.
That was a good brand of basketball, but it's not how I want to play, of course. I mean, I'm only 23. I don't want to just be passing the ball all night. You feel me?
You don't like Conley?
Yeah, at all. But the way that they guarded me, I think I have to. So
I was gonna say, how hard is it to just stay engaged?
Super hard.
Yeah.
Super hard. Super hard. I mean, because I'm wired to score the ball.
Do you think that's what teams are trying to do to you, like mentally trying to take you out of the game?
I don't know. I don't.
You like that?
I mean, that might be a part of it, but I know they're just doing it. I don't know if like their plan is like let's mentally take them out, but. Because it don't like take me all the way out the game, but it definitely frustrates me a little bit. But them doubling me definitely is like, bro, what is going on? Like, so yeah, I be trying to figure it out, man.
I mean, welcome to being a superstar in the NBA. Like, yes, they're not just going to allow you to go one-on-one and dance on all their guys. Like, this is what comes with being one of the best players in the sport. But the line of that's not how I want to play. I'm only 23. I don't want to just be passing the ball all night.
Dude,
it's
that's incredible. Yeah. I mean, the most entertaining interviews in the NBA right now. I don't want to take shots at his game because I think this is more on his teammates and the ability to space the floor and the difference of Karl Anthony Towns and Julius Randle. You know, Randle needs to get the ball and cook, where Cat could kind of go stand there. But I do think part of this is that Edwards isn't a true point guard. You know, you want the ball in his hands a lot. He is a great shooter. The mid-range is going to light up at over 50%. But when you put the ball in his hands and a double team's coming and you're like, okay, find the open guy to get your team an easy bucket to make that defense stop playing like that, it's not going to happen. You know, he can turn around and give it to the guy at the 3-point line or make a basic entry pass. But there's not a lot else going on because he's just not a point guard.
No, you're right. I felt like Russell Westbrook was that way when he was in his prime. The same way. Like, I was like, man, Russ is amazing, and he's a triple-double god, it seems like. But as a true point guard, I don't know, is he? Like, Devin Booker had those same problems when they tried to make him a point guard in Phoenix.
Yeah.
And it just failed miserably.
And a lot of the guys that are coming up these days, you get the ball in your hands no matter what position you are effectively the point guard. And there's a big range of the playmaking abilities on these guys.
Okay, I know we're short on time, but we got to play this Charles Barkley clip from last night. Keep in mind, this is a Celtics T-Wolves highlight that's going down. Ernie's trying to get through it, but Barkley's ranting against J.J. Redick and the Lakers.
Was he just talking about folks on
what
TV?
Did he said something about we're the reason people ain't watching this crappy product we got. That's JJ. Yeah, us, like we out there jacking up 100 threes a night. JJ, I don't know Jason Monroe. I don't know who that is, but JJ, you come for the king, you better not miss. Because I can get you, brother, because I got your Lakers games. You can't hide them flaws they got. You just a dead man walking. They got rid of Frank Vogel, who did a good job. They got rid of Darvin Ham, who did a good job. But you came out there thinking you were going to change things with that same ugly girl you went on the date with.
64-51 was your halftime score. Let's get back to the highlights. And Rudy Gobert.
He came in there thinking, I can make this thing work. Hell, you can.
77-71.
Put some makeup on that pig.
Man, the Lakers are pigs.
The Lakers stink, man.
Oh, man, okay.
Come on, man.
Tatum, by the way.
Again, all during a Boston T-Wolves highlight package that Ernie was fighting through. Just outstanding stuff. Thank you, Chuck.
Oh, thank you for that rim session, Chief. That was outstanding.
Thank you.
Might hear that on Masterpiece of the Week, I feel like. Time to be determined. Yeah. Okay. In addition to football's finest is coming up at 4:40, then Steve Jones. But top 10 at 4:20 is coming up. Well, Chuck, where are you taking it?
Brian, this one's for you. Which foods taste good, both hot and cold? Oh. I've got the top 10. 877-881-1053. Which ones you like? Man, I can eat this thing hot or cold. It's delicious. That's next.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway afternoon.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
DFW Security has affordable, superior technology with professional installation and local support for your home or business.
DFWsecurity.com. Start Cooper Rush. I think their intentions are made very clear as far as what they would like to happen at the conclusion.
You'd be happy
of that
about that, aren't you?
I would be very happy about that. Yeah.
I'm trying to find that out, by the way, for you guys. I'm trying. Sean Sharif, right? Number one
Sean
on the
did have a tweet out there that said fans of Trey Lance are going to be very happy. So read into that how you will.
Okay.
Right on. So Stephen Jones coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll see if we can confirm that. Segment here brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Please drink responsibly. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankofirm.com. And here he is, Zach with an H, your woolly bully.
Thank you very much. What are the best foods, hot or cold? They can go both ways here on this
Cookies.
top 10 list. Cookies?
Yep.
Okay, cookies are a good one.
For me, it's chicken wings and steak.
Hot or cold? Gonna on a cold steak.
Right out of the fridge?
10 out of 10. Yeah, steak right out of the fridge. I freaking love it, dude.
Pizza?
Delicioso.
Slice it thin?
Yeah.
Pizza's a big one. I mean, a lot of people are loving their pizza. I got that one texting quite a bit. Hit up on Twitter. It'll be high on the list. Chicken will be high on the list, absolutely.
I mean, pre-air fryer, cold pizza wasn't a bad play.
No.
You know, because it's like, what do I want to do? I want to put it in the microwave. It's just going to ruin the crust. Put this in an oven and wait 15 minutes for it. Might overdo it. Might still underdo it. Air fryer, 3 minutes. Ding.
Yeah, the air fryer's been a game changer for so much. And absolutely to just kind of revive, whether it's pizza, fries, you name it. Some of these things that the microwave just didn't do justice. The air fryer is just taken over. But you're right. I mean, cold pizza, I can go with that. I mean, you prefer all of these foods cold.
Yeah.
You're a cold guy.
Cold guy.
Pop-Tarts from the 469. Some people have never even put the Pop-Tart in the toaster.
I'm one
They're
of those
missing
people.
out. They're missing
That's
out.
kind of room temp.
I'm one of those people. Right out of the foil, right out of the foil into the breakfast.
That's fair. I don't know that it's necessarily cold, right? It's either room temp or warmed. So maybe that's kind of a cop out there from the Pop-Tart. I'm not. You know what? No, Pop-Tart doesn't apply here. Doesn't apply.
There you go. We'll check.
Brownies, bread being texted in, chocolate cake from the 817.
Okay, I was going to say chocolate milk because you get it cold or you make hot chocolate.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
It's a good call.
Chocolate in general will be on the list. The Chicken Express chicken tendies from the 682.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Bacon from the 903.
Yeah, I mean room temp bacon. I mean even cold bacon. I'd be down for cold bacon. Yes,
Cold bacon,
cold bacon mustard sandwich.
Rubbery cold bacon. Because
when they put bacon on a salad and it's chopped, it gets a little cold. Yeah. It's not bad.
That's crisp. That's extra crisp. But if you make bacon and you have it, and it's kind of like it's not crisp, and it's kind of that rubbery,
that's
and
what you
eat
want.
that cold.
Yeah, that's good
you're
stuff.
Eating straight fat that way.
He likes it like that. It's stringy.
I like it just a little undercooked. I do.
And cold. And cold.
It's a big topic of debate in the House.
And cold?
This might
absolutely
be
cold.
one of the most debated topics you've said.
No,
I mean, Eric's looking at you like you're a little crazy.
I mean, I love
here.
a good crunch on my bacon. Call me crazy.
I like the smoked applewood bacon. You know,
It's good.
I think a Wright makes
But
it.
you like it a little rubbery.
I do. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't mind a little crispiness, but once it's so like crispy that if you shake it, it breaks in half. Oh, we're so done. I'm out on that. I want nothing to do with that bacon.
Okay, 469. The company themselves said Pop-Tarts can be eaten frozen out of the freezer. I guess my only pushback is who's putting Pop-Tarts in the freezer. I've never done that. But
I've seen people put bread in the refrigerator for freshness.
972, I've done that just to keep it holding, or else.
So maybe a Pop-Tart's the same way.
Could be. 972, my wife loves Pop-Tarts out of the freezer. I've never tried this.
Yeah, but a Pop-Tart could live in your pantry for the next 20 years, and you wouldn't know the difference when you crack that bad boy open.
You ever had a Twinkie?
Twinkie in the freezer?
No, just a Twinkie.
Oh, yeah.
That's another one of those things that could live forever.
Totally.
Well, they did. I mean, they had Zombieland, man. They survived.
Oh, did they?
Lucius, the hot, the cold debate. Where are you at with your bacon?
Bacon?
Yeah, I mean, do you think Dawson's onto something with a little bit of undercooked bacon?
Cold.
I don't know, man.
It's got to be crispy.
Yeah, I guess. I don't care as long as it's not burnt.
Okay, just not burnt bacon.
Yeah, as long as it's not burnt or raw.
Oh, we're not doing the raw.
Yeah.
No.
Hummus. I like some hummus that's kind of cold.
Okay.
And you can eat it hot too.
Yes, you can. That's a good call.
Some shrimps.
Shrimp, yeah.
Shrimp. Hard-boiled eggs.
Hard-boiled eggs is a good one. I know you're not into that, Brian, but hey, I had some hard-boiled eggs today. Doing well so far, boys. You haven't smelled it yet.
You haven't dropped any bombs on us.
Nope, you sure haven't.
Still got plenty of time.
Got some time left. All right, let's get to the honorable mentions here. Cheesecake is honorable mention.
You know what? Let me tell you what.
Give me that cold, bro.
I prefer it cold.
Yeah, cheesecake warm, not good.
I'm not that into warm cheesecake either, but I guess some people out there like it. Donuts, hot or cold, from the 469.
I've never had a cold donut. Room temp for sure.
I've had a cold donut. Yeah, I definitely
Put them in the fridge to keep them fresh.
Yeah, I've done that.
You know, they're bad within 48 hours after you bring them back to the house. If you don't do something.
Do they even have a chance to make it 48 hours in your house?
If the order's big enough.
48 seconds.
If you get about 100 donuts, maybe you got a chance to make it to the next
Abby,
day.
give me that bag of donuts over
Man.
there. What are you doing?
My parents brought home a box of donuts. This must have been Tuesday morning or something up there. And man, it was debaucherous.
Did Gabby just
it was game over.
Hover
Give me
over
them
the
donuts.
box and just like mom's telling stories? And
Yeah,
just,
did Gabby do that?
Yes.
Gabby. I said Gabby.
Yeah.
Gabby.
Oh, okay. I mean, they were the oversized ones too, so I would cut them in like quarters and just take a little bit.
I think I said.
I just need a little bit of this.
Yeah.
5 minutes later, another little bit.
You're like Parcells. I saw Parcells. We used to have like Grandy's. Used to do the buffet.
Those
so
rolls.
They used to do
good.
the cinnamon rolls.
Yeah.
Parcells would cut one in half, and like he'd get the rest of his food. He'd eat the half cinnamon roll on the walk, and then circle back to get the other half that he cut. And
It's a veteran move.
Yeah,
he would
really
just leave it like, I'm going to try and cut my calories here, and he's like, oh damn it.
Yeah,
Who hasn't done that?
It sounds like a good idea when you're cutting it.
No, what if you're
Have some
like
discipline here.
What if you're behind him and he cuts half a sweet roll and leaves it there for you to like make a determination?
Am I supposed to?
Sounds like you guys knew how to handle it.
Yeah.
Watchdogging him.
We did. We grabbed the other sweet rolls and left the other half for him.
I would have loved
We
to
know
see-
he was like going to be a big old ship in the night, turn around and come get it. Yeah.
Maybe somebody
post game show, man.
Like, what would his reaction be if somebody had taken that half?
I'll tell you what, man. Mike Holmgren one time almost lost it on me. I took the last scoop of potatoes one time. Holy S. You would have thought he's looking at me like, what the boop, 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 going on here? What are we? Boop, boop, boop. And I'm just like, and I was trying to like scrape the potatoes back in those. I'm like, I'm sorry, coach. Yeah, he's like, no, take
That's
the damn
awesome.
potatoes. I'm like, coach, I'm really, take them.
jeez.
Just take them. Gosh, just take, I'm like, coach, he's just, go, get them, Brian, just go.
Just get them
go.
now. They're yours.
And I went back to my office. I had this plate of food, and I'm like looking at my potatoes. I can't even eat them.
Those aren't going to taste
like,
good.
every time I saw Mike, I'm kind of like, didn't even make eye contact.
Was it a good old mash?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have people bring in these meals for the coaches and stuff. So my big ass in scouting would go over there and grab a meal.
You were on scholarship.
And so that's the problem. I'm over there eating coach's food, and I'm taking the last scoop.
Oh,
and
no.
he was not.
upset.
You think, man, just imagine. Yeah, no. Ugh, it was bad.
Young, confident Broadus
Steaming
thinking,
them
oh, yeah.
potatoes.
Young,
There's
hungry
only-
Oh, look.
Brian.
Yeah, look. Oh, potatoes and gravy. Yeah. and I'm literally trying to scrape them
Mashed
back
potatoes
into
and sweet potatoes, a little bit of green beans. Put
That's
on
the
fork. That's
best.
the bust, man. That's the bust. Pie, apple pie is honorable mention. We also
cold.
got, yeah,
good item.
Cold or warm. Sushi, honorable mention as well.
Warm
on here.
sushi.
Well, you get the fried rolls.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Which one?
Some of those come out.
fried-
Some of those
fried
things
rolls.
come out kind
Some
of
of them are
hot.
like deep fried.
Oh, the tempura.
Yeah, and they're like totally fried.
Sounds like my kind of sushi.
Yeah, you might be into
Put a
that
shrimp
one.
in there.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, you might be into that.
I was watching that recipe when you came in today, Dawson, how to make good tempura.
Tempura, that tempura batter's delicious. Tennis spaghetti, good hot or cold.
Yeah, I do like a cold pasta.
I can go with some cold
next day,
pasta.
even though it's best to just take the
your
time
mom's
to put a
baked
little.
ziti was pretty good.
I had
cold.
so much FOMO.
It was 10 out of 10
Missed
with
the
that
big
ZD.
Oh my
year.
gosh,
she
it
brought
was
it
good.
strong, man. She
She
really did.
That
Always
was
does.
quality.
She still got her fastball working.
Yeah.
9 is ribs.
Oh yes, dude.
I can go with the cold rib.
Yes.
Cold ribs.
The pork
Yes.
ones. Yeah,
Yeah,
not
pork
the beef.
ribs.
Yeah, the
Not
beef
the
needs to be
beef one.
reheated.
Yeah, but yeah.
8 is Chinese food. You can't really do the rice though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
What-
can. You
what
make
would
fried
be
rice out of it
The
the next
noodles,
day.
like lo mein,
Little oil in there
or
in a
chicken
frying
or the
pan?
beef.
Yeah, there you go,
Yeah.
Dawson. You know what
See,
you're talking about.
that's how you do the next day spaghetti or something like that
you do.
too.
You do make some fried rice out of day old rice.
Yes, absolutely.
Liven it up a little bit.
Bingo.
7 is meatloaf.
That's a big yes. That on a
Meatloaf hot or
sandwich.
cold?
Yes.
6 is the eggs. Lucius nailed that with hard-boiled eggs.
Oh God.
5 is chocolate, which works for what you said, the chocolate milk and the hot chocolate. Good hot or cold. 4 is fried chicken.
Bingo.
3 is the shrimp, another one Lucius hit there.
Yeah.
2 are
But you're not taking the fried shrimp and eating it cold, right? This is like the cold shrimp
Yeah, it would be-
cocktail.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
That's how it's prepared. Okay.
2 would be sandwiches.
I think fried shrimp cold is like soggy.
It is.
Too soggy.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, you got to eat
Doesn't
that.
work.
that
Soggy,
out of it.
yeah.
The sandwiches at 2.
Which sandwich? Like Jimmy John sandwich?
Yeah, because you could do like, let's say a turkey sandwich, but I could go ahead and heat
Oh,
that
wrap
thing
that
up,
bad boy
toast
up.
it.
Yeah,
That's also
yeah.
be good cold.
Yeah.
Quiznos.
Oh, let me ask you: is a Philly
Yeah.
cheesesteak good cold?
I don't know. It's never lasted that long with me, and I've always heated them back up.
Man, I got to think that's a no.
Yeah, I'd probably say no. Philly cheesesteak wouldn't work for me either.
Like the peppers and the cheese, it would get kind of rubbery if it got cold. I don't know if I do that.
You're just so anti-rubbery stuff.
Do you like texture of like rubbery like food? Do you like the
Well, it
rubbery?
doesn't bother me like a hard-boiled egg. Doesn't bother me at all. Like the idea of the Philly
The
cheese
fact
in
that
this
you're
scenario, I'd be like,
raking
okay.
out the center of the hard-boiled egg is even more disgusting.
the yolk.
I know 469. I'm sorry
You eat
that
the
I
hard-boiled egg.
I
You
don't- I
take
don't
out
say
that
it well.
center thing.
Yeah, the yolk.
You just and you throw the white thing away.
No, I'm eating the whole deal, man.
Yeah, you're eating all of
That's
it.
a
baby.
one. That's a one bite. I'm throwing
I
hard-boiled
could
eggs in my
see-
mouth.
He
like it's a
throws
Tic
anything
Tac.
away. That's offensive.
I could see
outside
him
of the filling to the
just
deviled
once
eggs.
again like Dawson hovering around the donut box. Oh,
Yeah.
hey, what's going on? Oh, hard-boiled
tempura
eggs.
469. I'm sorry that I said tempura. I know.
Oh,
I know.
please.
One is pizza though. One is pizza is the best food.
Let's
hot
be
or
nicer
cold.
this year, huh?
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Another
We're past
top
that,
10.
I say things strange. I'm
Whatever.
sorry.
In the
God,
books.
we knew what you're talking about.
I got a weird accent.
We'll have Stephen Jones coming up at 5 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan. Again, the report from Sharif. Trey Lance fans are going to be happy. Does that mean he's starting?
We'll see. We're trying.
Football's finest coming up next, though, Chief. Where are we heading?
Among other things, it's just worse and worse by the second for the Bears. That's next.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, the gang is back together, and we recap all things Cowboys Command.
in Texas. 105.3 The Fan is proud to sponsor Texas Rangers Fan Fest, Saturday, January 18th at Globe Life Field. Meet your favorite current and former Texas Rangers with autograph sessions, Q&As, a baseball card show, run the bases, go deep in the wiffle ball home run derby, and so much more. Tickets sell fast, so pick up yours today at Rangers.com/fanfest.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Nearing the end of the first half at the Serve Pro First Responders Bowl just up the street, Texas State leading UNT 16-14. Had a hell of a flyover before the game started. 4 fighter jets came screaming across Essential here at what was that, about 2:57 or something like that. It was it was a sound I'd never heard. Here, and it was quite impressive. Anyway, Stephen Jones is coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll pick his brain about Cowboys topics ahead of Sunday's game against Washington. Time now for an edition of the finest. Here's the Chief.
Let's start by wishing a huge congratulations to old Bailey Zappi. He's going to be making the start for the Browns this weekend. And what number quarterback do you think this is? Since 1999, how many starting quarterbacks now with Bailey Zappi? It's Zappi hour, ladies and gentlemen.
This has to be a 69.
Let me see here.
Maybe a 68. Maybe. I'll give you that.
You're desperate for it to be that. Well, we're going to we'll probably only need about another 3 or 4 years to reach 69. Did you say 15?
15.
We're talking about since 1999 for the Browns.
I was trying to keep all the nameplates on the back of that jersey.
Yeah.
There's somebody that for every quarterback that started,
they throw the last name on it.
They throw the last name on it.
So Zappi, is that completing the alphabet?
Zappi is going to be number 40. The 40th starting quarterback for the Browns since 1990.
Since Tim Couch?
Yeah, I think that's where it begins.
It's Couch.
It begins with Couch.
I thought I was trying to think of all the
Denver, Wynn, Peterson, Holcomb, Garcia, McCown, Dilfer, Fry. I can't even read that one. Dorsey, Quinn, Gradkowski, McCoy, Delhomme, Wallace, Whedon, Lewis, Campbell, Hoyer, Manziel, Shaw, McCown, Davis, Griffin, Kessler, Kaiser, Hogan, Taylor, Mayfield, Keenum, Mullins, Brissett, Thompson, Robinson, Walker, Flacco, Driscoll, and now Zappi hour.
Was there a Hogan in there?
There was a Hogan.
There would have been a Hogan in there.
Yeah, there have been players that have been good elsewhere.
Yeah,
there's no more clear evidence.
I'm still laughing. Yeah. I'm still laughing that Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold were on the Carolina Panthers 2 years ago.
Baker Mayfield was photoed being a scout team defensive players playing edge rusher at practice for the Panthers 2 years ago.
It's incredible, and I love seeing players I won't let be forgotten. And Jeff Garcia in that Cleveland Browns uniform.
He was a good player.
Yeah. That's stunning to think that he played for the Browns.
I don't think you could try to find 20 worst quarterbacks throughout the history if you had been on a mission to be like, hey, I know, let's get the worst quarterbacks.
You didn't know the 3 years I was in Dallas.
Yeah, that was a bad run.
God, it was a bad run.
I mean, imagine that, but for 3 decades. And then
they've had a bad run, yeah.
Maybe not any baseball players, though.
Cleveland is now an 18-point underdog versus Baltimore. And just to give you some context to that, in their 0-16 season,
Zappi hour.
The Browns were never more than a 13.5-point dog. So thank you, Paul Hembo, for that one.
Are you sure about that, by the way?
Yeah, it's Paul Hembo, dude. He's not a ball sacker. That's a tried and true journalist right there.
Paul Hembo?
Yeah. Hembo Slice. What are you not understanding?
Come on, he's the Hembo.
He's one of the great ones.
Is he?
He's one of the all-time analytics.
Who's he with?
ESPN.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Watchdog and Hembo, man. That guy.
I was just checking you.
I see this from Doug Clawson.
Okay, this guy's not
from
real.
where?
Jimmy's brother.
He covers the Lions. This is an interesting one here.
Does he cover the
Lions?
Lions?
The Lions have allowed 7.4 yards per play in the month of December.
It's been
now
bad.
Their defense, of course. I mean, they're basically playing all backups at this point.
Yeah,
so you feel for them. This isn't an indictment on them, but it does just have to give you a little truth serum going into the postseason about what they can actually do if this is the standard. 7.4 yards per play in the month of December. That's the most yards per play allowed in any December by any team in the Super Bowl era. 1,738th out of 107,000 or 1,738 teams. I mean, just crazy.
What were the numbers?
1,738.
Wow. So they rank last in NFL history?
They're
in
last.
yards per play defensively in the month of December going into the postseason.
Wow.
We've never seen a defense give up this much yards per play. And that's a team that's obviously trying to be a Super Bowl winner.
Super Bowl picks.
It's going to be
They
tough.
need turnovers.
Oh,
This has got to be like
desperately.
the Saints in 2009 or whenever
They
that
need
was.
35 points per game,
Or
probably.
Ben Johnson
40.
call plays out of his rear.
Okay, which
the lateral plays.
Yeah.
And he'll do it.
I'm glad you brought up
Very
Ben
creative.
Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to take you to Jacksonville. All right.
I lived
And
there at one time.
rarely does anybody just volunteer themselves to Jacksonville. So I apologize, but
Not a bad place to live.
we got to take a trip there because does the name Greg Huntington mean anything to you, Broadus?
Was he an offensive lineman?
He was for the Jags during some of those Brunell years. All
Okay.
right.
What year was he? 90. Because I was there in 98.
Yeah, I don't know his years. I'm sorry about that, but that's
look
not
it
the
up?
point. All right. The point is Greg Huntington has quite the relationship with former Jags quarterback Mark Brunell.
He's
who
on
is-
staff.
Who's on staff with the Lions. He's the quarterback's coach. So this guy Huntington is on the radio in Jacksonville talking about how he talks with Mark Brunell all the time, who is with Ben Johnson all the time. And listen to this. Cover your ears, Bears fans.
And, the reason I reached out to you the other day to have me come on your show is the connection that I do have with Mark Brunell. Sure. And we stay in contact. We text and we call. And after Detroit destroyed the Jaguars, I texted Mark. I said, move heaven and earth to convince Ben Johnson to take this job if it becomes available.
Yeah.
And then we talked. I mean, we actually talked on the phone together. And he said, look, Ben Johnson wants that job. Mm-hmm. He likes the idea of Trevor Lawrence. And, of course, if Ben were to come, Mark's going to follow. They're very close. I mean, he's his offensive coordinator. He would be the quarterback's coach here in Jacksonville for Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
You know who the wide receiver coach is? Keenan McCardell, who also played with Mark Brunell in Jacksonville.
Oh, wow.
So
man.
maybe Keenan McCardell goes over there as well.
He was a coach one time in Jacksonville, I believe.
Yeah, and so now he goes back maybe as an offensive coordinator for Brunell. Who knows if he moves up and Ben Johnson, like he's taking the whole crew there.
Could be, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how Mark Brunell feels about this with just being outed like that. Like, I don't know if Mark Brunell felt like this was like in confidence.
This guy played when I was assistant pro personnel director. This guy played for us.
Okay.
In 98.
Yeah,
Greg Huntington.
So I don't know. Ben Johnson wanting the Jags job. I don't know. I mean, I've been wondering if with the contract and the level of play from Trevor Lawrence, if that's no longer considered an asset. But if you're Ben Johnson, you might look at Trevor Lawrence like, geez, I can do a lot with this guy.
What he's looking at is he can probably get his own general manager in there is what he's looking at.
Yeah, bye-bye Bulky.
Yeah. I mean,
definitely.
my buddy John Dorsey, who I worked with in Green Bay, who traded up for Mahomes, he's at Detroit and working as a senior player personnel guy.
There you go. Ben Johnson just taking all his Detroit guys.
He might take a guy like John along to be the general manager for him.
Ben's a guy that understands it's an entire program that's going to contribute to winning, and he wants control of everything. I bet, the owner situation in Jacksonville is great with Khan. Being an international guy isn't going to want to meddle in football stuff as much as maybe a guy that grew up as a huge football fan and thinks he knows what it takes. And also, this guy has massive pockets. And if Ben Johnson wants the $20 million deal, it's a guy who's not afraid to throw cash at it.
Yeah, they went after Urban Meyer.
Yeah.
Paid Urban Meyer a lot of money.
They did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I guess if you're looking at the sell for Ben Johnson to the Jags, obviously he probably looks at Trevor Lawrence in a way that maybe we all don't right now. He probably sees him as a guy that he can get a ton out of. But then also you're in the AFC South.
Right, very winnable division.
That's as winnable of a division
Indy
as
looks
there
like
ever
they
is.
just swung and missed on a quarterback potentially. Houston's come back down to earth a little bit. Tennessee has no quarterback.
Awful.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, that would make some sense. Now, you are in the AFC, and you got to go through the Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow gauntlet. That's no joke. But, and obviously everybody's tied Ben Johnson to the Bears quite a bit, and Bears fans want him. Just what a sad existence for the Bears if Ben Johnson doesn't want you. But I also wonder if Ben Johnson's like, I don't really want to be in the same division as Campbell and the Lions. I don't know if that's a factor at all. But, it's all is not lost, though, for the Bears because with 607 passing yards on Sunday, Caleb Williams could become the first quarterback in Bears history to throw for 4,000 yards in a season. So,
Wow.
I mean, 607 yards, that's all it's going to take.
Okay, light it up. And go for it.
One more, man.
Yeah.
One more for the big one.
Give him a shot.
There's your football's finest.
Thank you, Chief. And now we are on to Stephen Jones. Joins us for what is going to be his final interview with us of this disappointing 2024 regular season. But what does the final game have in store? And what can he tell us about the offseason that's now right around the corner that's coming up next in the nation? How about we chat D&M leasing, though? It's a perfect time. You know, it's Friday night, and maybe you've been off all week. And you want to enjoy the most out of these next couple of days. Maybe you're back to work already.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Tree Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Settle in with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Standing by for Stephen Jones here on your home of the Cowboys, our final conversation of this 2024 regular season. Now, before too long, you're going to be hearing a lot from the Joneses. Obviously, hiring season, interview season for coaches has already started in a small way and will hit warp speed. I mean, by the time we get to Monday afternoon show at 2 o'clock, there could be significant developments on multiple jobs, guys getting interviews, coaches getting fired, this, that, and the other thing. And, that, sets up probably the biggest storyline going into the Cowboys offseason. What will be done with Mike McCarthy? And if he does have coaching interest coming from around the league, either as a head coach or a coordinator, I would imagine you have. I know his contract's good through the 14th, but 48 hours? What's appropriate here? What's protocol, Brian, to get a conclusion to this?
Well,
thing?
They're going to have to make the decision, like you say. They have the rights first. If he's under contract till the 14th, the only thing I think Don Yee could do is do back channel stuff.
Well, a team can request.
They could request, and the Cowboys could deny it, or
say, "Hey, go for it,"
or go for it. Exactly. Zach's right, but I think
could you really deny it without any intention of doing an extension? Isn't that a rubber meets the road moment?
If you're going to deny that, you're going to do an extension. There's no way in hell that you.
And now your leverage of negotiation is gone.
Yeah.
So now he's like, I want $10 million. You're going to keep me?
Very well. Yeah.
So I do think that if the Cowboys want to negotiate this thing, it's got to be happening maybe Sunday night after the game and into Monday morning.
Yeah, I think they're going to. If they're going to do this, they very well could take all the way up to the 14th. And we've seen them do this before with other contracts.
Definitely.
So it's something that they do, and it's something that they're very comfortable doing.
High tolerance for ambiguity.
Absolutely.
As Jerry says himself. Jerry said today the hay is in the barn as far as the qualities of the coach and what they have brought to the table. More than enough information. This week's game is going to have no bearing on it one way or another. I do think it's interesting that there hasn't been any, smoke or any whispers coming out that the Cowboys are interested in this guy or that guy. No. There's really nothing that insiders are saying at this point, Brian. You're not hearing anything?
No, not at all. Not at all. I think the Cowboys have done, for an organization that really likes to talk, they're not talking very much about this.
Which would tell me they're not putting feelers out to see who might be interested or to try to set anything up, and that could be because they just don't see any need for it. But
also too, you got to understand. You remember that Jerry Jones got on his airplane and went to Teterboro Airport in New Jersey and sat down with Bill Parcells on the tarmac and hammered out a deal. So the capability of Jerry Jones getting into his plane and going places, or them, finding ways to work through agents and stuff. This, we'll see. If they're going to make a change, I guarantee you they've already put out the feelers necessary to kind of get the ball going. If that's the case, the way they're going to go.
The other big storyline going into this game is who is going to start at quarterback. Cooper Rush has done an admirable job. People have talked about how there's an incentive for him that if he gets 65 more snaps or so, he'll hit another $250,000 bonus. But there are some reports this afternoon that maybe it is going to be Trey Lance, as Stephen Jones joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, we're doing good, guys. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you as well. And it's a good time to reflect on everything that's happened here over the last 4 months. Is it a misplaced question to say, are you proud of how this team has managed to fight and have a chance to win an 8th game coming up this weekend, considering how much adversity's been there?
Yeah, we've obviously had some challenges, and, hats off to Coach McCarthy and his leadership, and Zim and Bones and the whole staff to keep these guys focused and playing hard. Obviously, last week was a big disappointment, but, when you're playing a little shorthanded like we are with our injury situation, you just can't afford to, have the turnovers that we had. And, against one of the best teams in football at their place is going to be hard to come up with a win. But, yes, I think our guys have battled each and every week, and hats off to them. And, defensively, we were learning a new scheme the first part of the year. I think Mike was learning our personnel, and vice versa. The personnel was figuring out what Mike wanted out of them. So, at the end of the day, our guys have competed hard. I know, our goal is to win the game next week and our Sunday against the Commanders. And they've had a great year under Coach Quinn. You know what we think of him, and they're having a great season, but I also like our chances and think our guys will go out there and battle and give themselves every opportunity to win a football game.
Micah was getting poked at again for one of his quotes. He said, if you take away the score, we were right there with them. And, it's kind of, one of those things you could laugh at or not. But going inside the box score, if you look at first downs and third down efficiency and yards, there's something to it. I mean, you guys definitely held your own, I guess, in a lot of ways other than the scoreboard. Is that like a moral victory, or how do you look at that?
No, I don't look at it as a moral victory. I doubt even Mike thinks of it as a moral victory. I just felt like, if you take away the turnovers, which you can't, by the way. I'm not saying you, but you lose the turnover battle in the NFL, there's a good chance you'll lose that football game. And we know that. We coach not to turn the ball over, obviously, and we coach to get the ball. And, in our 3 seasons where Mike was 12-5, one of the things we did best was protect the ball and get the ball. And we just hadn't done that quite as well this year, and consequently we hadn't, had the type of season you'd hope to have. But you look at most of the teams with great records in this league, and, 90% of the time I'd bet you they're winning the turnover battles in their football games. And that's just part of it. But, no, I don't think there's any moral victories. I just think you go out there and you battle, and we were driving the ball good the first couple of drives, and but then the turnovers hit, and we gave up some points right there at the end. And then, got to give hats off to them. And Saquon Barkley, he was running hard to get to that 2,000 yards, and what a great season he's had. I'll tip my hat to him. And the Eagles have a good football team, and they played well. They played the game to did what they needed to do to win the football game.
Now, speaking of those Eagles, a heated rivalry, even from their former executive, Joe Banner, this week, said other teams are getting more from their coordinators and assistants than the Cowboys. He had a back and forth going with Ed Werder. Do you guys see it that way? I mean, I thought that was kind of unfair criticism from Joe.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's Joe. I mean, he's an ex-Eagle. He's got the right to say what he wants to say. We worry about what we can control, what we can do. I like our group. I like Mike McCarthy. I like Coach Schottenheimer, and I love Zim. I mean, they're all proven guys in this league. And, if people want to be critical, I guess, when you have the record we have, which is not a winning record, then people have the right to be critical of you. But we worry about what we can control and what we can do about it.
There's a lot of potential turnover. You got a ton of impending free agents. You've mentioned the coaching staff and the contracts, but do you expect there to maybe be turnover in the personnel department within the scouting staff and Will McClay's deal as well?
Yeah, no. I mean, we like everything about our personnel staff. We've, I think most people, when they rank rosters, to start the season, I think most people would say that we've had, one of the better rosters in the league for the past, for that matter, for the past 10 years. And I think Will's done a great job. I think his scouting staff's done a great job. And don't expect turnovers. But, right now we're worried about beating the Commanders. We'll get into, all the detail of what our organization, where we can be better, because, we have to be better. I mean, we didn't get the job done this year. So, Jerry, myself, the whole organization will look for ways to improve because it's unacceptable. I know it is to our fans. I know it is, in the building, to finish with the tie. We're going to end up with a losing record, and that's not certainly not what we think the Dallas Cowboys are all about.
With trying to beat the Commanders on Sunday, do you expect Trey Lance to start?
We'll see. I mean, obviously, we're doing everything. We're going to do what gives us the best chance to win the game. And Mike McCarthy will make that call. We've been practicing, hard all week, and certainly he's more open-minded than he's been to it, and in terms of who's going to give us the best chance to win the game Sunday, and he'll ultimately make that call, and we'll see.
It's Stephen Jones here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Do you feel like the decision on Mike needs to be made fairly quickly next week to give him a chance to talk to other teams that might be interested?
We'll address that next week.
I like it. Okay, Stephen Jones here with you on 105.3 The Fan. What do you think of the fans who are saying, yes, I love to see us win, but this first round is shallow, and that 8th win might push us out of the top half of the first round? Do you fault them for actually hoping the Cowboys lose a game?
I mean, obviously people look at that. I mean, our fans aren't the first fans to look at that, and you certainly understand it. But at the same time, we're in this to win football games, and but totally understand fans who say, hey, it'd be great to have a better pick, and I get that. But I'll tell you this: we're about winning football games, and we've been about that even when we were. When we were really behind the 8 ball, and I think our players have shown that they've competed every step of the way, and they'll go out there against the Commanders and expect to win that football game, and they'll do their best to win it, and they'll compete at a high level.
Hey, Stephen, we're not going to get a chance to talk to you for a while here, but I want to ask you, what's something in the media that we get really wrong about the salary cap?
I just think people don't. At the end of the day, I think the biggest thing people don't understand is the ability, to push things forward, and how much a team is doing that already versus, hey, they could have done this, they could have done that differently. I think it's just wrong. I mean, we certainly understand, pushing money forward. We do it all the time. You read it in the paper all the time where we rework our top, but there's only our top contracts on our roster, but there's only so many top contracts you can rework. The rookie contracts are, as you know, Brian, are minimal.
Sure.
And then we have a lot of players on our team that are veteran salary benefit type players. So at the end of the day, there's only 6, 7, 8 contracts that you can rework, and you can probably get them all in quick order in terms of where you go to create that space. I mean, we reworked Dak every step of the way of his $40 million contract, and we'll be reworking it again throughout on his $60 million contract in terms of pushing, the payday out. And a little bit that's our problem right now, Brian, is we're not only paying for his current 60,
sure,
but we're also having to pay. We're still paying for the part of the $40 million contract that we pushed out, and I think sometimes people just, don't quite get their hands around that, but that's understandable.
Sure.
But I think Jerry well enough. He's in this and more motivated than anybody I can think of to win a Super Bowl right now. And he's not going to be pulling the reins in on trying to hold back on trying to put a Super Bowl put a Super Bowl team on the field. He doesn't have forever to win a championship, and Brian, you know him well enough.
Yeah.
He'd trade a lot of things, including a whole lot of money, if you could do it to win a Super Bowl.
So where we do really get it wrong, Steve, is when we start talking about flipping switches and stuff like that. That's where we lose really track of this. Is that fair? I mean, we try and play amateur cap guys, and we're not very good at this.
Yeah, I just think that unless you're looking at it, and by the way, I'm sure there's many folks who would understand it in a second if they're looking at it.
Right.
And they would see real quickly. I could sit down with you. I know you, Brian, and you'd get it in 5 minutes if I showed you our cap situation.
Right.
And where we would go to create space. And, we've pretty much maximized all the space. But then as you create that space and you push it out, then there comes a time where you have a day of reckoning when you eventually have to have a roster where, you just don't have the roster, and you, not unlike Denver's doing, but hats off to them. They're doing it with a rookie quarterback, but they're having to eat the Russell Wilson contract right now.
Mm-hmm.
But they've done one hell of a job of doing it.
Well, hell of a job this year, Stephen. Thanks for another season with us. We've enjoyed the heck out of these chats, and give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Great being on with you guys.
Cheers. There he goes. Stephen Jones with you, wrapping up the 2024 season, but you'll hear from him real soon. I mean, that Senior Bowl and the Combine and the build-up to the draft, he joins us.
Yeah.
So thanks again to the Jones family for being so accommodating with their time. It's time to hit the expressway at 877-881-1053. You want to react to that? You want to react to Rangers, to Mavs tonight? There is news on another starter out. We'll get that for you as well, and then take your phone calls coming up next here in the nation. I have to chat Frankels with you before we get there, though. We're heading into the week.
50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Wentz in the gun. They're sending 6. Wentz gets rid of it over the middle. It's intercepted. It is DaRon Bland, the rookie, with maybe a game-sealing interception on a pass for Curtis Samuel.
All right, there it is. Your Cowboys replay brought to you by Ciroc. Please drink responsibly, and a perfect segue into the one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Okay, there are a couple of lines open, a couple of legends on hold. We're going to go around the room and get what we're all drinking and thinking. Then we're going to get to your phone calls, and then LA Live with Lucius Alexander here coming up in about 17 minutes from right now. Segment is also brought to you by Ciroc Vodka, so cheers to them. And it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. The Expressway presented by our friends at the On Time Experts. Okay, a lot to be thinking about. You know, currently I'm drinking a 20-ounce Diet Pepsi, which is not my favorite diet beverage, but they were all out of the Diet Cokes down there in our little shop. Go figure. Somebody rated them. The Rangers Hot Stove is going to start next week, and Thursday at 6:30, Marcus Semien, along with Cody Bradford and another Rangers guest, are going to be downstairs in our performance showroom here at 75 and Fitzhugh. You are invited. It is free. Just get here a little bit early. The autograph's going to start at 6:30, and then the Hot Stove Show with Sands is 7 to 8. So it's a massive night for the Tolos next Thursday in our performance showroom, and the Rangers Winter Caravan Tour presented by Coca-Cola. So salute to them for bringing their guys by. We're excited about that. I mean, to have Marcus Semien here in the building, freaking legend. Kyrie Irving is out. That's our Mavs update. Apparently he is sick, so I mean, just bad timing. The idea that the Mavs can go wire to wire and like be a top 3 seed, maybe I just need to give up on that dream entirely. But you know, I want to get back to the 2000s where it was like, yeah, the Mavs are out here strutting. You know, home court advantage in the first round is a flipping guarantee, and you know it's just a little bit snake bit. So I guess we'll hope they're healthy for the playoffs once again, but we're plunged into a season of struggling. You don't even know if they're a clear playoff team at this point, and you can't take much more bad luck. I guess the good news is nothing major with P.J. Washington's knee, just a little bit of a sprain, but that could be 1 or 2 weeks. And then listening to Jerry today was something else I was thinking about. It just seems like he loves the job that Mike McCarthy has done, and there's no signs that they're sniffing around looking for a different head coach. So I do expect sometime early next week we'll get news of an extension. That's what I'm drinking. That's what I'm thinking. Brian, how the heck are you?
I'm doing great, General. Thank you very much. I'm finishing up some lemonade here, and what I'm thinking was, as I'm working through this draft already, and you guys have already talked about losing spots, you know, if you win games, especially this one. I'd be interested to see how far you do fall if you do win this game, because I'm in a situation right now where I've got 15 first-round grades.
Ouch.
That's it. And that's the lowest I've had in a long time. Usually my number of first-round grades are somewhere between 18 and 22. You don't have 32 first-round grades on boards generally. I haven't seen that ever in all my years. You usually have between, like I say, 18 to 22 guys. But this case, there's only about 15 true first-round grades I know on my board as I've got started. So, Cowboys, you know what? You know, find a way to stay somewhere in that 13, 14 range. Hopefully you get a chance to grab a first-round player. Fall out of that, and you might be looking at a second-round guy.
I'm no expert at this, but it seems like the range is somewhere between 12 and 17, win or lose. So losing and 12 would be huge, Chief. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
I'm drinking the finest organic Honduran coffee, courtesy of Spittle. Wishing I was drinking a Martin House beer right now. I will be when I get home. And I'm thinking about the final stop in the press box for 2024. And I'm thinking about running up some historic numbers on Sunday, courtesy of Legends Hospitality, hoping for that 17-inch lineman burrito to be served up.
That's what I was wondering
during the pregame and the halftime halftime, but either way, they're getting it done in a big way always. And I'm going out with a huge bang. We're gonna make history on Sunday.
Nice. Wolchuk, drinking, thinking.
I'm probably gonna have to go get some coffee for late afternoon pick me up. I saw Matt Miller's got 12 first-round grades, and this is one of those drafts. This might be one where we're looking at it, and it's like, hey, Captain Trade down rides.
Yeah.
Maybe try and pick up some more picks, and maybe.
Well, the thing about it is, if you're looking at 12 or 15, who's trading up for what? Because if you get the same player at 16, 17, 18 as you would get, who's going to trade up with you?
I got to hope somebody wants one of those receivers that they don't think is going to slide. Maybe it's a Burden. Maybe it's an Egbuka. Heck, you might have to take one of those guys.
I think you might be having to take one of those guys.
I'm kind of team Emeka Egbuka right now.
Is the Texas DB that people call Brian Branch 2.0, is he a first-round grade?
Jahdae Barron?
He's a good player.
I would be very comfortable with Jahdae Barron in the first round.
But not a first-round grade, though?
No, he's a first-round.
Oh, he is. He's one of those 15. Okay. Because I'm all over this guy right now.
Currently, no lines open. If you're trying to ring us up, give it a few minutes. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander's drinking and thinking.
Hey, yeah, I'm drinking some water. I'm drinking water, minding my business all 2025. That's what I'm doing. All this talk about Ciroc. I've heard a lot of Ciroc today. Made me think about my favorite BYOB, Ecstasy, R.I.P. I missed you.
That was
we used to take coconut Ciroc up there, mix it with pineapple juice, and be grooving in the pocket. And the girls like it, too, because it's easy to go down. So if you don't have a whole bunch of money on you, at least you got the liquor.
Yeah, that was nice, man. Those BYOB spots.
It worked out.
Woo! I couldn't believe it when I moved to Dallas. I was like, you can do what now? You can bring in a cooler, a cold beer, or bottles, or whatever you want. Living it up properly. Okay, at 877-881-1053, line 1 is our guy Rodeo Ron to get us kick-started. What you drinking and what you thinking, Ron? Buddy.
Drinking that Jim Beam with a little splash of sweet tea. And I was thinking about when I was on the toilet, when my little friend, he sent me one of those little XXX videos.
Okay.
And when I played the video, there was no sound, so I increased the volume on it. Okay. And I turned it way, way up. I still couldn't hear nothing. Then I realized I was on Bluetooth. Now, 3 days later, my family and guests are still waiting for me to come out of the bathroom from watching the Cowboys Super Bowl. It's Super Bowl 30. And remember one thing, if you're not drinking that Jim Beam with Rodeo Ron, where the F you at, baby?
There he goes.
More in the bag than usual, man.
Yeah,
he petered out there at the end. It was. I love his premise, though. It was a hell of a premise.
Way in the bag there.
Yeah. Sounds like he's been on one probably since New Year's. But the punchline was still there.
It's still there.
He still delivered.
He's on it.
He'll always pay no matter what the BAC is.
He puts that work in. You know what I mean? Like he's thinking about right now. He's thinking about next Friday.
That's right.
He's putting stories together, and I love that, man.
It's creative.
Line 2 is our guy, Big Jim. What you drinking? What you thinking, Jim?
Well, fellas, I didn't think that was going to end the way Rodeo Ron ended it. That could have gotten really bad really quickly, and we could have heard about some divorce or something.
Yeah.
I'm drinking an old-fashioned, and Broadus, I'm sitting back here on my back porch. I got my big fry pot. We're about to fry up a big old bunch of catfish.
Jeez.
And got some friends over. And
good for you.
So it's going to be good. I was listening to Steven today. I listened to Jerry. And I think Steven's pretty transparent in the interview y'all had with. I think they've been kicking the can down the road for a while. And I think they made some mistakes over the years. I figure it's like 2 years ago they were so upset that they didn't go further because they felt like they had put the team together. So I don't know. It's back to the drawing board. I tell you, Broadus, I really do appreciate you and Mr. Lombardi there doing your breakdown on
Thank you.
On these guys. It's good work. And
thank you.
I've even tried to put together a draft board. I ain't got a clue what the hell I'm doing.
Neither do I, but don't worry about that. Yeah.
That's just bull crap, and we know it. But you're teaching us all something. So I do appreciate that, fellas. I do appreciate you. It's good to have all of you back together. I know we've been a little kind of discombobulated over the holidays. Do appreciate you. And here I'm going to raise my glass to 2025. Hopefully we're not going to suck in 2025, and we'll have a good one. Look forward to talking to you fellas later. And Walter about us, I'll talk to you on Sunday.
Thanks. That's a nice toast. Yeah, we need some glory here in 2025. The Mavs got us close. You know, the Stars were right there as well. They're knocking on the door. They're
played
definitely
well last night.
Rope was awesome.
Yep.
I'm betting on the Rangers, though, to restore glory.
That'd be nice.
I'm betting on my guy CY.
That'd be nice.
Or Jim Nill. Nico. Man, we have some good executives these days. Line 3 is Polo. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Polo, what you drinking? What you thinking?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I'm not in Garland today. I'm down here in Italy, Texas.
Okay.
And I'm doing my friend, homegirl, son's, grandbaby's tattoo. I can't whatever doing like that.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking is brothers. I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure.
And I'm going to ask you another question, Gavin. Okay, I don't remember what year it was. It was 87 or 88. The Cowboys had Herschel Walker on the team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't Jerry Jones be smart enough to say, hey, Michael Parsons, he's only a one-trick pony. You guys always talking about how teams playing for Michael Parsons. Michael Parsons ain't nothing, in my opinion. If he don't get the sack, the play is over with. He just looks stupid. He can't stop the run. What we need to do, brothers, let me ask you a question. We traded Herschel Walker. We built us an empire in the 90s. Why don't we trade this dummy, Michael Parsons, Penn State alumni, Nittany Lion, to Jacksonville, get some picks from him, or maybe Houston? I mean, flip it. Let's do something. Be smart. Get rid of Michael Parsons. My homegirl look at me like I'm crazy, but Michael Parsons ain't nothing. You can't cuss. You can't cuss because I'm on the radio. You can't cuss. I'm on the radio. But hey, another thing. All the luck she cussing. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, y'all. Bye.
There he goes. Oh man, what a movement Polo is as well. It's always entertaining.
Got to get the picks, and they got to pay him.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I mean,
teams would be interested, I think, in doing a deal with you, but are you going to hold them up for the picks, which you probably would, and then now a team has to say, okay, well, we're giving up the picks, but we also have to pay him.
And see, that was Jimmy. Jimmy set that whole thing up.
Yeah.
That wasn't Jerry's idea to trade Herschel Walker.
Yeah, it's a little different too with the salary cap, not involved too.
Sure, but you had to have a visionary who knew what it was going to take to win the championship.
Absolutely. I mean, there's,
Jerry will never trade a star player.
We've talked about this for months. Some of us have gotten in trouble for talking about it for months.
Yeah, we've talked about that plenty.
And now it's an everyday subject for people.
But it's just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. No.
Line 4 is Mr. Nasty. You're in the nation, Nasty. Take it away. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Currently, I'm halfway through a pint of 1800. I had to switch it up a little bit. Back in that with a little Diet Dr. Pepper.
Nice. Thinking?
And if you guys can just give me a second, don't cut me off right away. I have a question directed to two professionals, and those professionals would be Sir Dawson and Chiafalo. I'm not going to listen to the opinion of Brian Broaddus and Zach Walchuk, because last time I listened to their opinion, they were selling me on Travis Frederick and Tyler Smith. So I'm going to skip on their opinion.
Were they not good?
Yeah, they weren't very good.
I mean, you tell me. Look at the quarterback. What are we looking at?
What do you mean?
What are you talking about, bro?
I mean, you told me on.
Are you sure you're not? You're sure you're not through the full bottle of that 1800?
No, I'm only halfway.
Okay, well keep going. Then you're getting there. You're making a lot of sense tonight. You're making a lot of sense tonight.
We are.
Yeah.
We are.
Keep rolling.
Hey, and I'm proud of that.
You should be.
Attaboy, Nasty.
You should be. You should be proud to be drunk.
And guess what? And the next one's coming for you.
Yeah.
So on the 22nd of December, I welcomed my first daughter. I've had baby Nasty rolling around.
Yeah.
The expert opinion I want from Gavin Dawson and Eric Chiafalo. How long do I get away with saying I can't change the diaper because she's a girl?
I don't know. It never worked for me. My only strategy there was to just not be very good at it, but that was unintentional. Just came naturally. So she would be frustrated by my diaper change.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to happen. When they go number one, that's when you step up and you own it and you make a big thing about it. Like, I got this. No, honey, please sit.
Ooh, man.
But when it's a two-ski, you're only going to get one or two of those opportunities. You're going to botch it. And then you won't have to worry about it anymore. Nasty. So you just do you. You'll fumble that number two in a heartbeat, and then you'll be good for the rest of the time.
A wise man there.
One's only.
Father Eric Chiafalo. No, rules to live by, I would say. Wee James is on line 5 down here. What you drinking and what you thinking, sir?
What's going on, fellas?
Evening.
Shit, this is Wee James. Hey, drinking on some Graham Blackberry with a Coors Light Chaser.
Chaser.
They got a question for Brock. Now, brothers, unless we get a nasty D tackle, I'm like a Polo. Why don't we just trade Michael Parsons? Because we wasting Michael Parsons right now. And unless we get a nasty D tackle we can't do nothing with this defense.
Two best defensive tackles in the draft, but both go to Michigan, so I'm sure that'll make a lot of people happy.
That would be awesome if they get that 3 technique man beast there. I wouldn't mind the Michigan curse at all. I don't think that's going to be informing on the quality of those players. Just a little bit of bad luck. I did love the misspeaking and calling it a Coors Light Tracer. Since it is the silver bullet.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean that's marketing genius right there. I'd be surprised to see them pick that up over there.
Yeah,
at
the
Miller Coors.
two. I think the two best that I've seen are the 2 Michigan kids.
Yeah, Graham's awesome. I like Harmon from Oregon.
He played very well.
I'm a fan of his game.
Yeah.
I know some others aren't, but
you see him as a 1.
Yes.
Yeah,
but he's got some wiggle and some pass rush ability as a 1, which is impressive for his size.
But this defense played well enough to think that if you stay healthy, you get your Trayvon Diggs back, you have decent linebackers, this defense can play. This defense isn't, doomed for failure next year. And I think Micah Parsons being here has proven that.
It could be for failure if they have to go through another scheme change.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. If you can, trade Micah Parsons and say, hey, this is going to bring us closer to a championship, I can go with that. But I distinctly remember 2014 and 2016, this defense needed a player like Micah Parsons.
We've seen the games when Micah Parsons didn't play.
Yeah, it was brutal.
They were awful this year.
Yeah, they couldn't get after the quarterback.
Let's get a couple of more in here. Aaron from Dallas down here on line 6. What you drinking and what you thinking, Aaron?
Hey, guys, how y'all doing today?
Awesome. You?
That's good. I'm doing pretty good. I am drinking on some Red Powerade again, just like last time. Now that I think about it, I'm 2 for 2 when I call you guys, so I appreciate that.
Salute.
Yeah.
Nice job.
All right, so I had something completely different on my mind originally when I called, but after listening to certain fans, I say that with air quotes, talk about trading Micah Parsons and sending blank shots at 2 Hall of Fame first ballots, Travis Frederick and Tyron Smith. What are we talking about? What are we doing? Please, somebody explain to me what is going on in the minds of some Cowboys fans. Are you serious? Trade Micah Parsons? I mean, it's like they called you guys, took their brain out of their head, chucked it out the window while they're driving, and then proceeded to talk. Please, I think we need to start filtering who gets through because they are not saying sensible things. We keep Micah Parsons. Jerry, for all the things you don't do, for the love of God, do not trade Micah Parsons.
That's a great note to end on, Aaron. Thank you so much for the call and your passion. And I don't think we have anything to worry about. I do think Nasty maybe it was thinking Cooper Beebe, but Travis Frederick came out.
I think
that
saying,
was the Don Julio talking.
Like we were trying to compare Beebe to Frederick and then Guyton to Tyler Smith.
Oh.
I don't know that was ever made. And Cooper Beebe's had a hell of a rookie season.
Yeah.
So that's a victory lap for me, Nasty.
Right on,
you
yeah.
should rewatch the tape.
I mean, out of the third round,
He's
if you
been
have
pretty damn good.
Line 7's Ryan. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking and what you thinking, Ryan?
Well, I'm drinking water right now because I'm on the way to pick up my girls from daycare. And I'm sad because, unfortunately, I'm out of Mountain Dew, so I have nothing to mix with the rest of my Jack Daniels. And no, my heart did not explode.
Okay,
so,
good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep. Yeah, but what I'm thinking is, so on Sunday, my wife and I will be married 8 years, and I have no idea what I'm going to do for our anniversary because we've got 3 babies. And, I have no idea what I'm going to do.
Change all the diapers, make dinner. Yeah. It's a tough one, Ryan.
Send her to the spa for the day.
Ooh, that's a little much.
The spa?
Now he's at home with 3 kids all day.
That's probably the best gift you can give her.
No, you just got to distract her, and then you wake up a few days later and you both forgot, and then you're like, hey, next year we'll tear this thing up, baby. Don't you worry.
Wow. More sage wisdom from the chief there. He's getting it done.
Fail. Please forget also. Please,
no, seriously,
please.
if you got 3 babies at home, your wife doesn't even remember it's the anniversary. From my
she
experience.
is freaking swamped. Line 9 is Anthony. You're in the G-Bag Nation, Anthony. What you drinking and what you thinking?
Well, I'm on my way home to get a ham started to smoke, and I'm drinking a Sonic Diet Cherry Dr. Pepper.
Wonderful.
Good quality.
Yeah. Hey, let me shout out to Brian and say hi, Ty.
Oh.
And
High tide.
Hi, Ty. I tell you what I'm thinking is I think the Longhorns are going to have to show up and play for 4 quarters and not 1 if they're going to continue in this championship series.
Sure.
That was just my observation of watching them playing the other day. Is you got to show up for all 4 quarters and not just one.
Well said.
Yes, sir, Anthony. I hope they take it to heart.
I tied.
Yeah.
All right. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's, guys.
Take care,
Thank you,
Anthony.
man.
Yeah, Sark said today he thinks Ohio State's the best team in the country right now.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, he's asking for everybody here in the area to get to Arlington and support his guys because they're going to need it.
Think about selling my tickets to Ohio State people.
Hey,
you can make a ton of money.
I'm not
They
gonna
travel
do that.
well.
They
I've never
do
seen
travel.
anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's time to go into the Pimp Cup where we have a Friday night edition of LA Live with Lucius Alexander.
Yeah, it's a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
But now that Christmas is over, everybody's making these tweets and Facebook posts about New Year, New Me. Shut up. You're still on meth, Cheryl. And this chick in her Cookie Monster pajamas smoking some Marlboro talking about New Year, New Me. Listen, the only thing new for you this year is a new baby and a brand new baby daddy. She the type of chick that had 4 kids and 5 different baby daddies. How does that happen? She don't even know. Take a picture of last year, put it together with a picture of this year, looking like a before and after picture like you see on the walls at high school. Before and after bath salts.
Before and after bath sauce. What's going on?
Yeah.
Hey, man, this is LA Live for Friday, January 3rd, 2025, the first Friday of 2025 here, folks. Yes, we have made it. It is a feel-good Friday, too, here in LA Live. I don't know about y'all, but Thursday, I did not want to do this. I did.
Yeah.
I said, wow, look at this time off. It feels amazing. I can't believe I'm taking care of my life. Running errands. This is good. Hey, enjoy your 48 hours of liberty out here, but be safe, though, okay? Avoid the law dogs this weekend. Mind your speeds. Don't crash out. Keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW Scanner this weekend, okay? In other words, keep it together, people. Don't crash out. Here's a weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish dominance quickly.
Yes. Establish that dominance, man.
Establish.
Get that vibe right real quick. Little Larry June coming at you, man. Smoothies in 1991. 91. This is LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Feel Good Friday. Now, I did not have any New Year's resolutions for 2025. If you've been listening to the G-Bag Nation, I have decided not to hold the door open for people this year.
Yeah.
Won't do it. Yeah, I'm not holding the door open for anybody. I've been embarrassed too many times. People walk right by me like I'm not there.
The family of 6?
The whole family of 6. And the dad was the last one to come through. And instead of saying, thank you, this fool said, excuse me. Wow. Looked me dead in my eyes and said, excuse me. I said, I'm done with y'all. No more. Yeah. So if there's a 6 foot, 230-pound black man out there not holding the door for you, that was me. Yeah, that was me.
Must be all the out-of-towners moving to Texas.
I don't know what it is. They need to get to it. I also have decided to do more physical reading, the physical way, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The old-fashioned way.
The old-fashioned way. The page turners. You gotta smell that page. You know what I mean? Get a little ink on your fingers. Yeah, I'm doing it the old school way. I've had a lot of books. I've digested a lot of books, but it was all through the audio vibes.
Yeah. Oh,
you know what I mean?
Say, get him, LeBron.
Yeah.
Stuck on the first page.
It's been the audio way. So I'm going to get back into my reading bag. I started with this book called The 4 Agreements. You guys heard of that book? Yeah.
Good book.
I read it a long time ago. But, you know, as you mature, you want to go back and get it because there might be some things that you missed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You might never, it probably didn't hit you the same way.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back and read it. Bam!
Good one.
4 Agreements. I'm running that one back. Tolos that read, hit me up on the fan text right now. Hit us up on the fan text if you have any good book suggestions. Any good book suggestions. I'm not asking what you're reading. I'm asking, do you know any good ones? Send it to the fan text, bro.
I read about half of this old one, like from the 1700s or something, called the Practicing the Presence of God by this old monk named Brother Lawrence in France, like way back in the day. Totally illiterate, but he had been blessed with the presence of God so strongly that he could just like distill wisdom down through his words. So the book was written actually through conversations that he'd had with people that were actually literate in his monastery. It's pretty interesting.
Wow. And they wrote it down for him.
Yeah, they wrote it all down for him. And they're
They
like,
took his notes for
so the
him?
chapters were like fifth conversation with Brother Lawrence. Here we go. Here's what he said.
I wonder if Brother Lawrence got his money for that book, or did those guys say, hey, man, Brother Lawrence is spit. We need to write this down.
Hey, Brother Lawrence, read this contract over.
Yeah, just put an X there.
Put an X right here, Brother Lawrence. Oh, you're going to be a rich brother. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Hey, and also, the Luther Vandross doc. I got to see that. I've been to have a lot of people hit me up telling me that doc is really good, Luther Vandross doc, so I'm going to be watching that one this weekend as well. All right, I got a question for the Tolos here. What needs to stay in 2024 as we get ready for 2025, getting your mind frame right? What needs to stay in 2024? I asked the Tolos that follow me on Facebook, and I got answers like Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast needs to stay in 2024.
I don't know what is so good about his videos, man.
I don't get it either. That Kai Cenat kid, I don't get it either. That's annoying as hell, but he's running up the numbers, and I can't hate. I'm not hating. I'm just saying it ain't real. Ugh. What needs to stay in 2024? Dak saying, yeah, here we go. It's pretty mean, man.
Yeah, it's time for a remix on
It's
that
time
one.
for a remix.
I do like it when the clock's running down and he has to say it quick. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, come on.
Clap, clap, clap.
Yeah. Yeah, I like how Cooper says it too. Yeah! Here we go! What needs to stay in 2024? Tolo said D-Riding needs to stay in 2024. I believe you. I'm with you. D-Riding is ruining the world. Prevents people from being objective if you're paying attention to D-Riding. Zeke Elliott needs to stay in 2024.
Yeah. Maybe look for that post-playing career.
Poor guy.
Get a streaming career going again.
Hey, Zeke is an amazing athlete.
Yeah.
I've seen him jump over a guy. You know what I mean? He's an amazing athlete, bro.
I mean, remember that night he played up there at Dr. Pepper Park at the Dirk Nowitzki softball game?
Exactly.
He's running around doing crazy stuff, making plays on softball.
Guy's amazing, man.
Yeah.
What needs to stay in 2024? The balloon popping shows. Those are hilarious to me.
Oh, the dating.
Yeah.
I see clips of that.
No, yeah. And
Like,
sometimes they want a mulligan once they find out the dude's like a doctor. Oh, can I have my balloon back?
you popped it because she popped it. Now you started following all the other girls instead of using your own brain. So you were D-eating. You were D-riding.
This one guy, I mean, he's up there and he's like a mechanical engineer. He's got charities and all that. And all these girls had popped their balloons, and they're just all sitting there, just like, and he's got the most going for him, and they're just all sitting there like, well, I'm sorry, ladies. He's like,
he sounded too nice.
Yeah, no, they were all sad once they found out his story. They found out they were giving it up.
I like when the lady, she walks in there, but she has a deep voice. As soon as she says, hello, are you here to balloon?
Get out.
That's funny. I've never seen these.
They are funny.
What needs to stay in 2024? Internet clout chasing. Dynamic pricing needs to stay in 2024. Did that even take off, the dynamic pricing? Like different times of the day, you get charged a different thing.
It's a good question. I haven't heard much about it since they rolled it out.
Now we got a hater right here as a Tolo. Surprise, surprise. What needs to stay in 2024? This Tolo said the made-up word Tolo. So tired of hearing it.
It's going on like a decade strong now. I don't think it's going anywhere.
Yeah, man.
Either. How about these baggy jean trends that are back? Just as I'm getting used to the skinnier jeans, the tapered fit. We're back with the baggy jeans now. You've seen the kids, right?
The pendulum swings too far every time.
Yeah.
Because these tight ones are getting real tight.
Yeah.
And then the baggy ones, you're seeing shorts, but they go down to the ankles.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
we're capris.
Come full circle here. We're back in 1993. I'm looking to get me some silver tabs.
chasing trends out there, bro?
No.
My man said, I just got into skinny jeans.
Right, yeah.
Damn, y'all move too fast for me. My son likes big clothes.
Yeah.
Big, ridiculous clothes. To the point where his girlfriend's buying them like cute fella stuff, because she's like, I don't like your style.
She's trying to. She's sending them signs.
Yeah, she's trying to help you out, fam.
I'll take you shopping.
Yeah. What needs to stay in 2024? Red pill content.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, this is from my aunt. There's a lot of things that need to stay in 2024, but the biggest thing I'm glad is staying in 2024 is the Dallas Cowboys.
There she goes. Is this the aunt that pulls for everybody but the Cowboys?
She has so much NFL merch.
Yeah.
And none of it's the Cowboys. Whoever the Cowboys are playing, she's going to go out there and buy the merch and just troll you.
Have the mystery drone stayed in 2024? I haven't seen reports of them last couple of days.
It slipped over to 25 was done.
I saw that mystery fog was making a big push on New Year's Eve.
Fog?
The fog.
Fog.
Yeah.
Was that one in California? Or was
they were saying it was in different states.
Oh.
This fog was just...
It's on pools, like on
top of pools?
On top of pools, yeah. It was like white foam stuff.
Huh.
Yeah.
They're about to get us out of here.
Trying.
They're about to get us out of here. What needs to stay in 2024, people? Tolo said the hot tour girl.
Yeah,
I'm kind of with you on that.
I think she's gone missing since that rug pull.
Yeah, she might be doing 5 to 10 pretty soon. I dip too. Take me where you can't bring me back. Bahrain. Now, can you bring me back from Bahrain?
I'll find out.
We have a car race there.